Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 661, Non-Canon Omake, The Little Spider, Chapter. It only took a few seconds for Arachne to realize she may have made a mistake. Perhaps her first reaction, upon seeing a zombie, shouldn't be to throw her spear at it. Though, she blamed her family. From her mom, who quite literally killed undead for most of her life so they didn't escape the land of shadows. To her Aunt Izzy, who also disliked dead things, as a goddess of death. All the way to her Aunt Meridia, who despised undead things with a passion. Why did the oracle go flying out the window? Arachne recognized Chiron's voice. She recognized the anger and panic too. Uh-oh. Percy whispered. I am gonna be in trouble. Arachne said quietly. Mom gonna take away me spear again. Damn, we're screwed. It's okay, I will take the blame, I was the one who did it. Arachne reassured. No way, we did it together. Percy crossed his arms. Arachne choked, mostly because she wasn't used to having a friend stand by her like this. It wasn't just a passing comment when she mentioned that she didn't have friends. It was hard for her to relate to other kids her age for the most part. Even kids of non-human parents always seemed to care about other things compared to her, so it was difficult to make long-lasting friendships. I have an idea. She thought of a way to get out of trouble. What's the plan? Percy quickly asked her. How quickly can you start crying? She asked. My big sis taught me when I was younger, but I haven't had the chance to use it. But she said if I start crying when I mess up, I can get out of a lot of trouble. She was, of course, talking about Kunu in these circumstances. I don't think I can cry without a reason. Percy admitted. Arachne let out a breath. I can't either. Dang, we're screwed then. Maybe not. Arachne shook her head. Percy, I need you to do something for me. Line break. Chiron trotted up the stairs of the house with a purpose. Mr. D was right behind him. Frankly, Mr. D didn't really care that the oracle was sent down the mountain on the Spear Express. If anything, he was laughing as he saw that old bag of bones flailing helplessly as he watched. But, also, he did sort of have a job. Mordred was also with them. Sorta as the de facto adult supervision on Arachne's behalf, she recognized that her little sister shit the bed. They were about to burst into the attic when Chiron paused. Harder. He recognized Arachne's voice along with the shaking of the floorboards. Hard, do it harder. I'm doing it as hard as I can. He heard Percy respond. It's okay, I can take it. Give it to me as hard as you can. I'm trying, it's just uncomfortable and awkward. I trust ya, it's okay, just do it as best as you can. Set a rhythm and go from there. Chiron's hand was frozen on the doorknob. He had been around teenagers long enough to know that he really didn't want to open the door. The shaking of the not-so-well-kept floorboards certainly didn't help his desire to not open the door. That's it, Percy, precision and technique are just as important as doing it hard. Chiron finally worked up the courage to open the door, but Mr. D stopped him. Chiron looked at him in confusion, but Mr. D just shook his head. Let that brave boy finish. Mr. D raised his glass of wine up. Chiron didn't want to actually voice his thoughts, but his face pulled back, scrunching as the actual thought now crossed his mind in more vivid detail. Mordred, to her credit, kept her mouth shut. Mostly because she knew her stupid little sister. That brat barely even acknowledged boys, let alone be willing to do that so quickly. Chiron decided to ignore Mr. D and finally pushed the door open. All three of them peered inside and saw what was happening. Arachne's cheek was red, and Percy had his arm reeled back like he was ready to punch her. The two kids went still, awkwardly standing there. We weren't doing nothing. Arachne quickly said. Yeah, we weren't doing anything. Percy nodded. The three of them stared silently before Chiron spoke up. What happened to the oracle? He was blunt. Okay, but it's not me fault. What happened to the oracle? It was a zombie. Me mum said zombies are bad. Arachne shrank under his gaze. Chiron facepalmed as his answer had apparently come. Honestly, she's not bullshitting either. She hears a lot of shit about killing anything undead. Mordred spoke on her behalf. Should have warned her if whatever she was meeting was a zombie or something. It was a zombie, really creepy. Percy nodded. Shit, yeah. Mordred just sighed. But, maybe it's not dead, more dead. Mordred offered. Mr. D took a sip of his drink. Well, it is cursed with undeath, so it's probably not fully dead. Chiron's eyes flashed, and he quickly bolted out of the room to go find the oracle now that things had been clarified. Well, that didn't end too badly. Percy perked up, expecting a lot more yelling and punishments. Mr. D let out a sigh. I suppose I should go help. I know Apollo won't let me hear the end of it if his oracle actually does bite the dust. Mr. D slowly, casually, walked out too. Arachne was about to follow, but Mordred grabbed her arm. Hey, big sis. She forced a smile. You were having him punch you so you would start crying, weren't ya? Mordred asked with a deadpan. And no. Arachne looked away, though her red and a tiny bit swollen cheek was rather obvious. Percy flushed a little and also looked away. Mordred knew that her stupid little sister probably planned some waterworks to get out of trouble. Mordred decided not to mention that her plan did work, just not the way she expected. Line break. Rather quickly, the others tracked down where Chiron was. Far down the mountain, between two crevices, they found the oracle. She was currently twitching, a certain red spear impaling her to a rock formation. Chiron seemed completely unsure of what to do. Mr. D, on the other hand, just watched rather curiously. So, nice throw. Thank you. Arachne responded without a second thought. Mordred smacked her on the back of the head. Don't take the compliment, you idiot. Okay, we're going to gently pull the spear out. Chiron was vocalizing the game plan before Arachne interrupted him. Maybe this is a bad time to say that me spear is meant for killing undead. Arachne bit her lip. Chiron's head snapped to her. Well, she isn't wrong. Mordred confirmed it. Her mum used it to kill a lot of undead over time. That thing is as anti-undead as it can be. The fact that your weird zombie is still even alive is kind of surprising. Chiron let out a long-suffering sigh. How did this even happen? Honestly, you can blame this idiot's mother. Mordred snorted. Chiron, for his benefit, didn't agree with her. Out loud, that is. He didn't want Athena upset with him, despite how true her statement was. Mr. Brunner, what's the deal with the zombie anyways? Percy raised his hand like he was in class. Chiron. The centaur corrected him for what felt like the 100th time. And this is the Oracle of Delphi. Blessed by fate and destiny to deliver prophecies that always come true. However, something happened this past century. Usually, the Oracle dies, and the Oracle is then passed on to a new host who becomes the new Oracle of Delphi. So it's like a title. Arachne tilted her head. More or less. Chiron nodded curtly. As you can see, the Oracle isn't dying as she should. She's cursed. Mr. D added in. Apollo's been upset ever since. He doesn't know who did it. Wasn't it Uncle Hades? Arachne responded in confusion. Even Mr. D did a double take as she blurted that out. What? She seemed even more confused as Chiron and Mr. D were staring at her now. Who else can get away with cursing something with undeath but Uncle Hades round these parts? If anyone else did, he'd be the one offended, wouldn't he? You would just have to tell Uncle about it, and he'd have fixed it 'cause death is his thing. That, and the fact that her spear didn't immediately turn the zombie into dust, meant that the curse on it had to be pretty powerful. At least a god on the level of Hades to keep it still intact and all that. Mr. D raised his hand as if to argue, but suddenly, he had a sort of realization that she wasn't wrong. Everyone knew that Hades treated his job with meticulous care. Compared to other pantheons, Hades was notorious for not allowing any kind of resurrections, or rather, they were so few that they could be counted on one hand. Mr. D just settled on that while taking a drink. Truthfully, he never really gave it any thought. At the end of the day, he just didn't care. Approach. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned towards the impaled oracle on the rock. Approach, approach, approach. Looks like she's broken, better put her out of her misery. Mr. D stated. A will do it. Arachne nodded to herself. A good zombie is a dead zombie. Stop causing problems. Mordred smacked her head again as the younger girl yelped with a pout. Quiet. Chiron raised his voice. Oracle, speak, we're listening. He knew this was too important to interfere with, even trying to save her might disturb the prophecy given. You shall go west and face the god who has turned. The oracle rasped, her body twitched on the spear. You shall find what was stolen and see it safely returned. You shall be betrayed by the one who calls you a friend. And you shall fail to save what matters most, in the end. The twitching zombie went limp on the spear. So, what does that mean? Percy asked. Arachne shrugged. Can I have my spear back, please? They ignored her. So here's an important question. Mr. D spoke up. Was the prophecy intended for the little spider here or the little water brat? Chiron's eyes widened as he hadn't even considered that until now. I'm going to have to consult Lord Apollo. He winced. And he's not going to be happy that his oracle is now. We can hide the evidence. Arachne offered. No one here is a snitch. I'll get my shovel. Mr. D nodded along. Chiron's eye twitched. Just go back to camp, please. He gestured for the two kids to go. We'll talk about things later. Arachne took that as a win and decided to skedaddle before anything like punishments was mentioned. Line break. How does it work? Arachne asked. Percy shrugged. You know. But it's great, isn't it? Kid, this is literally the best thing I've seen since coming to this place. Even Mordred looked enthralled. They had come to the dining pavilion for a snack, but they had been distracted by the thing in front of them. They were all staring at the drink machine that seemed to produce any liquid you could think of, mundane of course. However, that unfortunately also didn't include alcohol. If you're going to get in trouble for something, you may as well do it while stealing this thing and bringing it back home. Mordred told her sister. What are you doing? The familiar voice had the trio turned around to see Annabeth walking over along with Luke, whom they had met the day earlier. Do you need help using that? Luke offered. You just need to say what you want, and it'll dispense it. But how does it work? Arachne asked. Good stuff. Luke blinked, not quite sure on how to answer that. Blue Coke. Percy put a cup in front of the machine and pressed the button, and it began to dispense exactly what he asked for. Holy crap, this is awesome. It wasn't their first time using it, despite Luke's help, they had already figured it out. But they were still just enthralled by it. Moo. Mr. Blueberry, where did you go run off to? Arachne hugged her big fish as he reappeared. Do you want something to drink? Moo. Sorry, Mr. Blueberry, it doesn't work on alcohol. Arachne said sadly. See, can you really understand him? Annabeth asked quietly. Yee. Arachne tilted her head. He's ma familiar, we got a link. I'm not quite sure what that means. Annabeth was still feeling awkward, it felt like her sister lived in a whole different world than her. Knowing so many different things that she had never even heard a whisper of before now. Even now, she looked at the other blonde girl with a mix of trepidation and respect. The small girl barely looked older than her, yet she could do what she did earlier at the lake. All that power, and apparently, she wasn't even a demigod. It was just illogical to her. Well, you can try to get it to dispense some beer or something. It's sort of a game that new campers play to see if they can find some loophole. Luke shrugged. No one's gotten lucky yet, though. Arachne's eyes lit up. Usually, I think I should say something as the adult, but fuck it. Go at it, brat. Mordred gave her tacit approval. Nobody ever accused her of being a good role model. Moo, the big fish, seemed to agree. Arachne interlocked her fingers, stretching her arms. I got this. She raised a finger, and it glowed slightly as she began to write runes onto the device. Slowly, a crowd began to form up around them. Someone's trying to break the machine again. Luke whispered to one of his cabin members. Yeah, she's trying to get it to give alcohol. The whispers picked up as a dozen or two kids all gathered around. What's with the glowing squiggles? I think she's using magic. I've never seen a Hecate kid do something like that before. Isn't magic more like mist stuff and chanting over a pile of dead animals? Arachne focused, tuning it all out as she continued. She knew as soon as she started that this thing was much more complicated in how it worked than first suspected. It was definitely divinely created, even casually at that, so using runecraft to try and jailbreak it was rather difficult, all things considered. Eventually, she stopped in her tracks, with a flourish of her finger, she seemingly finished. However, nothing happened for a beat or two, but no one spoke. Then, the machine started to tremble. A slight shake turned into a tremor, and then it began to violently rock and vibrate in place. It glowed an ethereal light, and the little spider's eyes widened as a burst of energy erupted off it and sent her flying into the nearby wall. There were plenty of gasps or shocked exclamations, but Arachne was barely fazed. Instead, her eyes were still locked on the drink machine that seemingly stopped trembling after the little display. Arachne, Percy was going to ask her if she was okay, but she held up her hand. There was a strange grinding in the machine, then it was as if something exploded, and suddenly, a geyser shot out of the machine's spout. It began to spray everywhere. It's beer. One of the campers yelled out enthusiastically as he licked a drop off his hand. And like that, all hell broke loose as everyone grabbed any containers they could to fill them up. Sure, there was a rather large puddle forming in the pavilion, and the machine seemingly couldn't shut off anymore, but no one cared about those small and unimportant details. Oddly, Mordred only looked at her stupid little sister with pride. Annabeth stared blankly as the beer soaked her hair and her shoes while most of the campers around her scrambled to fill up whatever they could get their hands on. Percy, who didn't really care about drinking, was just having fun in the excitement of what was happening. Arachne stood up, looking proudly at her fellow demigods filling up a literal barrel, and she nodded to herself. For the first time since coming here, she felt kinship with her fellow demigods as a whole. Oddly, something else caught her attention when she too would be enjoying a literal endless supply of beer. A crow swooped down from the air, as if trying to swipe at her. She snatched it from the air before it could actually try and harm her, but as soon as she had it in her grasp, it transformed into a letter. Mordred and Percy seemed to notice, as did Annabeth, who likewise wasn't as caught up in the chaos. "What's that?" Percy asked. "Don't know, it's magical though." Arachne gave it a once-over, making sure there was nothing dangerous about that. "I recognize that, I've seen some of the children of magic use something similar before." Annabeth chimed in. Mordred, who had a mug full, was casually peering over her shoulder as Arachne opened the letter, reading over it. Mordred did a spit take, nearly falling over as she began laughing. It was because her stupid little sister was being challenged to a magic duel. Line break. A/N. Arachne unintentionally or intentionally causes a bit of chaos by existing. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 662, Chapter. Scathack POV. This can't be allowed to continue. My foolish student slammed his hand on the table. Someone take Ela to her bed, she's out cold. The one named Skjor commanded. A few of the members here hefted her up off her seat and carried her downstairs. Well, who else? I set my empty mug on the table. That foolish girl named Ela thought she could outdrink me and called me a milk drinker. Thorum, you go up. My student nudged his friend. There was a round of encouragement. My stomach hurts. He backed away. You fight dragons. He nudged him again. You're the dragonborn. You have the soul of a dragon. A child of Akatosh, you eat dragons for breakfast. Dragonborn. 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 They started to chant. I will fight dragons. I will fight any monsters in Skyrim without fear. Thorum said heroically. I will charge at any foe. A true Nord. Go, Thorum. Except, he didn't move. But, she scares me. Thorum backed away. They all laughed joyfully. But it is strange. Since when did my stupid student have such a wise friend? Or perhaps it was the 5 other men passed out across the room who had challenged me thus far. Come here, my student. I believe it is customary for a victor such as myself to have a fair and delicate beauty on their arm, is it not? I said playfully. There was a brief moment of silence before someone pushed him forward and they all began to laugh again. I happily grabbed him and pulled him into my grasp. I couldn't help myself. He was still that same adorable boy who appeared before me all that time ago in the land of shadows. And these people are good for him. They treat him as a normal person, it's good to keep him grounded. I will make an effort in the future to drag him here more often for his own benefit. Does anyone else dare challenge me, or do you all acknowledge the Lord of Spirits? I swept my gaze around. Amidst the chuckles and good-natured jabs, they all seemed content to idle away the night without further challenge. You haven't won yet. My student pulled away from me, but he nearly fell over himself, only catching himself on the table just barely. I'll bring in my friend, and he'll show you. He used his magic to move somewhere else, disappearing from the room. Perhaps I should make it a rule for him that he is not allowed to use his magic to go elsewhere while drunk, unless it is to go home. Is he coming back? My student's friend asked. There is a chance that he got himself into trouble. I said honestly. Thankfully, he reappeared a few moments later, hastily as well. His hair looked a bit more disheveled this time. And, student, why do you carry a phoenix? I could recognize the legendary bird at a glance, its presence left it hard to mistake it for anything other than its namesake. This is Fox, he'll be your opponent. It wasn't just me, the others in the room seemed to believe that my student had far too much to drink at this point. I questioned where he found such a legendary bird, but knowing my student, his answer would elicit the need to give him a firm beating. Let us retire for the evening, before I could finish, the bird hopped out of his hands and onto the table. It grabbed a bottle of mead with its beak and tilted it up until it drank down every drop under the silent and gobsmacked gaze of every person in the room. It then unceremoniously tossed the bottle to the side and spread its wings out as if asking if I dared challenge it. I stand corrected. I said, sitting back down. Another round of drinks. And a renewed vigor resounded in the hall. Line break. I let out a sigh as I carried my drunken student in my arms. You should be grateful, you foolish boy. Even if it were Satanta, I would have left him face down in the mud. This is a show of my affections for you. I knew he couldn't hear me, he had gone limp and fallen asleep some time ago as I carried him up the wooden stairs of the local tavern. Where he found a legendary bird that could nearly match me in drinking, I can't fathom. I pinched his sleeping cheek. You are lucky that I find that mischievous side of you just as endearing as your other points. What a silly boy. I opened the door to the room I had rented for the night. It was nostalgic, as was this entire realm. Candlelight lit the wooden walls. Furs and stuffed feather bedding lay across uncomfortable wooden logs that made the bed. A small fireplace nearby to ward off the cold. I gently placed him onto the bed, helping him out of the outermost layer of his clothing so he would be more comfortable in his sleep. His sleeping face is cute, is it not? I said out loud. I had noticed her presence as I arrived. The goddess of light native to this land had appeared in the room. Rather, a small piece of her had appeared here. Silently, she moved to sit at the edge of the bed next to him, putting a gentle hand through his hair. Yes. She said softly. It's a contrast to his usual arrogant and perverted self. Her scolding didn't match her true feelings. That was obvious enough to tell. You indulge him too much. I responded. He is the only one I will ever indulge, she replied bluntly. I would rather do it too much now than to think it was not enough far into the future. So similar to me, yet so different. If you only think of the future, you will miss the small joys of the present. That is where true regret lies when you sit alone and think of the past. I felt wistful as I recalled my own tortured time spent all alone. The regrets are the greatest pain, that is what I learned in my immortal existence. You really love him? She stated. Yes. I responded without hesitation. This scat hack's heart fully belongs to him. From the arrogant little shite to the warm and kind-hearted boy to the bloodied warrior. I will gladly give him my everything. Children? She asked, oddly curious. I nodded without a second thought. When he is ready, I will wed him, and we will have children together. When is ready? She asked. She wasn't asking for me, but for herself. How strange it is to have such an ancient being, yet one so ignorant about such things. When he finally slows down. He is young, so very young. I too ran a hand through his hair. Let him have his fun, let him get into trouble, let him be the trouble. I smiled faintly at his sleeping face. Then, when he feels that he has experienced the fruits of freedom and adventure, we will make him a husband and a father, and then we will help him experience the joys of peace. It sounds simple. He is a simple man. I stood up and began to take off my clothing. Come, you take one side, and I will take the other. Let him wake up next morn under our shared warmth. She didn't argue with me as I climbed into the bed with him. It was large enough for all three of us. I was aware she didn't require sleep, but I believe she enjoyed the closeness nonetheless. Line break. Artoria Pendragon POV. Darn it, I know it was Jin who did this. She did it just to spite me, a jest at my expense. I anticipated that she was waiting for me to make a fool of myself so she could laugh at me. I will have vengeance. But I was still in a particular predicament. Avalon will have to assist me. Come, my sacred sheath. What are you doing? I turned to look at Rin, who was sitting in the threshold of the kitchen. I am, nothing. Are you seriously using your sheath to nudge the cookie jar towards you? She asked. Jin put it out of my reach intentionally. I hid my sheath behind my back. If you assist, I will share the bounty with you. Rin snorted and walked over. I'm not exactly the tallest myself. She nudged me off the chair I was standing on. Hand it over, I'll get it down. She really hit it on the back of the fridge. Rin took Avalon from me and managed to push the cookie jar towards the edge and get it down. My prize at last. Thank you, Rin. I smiled happily. She reached into the container and took one for herself. Goddamn, these are good. I just nodded. Reika made them, she has become very good at cooking and baking. Both Rin and I felt it at the same time. Wilhelm came home. The distinct breath of magic that was felt through the house. I felt like he was in the living room. I peeked around the corner to see him sitting with Mordred on the couch in front of the television. Rin also peeked with me. How have you been, Mordred? Still kind of happy to hear that Mom was kicked off a train. She shrugged. Mordred, at least don't say it out loud. Speaking of, want to hear the whole thing? He asked. Nah, I'm in a good mood. I know whatever I hear will piss me off, so I'll wait until later with Father. Wilhelm shrugged this time. Hey, I got something for you. Snacks. She perked up. I too hope it is snacks. I was having some smith work done and had some leftover materials. He took out what looked like a dagger. It's yours if you want it. She looked confused as she took it from him. A dagger. She muttered, pulling it out of its sheath. Huh, looks fancy. It's made from a metal called vibranium. Basically, it absorbs kinetic force, and it's magic resistant. So, with enough force, you can probably stab mages through defensive spells. Or surprise them by throwing it at their faces. Mordred snorted. Shit, that sounds really expensive. Seriously, you're just giving this to me? Why? Wilhelm shrugged again. I thought it would make you happy. Mordred paused, looking at him strangely. Seriously? Wilhelm looked confused this time, then it seemed like realization dawned on him. Mordred. I'm not actually trying to be a parent to you. We both know that's definitely not something you want or need. Jokes about being your mom aside. But I care about the relationship we have, and I will do my best to take care of you. Mordred stared at him silently, seemingly not knowing what to say. If things continue as they are, one day I'll marry Artoria. I will spend my entire life with her. That means we're family. He smiled. I could feel my heart flutter. Mordred became flustered. Idiot. She huffed indignantly. And she. Oh my. I didn't expect she would hug him. It was quick, barely a beat. If I blinked, I think I would have missed it. I pulled back into the kitchen and felt a little guilty for spying on them. You know, I can understand why you like Schweinorg. I mean, objectively speaking, it's hard to say he isn't handsome. He's rich. He's powerful. From a Magus perspective, he has a very old bloodline there too. Granted, he isn't really my type for other reasons. But I think I swooned a little bit there. Rin said rather plainly. But I think she was just teasing me. I dare say you prefer silver hair and an ample bosom. I responded. Ah, you bitch. She huffed, her face turning a slight red. Rin, I have a strange feeling in my chest. I told her, ignoring her vulgarity. She raised an eyebrow. Are you sure it's not between your legs? That depends. What does it mean when you desire to have children with someone? I tilted my head. Oh my God, you're such a pervert now. She flushed a bit more. I just smiled. God, he would be a good father though. Rin clicked her tongue. Yes, he most certainly would. Perhaps it is time to take a step towards that sooner rather than later. Line break. Wilhelm POV. You look like you did not sleep well. I looked up to see Artoria walking towards me. What gave it away? I grunted, laying my head against the tree in the front yard. I couldn't help but let out a yawn. I don't seem to have good sleep after a long night of drinking. She smoothed out her skirt and knelt next to me. I was a little surprised that she leaned in and kissed me without a warning. Not that I would ever be unhappy about it. At least you seem to be in a good mood. Yes, I suppose I am. She smiled beautifully. Do you have any plans today? Unfortunately. I grunted. If it is something you dislike, shall I accompany you? I wouldn't say no, but you may not want to come with. I scrunched my nose before letting out a sigh. I was going to visit my old school. She paused. Is that so? What? I have faith you will not try to blow it up. Where did that come from? I was simply reaffirming my faith in you. She said innocently. I pinched her cheek as she puffed up cutely. I was going to give Venelana's daughter a few potions. She had that whole rating game thing coming up. Venelana asked me for them, but I figured it would be a nice way to apologize for the way I treated them the last time we met. I am aware. We have spoken about it, and she keeps us informed of what's going on with things she is knowledgeable about. Artoria nodded. I think it is very mature of you to take this matter upon yourself. I know that Venelana will be very happy that you did so. Are you still willing to come with me then? I lifted up the back of her skirt. Pink today. Her lips twitched, and she playfully poked at my chest. I will of course accompany you, Wilhelm. Well, there's no time like the present. I stood up, taking out my phone to check the time. School should have ended a little bit ago, which means they will most likely be at their little club. I had the vague recollections of their occult research club. A bit on the nose considering everything, but who am I to judge there? My goblin sword is named Greed. I don't think I have any room to talk. I jumped to my feet and lightly smacked my cheeks. All right, let's go. I took her hand and opened a quick portal. Line break. Truthfully, I think I was abrupt about it because if I gave myself time to mull it over, I would make an excuse so I didn't have to come back here. I had very few good memories about this place. You did not just magically display us in public, did you? Artoria asked as students walked by. Nope, don't worry. I've gotten pretty good at casting illusions around myself without triggering my own magic resistance. However, I didn't tell her that I made us both look like a certain cat girl to anyone with a smidgen of supernatural senses that could see through the surface illusion. This is where you attended your studies. She looked around curiously. It does not appear to be a bad institution for learning. No, on a fundamental level, it's one of the best schools in the country. I would freely admit that. I'm just not a big fan of the people. She grabbed my hand, and it helped me calm down a bit. Being here brought up some weird anxiety in me that I hadn't felt in a while. I had a feeling that I was going to be waking up in a cold sweat in the future thinking I forgot to do certain schoolwork and it was due that morning. I didn't intend to take a trip down memory lane here. I kind of just wanted to get this over with and leave. My nostalgia for this place was minimal at the moment. Going inside, it's like my instincts took over. I could navigate the halls with my eyes closed from how many years I spent in this place. Thankfully, the Occult Research Club room wasn't very far away. And perhaps, I moved with too much haste. The door to the club room wasn't even locked, so I guessed there were people inside. Well, it's not like I'm exactly shy, I just barged right in. There was only one person inside. Well, this is awkward. I looked at the cat girl that we looked similar to right now. If I say we're your long-lost twins, will you believe it? Wouldn't it be triplets? Kaneko tilted her head. I pondered that. Would the vernacular be triplets? We're your long-lost triplets. That just sounds weird. I can smell you, you know. She spoke up again. I know who you are. Bribe? I asked. Offer, she replied immediately. Would you like some cookies? Artoria offered, to my surprise. She doesn't usually play along, though I guess it's harmless. She held out a small container of, were those the cookies Reika made? Accepted. Kaneko took them with a blank look on her face, scooting over from where she sat on the couch in the room so I and Artoria joined her. This was a weird greeting, but who cares? Shit. What? Artoria looked at me. I forgot to send Fox back home. Who? She blinked. Welp, I guess I'll deal with that later, because I heard people approaching, and the door swung open again. It was the rest of their little group. Rias, Issei, Akino, and Kiba. They sort of froze as they saw three Kanekos all sitting together in the room. Era, Kaneko. I didn't know you had more siblings. Akino looked at us. Though, by the way she wasn't freaking out, I presume she wasn't assuming the worst. I made the illusion look the same as her as well. The deadpan, blank look as she ate a cookie, both Artoria and I were a near-perfect copy. Oh wow, that's weird. Issei commented. Kaneko, who are your friends? Rias asked. I stood up. I'm your fairy godmother, I'm here to help you in your raiding game. I declared. There was a beat of silence as she studied me for a moment. Alright, how are you going to do that? Didn't expect her to just accept it so easily. But I came prepared. Venilana wanted healing potions. I got something better. I slapped a heavy container on the table in front of me and flipped the lid open. The Anzio anti-material sniper rifle. It fires 20 by 102 mm rounds at 1006 meters per second. Capable of piercing through armored vehicles, both aerial and ground. Weighing over 59 kilograms with a length of 2 meters. Capable of exploding heads at over 5,000 meters. The table collapsed under the weight. But they just stared at the gun, more like a cannon, that was placed in front of them. I definitely didn't steal it. And no one can prove it, especially S.H.I.E.L.D. I want it. Kaneko said bluntly. You're goddamn right you do. I tossed it to the tiny girl, who casually lifted it up with one hand. And just like that, I saved the raiding game. I'm sure Venilana will be ecstatic. I didn't steal it. And no one can prove otherwise. Line break. A/N. Wilhelm, guns solve all your problems. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 663, Chapter. The silence means that my gift was well received. Clearly, they were just too grateful to speak. The funniest thing is that the smallest member of their little group was also the strongest, physically speaking. Seeing her hold a gun that both weighed more than her and was probably more than twice her length was amusing. I'm a good influence on people. Maybe I could give Kunu a portable cannon too. Go commit crimes with that. I gave her my blessing. Okay. She nodded happily. No. Rias cut in. Kaneko, you're not allowed to use that thing, ever. Hand it over. The cat girl hissed. Don't you dare hiss at me. Rias took on a stern tone. Hand it over. Don't make me get the spray bottle. That seems mildly racist. Does that seem racist to anyone else? I asked. Threatening a cat girl with a spray bottle. It appears offensive to me. Artoria nodded as well. It's not racist. Rias defended. I have an actual spray bottle. I mean, confirming that it's real doesn't help your case. I side-eyed her. That's not what I meant. She stomped her foot. It works. Yeah, and I'm sure if I threatened a person of color with a whip, it would get them to do what I say too. That doesn't make it not racist. I responded. She just gaped at me. She already punches holes through walls if she wants, why does a gun make a difference? Issei asked. He raises an oddly intelligent and well-thought-out point. I look at Artoria. Are we sure we're the only ones disguised in here? Anyways, who else wants some illegal firearms? Rias ran a hand down her face. Wilhelm, please don't give anyone else in my peerage a gun. How did you know it was me? I looked at her skeptically. Lucky guess. She deadpanned. I feel like I should be offended for some reason. I snapped my fingers and dispelled the illusion. You saw through it, didn't you? Rias let out a harumph and crossed her arms. Well, credit where it's due at least. It was by no means a strong illusion, but I know for a fact if it were months ago, she most certainly wouldn't have been able to. This is Artoria. I made sure to introduce her. Greetings. She gave a small, polite nod. Wouldn't want her to feel awkward, she's careful towards social niceties. Even if they knew who she was, not introducing her and having her just sit there amidst everything would make her feel uncomfortable. I don't think I expected to see you here like this. Ria spoke up, her tone was measured. To be fair, I didn't think I would come back. I took my seat at Artoria's side again. The others seemed to awkwardly move to sit opposite of us. They didn't seem to know how to act around me, which is mostly my fault for how I laid into them the last time we met. That isn't something you just laugh off even if you can roll your eyes at it later. Hell, I'm sure if I was their age and someone just took a knife to stab at all my weak spots, my insecurities, and my failures, I would be a lot less polite than they are. Well, don't worry, I don't plan to burn down the school. For now. That wasn't my concern, but now it is. She said dryly. Do you have any idea how much work was put into rebuilding it after Kokabeel? Do you? I questioned right back at her, because I'm fairly sure she didn't have a hand on it. She let out a huff. I saw all the work done, it looked like a lot. I wonder if I can claim innocence and have them act as my witnesses if the student council room just suddenly blows up while I'm here. Will anyone believe that? Why, exactly are you here? Rias broached the subject finally. After the blowout you had with Lord Bale, everyone's been saying that you cut ties completely with devils. Other than, my mom. She said the last bit forcibly. Right, at my last meeting with Zekrom at his home, I intentionally made it look like I was furious when I left, throwing a proverbial tantrum in my wake. Venelana did a good job with her, my expression reveals nothing, but you can clearly tell I'm not pleased, face that all mothers seem to possess. That was the point, to make it look like I didn't have any ties. Glad to hear that it worked, even if Rias took it as belief. I'm filling in for Santa this year. I told her. I'm pretty sure Santa doesn't give out guns. Maybe you were just never good enough to get one, did you ever consider that? I shot back. Wait, do devils even celebrate Christmas? I didn't, as a traditional Japanese household, but I inherited that stuff from my gramps. Santa can be rearranged into Satan. Akino spoke up. Her brother rides around on a sleigh every year for the kids. Why am I not surprised they stole another thing and twisted it into something stupid? I'll never forgive the devils for stealing Super Sentai and making their cheap knockoff. Did Mom tell you to come and visit? Rias asked, veering us back on track as she asked me pointedly. She did not. I leaned back, pursing my lips. She did ask me to buy some of my stronger healing potions for you, though. I figured I would give you some myself as an apology. Apology? She raised an eyebrow. For the last time we met, I was needlessly aggressive and rude. Just a smidge, but I think that made everyone sort of relax a little. It's honestly amazing what a simple apology can accomplish when you're in the wrong. Era Schweinordkuen. Akino giggled. I heard that the Yukai have been selling some potions lately, but not many people can get their hands on them. The benefits of knowing the boss. I waved it off. Actually, I don't think people knew that I was technically the source. Though, they also had their own source at this point. Yasaka has been continuing her trading in Skyrim even after the war ended. I doubt the other factions realize just how much money the Yukai have at this point. Granted, a lot of it is being used to clean up the aftermath of the war. Things like repairs, replacement, and of course payments to everyone who participated. I think she mentioned she was giving the families of the deceased a bonus as well so they didn't have to worry about working for several years to mourn properly. So, how many healing potions do you want? There's a diminishing effect the more you take in quick succession, so I wouldn't really consider more than 3 per person to be worthwhile. I jumped right into it, setting several bottles on what remained standing upright on the now broken table. Ah, Wilhelm. Rias looked happy for a brief moment but then frowned. You know we can't use all these, right? I tilted my head in confusion, and realization set in. Rules against it. She nodded her head. We're only allowed one healing item of a type. One Phoenix tier, for instance. Though, that's usually the only healing item because healing items are rare and usually very expensive. What about a sacred gear that could technically heal? She shrugged. That's still one item, isn't it? Fair. Healing spells. Again, each spell would technically be one item. I nodded, guessing the answer again. I just wanted to clarify for my own interest. So, it's to stop people from winning due to nepotism and wealth. Pretty much. Though, a lot of non-pillar families can't even afford a Phoenix tier normally. They wouldn't waste it on a raiding game. Ah, still got to cater to the nobles then. So, the rule is specifically healing items? I asked. Yes. She said hesitantly. Here's a regeneration potion too, the strongest I got. It's different than a normal healing potion, it provides a steady regenerative effect rather than a burst of healing that you would expect. Phew. Rias let out a strange noise of surprise. That should technically be alright. Here's a fortifying health potion. It's a temporary burst of healing, in that the healing it provides, while very strong compared to the others, is undone once the effect ends. It also comes with a side effect of pain. Well, what's the point of rules if not to find a way around them? As a proper magus, it is my duty to find loopholes in any set of rules. And you said healing potions in particular. I set more on the ground because what remained of the table was now filled. Stamina potion. Drink this, it will be like a second wind, providing another burst of vigor and relaxing muscles and fatigue in the process. But once the effect ends, you'll be hit by it all at once. Don't take more than 2 in a short time frame, your body will collapse after the second, and if you try a third, there could be actual harm. She was still just staring sort of blankly. I think I shocked her into silence. But I wasn't done. There weren't many times in my life where I got to throw around my own wealth for nepotism purposes. A fortified destruction potion. I placed it down in front of them. I'm glad they were labeled properly because I don't know if she was hearing everything I said. It increases the output of elemental-based magic for a short period at the expense of an exponential increase in your consumed magic and stamina to cast. I'm kind of sad that these things have so little effect on me at this point. I didn't tell them that there was a diminished effect the stronger you get because they weren't at that stage where it would matter. A fortify strength potion. The same as the magic one, but obviously physical strength. I set that one on the ground too. It's unfortunate that these ones can't be mass-produced, the materials are too rare and expensive even if they can be individually grown. One of the ingredients sucks up too many nutrients in the ground, and if you plant 2 of the same ones close, one of them will devour the other. Lots of weird things like that, which makes it difficult. And here's a good one. A resist fire potion. Exactly as the name says, it gives you a good deal of resistance against the element of fire for its duration. It's not omnipotent, so don't think you can jump into a volcano or something with it on. I tossed that one right into her hands. Was there anything else worth noting? Ah. I snapped my fingers. Here's a funny idea. I set one last potion on the ground with the others. A water breath potion, just flood the area to drown everyone if you can nip their flying. Or cast a spell that encases everyone in a big ball of water and drown them that way. I shrugged. I wasn't their strategist, I was just giving them options. Anyways, there you go. I leaned back. Artoria gave me a warm smile, basically telling me I did a good job. They sort of just silently stared at the pile of potions now. I have an important question. Rias finally opened her mouth. Yes. Are you helping because you feel guilty, or because you're taking joy out of making a mockery of our raiding games? That was an oddly perceptive question for her to ask. When did she get so smart? 30:70, I answered. Then I'll gladly take them without feeling like you're pitying me. She perked up. If it was pity, would you reject them? I asked her. No, my pride would just be in shambles. Now I can do it with a clear conscience. She said honestly. At this point, I would pray to you-know-who every day if it meant I wouldn't have to marry Riser. Ah, desperation, the enemy of pride. Thank you. She spoke again. You said Mom asked you, but this is way beyond what she probably meant. It makes me feel weird getting thanked by her. Let me see your gear, I'll enchant it. I waved off her thanks. If it needs it, obviously. What do you mean? Rias asked, looking confused. Armor, weapons, anything really. I can enchant it, maybe some anti-fire effects. Or something that does more damage against fire elements. I rubbed my chin. I just need to see what I have to work with first. Again, assuming I even needed to help there. I don't have armor. Or weapons. Pardon. I blinked. You don't have what? I don't wear armor, and I don't use a weapon. I took a moment to digest that. What, exactly do you fight in then? She looked at me, then looked down at herself. I held a hand up because I felt like she was about to answer. Please, don't tell me you're going to fight in your school uniform. She didn't reply, but the look on her face said it all. I pushed my thumbs against my temples, rubbing them far harder than I should. Be nice. Be nice. Be nice. Be nice. I took a deep breath. I can understand, in some cases, the lack of a weapon. Serorg, for instance, a pair of gauntlets he could reasonably acquire would probably hold him back. However, for you all, why are you not wearing armor? I just, never really considered it. Rias tried to defend herself. And wouldn't armor be too bulky? Armor doesn't mean a full set of plate mail armor like you're a traditional knight. I cut her off there. Be nice. Artoria, can I please tag you in here? You're significantly more articulate and knowledgeable about this than I am. I would be happy to assist. Artoria responded, eyes turning to her. Young man, you appear to be a swordsman, yes. She looked at Kiba. Kiba was also a rather quiet boy. That's right. He nodded. Do you wear wrist guards, gauntlets, or any sort of material to protect your hands and arms? No. He shook his head. Are you aware that the hands, wrists, and arms are the most vulnerable parts of your body for a swordsman? She kept her polite and even tone. Wouldn't that be a dishonorable method to win by? He asked in return. Is it? Artoria raised an eyebrow. If your opponent shows a weakness, do you not exploit it? If you are faster, do you slow down for their benefit? Will you call foul play if they are stronger? There are, of course, foul and dishonorable methods to fighting, even a foe you despise. But to aim at an unarmored arm to disable them is no different than to disarm them of their weapon or to break it entirely. She was much nicer about it than me. I just wanted to yell at them to stop being idiots. But, don't you just wear regular clothes? Issei asked, raising his hand and then pointing at me. I think all the videos I saw were of you wearing something like you are right now. Yeah. Rias jumped up to agree with him, as if finding a string of logic to grasp onto. First. I held up a finger. I do have armor. The scale mail of the boosted gear. Second, my physical body is strong enough that I am highly confident that you are unable to find any armor that can reasonably accommodate me there. And third, what makes you think my clothes are normal? I stood up, straightening my collar and my tie, then I jabbed my thumb at the cat girl. She could shoot me with her cannon, and it wouldn't even tear the fabric, much less make a hole. They looked at me, then their eyes trailed over to the side. I followed it and realized she was pointing the massive gun at me. Perhaps an error had been made here. I may or may not have given her the loaded gun. With dust rounds in particular. I scrunched my nose as I heard the mechanical click of the trigger mechanism and the resounding, thunderous explosion of the bullet firing. The glass windows in the room shattered, partly because of the noise and shockwave and partly because it sent me flying out, one in particular. I lay on my back, pressed against the grass as I looked up at the second story of the building that now had a huge hole in it. I asked for that in more ways than one. I sighed. When I said to go commit crimes, I meant against other devils. Specifically, not me. Wilhelm. I tilted my head back to see who called me. Serorg. Speak of the devil. What are you doing here? I rolled over and pushed myself up, brushing off the dirt. I ignored the shouts of panic that were coming from inside the building. I could ask you the same question. He smiled happily. God, he really does remind me of Thorum. I reached out my hand, and he shook it with enthusiasm. Delivering some potions to help Rias not cheat during the raiding game. I heard a gunshot. I may have also given Kaneko a very big gun and invited her to shoot me with it. I admitted. He looked contemplative for a moment. I hadn't thought about that. A powerful gun might be helpful to them, and it's not against the rules. Yes, that's the reason I gave it to her, nothing else. How about you? I've been helping her train for a while. He laughed. I had free time today, so I was coming over to help again. Oh, no wonder they felt a bit better than the last time I saw them. He followed me back inside, where I could hear Rias shouting. My club room. She screeched. You shot Wilhelm. You blew up my club room. Kaneko just had a blank look on her face, like she hadn't done anything wrong. I can't hear anything, is that normal? Issei shouted, in a tone-deaf way. Artoria was sitting politely in the middle of all of it with the same casual disregard for the chaos. I twirled my wand between my fingers. Reparo. The room began to fix itself. Even the glass bottles, which had been shattered, were pulled back together, and the liquids returned to where they should be. While the spell can't repair magical things, putting a magical thing back into place was easy like this. Rhea stopped her ranting immediately. Oh, hey, Serorg. Seriously, I can't hear anything except a ringing in my ears. Issei shouted. I grabbed one of the newly repaired healing potions, uncorked it, and splashed his face with it before sitting back down. He made a noise of complaint, but he quickly calmed down once he realized it had worked. Hey Rias. Serorg took everything in stride. That is a big gun. It's mine, no touching. Kaneko put it behind her protectively. He looked around and just nodded. Alright, let's get started with today's training. Wilhelm, do you want to help? Normally, I think I would reject him. I can't say things aren't still awkward, and it wasn't really the best point in time to rectify that. I know Serorg meant well, and he probably didn't read the room all that much in the few moments he had joined. However, I looked at the cat girl at the side. She looked up at me, and I saw that little smug tug of her lips. Rias, hand over the spray bottle. Line break. A/N. Something, Avalon plus Serorg equals healed mom maybe. Also, Wilhelm isn't going to take an active part in things, despite hanging around for a bit longer. He's not going to have a hand in her peerage or anything like that. Frankly, his help right now is partly as an apology for how he acted before, with a significant part being that he's happy to fuck with the rules and customs of the raiding games because he thinks they're stupid. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above with the same name. Chapter 664, Chapter Artoria Pendragon POV. Perhaps, this was not what I expected when Wilhelm agreed with the young man's request to join in on their training. I had no qualms about staying to watch. I felt it was very beneficial for Wilhelm to take a breather and to spend time with others around his age. I was aware of the pressing concerns he was currently facing, but just as well, it was not something that required immediate action. However, I did not expect this in particular. Aquamenti. 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 He used his wand to continuously shoot a stream of water at the young Yukai girl. Naya. I briefly considered if I should intervene, but it was truly unwise for her to shoot Wilhelm in such a way, even if he wouldn't be harmed. He looked to be enjoying himself either way, and it was pleasant to see him acting carefree with everything he normally carries on his shoulders. Even if he was using his time to seemingly bully a young girl 10 years younger than him. Aquamenti. Stop throwing water at me. It's called training, learn to dodge. Naya. He was not incorrect. How long does Wilhelm intend to spray water at Kaneko? I looked at the one who asked. It was Venelana's daughter. He will get it out of his system shortly. I informed her. It was amusing to see them all. Nostalgic. These children were still young and training. It reminded me of my own youth. Yash. Serorg clapped his hands. Alright guys, get warmed up. Stretching is important, and do some running to get your body nice and loose. Don't want to get a strained muscle so close to your raiding game. A wise sentiment. I nodded in praise. Many with such strength overlook basic thoughts. Ha. He laughed happily. Well, they're going to need it. Gotta push them as far as possible, and a healthy body is needed for that. The small group began to run around the field. Are you not going to join them? I asked. I was already training before I came over. My body is good to go. He gave a thumbs up. He is excitable. He reminds me of Wilhelm's other friend. Oh, you want to come out, Reg? He spoke, and I was confused for a moment. With a burst of light, another figure appeared next to him. I tilted my head as I scanned the new figure. It wasn't human, it seemed to be a cat-like creature but didn't seem to be a Yukai either. Ah, I recognized him. Yo. The Nemean lion waved politely. I believe he preferred to be called Regulus. Greetings. Mind helping me with something? He asked. I furrowed my brow. I am unsure what I am capable of assisting you with. I just need you to talk some sense into this idiot. He jabbed his thumb at Serorg. Huh. Serorg looked confused too. He's focused too much on punching harder or getting stronger. The Nemean lion explained. He hit a wall, and I keep telling him to practice his skills, but he just keeps taking it as getting stronger. And you believe I can help? I asked him. Yeah, I could smell it a mile away. He nodded. You're really strong. I'm pretty sure you could kick his ass without even using your full power. Really? Serorg looked, excited more than insulted. I furrowed my brow again because I wasn't entirely sure what he meant when he asked for help. I apologize, I am still confused. He means Sai seems to be stuck in the mindset that more power is better. Wilhelm came over, holding the Yukai girl by the collar. Isn't it? Serorg looked confused this time. Yeah, what Drake's host said. Regulus said. I'd ask him, but he's a lot like this idiot, so it might not sink in. I believe I understand now. The realization came to me. You have trained yourself well, focusing on getting as strong as you can, gaining power. But you have yet to temper it finally. Yeah, that. Regulus snapped his fingers. Didn't know how best to say it in human terms. A lion isn't just strength, it's a predator. He should be at about that point where it's what he should be doing. Wilhelm rubbed his chin. I heard that you unlocked your Tuki by training, which, according to Yasaka, is a feat in and of itself. It's not strange that you trained yourself to be able to unleash as much of that power as possible. But physical training isn't the same as refining it. He speaks the truth. I do not mind spending a few minutes to assist. I stood up. Some exercise would not be remiss, and the atmosphere was pleasant. Dare I say, it sounded fun. Rin has told me that I should focus on having more fun. Is this what she meant? Line break. Wilhelm POV. Artoria looked oddly happy. But I wasn't surprised that Sai already hit that kind of wall. Everyone takes different routes forward. Some take technique all the way to the peak, some just take pure power. Sai was more the pure power type, and he's hitting a wall, so Regulus seems to want him to start honing himself skill-wise. It's more a natural instinct for someone like Regulus, so he couldn't express himself well in that regard. It's basically the question, does it matter how many mountains you can punch through if someone that can't destroy a single mountain can defeat you? Apparently, Sai has been focused too much on the wanting to increase how many mountains he can punch through type of power seeking, so he's sort of out of balance. Actually, it reminded me of how I met Lancelot in the France Singularity. He had 2 instances of mad enhancement layered on him, and it completely dulled his skills to the point where he was actually weaker than if he had no mad enhancement despite it giving him significantly more power. Both he and Artoria stepped a bit away as she took out a random sword she seemed to keep inside her bracelet. A good-looking sword, but not one of her noble phantasms or Caliban. She summoned her armor, looking ready for a fight. And while she had a serious look on her face, I knew her enough that it was one of enjoyment. Hey, Drake's host. Regulus looked at me. Yeah. I tossed the cat girl I was still holding away. Not hard, I made sure her fall was caught before she just face-planted into the ground, but her surprised hiss was rather funny. I had to flick my wand at her and shoot another stream of water because she was going for a gun. Why does that girl smell like Drake? He asked. Well, when a man and woman love each other. He scoffed. I know the difference between that and the smell of Drake by itself. I pursed my lips. He glanced at me and then shrugged. Well, whatever. I guess it's not really any of my business. Serorg charged at her, and she casually sidestepped his powerful bounce. The force of it kicked up a gust of wind that blew my hair back from here. He threw a flurry of punches, each of them was probably enough to demolish half the school if they landed, yet Artoria gracefully navigated between each one. Sometimes she used her blade to deflect them, or to poke at an opening to force him to shift his punch, or just plain dodged. He is really good, you know. I commented. He didn't have a proper teacher, yet he got to this point. I couldn't imagine where I would be if I never went to find Scathack. Of course. That idiot only knows how to train and fight. Regulus snorted. But that has its own set of problems. I said quietly. Yeah, I could see the problem more in depth after Regulus pointed it out. Artoria, with a fraction of her strength, was picking him apart with ease. Pure skill was one issue, but not the entire thing. Sai was just too focused on power. It was an honest mistake to make, especially for someone who is self-taught. I would help, but I don't think I'm a particularly good teacher for this. Things like this, I had to have them very thoroughly beat into me early on. Now, if it were a magic problem or something like that, I'm your man. Tell Sai that he can go to Asgard for training if he wants after this. They'd be happy to help him out, Odin too. They owe him a bit of a debt regardless, but even so, just drop my name and it shouldn't be a problem. He can bring his peerage for training too. I'll tell him, but he's a stubborn idiot. As long as he knows what's wrong, he'll probably figure things out himself. Regulus shrugged. Yeah, he is stubborn from what I know of him. Is Sai fighting? Rias and her group seemed to finish with whatever warm-up they were having. Sai is a little preoccupied for the moment. He was really focusing now. There was a look of frustration on his face. It wasn't directed at Artoria, but at himself. Don't distract him. Rias let out a sigh. He was supposed to train us. I looked at her and the others and let out my own long sigh. I'll help out this once. I had no plans to help, to be honest. I didn't want to help, I was uncomfortable being here this long. But Sai always treated me like we were friends. I could swallow my own annoyance this once to help him out. And I thought today was going to be boring. Regulus chuckled, lying down on his side as he yawned. You'll train us? Ria seemed surprised. Well, I guess for her it is surprising. I never made it a secret how I didn't enjoy their presence, even if I was trying to be nicer. The handsome is going to train us. Compared to your cousin, he doesn't seem like he trains as much. Issei grumbled. And you volunteered to be first. Flare your aura and try to punch me. He hesitated. Go ahead, Issei. Rias reassured him. Partly out of encouragement, and I think partly because she wanted to smack him upside the head. The kid had a habit of not holding his tongue when he should. It was really going to bite him in the ass one day. Not that I had any room to talk, but I was generally able to take responsibility when I ran my mouth. Fine, all right. Issei took a stance, like he was ready for a fight. The nervousness was written across his face. He swallowed and charged at me, throwing a punch at my face. Credit where it was due, he was significantly improved compared to the last time I saw him fight. Granted, the significant improvement didn't mean much to someone like me, but he wasn't absolutely hopeless. I caught it with ease. I raised my leg and kicked him. He went sliding across the grass as I controlled my strength, and his aura took the blow. Up again. I gestured to him. If you stop, you're dead. If you stay down for more than a breath, I'm going to have Kaneko shoot you. I pointed to the girl who had snuck away to take her gun back. Pew pew. Kaneko said with a blank face, aiming at Issei. His eyes widened, and he leapt at me again. Rough, I told him as he kept throwing punches at me. And you don't use kicks, you're acting like a brawler. Considering you were a normal kid not long ago, I can't really fault you there, but it's going to fuck you over the further you go. I kicked the back of his heel, making him fall on his butt. And your use of aura is still at the novice level. He jumped up at me again as I pointed to Kaneko. I let him swing a few times before he was knocked back on his ass. He got back up and charged at me again, but this was repeated over a dozen times before he started to get winded. Get up or get shot, your choice. He got up again, and I knocked him on his ass again. I wasn't actually just being an asshole. I was trying to teach him a lesson. He got much slower as his breathing increased, and he was sweating hard. Damn bastard. He gritted his teeth and swung at my jaw again. That's the spirit. I chuckled and knocked him on his ass again. How many times was it now? I lost count. Eventually, he completely tired out and couldn't push himself up off the ground. With a resounding boom, Kaneko shot him. I didn't even have to tell her to do it. Kaneko. Rias cried out as Issei was blown away by the cannon in her arms. Good job, Kaneko. Issei groaned from a few dozen feet away, lying prone on the ground. They ran to his side, but I rolled my eyes. His aura took it, stop worrying. I wouldn't actually let her seriously harm him. All right, Kiba, you're next. I pointed at him. He was much more reserved. Frankly, he was the only one in Rias's peerage that I had a modicum of appreciation for. He had proper training, and he had well-earned skill in swordsmanship. It was still a bit immature all around, but that wasn't entirely his fault, just a consequence of his age and lack of experience. Someone who trains too much and lacks actual combat experience, I would guess. Are we going to spar? He asked, using his sacred gear to produce a sword in his hand. You're probably the most skilled out of everyone in your group. I crossed my arms. But did you know you have the same problem that everyone else in your group does? Oh. He raised an eyebrow, seemingly taking silent offense to that statement. Well, I think he was mad I was belittling his group rather. I released my spiritual pressure on him and only him. His eyes widened, and his legs trembled. He couldn't move. I could more or less measure how much he could withstand, and I did about 50% more than that. The ground beneath him cracked and flattened. The sword in his hand dropped as I increased it ever so slightly. And I began to gradually let it increase as I walked up to him. I leaned on him as he was forced to kneel. Lay one hand on me. Touch me at all with any part of your body, and I'll consider it your win. If you do, I'll give you something that will help you in your little raiding game to win. I increased the spiritual pressure another notch. He struggled. I could see it in his eyes, he was really trying hard, but he couldn't move a muscle. I think it took a moment for my words to settle in under the mental and physical strain he was experiencing. But even so, he trembled and grit his teeth, but his body seemingly wasn't responding how he wanted. He collapsed to the ground, and I released the pressure as he began to gasp for breath. Next. I pointed at Kaneko. My turn. I'm going to punch you in the face. She held up her little fist with a deadpan expression still. She definitely didn't hesitate, she was more than willing to punch me in the face. With a small burst of shuanpa, I appeared behind her and yawned. How are you going to punch anything with that slow speed, kitten? She growled and tried to punch me again, but with another burst of shuanpa, I avoided it. Would it be offensive if I called it cat and mouse? She couldn't lay a single hand on me as I purposely narrowly dodged every attack of hers at the last second. Oh, her frustration was growing, and funnily enough, she was putting out more power with her growing anger. Stay still. She growled, huffing as she missed again. How about you stop being so slow? Do you think every opponent is going to sit still and let you hit them? Your strength that you pride yourself on is pointless if you can't land a blow. I lightly kicked her little butt, making her hit the ground. You have the exact opposite issue as the stupid swordsman in your peerage. Don't call Kiba stupid. She jumped at me again, but I caught her wrist and flung her to the side. He lacks stamina and strength. You lack speed and agility. I looked at Rias. Do you see the problem here, Rias? She bit her lip and didn't answer, but she wasn't stupid, she understood what I was getting at. Kaneko was a rook, which increased her physical strength. Kiba was a knight, which increased his speed. Rather than shore up their weaknesses, they just further improved their strengths and neglected everything else. It's not wrong to focus on one's strengths, but if you only focus on them, then you give yourself a weakness. I grabbed Kaneko out of the air as she tried to leap at me again. I grabbed her and held her up to where Artoria and Sai were still fighting. Look at them. Look at Artoria, is she fast to you? To Kaneko's eyes, her movements must have looked like a blur half the time. But it wasn't wrong to say Artoria was very fast. Here's a little secret for you. Artoria isn't a speed fighter. Her type of swordsmanship relies on overpowering her opponent. I dropped the cat girl to the ground. I flicked her forehead. Your turn is over. Akino, you're up next. Era, are you going to be rough with me too? She looked at me coyly. I took out my wand. I'll only use 3 different spells of the lowest level. Her eyes twitched a little, I just hurt her pride significantly. Fine. She clearly was keeping her easygoing smile up forcibly. Then let's see if you can handle me with 3 spells. She held her hands out. Lightning rush. The magic circles emerged and glowed bright as a wave of lightning danced across the ground at me. A wide area attack that made use of the terrain to stop someone from dodging, or at least that was the intention I could glean from it. Finite incantatum. I countered as my counterspell collided with her lightning spell and dispersed it into nothingness. Locomotor Wibbly. I hit her with a little jink spell, something Kunu is probably learning during classes. It made her legs wobbly, like jelly, and she fell over. She looked honestly astonished. I don't know why. It was no secret that at this point, I was a very good spellcaster to much of the world. Lightning barrage. She shouted as she pushed herself back up, the jinx physically dispelled. This time, it was like many bolts of lightning that were shot at me. I walked at her. Finite. It was the same spell as before, just an altered phrase changes it from an area of effect to a single target. I used my wand to bat them away with each cast of it. Her magic circles increased, and she continued to throw lightning spells at me as I approached. But I continued to jinx her with the jelly legs jinx. Until I got right up into her face. Ibublio. I cast around us, encasing both of us together in a big ball of water. Another low-level spell. Something Kunu would also be picking up sometime soon. It was a jinx, like the jelly-legged spell. Jinx, hex, curse. That's how they define the levels of offensive spells in the world Kunu is staying in, more or less. Kids threw jinxes at each other for amusement. She focused on lightning spells, I could relate. I wouldn't fault her for focusing on one element. But right now, we were both encased in a bubble of water, both of us running out of oxygen. She hesitated to cast a spell. Fly up. I grabbed her collar and didn't let her leave the ground. Either blast us both, or drown. She didn't cast any spells. The bubble around her picked up, and she looked like she reached her limit as I dispelled the water bubble, and she gasped for breath as she collapsed onto the ground. I flicked my wand, casting a household charm spell from that same world. It basically encased me in a burst of warm air, drying me off. Next. I said casually as I looked at Rias. She looked a little intimidated. So, how are we doing this? I considered it. You're basically the same as Akino, and I think Sai has pointed out your flaws in a fight already. Same with the others. She nodded. Yeah, we've been working on that. That's not my purpose, but just a bonus of what I'm doing. So I'll do the same to you as what I've done to them. They were all up, recovered from our little fights, watching hesitantly towards Rias. I took out Mirage and tossed it onto the ground in front of her. Cut off your arm and I'll guarantee you a win in your raiding game. I'll temporarily join your peerage and beat all of Riser's team with ease. Her eyes widened. What? You heard me. Cut off your arm, and I'll grant your biggest desire. Isn't that all you want? To be free of the marriage agreement. Freedom. She was genuinely startled and shocked by my words. Her brain shut down. Was I being serious? Am I making fun of her? Why was I taking my anger out on her? Regulus let out a laugh, a full belly laugh, as he fell onto his back. I was wondering what you were going to do, but this is great. You really are a big softy, aren't you? I felt my lips twitch as I shot him a glare. I let out a sigh as I mentally called my sword back to me. You failed too. Did you expect me to cut my arm off? Rias let out a near scream. What kind of training is that? I unbuttoned my shirt and pulled it open, pointing to a scar on my lower abdomen. Do you see this? Did you get that from a fight? I got that from training a few days ago. I let Scat-Hack run me through so I could land a hit on her. What? Rias blurted out in shock. It'll heal fully by itself soon. The scar will go away in probably a couple more days. I didn't honestly expect you to cut your arm off, but you didn't even consider it, did you? She was quiet. Just spell it out for her, she's too much of an idiot to get it otherwise. Regulus said casually. I rolled my eyes. Do you know the biggest weakness of your peerage? Experience. She asked. Sure, that's one of them. Experience, proper training, and tenacity. I could name plenty of things you guys need to improve on. Things I'm sure that Sai has been teaching you. And I won't lie, you all are much better than you were months ago. But at this rate, answer me honestly, do you think you'll win against Riser? I heard about Riser, he has much more experience than you. He also has more peerage members. Rias looked down. What you lack most is ruthlessness. I finally told her. Ruthlessness. Rias repeated. Isn't that? Are you going to say bad? That's it, it's a bad character trait. That it's something you would expect from the villains in your Saturday morning cartoons. I cut off her train of thought. Do you think your mom isn't ruthless? She was silent. I could tell she wanted to argue. You're mistaking ruthlessness for vileness. If your mom heard that someone killed you, how do you think she would react? I didn't give her time to answer, it was rhetorical. She would gladly rip off her own arm if it meant she could beat the person responsible to death with it. If she had no arms, she would bite at their throat. She would blow herself up if it meant killing them. I gave her a moment to let that sink in. You will lose out in numbers. You will lose out on experience. You will lose out in power. So, you need to be more ruthless. That's the only real help I can give. They had days left before their raiding game. There was no secret training that would win them the day. I pointed out their real weaknesses as I should, but it would take them months to fix those properly. That, and I'll send some arm guards and leg guards over. For Venelana's sake. I felt Artoria's arms wrap around me, she was smiling happily. Looks like she had her own fun. Sai, how do you feel? I asked him. He scratched his head. Like I was stabbed a bunch of times. I'll heal you, come here. Artoria released me and held her hand out. Avalon worked through her if she wanted. Granted, it was slightly less effectual if she didn't put it inside someone, but it was still a miraculous healing effect the way she used it. Ah, thanks, that helps a lot. I feel rejuvenated. Sai thanked her. What is that? Regulus pushed his head between them as he stared at Artoria. That healing, that's not normal healing. Artoria furrowed her brow. It is the effect of my sheath. Can it heal diseases? Yes. Artoria responded, slightly confused. I then saw Sai's expression. How well can it heal diseases? Regulus reiterated. Line break. Sai was always super nice. Polite. Considerate of other people's feelings, basically. So, it was strange to see him so aggressively ask for help. Of course, Artoria was not one to reject someone in need, especially if it were a simple gesture on her part to assist. The teleportation circle flared to life as I followed along. We were definitely in the underworld, I could taste the air here. And I think, Baal territory. This way. Sai's expression was very, very serious. He was the most serious I've ever seen him, and he didn't even pause a moment for the usual niceties. He all but blew the doors off the hinges of the house we walked to. It was empty, for lack of a better word. Decorations, decor, and people, there wasn't anyone I could see at a glance. But I barely had time to register that because Sai was moving with a purpose, and I wanted to keep up. It was when he opened the door to a bedroom that I understood. Hey Mom, I brought some friends. He called out, but there was no answer. There was a woman lying on the bed, eyes closed, and in a deep sleep. She didn't flutter awake, she remained completely comatose. I see. Artoria said softly. Can you heal her? What is her affliction? Artoria asked. It's called the sleeping disease. Everyone says it's unhealable, and it makes a devil go to sleep and not wake up ever again. Sai's voice trembled ever so slightly. Artoria pressed a hand on her own chest, and a faint light emerged as Avalon presented itself and fell into her hands. I do believe I can assist. The anxiousness in his tone made it obvious, and Artoria didn't waste any more questions. She walked over and gently placed the sheath on the woman's chest and pushed it inside of her. Avalon was a holy object, but it didn't reject anyone based on species. I was evidence of that. I did not expect her to start glowing. Like Avalon was working against something. Avalon wouldn't lose out against something like a disease, but whatever it was, clearly Avalon was putting work in. The whole room filled with its light. Avalon was a sanctuary, a utopia. There was no room for disease. I could see the glowing outline of Avalon through her body as it burst out with another surge of light before settling down. It was quiet for a moment before her eyes trembled and opened. Sai. Mom. He whispered back as he grabbed hold of her and began crying. I turned away with Artoria as we both quietly left the room. Neither of us wanted to impose on their private reunion. I didn't know how long his mom had been away, but from the looks of it, it had been a very long time. Artoria grabbed my hand as we headed outside. This has been a lovely day, she said with a smile. Beating up kids, then healing someone's mom. She puffed her cheeks at the first part, I think. I'm proud of you for helping them. Hearing her say that did make me feel better. Do you want to wait to get Avalon back? I can retrieve it after a bit, I do not wish to spoil their time. She shook her head. I do not believe it will disappear anywhere. Want to go bother Venelana then? She said that there's someone at home that's wanted to meet me. I would be more than happy to accompany you. All right, well, I suppose we can go see what family member she was talking about. Line break. A/N. Sai gets his mom healed, and Wilhelm goes off to meet that mysterious family member. If it wasn't obvious, it's Rinia's. Of course, this is after he slightly traumatized Rias's peerage, again. But with good intentions this time. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. If you don't know about it already, I have a snippet thread/book depending on what website you're on, but I recommend questionable questing to find my snippet threads because I usually update that one the most. Chapter 665, Chapter. Did you tell Venelana we're coming? I asked. I messaged her, yes. Artoria smiled, steadying herself with a little laugh. I hoisted her up on my shoulders a few moments prior. I hope we're not imposing. There is the obvious, come here whenever you want, kind of invitation she's given on more than one occasion. But that's also something someone says when they're being polite. But I'm probably just overthinking it. The last time I was here, well, it was a rather uncomfortable dinner. The food was amazing, though. 10 out of 10, I might have put up with another dinner of the same type if it meant the same food. Normally though, I think I would have stayed away. Nothing against Venelana, that's for sure, I just normally wouldn't want to be around these parts. But I suppose I was in a good mood. And just as I thought before, her house was very nice. The walkway up to her front door was filled with lots of beautiful flowers and plants, it was a well-kept garden, which I'm sure cost more than my actual house. It was nice. And it wasn't tacky. None of that flaunting wealth for the sake of it, bullshit. Though, now that I think about it, Venelana probably has a hand in the gardening, that's something she likes to do. Do you think Venelana is going to be mad about how I handled Rias? I think she will appreciate the effort you put in. Artoria leaned over my head, she had that warm smile of hers as she managed to kiss me, a kiss on the cheek from her position. That's reassuring. I don't want to damage our relationship due to how I treat her daughter. I was already mean the other time, so I can't let that happen again. Regardless. I squeezed Artoria's thighs, eliciting a little yelp from her. She pulled on my cheeks with a cute huff. This is nice. Even if I was dealing with things I didn't want to deal with, it was a nice breath of fresh air in comparison to the more high-stakes issues I'm pushing to the side briefly. Frankly, I sort of wish that the worst I had to deal with were awkward family moments at this point. But, oh well. Can't change things, there's no point in whining or complaining. I set Artoria down as we got up to the door, it wasn't tall enough, and it would just be awkward to try and force it. And I politely knocked. I barely got through it before the door swung open. Hello, can Venelana come out and play? I asked. Though, the words had just left my mouth before said beautiful and amazing grandmother had pressed her lips to mine and grabbed me tightly. Heh, I said stupidly as she released me. She then grabbed Artoria into a tight hug. I was sort of hoping she would do the same to Artoria too, but Venelana knew it was probably inappropriate at the moment. Still, later, maybe. So, what's the occasion? I asked. Don't ask as if you don't know. She giggled. My daughter does keep in touch, you know. But come in, I can't let you just stand at the doorway. That was said with about the same suggestion that one does with a gun to the head. She more or less pulled us inside in her haste. Though, Rias did say you were particularly heavy-handed. Trauma builds character. I responded. She rolled her eyes and playfully poked my cheek. Thank you. For everything. You didn't have to go out of your way to help, but you did anyways. She wasn't being playful about it, I could feel the genuineness in her tone. You know there isn't much I wouldn't do for you. I felt maybe a tad bashful. It's weird how easily she can bring that out of me. You're going to make me blush if you say and do things like this. She cupped her cheek and let out a small laugh. I'm sorry, I barely said a word to you either, Artoria. I just pulled you in, and I was rude. Artoria smiled. I am not offended, nor do you need to feel bad. Hello Venelana, I hope you are doing well. I am doing very well. Venelana answered. Especially after I heard the news that Sai's mother has woken up. That was like, not even 30 minutes ago. Oh dear. Venelana looked at me. Do you think that hasn't already spread across the underworld in that time? I scrunched my nose. I guess it's fine, Sai is a nice guy, he deserves it. Yes, he's a wonderful boy, and his mother is a nice woman. Thank you both so much. She said again with that warm tone. There is no need to express your gratitude, it was a small matter for us to achieve. Artoria said politely. We are happy to assist. Rather than just repeat it again, Venelana grabbed Artoria into another hug, one that Artoria did not reject in the slightest. I've said it many times, but I'm very happy that all my girls get along and like each other. You didn't say why you wanted to come over. If it's a social call, I'm always happy to have you all over, I have some drinks I made. If there's something you need, I'll of course do my best to help. Or, if you just want to be thanked personally. She whispered the last part. I'm more than happy to show both of you how grateful I am. Artoria flushed but also didn't outright reject her. We simply came to visit. I think I may have caught Artoria take a quick, maybe unconscious, glimpse down Venelana's dress when she was getting a hug. I won't say anything for now, it'll be fun to tease her when she's more comfortable about those kinds of things. I had free time, and you said someone wanted to meet me. And Artoria was happy to spend the day with me doing random stuff. I briefly explained how we ended up here. Also, while I'm standing here and it's still on my mind, why did your daughter think it was a good idea for them to fight in their school uniforms? Her smile twitched a little. I haven't had enough to drink to answer that properly. Artoria gave her a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Being a parent is hard. Sometimes, kids just do stupid things. I fully expect myself to be asking questions to myself when Kuna gets older as well. I'll send some arm guards and leg guards over after I sort through what I have. It should be easy for you guys to alter them to fit properly. They didn't need anything ridiculous. And I'm almost positive that they wouldn't allow anything completely idiotic. I knew the rules already forbade holy stuff, which is common sense and nothing I could argue against considering they're devils. But I'm fairly confident that if one of them showed up with a divine construct that was just given or lent to them for the purpose of that raiding game, the opposite side could raise a very valid complaint. Ergo, some properly made and purposeful arm guards and leg guards would be very good. I'm sure I have more than enough with everything I've hoarded in my time in Skyrim. I'm thankful. She said it warmly again but ended up shaking her head in exasperation. Her father decided to cut her off, for lack of a better word. But he didn't say she wasn't allowed to ask for anything. Just, she didn't have free rein to blow through money whenever she wanted on useless things. She seemed to take that as meaning we wouldn't help her at all. All she had to do was ask. And devils are really weird about their peerages. It's a big social taboo to force your way into a king's peerage matters. Well, at the end of the day, I can't say I was less of an idiot when I was her age. Maybe even a bigger idiot. Well, in any case, I gave her the advice she needed to win. Whether she can take it to heart or not, that's completely on her. I can't and won't hold her hand more than I already have. Venelana, who are your guests? I turned my head because I didn't recognize the voice. I recognized the hair color immediately, noting her being related somewhere in our bloodline. But, she was a tad on the short side, which was odd considering, well, she didn't lose out to Venelana in the chess department. Her long red hair was in 2 pigtails, and she was wearing a Kuo school uniform, for some reason. At first thought, I would assume she was some distant cousin or something. Someone who just joined the school wouldn't be a bad guess. But no, I could tell, she was old, you could see it in her eyes despite her youthful appearance. Venelana had a strange look on her face too. It wasn't upset or impolite, but like. I sort of felt like she was waiting for something to happen. Ancestor, this is my dear grandson and his girlfriend. Neither Artoria nor I missed her title. I am Artoria Pendragon. Artoria politely introduced herself. She was also on top of things like that. As soon as she recognized the situation, she switched to proper etiquette. Even her mannerisms as she slightly bowed her head were obviously ones that came from years of practice. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. I introduced myself as well. How polite, she smiled widely. I'm Runia's Gremory. But you can just call me Old Gremory if you want, all the kids do. Well, she seemed much easier going than I anticipated. It's clear who Venelana wanted me to meet now. Compared to Zekrom, well, I suppose she definitely fit the idea of the Gremory family. My own issues with some of their members aside, they were a more casual family compared to Bale. She stepped closer, as if to get a better look at me, her eyes looking me up and down, and she took a couple half steps around me. She leaned in towards my ear for a whisper. Do you like camels? Why did she ask that so sensually? I know what you're probably thinking. Old Gremory? She looks even younger than Rias. Well, of course, I sleep to maintain my beauty. She declared. And I'm not short. I'm the perfect size. Ancestor, Venelana tried to get a word in, but she was cut off. She leaned in again. Fun-sized. I think I need an adult. Even Artoria was sort of stunned into speechlessness. Runes let out a laugh. Don't worry, Old Gremory is just playing around. She spun around, and her very short skirt, even by school standards, lifted enough to see she wasn't wearing anything else. I'm not coy in the slightest. Want to have sex? Artoria was the first to let out a noise of confusion and surprise. Venelana, help. I turned to her for assistance. Ancestor, please stop teasing them. Venelana said calmly and politely. Oh, I wasn't teasing. She responded with full seriousness and held up 3 fingers. I have 3 things I love in life. Sleeping, camels, and can you guess the third? Is it sex? I asked. It's sex. She said with a weirdly dry tone. Please do not proposition my boyfriend. Artoria stood firm after she regained her wits. Runes turned to her. I was propositioning both of you. And just like that, Artoria was stunned into silence again. I don't know if I should be horrified at how easily she could do that or impressed. Oh no, my button snapped. The top button on her shirt popped off. Everyone knew it was intentional. I was honestly completely unsure of what to even say. It was rare that I didn't have a witty retort or some commentary to respond with. Hell, I'd be happy with a sarcastic comment or stupid joke. But I was coming up completely blank. Is this the difference in experience? I feel thoroughly defeated for some reason. Though I did do a double take, I saw something familiar around her neck and, admittedly, nestled between her generous proportions. Did she have the other half of the key that Zekrom had? Runias let out a sigh. Devils these days. If it were the old days, we'd have already been having an orgy. Artoria choked again. Are you done, Ancestor? Venelana asked. Meh. Runias responded noncommittally. I was hoping that at least this one wasn't as much of a prude, considering he's already doing it with his grandma. She poked my chest. But I can't even get him out of his pants with all but throwing my sexy ass in his face. Did I lose my touch, Venelana? I prefer relationships over casual sex. I finally found the words to reject her. She paused for a second, looking at me, and her expression turned oddly warm. Ah, that's sweet. She stood on her tiptoes rather fast and then kissed my forehead. It wasn't sexually aggressive at all, it was more grandmotherly. This is why I can't hate you new devils. I'm only a half-devil. I corrected it. Pa. Half-devil, full devil, reincarnated devil, what's with all that nonsense? She said dismissively. Does any of that stop you from lifting up my skirt, Ancestor? Venelana politely cut in. Wilhelm is mine. Don't make it sound like I wouldn't invite you too. She grumbled. Fine, fine, only you get to ride the family train then, I get it. I had no idea what opinion to form on her, and it was concerning. She all but threw herself on the couch. With legs wide open, of course, and she wasn't wearing anything under her skirt. I feel like I've met someone who has stepped onto levels of no shame that I can only dream of. Is this actually where I got it from? Is it hereditary? Ancestor wanted to meet the descendant that had been making waves. Venelana steered the conversation back on track. She lay down on her side, yawning. Yeah, didn't expect a Gremry to pop up that could throw hands with gods while I was sleeping. It seems you've acclimated to modern slang. I snorted. The internet is great. I might stay awake a bit longer this time with how many fun things I've found. Probably the porn. Well. Nice meeting you, I guess. I was unsure of what to say. Zekrom did the same thing, but he was significantly more. I don't even know the word for it. Rational. It was clear that he was more evaluating me, wanting something even. Runias genuinely felt like she only wanted to meet me and nothing else. Well, nothing like Zekrom, at least. Runias did want something, and her popping open another button on her shirt was enough to answer that. But at this point, I think she was just doing it because she thought it was funny rather than actually trying to seduce me. Unfortunately, I can't accept you into the Gremry family. Pardon. No descendants of mine will go around fighting gods cameless like some peasant. She said sternly. Venelana, go to the camel stables and help him pick out his own camel, post-haste. Why a camel exactly? I was getting far too invested in this gremlin, but I found myself compelled to ask. A camel is the epitome of grace and elegance. Only when a man rides a camel can he show off his most charming and dashing sides. She stood up, declaring without hesitation. A Gremry must learn to ride a camel. It's our ancestral teachings. You're the ancestor. I pointed out. Which means I'm the authority, so you should listen to me. She nodded to herself. Only when you're on a camel will you be able to show off the Gremry bloodline properly. Gremry bloodline. I have the Gremry bloodline. I looked to Venelana. Does it actually have something to do with camels? Did I actually have a bloodline ability I didn't know about? From the Ars Goetia, I knew that the Gremry demon was connected to camels, but I didn't know it was literal. Of course. Runias said proudly. The Gremry power of destruction. I opened my mouth because I was confused. I had many things to say. What? But that someone covered it all. Venelana let out a long sigh. She has claimed that the power of destruction is the Gremry bloodline ability. I'm sure Zekrom loves that. I snorted. Runias's smile widened. Let's do a head count. Venelana Gremry. Milikas Gremry. Rias Gremry. Zeretch Gremry. All geniuses with their power of destruction. How many Baals do you know who are famous for their power of destruction? She crossed her arms. I wanted to raise a counterargument. But she wasn't wrong. Wow, she actually wasn't wrong. I don't know any Baals off the top of my head with the power of destruction other than Zekrom and Venelana's brother, who was a disappointment in more ways than one. But I'm not a Gremry. I pointed out. But you're banging a Gremry, so that counts. She shrugged. And you have my red hair, that's a Gremry trait. Therefore, Gremry. I'm Gremry. That's Gremry. She declared without any room for argument. This is my ancestor. Now, to the camel stables. She didn't even wait for everyone before running out the front door. The three of us just stood there for a few beats in silence. What the fuck just happened? I asked. That would be the Gremry ancestor. Believe me, even Zekrom can't handle her, which is rare. Venelana forced a smile. Ironically, she's the one who schemed the fall of the original old Satan faction that made way for modern devil society. I find that very hard to believe. Artoria chimed in. Venelana sighed. After the original Satans died, it was Zekrom who picked up some of the reins and started pushing towards something like what we have today. But the underworld was, well, calling it split wouldn't be right, Zekrom and his were in the minority. Eventually, it got to the point through fighting that Zekrom and Runias were the last ancestors remaining. Runias at this point didn't pick a side, so many believed she was opposed to Zekrom. And after some time, she suddenly started gathering all the ones who opposed him. Considering where we're at now, I assume something happened. I voiced my thoughts. Venelana nodded. She intentionally gathered them all just so they could round them up and deal with them quicker. She had planned it out far ahead of time, even Zekrom didn't know about her plans. I wish to keep my skepticism. Artoria's lips twitched. The modern old Satan faction is barely descended from those ones. If it weren't for her, the underworld would have been a much different place. There's a reason that Zeretch took the position of Satan so easily in the wake of the civil war that came centuries later. Venelana explained. I'm sure that was extraordinarily less detailed than what happened, but I got the gist of it. The underworld is a mess of shit that I have no desire to stick my hand into. I let out a sigh. I suppose I can humor her for a little bit. She didn't seem like a bad person. I would take someone unrepentantly horny rather than a shitty person any day. Before I could start walking, though, I felt a tug on my sleeve. Artoria was looking at me rather bashfully too. Me too. she said quietly. Venelana said, "You're mine, but you're mine too." I could feel my heart flutter. Why was she so cute? Line break. A/N. The original Gremory makes her appearance. Wilhelm discovers that his shamelessness is hereditary. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 666, Chapter. It really puts into perspective how big the underworld is. Yeah, logically, I know its size, about the same size as Earth, give or take. But then you see how few people live here and how big of properties that certain families claim ownership of. And sure, there are plenty of big properties privately owned on Earth by humans. You have things like ranches or farms, but this was hard to compare. When I was told we were going to the camel stables, I didn't picture this. I pointed out. We were currently probably 100 feet above the ground riding a magical transit device. It was more like a large circle with railings all around it, almost like a carnival or amusement park ride. I feel odd knowing that a family clan owns land that could potentially equal that of my kingdom. Artoria chimed in. We passed over something that could be called a small mountain. Oh, it's mostly wilderness. Venelana chuckled, like that made it better. The stables are a fair distance away. Camels thrive more in grassland environments since we don't have any deserts around. We could have just teleported over, but, well, it was a nice view. I definitely wouldn't say no to having a fun little trip like this with two of my girls. From what I understand, most of your people live in crowded cities. Do they not desire to claim their own lands? Artoria asked. We're more than happy to let anyone develop the land under our control. We offer competitive prices and contracts that are more than fair. But it's a little dangerous and not something most people would want to risk their lives for. Venelana explained. Truthfully, we often subsidize and encourage more settlements and expansion more often than not. Loans without interest rates aren't uncommon. The more land that gets developed, the more it helps us in the long run. Artoria nodded, clearly understanding. Many common folk would not wish to forego safety and security for an adventurous and hard life even at the promise of earnings. It's an unfortunate side effect of long lives that come with a promise of gradual incremental power. Devils get stronger over time even if they do absolutely nothing, so why would they want to risk their lives? Venelana sighed. Have you tried incentives like training in various fields? Martial prowess and magic, would they join on a new expedition? You have the resources to source experts in every field to be hired to train them, and in time, your own forces within your territory would gain their own expertise. Artoria asked. It's not a bad idea, but it runs into other issues. Venelana responded happily. While my son no longer carries the name Gremory due to taking up the mantle of Lucifer, he is, at the end of the day, still my son. Our son, I should clarify, is in the notion of Zeos as well. Things are already difficult because of the implications of that status even if we're careful to do everything within the rules. I was half listening to what they were talking about. Half of my attention was on the group of strange monsters on the ground. I wonder if I could drop something and hit one of them. They didn't seem to be the type of things you would want running around, so I doubt anyone would get mad. The idea that the leaders have to give up their family name and connections despite it only meaning something on paper is just strange to me. I added my 2 cents. Well, it gives many the peace and mind they need. Venelana offered. Nobles need the belief that they can maintain their status and wealth to support the kingdom. Artoria added. Isn't that true? Venelana laughed. But yes, if we started building up a militia or army, well, it wouldn't go over well. So we have to do things slowly and methodically. Artoria just nodded, understanding completely. Well, it doesn't matter much to me anymore. She pressed herself against my side and looked up to me happily. Since I've started stepping back from those types of things and handing them over to Zeo fully. When I accepted the idea of trying for more than just the moment of weakness on my part, I don't think I fully thought about what that meant for her. She wasn't a Gremory by birth. She married into it, and here she was, fully giving up her hands on the estate, the business, the status, and the wealth just to stay with me. Venelana had been the Gremory matriarch for centuries and centuries. All of that work and all of the time she spent building up the Gremory house and name. She simply set it to the side with a smile and walked away. Of course, it's perhaps not as absolute as I was making it out to be. She was the mother of the 2 Gremory children, one of whom would become the new Gremory head eventually. Her husband, former husband in the future, is her best friend and has been for thousands of years. That kind of connection won't disappear. But even so, it made me feel very warm inside to have her be so casual about it. It's why I didn't mind putting aside my own discomfort to help out her daughter. It's why I would help her even if I still held hate in my heart towards them. If I couldn't even do that much, how could I continue to be together with her when she's giving me so much? Truthfully, it just made me reaffirm my opinion that they're just all so much better than me, and I feel like I don't deserve them. Question. I voiced. Yes. Venelana answered. What's the point in this thing? I tapped the platform we were on with my foot. If devils can fly. Artoria blinked. I had forgotten about that. And it certainly removes the detriment of distance significantly too when occupying territories. She muttered the last part. Oh, sweetheart. Venelana smiled humorously. We're devil nobles. Do you think we would fly around like the commoners? Fair. And this did move quite quickly. Probably a bit faster than normal flying speed. I suppose this would be the magical equivalent to taking a carriage across the kingdom in the old days. Regardless, I kissed her cheek. These past couple days had done wonders for my stress levels. Though I would probably have to stop fooling around by tomorrow, there were things I needed to get done that couldn't be put off. So many responsibilities. I hate responsibilities. Why can't I just go back to how it was on Remnant, where I ran around with Roman and the others and threw dildos at bullheads? Tomorrow, first thing, I was going to take another crack at my alternate spear self. With the help ScatHack had been giving me recently, I felt like I had made a lot of progress in that area, and I had a few tricks up my sleeves now. Oh hey, is that a town? I squinted my eyes to make it out from the distance. Looks like we're here. It wasn't a long ride. It's practically in our backyard. Venelana responded. Right. Only we had to fly over a few mountains and different plains and forests to get here. From a car, it probably would have been a 2-hour drive. For us, it was a short flight, not even enough time to have a proper snack. I thought you said that the wilderness is undeveloped. Artoria asked as we got close. Well, this is one of the few exceptions. Of course, how could we neglect one of the few orders passed down by the ancestor? Though, admittedly, her orders were, watch over my camels and make sure they're taken care of, before she went to bed for a few centuries. I snorted, but I suppose it made sense. It was a fairly big town. Maybe a few thousand people, devils, lived here. We touched down in a private courtyard of some kind, like it was specifically built just for this purpose. There were people waiting, presumably staff that Gremory hired, that made sure we disembarked without issue. Must be a cushy job, sitting here and doing nothing except for the one time every few decades that a Gremory member comes on over. To me it just sounds wasteful, but then again, I have a more human mentality. I actually haven't really seen devil culture up close. At most, the random devils I've seen or been around, beyond other nobles, were the staff and hired help of the nobles. They all didn't dare look up at us. Artoria seemed used to it, like she knew what to expect, and while I also had experience with people bowing in my presence, this was just a tad more deferential, I suppose. Leaving the courtyard, it opened up to the main street without any fanfare. While the Gremorys were obscenely wealthy, they also weren't particularly ostentatious about it. Ironic considering how we arrived, but that was considered tame by devil standards. It fit my preferences. Nobility is expressed by the person. More than a devil noble, I recalled my memories of my time in the clock tower. It wasn't too dissimilar, but I always preferred those of noble character rather than status and wealth. That didn't necessarily mean the heroic or good-natured types. Zekrom wasn't someone I would call a good person, but he exemplified that kind of stature. Be his enemy or ally, you could not deny his nobility. We barely got a few feet out onto the street before Artoria paused, and then I noticed what she was staring at as well. Fuck, it was a big advertisement with my face on it. I glanced at Venelana, and she held up a hand in front of her mouth as she very clearly found it funny. It seems Artoria noticed my expression too because she shot me a look of pity. It catches your good side. She offered. I forgot. I was apparently some kind of celebrity down here. Welp, there's only one way to handle this. It's been a good run, Drake. I am about to awaken. Stop being melodramatic. I could feel my Zanpakuto rolling his eyes. Ignore him, do it. Burn everything to the ground. Drake laughed instead. I could feel people staring at me. Maybe they wouldn't immediately recognize me in person, or it would take them a moment. Maybe they would just assume I was a lookalike. But now, I was here, standing in front of a giant advertisement with my face on it. Is it him? Do you think I can get an autograph? I took a picture, I'm going to post it online. It's definitely him, he's here with some of his harem. I'm jealous. I felt my eye twitch. I regret that I had such good senses at this moment. Maybe it was that I was so hyper-focused on the absurdity right here that I didn't even notice someone snuck up on me and pulled on my sleeve. I glanced at the source and saw a little girl standing there, younger than Kuna by several years if I had to guess. She had a notebook in front of her face blocking it that read, "Autograph please," and a pen between her fingers. It was written in the way a young child's handwriting is. I admit, I hesitated for a few moments. The young girl shuffled around, and from behind her notebook a little plushie peeked over the edge. A plushie of me. I don't understand why there's such a fervent idealization of me. I wasn't some kind of hero, hell, I wasn't even a good person, nor did I do anything particularly noteworthy for these people. I could understand it back home when I was interacting with the clock tower and other magi. That was the reverence and submission due to Zelretch's reputation and the fact that I'm also a magician. But here, that's completely unknown. I swallowed a little and slowly knelt down next to her and took the pen and notebook. I then saw her face, a cute little girl, but there was a scar over her neck, her voice box to be specific. She didn't say a word yet, and now, I could guess she couldn't actually speak. A low-class devil. Probably the lowest of the low class. As Venelana said, people probably wouldn't come all the way out here in the middle of nowhere unless they didn't have any good options. Instead of the pen, I took out my wand and held it between my fingers like a writing utensil. I then magically carved my name onto the paper, adding a magical flair to it that made it glow, sparkle, and even display some tiny fireworks if she touched it. I could see her eyes light up as the effects went off. While she was distracted, I cast a few healing spells on her. Her scar probably didn't require something like Avalon to heal. I could tell it was something minor, but healing magics were rather rare for the Devil Society. In a way, they're the antithesis to their default states of existence. Even if my healing magic constituted light and wasn't harmful, it was something of an outlier in this world. I didn't say anything, she should discover it later. With one last flourish of my wand, I touched it against the ground and pulled out a stream of dirt that I began to transmute into cotton and then give shape. Compared to the books I've studied that Kunu is also learning from, this kind of thing is significantly easier than transmuting, say, a matchbook into a mouse or vice versa. Within a second or two, there was now a little Sir Wiggles in a top hat to match her little Wilhelm plushie that I handed over to her. She nearly jumped up and down and hugged it next to her other plushie of me. Just as I stood back up, it was like the floodgates had been opened. Can I get your autograph too? Someone shoved something in my face. Was that a phone cover with me on it? I saw your fights, they were awesome. Can I get a selfie? Another shouted. There were maybe dozens of them, all pushed towards me. Are you looking for more women for your harem? How did you get so strong? Is it true you started as a low class too? Autograph. I had never been in this kind of situation before, and it honestly overwhelmed me. I was happy when I saw someone reach through the crowd and pull me away quickly. I could recognize Venelana's hand as she helped me escape the situation, and we quickly disappeared before the crowd seemingly realized I was gone. Line break. I let out a small sigh as we put some distance between us and the crowd from before. Combined with the illusion I was getting particularly competent at, we should go undiscovered. Well, that was certainly something. Venelana commented. I assume you forgot that you told me to take over your image and such. Yeah. I let out a groan. I forgot everything about that. It wasn't her fault, I definitely didn't blame her. If someone was going to take advantage of my face, I'd rather it be her than just random people. Give me scheming, amoral, and deadly magi any day of the week. That's something I understand and something I can handle. I looked up to see another big advertisement of myself on the side of a building. It made me want to sigh again, but I held back because I saw I wasn't the only face plastered everywhere. Frankly, it really didn't hit me until now how much this place reveres the strong. There were pictures of all the Satans everywhere. Advertisements, modeling, were just displayed in some way. And yet, here I was, put up right next to them. You handled it very well. Artoria reassured me. And it was very kind of you, what you did for that young girl. I gave her a flat look, but for some reason she and Venelana were sharing a look of their own, like it was a secret between them. I stopped on the side of the street again because there was another shop using my image for advertisement. At this point, I would have been used to it, but this one was different. Oh, forgot about that one. Venelana didn't even bat an eye. That one does a lot of business. It was an adult shop. I could see Artoria blush. As in, they sold things like sex toys. Devils were very liberal about that sort of thing. It was just out in the open, fully displayed. You could see the toys in the windows. And you could see inside. Specifically, one person in particular. She noticed us and came running out with a big bag in her hand. What took you guys so long? Runia's was wearing a shirt with my face on it too. Probably a size too small, so it did quite a bit to outline her figure. She reached into her bag and took out a dildo with my face on the end. I take back what I said before. I give you my blessing. My Zanpakuto informed me. I considered it. Kill me. It started to buzz and vibrate. She was doing it on purpose. The smug look on her face said it all. I just can't compete with these ancient beings when it comes to shamelessness. Odin, Tiamat, and now her, what was I supposed to do? They had far more experience compared to me. Come on, let's go see my camels. She put it away after she had her unspoken laugh and all but skipped in front of us as she led us forward. Oddly, the stable wasn't particularly isolated. It felt more like the town sprang up around it. From the cement and cobblestone of the city street, it turned into a dirt road that looked exceedingly out of place in this time of a modern city. As I looked back, even the city portions were slightly off and crooked, as if to give very specific spots a wide berth and not disturb them. I could guess that they took great care to explicitly not intrude on the area that constituted the camel stables. You said that there were monsters and dangerous stuff out this far. How come there isn't a city wall or something like that? The thought popped into my head as I noticed the odd situation. That is a good question. Artoria perked up. Because there's a bigger monster that made this place its home, and any other creatures in the surrounding areas don't dare to intrude. Venelana responded rather cryptically. Why did I have a strange feeling? Runias gave a sly laugh too. When we arrived, I was unsure of what to make of this place. They called it a stables, but it looked more like a 5-star resort instead. There was a huge pool out front, completely decorated with statues and decor that wouldn't look out of place in the Gremory family home. The stables building, where they presumably slept, was quite literally the picture of a hotel. They really took care of the camels here. And how they worshipped their ancestors, I suppose, since her only order of "look after my camels" would elicit such a profound response. Oddly, it didn't really intrude much on the natural scenery. It seems they took great effort not to overly modernize or detract from the natural aspects. There were a shit ton of camels, though. But there was one question. Why do those camels have more than 2 humps? I questioned. They're demonic camels. Venelana answered as if that was enough. Well, it was, in all honesty. They also had a small little antenna on their foreheads. It was fucking weird. The camels barely gave us any attention. It was clear they were used to being pampered and didn't care about our presence. However, Runias put her fingers in her mouth and let out a very loud whistle. It was like the world stilled for a moment, all the camels froze, then all looked in a specific direction. I could see the dust cloud being kicked up as it got closer and closer. I sort of blanked as I could make it out when it got within my sight. The creature slid to a stop in front of Runias, and it had a disproportionately demonic aura. It was a camel, of course, but not just any camel. Besides the 4 humps on its back, which I hadn't seen on any other camel, its aura made it feel like it was at least the peak of a high-class being, maybe even ultimate class. What the fuck? Why was there a super camel? No wonder there were no hostile monsters around when this fucking thing lived here. Meet Lord Humpsworth Gremory. Runias was introduced. She's also a girl. Huh, maybe it is hereditary. Drake commented. She's an impressive camel. I said carefully. She let out a camel noise of appreciation, I think. I admit, I've never actually heard what noises camels make before, but here we are. She is a fine mount. Artoria also gave praise, but hers felt more genuine. Then again, Artoria was used to supernatural horses, a monster camel would be nothing new. She's also the ancestor of every camel on the ranch. Venelana stated. And the reason that my daughter is traumatized by camels. I did a double take at her. What was that last bit? My daughter happened to walk in while she was mating with the males. That's intentionally plural. The males don't always survive. She explained. I did not need to have that picture in my head. The camel, somehow, looked smug about it. Hell, Runias looked utterly smug about it. Not the traumatizing daughter part, but the other part. Good, now we can set you up with your own camel, and you can make it your familiar, and you will become a proper Gremory. Runias declared. I already have a familiar. I told her bluntly. Humph, compared to the elegance and grace of a camel, it can't compare, whatever it is. She retorted. Her camel also made a noise of agreement. I felt offended. And this offense can't go unanswered. Our eyes met. I took out my hat, put it on my head, and then turned it around. Sir Wiggles, I choose you. I summoned my great familiar. Sir Wiggles appeared, standing on his legs with his arms up in the air as if to dare anyone to challenge him. His nose twitched in anticipation for bloodshed. And of course, his fluffy little tail wiggled to show his ferocity. Runias went silent, her eyes narrow. Lord Humpsworth, it's been a long time since we've had a worthy competitor. The camel slammed its foot on the ground, and I could literally see a demonic aura waft out of its mouth. Sir Wiggles began to crackle with lightning. Lord Humpsworth, use quick attack. Sir Wiggles, dodge and use thunderbolt. Her camel moved very fast and tried to kick Sir Wiggles, but Sir Wiggles also wasn't ordinary and dodged just in time and sent a bolt of lightning at the camel. Lord Humpsworth, shield and headbutt. A shield of demonic energy enveloped him and blocked the lightning bolt, and it rammed right towards my bunny. Sir Wiggles, counter with a lightning headbutt. Sir Wiggles became enveloped in lightning and shot right at him too. Both of them collided with a particularly impressive display of power. I'm fairly sure that by comparison, Rias's peerage would have all been knocked out by this point. Sir Wiggles hopped back in front of me, and the camel stood tall in front of Runia's after the dust settled. I admit, your camel is impressive. I acknowledged our opponent. Sir Wiggles has never met a foe that could match him this much. And your rabbit is fluffy. She shot back. Indeed. Between heaven and earth, he is the fluffy one. Lord Humpsworth, it's time to use our secret technique. Runias declared. First, use distract. The camel actually got on its hind legs and started hopping around. It was actually impressive, and I was most certainly distracted. However, what did she intend? Something soared through the air. It was slow enough that I could have dodged it easily. But I think I was just taken aback enough that I didn't react. It smacked me in the chest and hit the ground. It then started vibrating and buzzing in the sand. She threw the dildo from earlier at me. I looked up, and she had the most shit-eating grin on her face. The camel looked almost exactly the same. I was almost certain that those two shared the same brain cell. Sir Wiggles. I said emotionlessly. Use Thor's hammer. The sky rumbled as the storm clouds appeared. Runias looked up, and her eyes widened. Wait, it was just a joke. Bring the lightning. The massive hammer of lightning slammed down as she let out a scream. The camel also let out a strangled noise. It eventually abated and cleared, and the sun shone through the parting clouds. Lord Humpsworth lay on its side, tongue lolled out, and its eyes rolled back. Sir Wiggles stood on its head, arms in the air, declaring victory. No. Lord Humpsworth. Runias cried out as she ran to her knocked-out camel. Venelana wrapped her arms around me. Are you done playing? I smiled. Yeah, I'm done. That was silly, but whatever. Runias perked up. All right, get up, you lazy slut. She spanked the camel, and it got up quickly. Go off and play. I know you hate being called unless there's something fun to do. The camel let out another noise and ran off towards the back of the stables. Rias has been watching all her favorite anime with the ancestor. Venelana answered the question on my mind. And now, everything suddenly made sense. Runias just hummed. I heard that the old dragon moved over to your home. Tiamat. Yeah. Runias squatted down and rubbed Sir Wiggles' head. We used to spend some time together. I was the one who gave her the familiar forest as her own territory. We bonded over taking long naps. Well, I'm not surprised. They're both utterly shameless, and that's coming from me. It's nice that she found something worth getting up for. I'm worried sometimes that every time I go to sleep, I just don't have it in me to wake up again. Maybe next time I take a nap, I just won't wake up. What a melancholic thought. With how playful she is, it's easy to forget how old she is too. Thanks for playing with old Gremory. The only thing I look forward to when waking up anymore is seeing all my cute descendants and playing with them. She gave a warm smile. In more ways than one. She gave a wink, but it lacked the earlier shameless sensuality. I wonder when I'll feel like that too. When will I just be tired enough that I don't want to wake up anymore? How many thousands of years will it take? My feet carried me before I gave it a conscious thought, and I hugged her. She treated me as family from the moment she saw me, didn't she? She let out a small laugh. You're a sweet boy, aren't you? Treat Venelana well. She isn't a Gremory by blood, but even so, I consider her one of mine. Of course. I nodded. She patted my cheek. Now, I'm going back home to play with my new toys. You're welcome to come visit whenever you want. She grabbed her untouched bag from before. I had a blank expression because I knew what she meant by toys. A teleportation circle barely flickered under her feet before it whisked her away. It made me perk up seeing how easily and skillfully she just cast that. That was impressive. She's certainly a whirlwind, isn't she? Venelana asked. You have a great many eccentric family members. Artoria stated. That's a polite way of saying it. Venelana laughed. I need to get things ready for my newest peerage member coming to pay a visit. Oh, that means Olga was coming, wasn't it? I won't bother you anymore. You're always welcome to bother me. She kissed my cheek. But I do have a few things I need to take care of. I wouldn't waste her time any longer. I offered my hand to Artoria. Ready to go home? She smiled beautifully. Yes, let us return home. It was a fun and silly little trip, but now, it was time to get some work done. Line break. A/N. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 667, Interlude 46, Kunu's Hogwarts Adventures. Most of the Hogwarts students and staff were talking about the hottest topic right now. Medea's recent classes. It was a big enough topic that people had been distracted enough even from Kunu's extended family. There had been owls flying in and out of Hogwarts for the past couple days. Though, that wasn't to say all of them were only because of Medea's class. There was still correspondence between families with regard to Kunu's identity. A dark wizard that defeated Grindelwald is now making another appearance through a family member. That was enough that many of the noble families in the country were taking notice, even if they were sitting back and watching for now. But for Kunu, she barely even paid attention to it. In fact, most kids didn't even utter a word about it near her. They were too used to playing their little games that Kunu was almost completely unaware of what was going on. Kunu. Luna. The two young girls excitedly ran at each other for a hug as they met in front of their next class. It had been a whole day since they saw each other from their last class. The other Slytherin and Ravenclaw students just stared at them silently as they entered the classroom. Kunu, do you want the latest issue of the Quibbler? My dad gave me an extra copy. Sure. Kunu smiled happily. It's been very busy for Daddy with everything happening. Miss Medea's class had been very popular, and even those fake newspapers like the Daily Prophet are running stories. What are they saying about Aunt Medea? Kunu tilted her head. Oh, you know how those places are, making up so many weird things to sell their papers. They're calling her a dark witch or some other such nonsense. You can never believe what stories they'll make up next. Luna shook her head. Daddy says they don't have journalistic integrity. They sound dumb. Yup. Luna giggled. They're not even covering the infiltration of the Department of Mysteries by Muggles. Kunu took the newspaper and looked it over. She did in fact like reading it, it was full of fun stories. On the front page, it was talking about how Muggles had been secretly infiltrating the Department of Mysteries and had finally taken full control of it, with the government being none the wiser. Do you want to go pick mushrooms in the forest with me after classes today? Luna asked. Kunu's ears pressed down as she pouted and grumbled. I still have detention. It wasn't smart to run away from Headmaster Dumbledore. I thought I could get away. She admitted. Daddy says that all the ghosts and portraits report right to him, so if you want to be sneaky, you have to take that into account. Kunu and Luna took their seats, the last ones to come in right before the period started. Professor Lockhart enthusiastically greeted them all. Good morning, class. I'm sure you're excited to know that I graded your tests, and some of you passed. He gave all his classes the same test at the start of the year, all based on him and his books. Miss Lovegood, my favorite color is not the tears of my fans that I harvest to keep my youthful appearance. He looked at her dryly. And Miss Schweinorg, my greatest achievement to date is not tricking people into liking me. What? I thought I got that one right. Kunu protested. No. He deadpanned, slapping the failed test on her desk. But we shall move on, we have a full year, so there is plenty of time to fix your education. He moved towards his desk, where he had something hidden by a tarp over it. But every so often it rocked with a metallic ringing to it. This is going to be our first hands-on class. The professor clapped his hands and gave his signature smile. Everyone has been so excited for my fellow teacher's class recently. And being a peer to the beautiful Medea, well, I told myself. Gilderoy Lockhart, you must rise to the occasion as well. I can't be falling behind my fellow teacher, can I? He proclaimed. So, I've decided you all will get to experience the same lesson as the second year since they enjoyed it so much and it was such a rousing success. To emphasize the point, he walked over and pulled the tarp off the hidden object. It was an iron cage with a bunch of tiny little fairies inside. Of course, I can't just repeat it exactly, so I procured this little specimen. He said proudly. Can anyone tell me what this little creature is? Oh, me, Professor. Luna shot her hand up. Yes, Miss Lovegood. It's a clabbert. She stated. 5 points to Ravenclaw. The professor snapped his fingers. A clabbert. Quite the looker, isn't she? The professor leaned on the cage. Looks to be a mix between a frog and a monkey. But make no mistake, the Ministry labels them as an XX danger level magical creature. Though mostly harmless and even domesticable, they're unlikely to attack someone unprovoked. They do get ornery when hunting prey, small birds usually, or during mating season. One boy raised his hand. Professor, my family has a tree full of clabberts on our farm. Why should we care about them in a defense against the dark arts class? My dear boy. The professor waved his finger. You should never underestimate a magical creature just because of their low danger rating. Any magical creature can be dangerous, and it's my job to prepare you for such a situation. With that he flicked open the cage with a wave of his wand. The creature slowly crawled out, carrying it with the dexterity of a monkey but some of the mannerisms of a frog as it looked around curiously but held onto the outside of the cage. Due to his words, the students were a bit skittish, slowly pulling back as the creature took a few steps out. The clabbard is good at sensing danger, which is why many wizards and witches have domesticated them in the past. They're quite good at alerting if a muggle is nearby. The professor informed them. And of course, you all know, in my book Voyages with Vampires, I used a clabbard to survive a sneak attack by a dreadfully voracious vampire before defeating it. Can I pet it? Kunu raised her hand. Miss Schweinorg, you must be most careful even when handling low danger level creatures. The professor continued. Even fully domesticated, they may retain a wisp of animalistic tendencies. As he said that, he took out a box from under his desk and tipped it over. It was full of what looked like little toy birds. They all sprang to life and began to fly around, eliciting a surprised noise from many of the students as the room became chaotic with all the birds now flying around. Your assignment is to return the clabbard to its cage without hurting it. Good luck. He ducked behind his desk. It didn't seem so difficult at first, but the clabbard's eyes darted all around, then true chaos broke loose as it jumped across the room, landing on one boy's head, using it to kick off, and trying to grab one of the birds to stuff in its mouth. The boy, from the force of the leap, was knocked out of his chair and slid across the classroom floor. It's on my head. A girl screamed as it landed on her head and pulled her hair to steady itself, letting out a croak mixed with a screech as it continued to bounce around the room. Not to mention, the various small birds didn't hold much intelligence when they were animated through magic, they were hitting everything and anything, most of which were the kids themselves. There were screams of panic and a few crying, with plenty of them ducking under their own desks. Kunu, however, just started laughing excitedly, clapping as the classroom descended into chaos. For her, this was a normal day at school. If her fellow Yukai hadn't set something on fire and tried to escape from the classroom, then it was a boring day. Things only really calmed down once Reiko started helping manage the children. Professor Lockhart made a rather simple mistake in deciding to use a similar method of teaching as he did with the second years. That is the fact that the first years hadn't learned any proper spells yet. They had learned the Wand Lightning Charm, the Unlocking Charm, and the Levitation Charm. None of which were particularly useful in this circumstance. Useful, of course, meant useful in regard to the assignment they were given. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Kunu had taken out her wand and started casting the levitation charm on anything and everything in the room. Desks began to float up, chairs, furniture, and a student or two that got caught in the proverbial crosshairs. Completely unrelated to her, a desk had been pushed out the window, breaking the glass and tumbling several stories to the ground. She would, of course, deny any responsibility, even if it was her that cast the spell. Miss Schweinorg. You're supposed to be capturing the clabbard and putting it back into the cage. Professor Lockhart shouted over the various cries and screams amidst the chaos of the classroom as he peeked over his desk. This is the only spell I know. Kunu shouted back, levitating many more things into the air with every breath. Professor Lockhart blinked, finding it hard to rebuke her at that moment of enlightenment, realizing he may have miscalculated somewhere. Kunu. We can't let the clabbard catch one of those birds. It'll try to eat it, those birds are made of wood, and it'll give the clabbard a bad tummy ache. Luna crawled over to Kunu's desk as a globe hit the ground near her, having been flung across the room in the chaotic mess. Oh no. Kunu stopped in her tracks, wide-eyed. We have to save it. Don't worry, I know what to do. Luna said proudly. Daddy said that clabbards have a really good sense of danger, so we just have to let it know that the birds are dangerous. How do we do that? Kunu smacked a flying book out of the air that nearly hit her, tossed by the clabbard as it was jumping around after the birds. Don't worry, my daddy taught me a few spells early before coming to Hogwarts, one of them is perfect for this. Luna said proudly, holding her wand up, pointing at the fake birds flying around. Incendio. A stream of fire shot out of her wand and collided with a couple of the birds. The fake birds were now flying around on fire. Wow, Luna. That's really smart. Kunu praised her. Luna began to set all the birds on fire. An unfortunate consequence was that everything they collided with also caught fire or burned. No one stopped to question if first years learning the fire-starting charm was a good idea. Line break. Kunu and Luna sat happily in their chairs. Across from them was Headmaster Dumbledore. On his left was Professor Lockhart. Lockhart's hair was slightly burned. Dumbledore had a pensive expression. Miss Schweinorg, Miss Lovegood. He held his fingers up to his mouth with his elbows pressed against the desk. I don't want to jump to any conclusions. My hair, Dumbledore. Quite. Dumbledore ignored Professor Lockhart's near-tearful cry. Now, as I was saying, I didn't want to jump to any conclusions. However, the reports I received from credible sources. He gestured to the professor at his side. Are rather explicit. Dare I ask, why did you burn down your classroom? Daddy says that in order to establish a fair and just society, the proletariat must rise up and burn the establishment to the ground. Luna answered. Is that so? Dumbledore's expression remained unflinching. And if I send Mr. Lovegood a letter, do you think he would support your actions, Miss Lovegood? Please don't tell Daddy. Luna pouted. It was me, I did it. Kunu stood up on her chair, declaring loudly. Dumbledore looked at her, nonplussed. Miss Schweinorg, everyone in the classroom saw what happened. Professor Lockhart here also saw what happened. Besides, I don't believe you would have learned the incendio spell just yet, it's taught later in the year. Foxfire. Kunu threw a ball of fire, and it whizzed past Dumbledore's head. My hair. Dumbledore barely looked back as he held his wand over his shoulder, snuffing out the flames. I stand corrected, and surprised, also mildly curious. That was most certainly not incendio. But the facts still remain, Miss Schweinorg. Kunu, it's all right, you don't have to protect me. Luna puffed up her chest. Because this isn't even the real Dumbledore. Luna exclaimed as Kunu gasped. And what makes you say that, Miss Lovegood? Woman's intuition. I'm afraid that your intuition is wrong in this particular circumstance, Miss Lovegood. Oh yeah, then where's your familiar? Dumbledore blinked. That is most certainly a good question. Miss Schweinorg, if I may be so blunt as to ask. Why did your father appear in my office and take Fawkes with him without so much as a word? Daddy was here. Kunu perked up. For a very brief moment. Dumbledore stated. But I digress. Fawkes is probably fine. It wouldn't be the first time he disappeared for long periods. Now, you were going to explain why you believed it was a good idea to set the classroom on fire. And I hope that it's a very good reason for both your sakes. We had to save the Clabbert. Kunu blurted out. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Save the Clabbert? Was a Clabbert in danger? And how did burning the classroom save it, Miss Schweinorg? Because the teacher tricked it into thinking wooden birds were real birds, and it was trying to eat them. She explained. Dumbledore blinked, then looked at Professor Lockhart, who had more of his hair burned away at this point. Professor Lockhart. Did you attempt to feed a Clabbert wooden bird as a meal? That's most certainly false, Dumbledore. He stood up, brushing himself off. It was merely a lesson to express the danger of even the most domesticated of magical beasts. He let out the Clabbert in the room and then released the birds so it would try to eat them. Luna blacked up Kunu. If the fake birds were on fire, it wouldn't get a tummy ache from trying to eat them. Kunu nodded along as if it all made sense. Dumbledore looked back at Lockhart. Gilderoy. Their assignment was to capture the Clabbert without harming it and return it to its cage. The birds were merely to excite the creature to make it difficult to capture and somewhat erratic, Dumbledore. He looked back at the two children, pausing for several moments. Professor Lockhart. He carried the last syllable of his name for a moment as if he was having difficulty finding the words. I recall that Minerva gave you a stern reprimand for releasing a group of Cornish pixies on the second-year classes. And this was entirely different. Lockhart defended. A Clabbert is significantly more docile, and even in its excitement, it didn't aim to prank or play or even harm. A thought, Professor Lockhart. How exactly did you expect a group of first-years, who presumably only learn one or two basic spells, to capture a rampaging Clabbert and safely direct it back into its cage? Dumbledore asked. Well. He swallowed. You see, it was a learning moment, you, can't always be prepared. Dumbledore held his hand up. Miss Lovegood, Miss Schweinorg. A week of detention for both of you. You had good intentions, but you need to think through your actions in the future. However, 10 points to each of your houses for your willingness to defend a mistreated animal. He said with a warm tone. Now, can you please go tell the next in line to come into my office? Professor Lockhart will be out shortly after I have a few words with him. Luna and Kunu quickly got up and ran down the stairs of his office and out the door. There were other people waiting. In fact, Professor McGonagall had set up chairs outside the headmaster's office for the line of troublemakers. She saw the two older Weasley twins, Malfoy, and even a Gryffindor boy who looked like he just had a bomb go off in his face. But none of them was that next in line to be scolded by the headmaster. Auntie Medea, Headmaster Dumbledore said that it's your turn next. Kunu looked at her. Medea pursed her lips as she huffed and went inside. Line break. A/N. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 668, Chapter. It felt oddly good to get back to work. A strange thought to have. But I played around enough for a few days. I looked up at the tree. The sapling, despite its already large size. The child. Could I call it a child? The child of the world tree that now grew inside my soul. It was weird to say that it was using my soul to grow, like some kind of parasite, but that was far from the case. More like, it was growing by watching. Frankly, I couldn't say I knew exactly what was going on, but I knew for sure that it wasn't harmful in the slightest. Beyond my own guesses and understandings, as limited as they are, I wasn't the only one here to judge it. It was warm and comforting too. It reacted to my touch as I placed my hand on it. My soul is a really fucking weird place. I said out loud. Every soul is unique. My Zanpakuto responded. Yours is just a little bit more unique than most. Says the sword spirit, looking at the dragon, Draig, lying on one of the highest branches of the world tree growing inside of me. Though I liked being called unique, it made me feel happy. Maybe it's stupid to be happy over something like that, but it helped my mood. I sat down in the shade of the young world tree and set Mirage on the ground. It was easy to manifest it in my inner world, where I had proper control. I began to set my other swords next to it. Dawnbreaker, Ascalon, Sword of Destruction, Whisper, and even Greed. Greed wasn't dangerous here in my inner world, where I was just making a mental copy of it basically. I set out my Longinus, my boosted gear, my Staff of Magnus, my Divine Sword Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, and finally, my Gi Balg. I had a lot of treasures, and it made me very happy to see them all out like this to admire. My devil nature, my dragon nature, I don't know which it was that made me like admiring my own treasures so much, but I didn't overly question it. These were mine. And I had the feeling that they would be playing more roles here in the future. I picked up Gi Balg. I'm ready, let's go. I spun the spear in my hands. The training I've been having with Scathach recently has helped me quite a bit. We had been focusing on the spear and movements almost entirely. It helped me realize where I was failing. And it certainly helped that she was the best teacher in the world. That isn't to say I suddenly mastered the spear in the time we've been practicing it, but my skill had gone up a notch or two, I'd like to think. I can't claim to call myself a genius with a sword when I stand next to the likes of Artoria and Reiku. But I like to think I'm skilled enough that even if I'm not quite so good with a spear, I can cover some distance in acquiring the needed skills by referencing everything else. A mirror rose up from the ground, and it reflected me, but different. I was used to it at this point as my mirrored self walked out. He held his own Gi Balg still with a cocky smirk on his face. Round 2. He asked. Round 2. I nodded. My Zanpakuto didn't need to initiate it or give a countdown. As soon as my other self stepped out, the battle had already begun. He moved. And it was almost the same exact move that Scathach always started with. A full-bodied lunge forward into a stab. It was a type of greeting. If you can't stop this, then you deserve to die and aren't worth my attention. I grabbed my spear with both hands and slashed it downwards, colliding with the tip of his spear perfectly. All the power in his strike scattered in an explosive release. Immediately, his grip slid upwards towards the tip of his spear, allowing him to pull it back without losing momentum even as I slashed at his neck. With one hand, tucking the shaft under his arm, as if wielding his spear like a sword, he deflected it. I followed up by spinning my spear, the butt of it coming at him from the side to hit his ribs. It was deflected again, and I continued at his other side with the blade of the spear tip aiming at his left leg. With a deflection, my spear was already moving again towards his right eye. Gradually, the speed increased. We both turned into a blur with sparks flying before the ringing of weapons could be heard. He was the first to shift his posture, and he tilted his spear downwards, aiming at my fingers. I had to quickly adjust my grip, making me lose my aggressive pressure. I loosened my grip on my spear, letting it slide out of my hand until I was grabbing the very end of it, then used my entire body to swing it in an arc around me. He was forced to take a few steps back to dodge. Whoa. He let out a breath. Not bad, you improved. You definitely picked up the right mindset for wielding a spear over a sword. A spear isn't just a sword on a long stick, you know. His spear dropped down his hand until he was holding it properly again. It's all about controlling the momentum. I took a practiced stance. Well, that and other things. Compared to a sword, the way you grip a spear is significantly different. If you hold it close to the blade, it can be used like a sword in close quarters. If you hold it near the butt, it can be swept like a naginata. And of course, a proper grip at the center means that it can shift however you want. Again, he took the same stance as before, but his pressure was completely different. This wasn't a simple greeting anymore. I felt like his spear was already pressing against my neck. He leapt at me again, and it was intended to kill me with everything he had. I spun my spear up, and the butt of it collided with the tip of his spear with a resounding reverberation. He followed up immediately with a kick that I sidestepped, and my knee went for his sternum. He caught it with his palm and shifted his entire body to put my leg in a lock and pulled me to the ground, twisting me to make me lose my balance. I saw the blade of his in front of my eye. I quickly jerked my head, narrowly avoiding it and pulling myself free. Within the breath, I slid myself back, using my spear to deflect a follow-up from him as my feet tore into the ground. His use of grappling took me by surprise, that was my mistake, and he began to capitalize on it as I was now on my back foot. It annoyed me to admit, but in terms of spear skills, he was still far ahead of me. He was like a whirlwind. His spear came from below to sweep at my legs, and just barely as I dodged it, it had already aimed at my heart, which I narrowly deflected, only for the butt of his spear to swing around in an arc and smack me on the side of the head and send me skidding across the ground. It dazed me only for a brief moment, but my danger sense screamed at me, and my vision was filled with a burst of bloodlust and magical energy that sent a tingle down my spine. I responded in the best way I could in that moment, gathering my own power and letting out a shout as I thrust forward to meet his attack head-on. The eruption of energy sent me bouncing backwards off the ground before I came to a stop and slid back onto my feet, letting out a haggard breath. I eyed my opponent, who, while not coming out of that exchange clean, was also not particularly hurt. Meanwhile, I felt the blood rising up my throat and dripping down my nose. I think I fractured my wrist too. He casually spun his spear as he took a few steps forward. She taught us that lesson, didn't she? When you make a decisive blow, put everything you have into it. I grunted, straightening my posture. A half-assed attempt at killing someone leads to a half-alive enemy that can retaliate. My mirrored self laughed. Well, I'll say it again. You got better, but you're still not my match when it comes to the spear. Yeah. I let out a sigh. But I'm not a spearman, I acknowledge that. However, you're forgetting one thing. What's that? He asked curiously. This isn't a fight about swordsmanship. I let out a long breath, tapping my shoe against the ground before kicking off the ground. I hadn't been training in swordsmanship as my focus. It was something I was picking up alongside the real training. Even Scathack acknowledged that my focus wasn't on the spear and didn't attempt to change that. If even both of us understand that, then why would my Zanpakuto spirit make a challenge focused on spearmanship? One logical answer is that it's common sense to round out all your abilities to a certain degree. But the more practical answer is that this whole test wasn't a test focused on spearmanship. His expression changed. Like me, he has an instinct that's bordering irrational. He noticed something and shot at me at his full speed. And running from point A to point B, I would also say he has me beat there. Of course, I was a bit hampered. I didn't have all my stuff and abilities to use, but I couldn't use that as an excuse. He can run faster than me, that's just a fact, and it flowed into our fight. But then again, I had something he didn't. I don't run in the same way. His spear pierced towards me, and I pushed off the ground in a burst of Shuinpa. His spear tore through a hazy figure reminiscent of my silhouette that I left in my wake. Shuinpa was a technique, it wasn't an expression of physical exertion, and I still had plenty to learn. I came to a stop behind him, and my spear was aimed at his back. He quickly pivoted on his heel to deflect it and tried to counter, but I had moved again. My spear was aiming at his back again from the other side. His spear barely touched mine again, the sound of the collision had just reached our ears as I moved to his side. Faster and faster. It wasn't the first time I've done this. When I fought the double berserker Lancelot back in the Orland Singularity, I did the same thing. I took advantage of his dwindled mental capacity at that time and utilized my Shuinpa to maneuver with precision to disable him. But that was me with everything available. And that was an opponent who was hindered by their enhanced strength and madness. Now, it was different. Faster and faster. The point of my Bankai training was to push my limits and overcome them. Pain. What did that matter here in this world? I turned into a blur. I didn't even wait for the sound of our weapons meeting before moving again. I weaved in fakes and distractions, and I kept pushing my speed further. I could feel blood trickle down my bloodshot eyes as I continued to push myself. I felt some of the muscles in my legs snap, but I ignored it and pushed forward. And I think I saw it. The realm of what Yoruichi prides herself on when she calls herself the Flash Queen. Suddenly, there were dozens of afterimages all around him. Speed that even Izzy acknowledges as absurd in the same breath that she calls them mortals in her eyes. At least, in the eyes of a goddess, she acknowledged that many of the Shinigami of that world had breached the realm of gods. And he couldn't keep up. My spear brushed past his guard and touched his cheek, drawing a line of blood before pulling back. He swung his spear through an image of me when I was already dozens of feet away from him, stabbing forward as he twisted his body and got cut along the waist. Blood began to splash across the ground every second. The sparks and echoes of steel were being drowned out by the sound of his flesh being severed with each passing moment. Like I would lose this way. He let out a roar as dozens of afterimages all bore down on him, dozens of deadly cursed spears trying to claim his life. His magical energy erupted outwards, and he slammed his spear right into the ground below him. All my hazy afterimages dissipated as I got hit by the outer edge of the explosion he created. His eyes burned brightly in the dust that surrounded the area, focused with bloodlust as he let out another roar and shot through the obstructed debris. He was practically covered in blood from head to toe, mostly of his own hand, and then he put everything into stabbing at me as I barely touched back on the ground. Scat always said that the biggest taboo for someone who wields a spear is to be flat-footed. I'll have your heart. Not if I take yours first. I stabbed at him the same way. He grinned wickedly as he held up his other arm and threw it in front of my spear, using it as a shield as it pierced through his forearm, and he flung it to the side, completely giving it up as the flesh and bone were torn away. Yet, his spear was still aimed right at my heart. So, I let go of my spear, and my feet left the ground as I barely arched my body over his thrust, narrowly avoiding it. Fool! He yelled, twirling his spear, and tried to readjust his aim at my body that was now midair. He only had one arm, his speed and strength had diminished. I think he noticed my cocky smile. I swung my arm at the spear I had abandoned less than a breath before. A piece of fabric, or rather leather, slapped around the shaft. I used my belt as a means to pull my spear back to me to block his strike. My feet hit the ground, and he had yet to recover himself. I stomped forward, twisted my wrist, and thrust forward with all my strength, and my spear pushed through his chest as his own gi-bog was dropped from his hand and his body was carried backwards by my strike as he became impaled on the world tree. I collapsed onto the ground. I win. I declared before falling back completely. It's my win. I said again between deep breaths. Tired. I closed my eyes with a sense of relief. Line break. Musu Tengai POV. Well fought. I said softly as his eyes shut tight and he disappeared into his inner world. He had pushed past his previous limits while also being hindered in his current state. His gains here will be elevated when he has his full power. Good fight, brat. Drake also commented as he flew down from the tree. You know, I was annoyed at first when he wasn't using me in every fight. But I kind of came around to the idea of being a trump card. If I was used for every little thing, I think it would lower my prestige. I rolled my eyes. Yes, of course. He chuckled. Seeing the brat get stronger is fun. It reminds me of when I was a young little dragon. I look forward to seeing what else he's going to do. I look forward to it as well. I smiled in agreement. Well, I'm going back home to sleep. Drake yawned. Later. The dragon disappeared back into the boosted gear. That is 2 opponents down now, Wilhelm. But you still have a bit more to go. I will talk to him once he's had a chance to mentally recover. While he will not face physical pains and damage within his inner world, the mental and spiritual toll can be high. I looked towards the mirrored potential of him. How long are you going to pretend to be dead? I asked. The version of Wilhelm that was pierced into the nascent world tree cracked open his eyes. Well, shit. It felt awkward to say something. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Can you do something? This isn't exactly comfortable. I snapped my fingers, and the spear disappeared. He slumped to the ground. Ugh, I guess that's it for me. I'm kinda annoyed. I wanted to say something cool at our last meeting. I can relay your words. Nah, the moment passed. He grumbled. I guess I'll be heading back to my maybe non-existence now. I wonder if I really do exist out there somewhere, or maybe I did exist or will exist. Does it matter? I asked. Nah. He grinned. You should know that better than most. We don't have those kinds of unnecessary deep thoughts. Just live your life how you want to, don't care about that kind of thing. He let out a sigh, leaning back. So, how long are you going to pretend? Pardon. I can't blame him for not noticing, considering his perspective is skewed. But I'm sure the other us he fought also noticed and was just too polite to say something. The potential version of Wilhelm stated. You should tell him. Right. He just grunted. I guess it isn't my place to say anything anyways. But it's just going to be worse when he eventually finds out, right? I will bear any consequences without complaint. I said simply. You know, that's always such an easy thing to say when it's someone else that's getting hurt. He stated. But what do I know? He dissipated back into the reflection of possibilities. My goal has never changed. I looked up at the growing world tree. My priority has always been Wilhelm. Line break. A/N. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 669, Non-Canon Omake, The Little Spider, Chapter. Arachne hummed to herself happily. This is the second time in only a couple days that someone challenged her to a fight. How could she not be happy? She had thought that the camp would be boring, but she's been having a lot of fun. A small detour to clean herself and her companions off, and they were following the direction on the message she received. Though she didn't know why her half-sister was tagging along, she didn't care too much. Shouldn't we go find Chiron? I'm pretty sure the rules say that duels need to be supervised. Annabeth said hesitantly as they started moving through the forest. It's fine, I'm supervising. Mordred responded. For some reason, that didn't fill Annabeth with confidence. These are children of the goddess of magic. Are you sure it'll be all right? Are you really good enough to compete with her children in magic? I am pretty good. Arachne said simply. Pretty good. Annabeth repeated, weirdly concerned about her lackadaisical attitude. How did you even learn magic anyways? Who taught you? Well. Arachne thought for a moment. Me mum taught me a lot, but that was just her specialties. Then I had a bunch of aunties and uncles teach me stuff. Oh, course me da also taught me a lot, but I couldn't learn his magic. She grumbled at that last bit. And I went to Hogwarts Fair a few years, but I didn't finish cause it was boring. Annabeth processed, hearing things that made sense. She didn't really know who her mom was other than a name, but it didn't mean much to her, and she had no real way of checking. But if her mother was really good at magic, it made sense. What's Hogwarts? A magic school up in Scotland. Mordred answered. It's actually pretty nice. Though I can understand why the brat left and didn't finish. There's a school that teaches magic. That's awesome. Percy chimed in. A magic school. Annabeth all but shrieked in surprise. You're telling me there's an entire school dedicated to teaching magic? Who teaches there? Which gods? Ain't no gods. Arachne scoffed. It's mostly humans. No gods. But how does the magic work? How, even for the students? Everyone there is human. Mostly. You mean like demigods or legacies, right? Annabeth looked at her. Arachne was confused. Why do you think only demigods or their children can learn magic? Me mum wasn't either and learned magic. Me da got no divine stuff inside o' him when he learned magic. Me grandpa ain't no divine origin, and he's the best at magic. Annabeth was silent. It wasn't the first time Arachne had said this, although not as bluntly before. But Annabeth was trying to grasp at any semblance of normalcy in her words. It felt like every time Arachne opened her mouth, the world that Annabeth knew was whittled away just a little bit more. When Annabeth first found out everything about the camp, gods, everything, she felt like the world opened up to her. In a way, it made her feel special that she could see what's really out there. But now, she felt small again, like the wider world she knew was just a tiny little corner and she was too stupid to see it before. Why'd you leave the magic school? That sounds kinda rad. Percy asked. Arachne let out a small sigh. 'Cause of who me family is, I got treated like I was royalty. I just wanted to learn magic and go to school. Percy sympathized. Partly. He didn't really know anything about being treated like royalty, but he understood just wanting to be normal, go to school normally, and do normal stuff. Mordred snorted, though. What she didn't say is that she kept getting in trouble because they wouldn't let her play with her spears or fight anyone. Why do they care if I practice with me spear? I wasn't hurting nobody. They wouldn't let me have me spear, it's dumb. But doesn't magic come from the mists? Annabeth blurted out as the question popped in her head. That's why children of the goddess of magic can use magic so well, they can control the mists easier. Arachne scoffed. What dumb bullshit is that? Do you think Uncle Odin uses Greek stuff fair as magic? Annabeth blinked. As learned as she is, of course she recognizes the name Odin. And as she recently discovered that other gods exist, it didn't take her off guard, even if it was still strange to hear. But what Arachne said made sense. Why would another god, from a different region, use Greek stuff? Then, is everything I was told just a lie? Annabeth whispered. Her worldview was gradually being destroyed with each passing minute. Annabeth and Percy were oblivious. As they passed through the forest, Arachne would run a finger across various trees. Mordred noticed it as soon as it started happening, but she didn't say anything. She noted the various runes that were etched into the bark as her fingers passed. She wasn't here to police her little sister, just to make sure she doesn't get in over her head. Mordred was of the mind that kids should get into a bit of trouble as long as it wasn't deadly. They eventually came to a clearing after walking a bit through the forest. They knew they were at the location described because there was a bonfire going and about a dozen figures covered in cloaks. They had clearly prepared beforehand. Be honored, this is. You're trying too hard. Arachne interrupted her. The girl, the one who was still cloaked amongst the others, seemed startled at the interruption. What? You're trying too hard. Arachne looked around. It's kind of silly. They expected a completely different reaction. It looks like they put a lot of effort into things. Percy commented. Ah, you're right, I should be nicer. Arachne nodded. Go ahead, I will wait. She gestured to the others. Well, the mood is ruined now. One of them scoffed. I can't believe we practiced for, 3 hours for nothing. Various grumbles of annoyance were voiced as they all pulled down their hoods. Oh, are we startin'? Arachne perked up, and immediately her demonic red spear appeared in her hand. Who am I fighting first? Or are you all coming at me together? No. The girl in front shouted. This is a magic duel, not some brutish brawl. Arachne stopped in her proverbial tracks. No spear? She asked. A magic duel, you stupid girl. If I use magic to launch me spear at ya, does it count? Stop. No spears. No weapons. Arachne looked at the spear in her hand with a genuine expression of sadness. I guess no spear then. She put it away. Ugh, I can't believe I have to do this. She grunted. Alright, here's what's going to happen. We're going to have a magic duel, and when you lose, you're not allowed to use magic anymore. That's fucking dumb. Arachne deadpanned. What? The girl was taken aback by the response. I ain't agreeing to something stupid like that. If you're scared. Duel to the death. Arachne blurted out right back at her. If you want to be stupid about it, let's just fight to the death. Once more, the child of Hecate was taken aback by Arachne's response. Everything was going way off course, all their practiced scripts seemed to not be working. For Arachne, she wouldn't agree to something ridiculous like that if she didn't have to. If someone wanted to impose a dumb restriction, just make it a duel to the death. Don't worry, I know a geas that will force us to fight to the death, or we both die, it will be fair. Arachne followed up. The daughter of Hecate actually looked horrified. No. No one's dying, what's wrong with you? You're the one who was being stupid with something like, no more magic. Arachne rolled her eyes. It's not stupid. Very stupid. She was seething at this point. We're the children of Hecate. We're the ones who get to practice magic. Arachne just continued to look at the girl like she was an idiot. Fine. She all but screeched. Then, you're not allowed to go around telling other people to start practicing magic. That's our thing, you don't get to tell others to do it. Why are you guys so caught up on that? Shouldn't you be happy that other people want to learn magic and stuff? Percy asked. Arachne just nodded because she was confused. The girl scoffed. What do you know? How would you feel if a bunch of other demigods wanted to start controlling water, or whatever? I would honestly not care. Actually, it would be great because then they'd come out and join me in the lake. Percy perked up. The girl scowled deeply. And, like, don't you guys use weapons too? I see a dagger on your waist. Wouldn't that be like stealing from other gods too cause they got weapons as their thing? Percy pointed out. There was a beat of silence as Percy said that. Even Arachne hadn't considered that point, she was mostly hung up on the stupid concept of not wanting other people to practice magic. But then again, she also knew a bunch of other idiots who wanted to monopolize magic. Well, he's not wrong. Mordred agreed. Can we hurry up? I am starting to get bored. Arachne stated. Fine, let's get started. The girl huffed. You'll be dueling me. I'm Selene Farrow, the second best witch of our group. Why ain't I fighting the best then? As if she would come deal with someone stupid like you. She thought it was stupid and didn't come, right? Shut up. Whatever, let's fight. Arachne took out a wand, much to the surprise of the Hecate children. What's that? Selene called out. I said no weapons. It's a wand, are ye daft? Arachne responded. Have you never heard a magic foci before? The girl clenched her fists tight and resisted the urge to really want to forego the magic aspect and just jump her. Everyone started to take steps back as they sensed it was about to start. Even Arachne's group gave her enough space as she twirled the wand in her fingers. Well, make your move. Arachne gestured to her. The daughter of Hecate held her hands out, and they became engulfed in flames. She threw the flames at Arachne wordlessly. Arachne's wand glowed faintly, and she used it to deflect the fireballs away with ease. Selene furrowed her brow, taking a step forward, and the fire from the bonfire surged around her. Oh, Apollo's mighty chariot, gathering the sun's flames and burst. A wave of fire swept outwards from her towards Arachne. Aqua eructo. Arachne cast in return, a torrent of water erupted from her wand, clashing with the wave of fire as steam filled the clearing. Once it settled and swept away in the evening sky, both girls were still standing without issue. Arachne wasn't unfamiliar with Greek magic. It involved words in more of a sense than most forms of magic. It was a thaumaturgical system that invoked a god, and by extension, their domain, to cast your magic through. At least, that was the primary method that she was familiar with. There were also generic ways to cast spells through the use of the mists and innate magic. Is that it? Are you done with the warm-up? Arachne asked. The mist surged around her, and she thrust her hands up. Mother, turn the area to night. The sun above flickered, and in this specific area, a deep night descended downwards, covering all of them. She could get away with quick and easy invocations of her mom's side in such a casual manner. Ah, using the mists as a bridge, I get it. Arachne nodded, then flicked her wand, and an array of sparks and lights shot at the girl. The mists front of her swirled, as if devouring the magics, they collapsed on them, stopping them from reaching Selene. The two of them started to wordlessly fling spells at one another. They were simple by most definitions of the word. They could even be called cantrips by experienced mages, but they were plentiful and quick. However, Selene was gradually becoming angrier because she didn't expect some random girl to be able to keep up with her, a daughter of Hecate, a talented one at that, in magic. Selene let out a frustrated growl, and the shadows around her warped into daggers by the dozens and shot at Arachne. Arachne held out her hand. Tau Lambda Alpha. An intense force pushed down all the shadowy daggers until they hit the ground. It didn't stop, and even rocks and stones beneath it cracked and shattered as the shadowy daggers also burst from the pressure. Selene's eyes widened. Of course she could understand the word, she was a Greek demigod. She heard Arachne invoke Atlas, the titan of endurance. But what utterly confused her was that there was no prayer offered, no words to invoke the immortals being or their domain, or to ask for assistance. That's what she's seen her mother do. I'll show you one of Mida's spells. Arachne said excitedly, and Selene could see the magic starting to surge off of her. With a flick of Arachne's wand, runes came into existence. Freezing winds of Jotunheim. Mordred was quick to react, grabbing Percy and Annabeth and putting them behind her, as their group was the closest. A freezing cold surged outwards, immediately icing over everything in the vicinity. Selene let out a shout, chanting in ancient Greek as a shield enveloped her, holding off the deathly cold winds. Oh, that looks like a good shield. Arachne grinned, her bloodlust was bubbling to the surface as she started getting into it. Let's see if I can break it. Bombarda Maxima. Selene just saw an explosion in front of her face as her barrier cracked and broke, the ensuing explosion sending her flying backwards until she hit a tree and bounced off of it. In a panic, she cried out, and the mists wrapped around her, making her disappear from the spot. O immortal night, hear my prayer. I ask for your children's nightmares to come to life. Tooth and claw beckons them forward to tear apart my enemy. Arachne tilted her head as red eyes began to glow in the surroundings. Strange, shadowy creatures stepped out of the shadows. To Arachne, they sort of looked like Grimm. Arachne smiled. Expecto Patronum. The luminescence light was gentle as it surged out of the tip of her wand. Almost like moonlight as it illuminated the engrossing darkness around her. The ethereal light formed together until it was given shape. A large owl flapped its wings, and the shadowy constructs halted their advance. The onlookers also noted the rather oddly placed top hat on the owl's head and the monocle. Go, Duke Hootsworth 3. The owl let out a screech and flew around in a circle, its light pushed away the surrounding darkness and began to drive off the shadowy creatures. However, there were a lot of shadowy creatures. Don't worry, Duke Hootsworth. Reinforcements are coming. Avis. Arachne cast once more, and from her wand, she conjured a large flock of birds, but she wasn't done. Oak flesh. The conjured birds were enveloped in a flickering armor reminiscent of oak. They started to attack the shadow creatures. Though they weren't even real birds, their methods of attacking were just to dive bomb them. The shadowy creatures, to their credit, were ripping them apart with relative ease, but Arachne was just laughing as she was having fun. Oh goddess of. Arachne found her location in the darkness as soon as she started speaking. Silencio. She cast, and a burst of light shot from her wand and collided with the shrouded girl a few yards back into the forest. She yelped and realized she could utter a word. To her, it seemed like some kind of curse. Arachne took that chance to aim her wand again. This is one of Mida's favorites, Thunderbolt. From her wand, the air crackled, and with a thunderous boom, a torrent of lightning tore through the air right at her location. With an explosive boom, several trees were uprooted and torn apart. The laughter from Arachne redoubled as a hidden rune on each of the fake birds began to glow, and then they subsequently exploded. Without context, if someone walked over suddenly, they would see an almost maniacal laugh from a girl as she was making the forest explode all around her with fires igniting and lightning shooting from her wand. Annabeth stood there, utterly shocked. She had seen her sister fight already, but a lot of that she attributed to the recently learned divine spear she had in her possession. But seeing it again, seeing her just use magic that apparently anyone can learn, it made her really feel like she had been wasting her time. And there was a second thought. She was now wondering if her half-sister was in fact the bad guy in this scenario. Enough. A shrill voice sounded out. Selene had gotten her voice back. She stepped out of the shadows, huffing, with some blood on her whitening face, tired and bruised, but still standing tall. Arachne tilted her head. Are you finally going to use that spell you was preparing all this time? Selene's eyes widened. You knew. How could I not know? You prepared this whole place as a ritual. Arachne rolled her eyes as her Patronus let out a sound in the air. Celine breathed harder, anger clear on her face. The shadowy creatures that remained started to fall over and dissipate, and their magics all formed together. The malevolent energy coalesced into a large figure that began to take shape. To Arachne's eyes, it sort of looked like a Wendigo. It was big, though, its head stood above the trees. Isn't it cheating to have been preparing that beforehand? Arachne asked. A real master of magic always makes preparations. She responded hastily, even mockingly. Ah, good that we agree. Arachne smiled. Then, several hundred small lights appeared in the forest behind her, from the path they took to reach here. All the runes she had left behind lit up at once. A large magic circle appeared under Arachne's feet and began to expand. The ground began to rumble. From her hand, 5 talismans appeared between her fingers. Metal enriches water. Water nurtures wood. Wood feeds fire. Fire dries earth. Earth refines metal. 5 elements mutual generation. She didn't practice much on Myoto, but she knew a handful of spells that she felt were practical. In this case, the specific one that helped her cast this large-scale ritual. The ultimate spell of the druids that me Uncle Cu taught me, come, Wickerman. The trees used as material, out of the spell circle, the wooden construction emerged, wreathed in flames as it stood up behind her. It was big, much larger than Celine's own summon. Mine's bigger. Arachne said as Celine stared in horrified silence. The Wickerman then stomped her summon. Line break. A/N. Arachne is more fun, and more kids gets traumatized. It's weird how there seems to be some type of correlation there. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 670, Chapter. Vanillana POV. Everything looked perfect. I was excited. It was the second time I was having a peerage member of mine come visit my family. And of course, little Olga is coming along as well. It was unfortunate that Wilhelm wouldn't be here, but he was busy with something else. Regardless, the point was for them to meet everyone else and to alleviate their worries. This was a big change for them, and I wanted them to feel comfortable. Ooh, this is great. Is this how everyone else feels when they build their peerages? I never cared for it, and admittedly, I still don't quite care to go searching for more. But now that someone else happened to fall into my lap, I can't help but want to play the role. My king, I presume the time is nigh. Oh, Mozart, you don't need to be so dramatic. I chuckled. It's just a nice, happy gathering. But as a senior, I must set the mood. He held his hand up to the air. I must show off my charming demonic side to our newest companion. He flashed his wings for emphasis. Do not fret, my demonic king. He did an exaggerated bow. I shall do my utmost to welcome them properly. He was more theatrical than Wilhelm, but he also had a warm heart that wouldn't do something to make them uncomfortable. You should have plenty to talk about. I said casually. Considering your origins. Indeed. His eyes brightened. While I never cared to visit the clock tower in my life, I was more than aware of its existence as a magus myself. Though I was by far the traditional sort, even if I could be considered a genius even when not taking into account my musical abilities. But that may be a matter of debate depending on who hears it. He chuckled. I don't think I'll ever quite understand that particular mindset. What a proper magus entails. Perhaps it's just a human thing that I won't ever understand. I'm sure it will be enough simply that you can sympathize with them. Coming from the same place will be enough to ease their anxiety, I'm sure. As you say. He smiled. Shall we fetch them, or will they come by some other hand? I have not noticed the presence of the young lord. Young lord? I tilted my head. Ah. The vernacular I have adopted, I believed it fitting for my position, don't you think so? As your queen, I of course must treat your paramour with the utmost respect, and it is the title he is called by the Yukai. I hummed thoughtfully. Well, you're not wrong. Considering he's supposed to represent me in social circles, it is proper that he respect Wilhelm as my lover and future partner. I can't imagine that we continue as we are and we don't get married in the future. It's funny that he pays more attention to those courtesies and social etiquette than I do. You know I only reincarnated you because I'm a fan. You don't need to play the role if it's too bothersome. I'm happy that you're helping with Trisha and Olga, that's more than enough for me. Madam. He adopted a gentle smile as he took my hand and placed the back of it to his forehead. It was a gesture of respect rather than anything romantic. I am forever grateful for this opportunity you have given to me. I will fulfill my role as your queen to the best of my abilities for as long as you'll have me. Part of me just thinks you like playing the role. I eyed him. He chuckled again. I don't deny it. I playfully swatted him away. I'm appreciative nonetheless. His eyes brightened as he perked up. I believe they are arriving. My own eyes followed his, and they found the teleportation circle on the ground. How strange, I didn't expect them to appear this way when grandfather offered his assistance. Did Zelretch hijack the teleportation circle? Mozart rubbed his chin. I can't say I have any knowledge of true magic, but to connect to an already established point in space, I presume, would prove easier than normal means. They appeared promptly, though the phenomenon was nothing like the standard teleportation that we utilize. I suppose I shouldn't have expected such for whom I asked. Trisha appeared, as did Olga. They perked up when they saw us. Welcome. I greeted. Thank you for inviting us to your home. Trisha politely bowed her head. Thank you for inviting me to your home. Olga did a little curtsy. At the very least, they would fit into our social circles rather easily. From what I understood, what they usually navigate was perhaps even more cutthroat than our own. She was very adorable. You both are more than welcome. I smiled warmly. And Olga, it looks like you dressed up, you look very beautiful. I knelt down slightly and gently patted her head. I could see that her clothing was much more intricate and well-made than what she wore before. Something very clearly chosen meticulously to make her look her best. The young girl flushed under the praise. She truly has had very few positive compliments, from what I've noticed. Oh, of course. She quickly regained her normal demeanor. I smiled and stood back up and looked towards my newest bishop. Trisha, I'm happy you came. I hope you enjoy your time here, you can think of it as your second home. I glanced at Olga. That goes for both of you. I look forward to our stay, Lady Gremory. Trisha responded. Before we get to a tour and I introduce you to my family, first, let me introduce you to your fellow peerage member and my queen. I gestured to him. May I, my king? Oh, by all means. I stepped to the side. Good evening, ladies. He bowed, sweeping his arm under his chest in a big gesture. I'm enthused to finally meet your acquaintance. Caster servant, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, at your service. Both of them had their eyes widen. A heroic spirit. Olga blurted out in a whisper. I didn't tell them because I thought it would be fun to see their reaction. Well, perhaps not quite a servant anymore. He gave a wink. But all the same, that was my original status before I asked Lady Gremory to turn me into a devil. I've quite enjoyed my time thus far, and I do believe you will as well. Yes. Trisha pushed up her glasses. I apologize for not returning the greeting immediately, I was startled. I am Trisha Fellows, from the side branch of the Animosphere family, and Miss Olga's teacher. She lightly gestured to Olga. And I suppose, a bishop. She looked to me for confirmation, and I nodded. Calling herself a bishop was not strange terminology here, and if anything, it was recognizable and descriptive. And I am thrilled to meet you, I'm a fan of your works. She added. Mozart's eyes lit up. I'm always happy to meet a fan. He let out a laugh that eased a bit of tension in the room. And of course, you must be the young Lady Animosphere. Why yes. Olga nodded before correcting herself. I mean, I am Olga Marie Animosphere. She stood up straight. I am the head of the Animosphere family of the astromancy department. My, how impressive. At your age, I could barely even cast a spell, let alone handle a family with such a grand history and manage an entire department. Your reputation precedes you, young Lady Animosphere. I had to hold back a laugh as Olga flushed in embarrassment again. It was never going to stop being adorable. Yes. Your praise is unneeded, but I accept your goodwill. She did her best to keep herself calm. I'm honored to meet such a famous musician and magus such as yourself. Oh. It wasn't widely known that I was a magus in life, or was it just because of my class that you assumed? He rubbed his chin. It's covered in several texts that list historical figures that were magi. She explained. He just nodded as if it explained everything. Regardless, the pleasure of this meeting is certainly all mine, and I'm sure we will continue to have a wonderful time together in the future. For all the historical records and talks about how uncouth and how much of a potty mouth he was during his life, he certainly knew when to act properly and to good effect. If you don't have any questions or concerns, why don't I take you to meet my family? I spoke up as the initial greetings finally finished. That would be lovely. Trisha replied. There wasn't much more to say. From our previous talks, they more or less know what they should and shouldn't say to protect Wilhelm's secrets. While what he does is a known quantity for them, it's most certainly not one here, and I fear what would happen if word of it got out. I know that there would be many in the world, both considered good and bad, that would covet what he has and demand it of him through whatever means necessary. I led them out of the teleportation room and through the house. The decor wasn't exciting, I would presume, for people of their caliber. They've probably seen just the same in their own homes or that of those they visited in the past. Mom. Hello, Rias. I smiled as she dove to me for a hug. She's already so old, yet she acts like a young girl still. But as a mother, I wouldn't have it any different. I heard you had fun with Wilhelm. I asked. She pursed her lips. That's one way to call it. Well, she was the one who informed me. Though, she didn't give me all the details. He gave Kaneko a cannon, Mom. I blinked. A gun. Then she shot him. I held a hand in front of my mouth as I let out a laugh. That does sound like something he would do. Well, it isn't against the rules of the raiding game. If Wilhelm gave her a gun like that, then either it was for a joke or it was a good idea. Perhaps even both in this case. I'm sure it won't have any negative effect on Rias's raiding game. I know Wilhelm wouldn't sabotage her like that. Who's this? Rias peeked around my shoulder. I told you already. I lightly chided her, she can be rather scatterbrained. Oh, right. She nodded to herself. Who's my mom's newest peerage member? She asked, looking at both of them. Trisha was about to speak, but I held up a hand. Rias, dear, let's go to the others so poor Trisha and Olga here don't have to keep introducing themselves to everyone. Oh, all right. She rolled her eyes. Hey Mozart, I really liked the concert that you played last week. She shot him a thumbs up. I'm thrilled that you enjoyed it. He smiled happily. I do so find that I have fallen in love with my saxophone. I just shook my head with a sigh. This daughter of mine. Come along, dears. I had to be a bit forceful because she would just chatter away. I pulled on her arm gently to bring her with us. The others were already waiting. Serzex, Grafia, Zio, and surprisingly, Ajuka were here too. But most importantly, Milikas was here with them too. Hello everyone. I greeted. Ajuka, I'm surprised you're here. It's not every day you get a new peerage member. He responded, shooting a glance at Mozart. After the surprise of your last one, I was intrigued. Yes, I'm sure you are. All right everyone, introductions. I clapped my hands, not wanting to waste time, as I knew it would make things a bit more awkward for everyone. Zio, dear, you first. My first. He let out a little laugh. My fair ladies. He lightly tilted his head in acknowledgement. I am Zioticus Gremory, head of the Gremory family. I'm pleased to know that Venelana here has found herself another peerage member to accompany her. He's always such a sweetheart. No need to be stiff, Dad. Serzex stepped forward. It's Mom's peerage member, it's not like we're announcing ourselves at a ball. He smiled as he turned to them. Nice to meet you both, I'm Serzex Lucifer, one of the four Satans. Olga and Trisha both stiffened but nodded politely. They were aware that it was a title, not that my son was actually our ancestor. But even so, it's not every day that you can meet a person who can claim the name of Lucifer as his. I'm Grafia Lucifuge, his maid, his queen, and his wife. Grafia was precise and to the point without any extra words. Hello, I'm Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the other Satans. Ajuka, likewise, wasn't someone to waste words. And you just met me, but I'm Rias Gremory. Rias waved happily to them. And lastly. Hi, I'm Milikas. My grandson smiled brightly as he looked at Olga. I like the ribbons in your hair. Eh. Olga was taken aback by the compliment and caught off guard by it. Thank you. Trisha put a reassuring hand on Olga's back. It must have been a strange situation they found themselves in, and they were doing their best to acclimate. I'm Trisha Fellows, a magician. It's wonderful to meet you all, thank you for having me. She remembered to call herself a magician, that's good. I'm Olga Marie Animosphere. Olga did her best to project confidence. I'm a magician and head of the Animosphere family. She puffed up as she said it. Well, I wasn't the only one who picked up on her mannerisms here and how she was trying her best, but everyone was polite enough not to say something. There was a moment of silence that followed as if each and everyone else was waiting for someone to talk. What kind of magic do you know? Milikas was the one to break the silence with his innocence. Magic. Olga repeated, and her brow furrowed as if trying to decide how to answer that question. The Animosphere family has been practicing astromancy for generations. Oh. Astromancy. Ajuka chimed in. That's not a common practice these days. What's astromancy? Rias asked. It's the study of the stars and planets. Ajuka answered easily. I believe its primary strength is in predicting the future. Olga just nodded. Why yes, that is correct. We observe the stars and are able to predict future phenomena if needed. You can see the future, that's so cool. Milikas's eyes lit up. Well. It's more complicated than that. Olga flushed again. And how about you, Miss Trisha? I'm curious what about you caught Venelana's attention to have her want you to join with her. Zio joined in. Trisha smiled politely, looking down at Olga. I suppose it won't be much of a secret. I am from a branch family of the Animosphere, so we have similar concepts of spellcasting. However, from a notable perspective, I have magic eyes that allow me to peer into the future. They went quiet. Magic eyes. Rias all but blurted out. Like a sacred gear. I barely covered sacred gears. No, they're innate. I interjected. The terminology they use is mystic eyes. I helped her out. She shot me a thankful look while adjusting her glasses. Yes, they're called mystic eyes of precognition. I can catch glimpses of the future, though I'm ashamed to say that I can never see an entire picture but more pieces of a future. Don't sell yourself short, madam. Mystic eyes of such caliber are hard to come by. Mozart was praised. I put a hand on Trisha's shoulder. Go ahead and brag, it's the best time for it. Everyone here is family, your secrets are safe here. It was tradition in a sense. At least, with regard to introducing yourself to your fellow peerage members or direct family members. She hesitated for a moment, and I knew it went against her ideology from before, but she wasn't human anymore. She was a devil. She swallowed a little. I am adequate in most basic forms of magic. I have been trained in combat since a young age to act as Miss Olga's guard in an emergency. In order to be a suitable tutor, I also have a wide array of knowledge regarding the magical arts of primary use. I was born with the element of water, but I changed my affinity to imaginary numbers. To what's it? Rias blinked. Trisha pushed up her glasses, taking a breath. Imaginary numbers. She reiterated again. Oh, you changed your element. That's not an easy task to accomplish. Mozart nodded in understanding. I'm lost. What do you mean? I mean, I know humans have like an element they're good with or something. Rias looked confused. Trisha was about to open her mouth, but Ajuka interrupted. Allow me, I am familiar with human magic and concepts enough to grasp the understanding. Humans are born with an element they're predisposed to. There are a large array of elements, not just water or fire or wind or such and such. Devils, generally, are born with an affinity simply for demonic energy, which translates to being able to utilize all elements, as it were, in the same way. There are exceptions, such as the Citri being predisposed to water and ice, similar to the original Leviathan having a monstrous affinity for water as well. Rias nodded along absent-mindedly. I know that much. Well. Ajuka rubbed his chin as he eyed Trisha. I can't say I've heard about someone changing their born element. I've known some magicians in the past that forwent their born affinities because they simply chose other paths, but never one who changed it. How curious. I smiled, looking towards Trisha and Olga. Ajuka here is the foremost expert on magical concepts in the underworld. They both sort of nodded absent-mindedly, just like Rias did. It was a strange situation all around. Ah, they're unfamiliar with me. Ajuka blinked. Or the underworld in general, I suppose. No matter, yes. I am an expert in nearly every form of magic, be it devil or human. The position of Satan I hold was won through my magical skill, not strength like Zelretch. Ajuka, it's not like you to admit you're weaker than me. My son teased. Ajuka rolled his eyes. Ignore him, he couldn't cast spells to escape a paper bag if his life depended on it. Now, where was I? Yes, I believe I was saying that changing one's elemental affinity was not something I was aware you could do, but not being a human, it wasn't a field I ever researched. How curious, I'm pleased to have discovered this. Now that I think about it, I believe I could devise several ways to do so off the top of my head. Don't mind him, he gets lost in thought when something catches his interest, and he can't focus until he resolves whatever questions are on his mind. I told them. But what's the imaginary thingy? Rias asked. Imaginary numbers. Ajuka snapped back. It's a concept derived from separating the universe into two distinctions in this context, I believe. There are many human concepts that speak of it, even from the mundane side. However, here, consider the universe separated into two halves. One is the real number space, the other is the imaginary number space. The real number space constitutes reality in a physical sense, while the imaginary number space is the not real, such as the dimension gap. From a mathematical standpoint, it involves the fourth-dimensional space that exists separate from the primary universe, which surprises me that it could be an element. I understood some of those words. Mozart cleared his throat. Allow me, madam. Imaginary numbers have to do with void or other dimensions, essentially. If it were to be dumbed down, as it were. So your element is dimension manipulation. Rias's eyes sparkled. Trisha was startled at her excitement. That isn't entirely incorrect. I was thankful she kept it simple for Rias's sake. That's so cool. Rias exclaimed. This time, I think Trisha flushed in embarrassment at being praised like that. Your credentials, I believe, are not in question. Zio spoke up next. But I am curious, how did you meet Venelana? She isn't one to go for a peerage member simply because they are sufficiently qualified. That. Trisha went quiet for a moment. Lady Gremory saved my life. Sounds like Mom. My son chuckled. Oh hush, you. I rolled my eyes. She makes it sound more glorious than it was. I was simply there, and I had the ability to save her, so I did. Now, you all interrogated her enough, no more of that. I chastised them all. I knew it was going to happen, but it was enough now. Let's all get along, shall we? Grandma, can I take Olga to go play? Millie Cass asked. Line break. Olga Marie Animosphere POV. Grandma, can I take Olga to go play? What? That sounds like a good idea. She smiled. We're going to be just talking about all the boring stuff, why don't you kids go run off and have fun? Show Olga around. I suppose a tour would not be remiss. I said as he grabbed my hand and pulled me away like a brute. Trisha. Why are you not helping? Why are you looking at me like that? Before I knew it, he had already pulled me away from Trisha. I was alone now, with the devil. Boy. What was I supposed to do? How do you play? This is my room. He said happily as he pushed the door open. Your room. I'm being taken to a boy's room. I'm not ready for this. This level of debauchery. I'm not a devil, I'm a human. Trisha said that this is only allowed when I'm older. No. Even if he looks nice and I like the color of his eyes, this is moving too quickly. From all the books I read, you're supposed to know someone before doing this. You're supposed to go on outings, and spend time together, and hold hands first. Look, this is my sword. I peeked through my finger-covered eyes. It's only a wooden sword for now. Okita says that I have to practice with a wood sword until I earn the right to use a real one. Though, when I'm exercising, he does make me carry around a real sword to get used to the weight. Why you? Is something wrong? He tilted his head. Nothing. I quickly corrected myself. I wasn't blushing. It is a nice sword. So he wasn't bringing me here for unspeakable reasons. I've never been in a boy's room before. It looked normal, I think. I had nothing to compare it to, and he wasn't human, but it looked kind of human. What's that? I asked incredulously, pointing to the figure on the shelf. Oh, it's my brother's action figure. He smiled happily, picking it up and handing it to me. Action figure? I repeated. It's a doll of Lord Schweinorg. No. It's an action figure. He reiterated. See, it even has a sword. The doll did have a small replica of one of the swords I saw him use. The arms rotated, and it seemed to be made of firm but pliable rubber and plastic. You could shift it around to make it stand in different ways. You like it? You can have it, I have more. He smiled. What? Why is he giving me something? I didn't prepare a gift to give in response. But it's a doll of Lord Schweinorg, I don't. You've met Big Brother too, right? Grandma said she was going on a magic train ride with Big Brother, and then she came back with Miss Trisha as a new peerage member. So you were there too, right? Did you meet Big Brother? Yes. I nodded absent-mindedly. I was honored to meet Lord Schweinorg and become acquainted with him. To meet and become acquainted with a magician is a high honor. I even had many of my department aides behaving better when they found out that I was acquainted with Lord Schweinorg. My big brother is the best, isn't he? I want to be just like him, that's why I was learning how to use a sword and learning magic. He swung his wooden sword around. I noticed that it was a mystic code too. Who turns a wooden practice sword into a mystic code? But can I really keep this? I asked quietly. Sure. I looked at the doll and felt something strange in my chest. He didn't seem to be wanting anything in return from me or expecting a gift exchange, as is proper etiquette. No one other than Trisha ever gave me a gift before without expectations. Are you okay? You look red. I'm fine. Trisha was right, all boys are stupid. Want to see a secret of mine? He asked. Not even my mom knows, I made it a while ago, and I use it secretly. He said in a whisper. A secret. I whispered along with him. I am not sure I am worthy of your trust. He just met me, why is he trusting me with his secrets? It's okay, we're friends. He just smiled happily. Friends. We're friends. I never had a friend before. Is it that easy? He pulled the rug up on the floor, and it revealed a large magic circle. Look, I made my own teleportation circle. I use it to sneak away and go play with my friends. We have a secret clubhouse, I'll take you there, and we can all play together. Ah. A teleportation circle. Is that something a devil child can do so easily? That's something bordering true magic. Here we go. No, wait. I didn't agree to this. I screamed as the light enveloped us. Line break. Where are we? What did you do? I cautiously looked around. Don't worry, we're at the secret clubhouse. He puffed up his chest, his wooden sword in hand. I looked around, and it seemed like a normal building. I looked out the window and scrunched my nose because the area wasn't, it looked like a slum. Do they have slums in hell? That doesn't answer anything. I huffed in annoyance. I want to go back. Oh. He immediately looked downcast. Sorry, I just thought you'd want to play with me. I'm sorry, I'll take you back home. Why did my chest hurt? I suppose I can play for a little while. Trisha needs to handle her affairs. Yes, she needs privacy to handle her private affairs. I should give her time to handle everything she needs to privately. He immediately brightened up. Really? That's great. My friends should be coming soon. They can see when we teleported over. Almost as soon as he said that, 2 more of those teleportation circles appeared, and 2 more boys appeared. Millicass. Who's that? 2 new boys joined in. Hey guys, this is my new friend, Olga. He said excitedly. And these are Aurelian Barbatos. The boy he was pointing to wore a cape like some kind of stereotypical vampire from a bad novel. Like the Roman emperor. I scrunched my brow. My parents were friends with him, so they named me after him. He said casually. Why are devils so absurd? The other boy had a guitar on his back and pulled it over his shoulder, running his hands across the strings in a very pleasant way. I'm Jedi Gamajin. His voice sounded very pleasant to hear too. I like music. He uses music to do magic. Millicass stated. They were all staring at me so, enthusiastically. I'm Olga Marie Animosphere. She's my new friend. Millicass nodded. And she's human. Human. That's cool. I don't have any human friends, I've barely met any humans. My parents won't even let me go make contracts in the human world yet. Aurelian Barbatos spoke quickly. Awesome. I love human music. Who's your favorite artist? Jedi started, nearly talking over his friend. I didn't know what to say. Why were they acting like we were acquainted already? My mom just got a new peerage member, and she's Olga's, tutor. I spoke up to add in for him. And, nanny. Wow, that's great, that means we have a new member of our group. Good job, Millicass. Aurelian shot him a thumbs up. She's also a magician, so that means she's strong. Millicass nodded. Really? That's great. Jedi smiled along. I suppose I am competent. I muttered. I very quickly learned that I had misunderstood what they meant by play as we left the building and took to the streets. We should start the patrol. Millicass said seriously, planting his wooden sword against the ground like a banner. Patrol. I repeated weakly. Yeah. Aurelian nodded, adjusting his cape like it was armor. We do a loop around the neighborhood. We make sure nothing weird is happening. We protect the neighborhood. That's our job. Jedi added, strumming his guitar once, the sound carrying faint magical resonance. Gotta keep things peaceful for all the devils here. Why? I asked. All 3 of them looked at me like I had asked why the sun came up. Because this is our territory. Aurelian said simply. And we're nobles. It's our duty. He puffed up his chest. That's what my parents say, that as noble devils, it means we have to protect the devils under us. It's dangerous sometimes. Millicass added. So we watch it and make sure no one hurts the devils under our protection. He said while puffing up his chest heroically. I looked out at the street again. The buildings were old. Some were cracked, others patched together with mismatched stone and metal. It was not what I thought of when I was told that I was going to visit hell. I've driven through bad parts of London enough times to see the similarities. This was a poor district, to put it politely. You patrol this? I asked carefully. By yourselves. It sounded incredulous to me. As a noble, shouldn't you be staying away from the lowlifes? Not meandering through the dirty streets. Of course. Millie Cass nodded. We've been doing it for a while. I wanted to protest. Loudly. Preferably while running back home. But before I could. Ah. Young Master Millie Cass. An older devil woman waved at us from her doorstep, her devil wings disappearing neatly behind her back just as I caught her in my sight. She was carrying a basket. Millie Cass straightened instantly. Good afternoon, Mrs. Halvine. You're out early today. She chuckled warmly. And I see you brought a new friend. All eyes turned to me. I stiffened. I'm Olga Marie Animosphere. I bowed reflexively. It's nice to meet you. I don't know why I did, she was, a lowborn even by their standards. Why was I being polite to someone so far below my status? Oh my, how polite. She laughed. A human child. She smells human. Do I smell? Yes, ma'am. Millie Cass said proudly. She's under our protection today. Protection? I echoed. I don't need protection. I am Olga Marie Animosphere. Humph, Mrs. Halvine smiled indulgently. How gallant. She reached into her basket and pulled out several wrapped sweets, handing them over. For your patrol. She winked. Don't work too hard. Thank you. Jedi said cheerfully. We'll keep the area safe. Aurelian added with solemn authority. I'm sure you will. She waved us off. Be careful, dears. As we walked away, I glanced back. She was smiling. Are all devils really this nice? Was it just a trick to let my guard down? Why was this so much different than everything I expected? We continued down the street. More people waved. Some nodded. A shopkeeper raised a hand. Someone tossed a greeting. It felt like some type of devil neighborhood watch. Except the watch was being done by children. This is absurd. I muttered. But it was nice. Seeing people waving and greeting us. They didn't even know who I was, but they smiled towards me without any hostility or hidden desires behind fake greetings. Is this how most devils lived, or were we just in the only bad places? They said that there weren't that many devils. It was hard to imagine that most of them lived in such poverty. Hey! Millie Cass suddenly shouted, and immediately the others noticed too. Put that down, you have to pay for it. A man across the street was startled. He was standing in front of several food stands with various fruits, some I recognized, some I didn't. But as soon as he was called out, he suddenly ran with a bulge in his pocket from having clearly just stolen something. After him! Jedi shouted. They all charged at him, and not wanting to be left alone, I reluctantly followed along. Fuck off, you damn brats! He shouted angrily, nearly knocking someone over as he ran past them. Surrender. If you apologize, then we'll stop chasing you. Millie Cass shouted back. Screw off. Let me help. Jedi took out his guitar and strummed it. Wind song. And I felt a faint breeze hit my back, and suddenly my pace quickened quite a bit. In fact, all of us suddenly ran faster. Did he just cast a spell on me so easily? It wasn't harmful in the slightest, so my innate protections didn't register it and fight against it with the same fury they normally would. Nor did my protective mystic codes trigger. But it was a single-word activation. Wait, where did the other one go? I looked up to see him leap from one of the rooftops, as if he teleported, and tackle the men. The Barbados boy tumbled with him across the ground but was flung off as they rolled a few times. Stupid fucking kids. He growled. You're going to fucking ruin everything. You won't escape. Millie Cass tried to hit him with his sword, but the men dodged and kicked Millie Cass to the side before pulling a dagger out of his jacket. I didn't want to get involved in something like this. Gander. I shouted as the spell actualized and slammed into his chest, knocking him back. He stumbled slightly, so I increased the power of it and shot again. Gander. That one was 3 times as powerful, and it completely knocked him off his feet and sent him sliding backwards. Whoa. That was awesome. Is he going to be okay? It wasn't overly harmful. I said quickly. It's just a curse spell that makes the body think it's sick to be debilitating. Though, it would be increased to be lethal if needed. That's amazing. Magicians are so cool. Thanks, Olga, you're the best. Stop praising me, you stupid idiots. You're the ones who suddenly started this whole mess in the first place. But it was nice to be recognized. Suddenly though, they froze, staring at me. No, behind me. I slowly turned around to see what was behind me, and it was Milikas's mom. I was starting to think that devils may not be so scary, but the look on her face sent a shiver down my back. Run! Millie Cass shouted, and the boys immediately ran away. I stared at the woman, and she looked down at me. I don't know why, but I ran away as fast as I could too. Line break. Wilhelm POV. I dragged a certain stupid devil with me, gagged and tied up, of course. He had been sitting in the Yukai prison for a good number of days now, and I almost forgot about him, if I were to be honest. Hades, Odin, Zekrom. I greeted the three people as I entered our super-secret room for our super-secret organization. I brought a gift. I tossed the devil to the center. If you're giving me a devil to torture, I will say it's a rather crass gift, but I will accept it nonetheless. Hades said dryly. I snorted, but... Well, you're not entirely wrong. I'm sure you heard that I had a run-in with the dumbass. Rise of him. Zekrom stated. I reiterate, dumbass. He's not wrong. Odin grunted in agreement. I met the dumbass in the past, he truly encapsulates the word. The devil looked positively terrified at the moment, being surrounded by all of us. I presume there's a reason you brought him? Hades asked. I kicked him over towards Hades. Yeah, I found him with a bunch of other devils, the old Satan faction, messing with a trihexa seal. Which, I'll say, I found over in Scandinavia. There were even large stones erected over it warning of a demon being sealed there, more or less. Odin visibly gripped his walking stick as he looked down at the devil. Is that so? Nobody likes someone else causing trouble in their backyard. Did Odin mention anything about Japan too? I didn't say anything. Odin shook his head. Figured it would be rude of me to say it. Well, despite his personality, he does recognize propriety on sensitive matters. Right, on Agoro Island, the first land that Izzy and her ex created. It's been left alone for thousands of years, according to her. Apparently, sometime in the past, Big G used it as a seal on trihexa. I briefly explained. Clever. Hades tapped his finger against the table. Izzy wasn't amused. I wouldn't be either. But objectively, I will recognize the biblical god's cleverness, along with his ruthlessness. Hades responded pointedly. I'll reluctantly agree with Bone Daddy. Odin spoke up as well, earning an annoyed huff from Hades. I reinforced the seal there as best I could, but I had to be delicate. Figured out a thing or two. You probably won't find any other seals in Japan if you go looking because the place was acting as a giant vacuum, sucking up all the malevolent aura from that thing and using that place as a plug on it. Could it be used to our benefit? Zekrom asked. I wouldn't try to mess with it. Even with my added spells, I was hesitant. Odin shook his head. Unfortunately, there aren't many places like that still left in the world, if I'm not mistaken. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. Comparing the ones we've found so far. Pandora's box, which? I'm not sure if that was even a seal. But the one under the Vatican. The one in Japan and the one hidden away in the remote regions of Scandinavia. It's hard to correlate what they have in common. Other than sites of some kind of mystical presence. Zekrom added. If that one in Scandinavia is as I assume. I nodded. It held a good amount of old magics in the place. But that seal was significantly weaker compared to the others. Not just the seal, I mean, but the presence being sealed. I still feel like I'm blind, looking at an incomplete picture of what's happening. And I wasn't hesitant to go looking for more seals on the off chance that it draws eyes to them by me messing around. At least for now. I would much rather have a game plan first. And it doesn't help that we're on the defensive here while our enemies can just pop in, blow something up, and run away, leaving us to have to somehow pick up the pieces, if we can even do that. I recall a few words in the exchange with him. Zekrom crossed his arms, looking contemplative. He used an analogy. As if the world were a sphere filled with air, and the beast is constantly trying to poke at it. Some holes are larger, some are smaller, but each one needs to be sealed tight, lest it can eventually force its way eventually. Leave it to the deity with the strongest future sight to use a balloon analogy before the concept is even created. Odin let out a sigh. The unanswered question is, how many times can the world be poked before it finally can break free? 666 seals, that number is obviously important. I doubt Big G would just do that for the aesthetic. Though, we couldn't ignore the possibility that he did it to mislead everyone too. It's likely that not all the seals need to be broken, only a certain portion of them, each expediting the process exponentially. Hades voiced the same thought I was having. Just as not all bars on a prison need to be removed for one to escape, it simply requires that many bars to prevent any escapes. Odin stretched his back. Well, sitting here moping about impending doom isn't going to solve anything, I've done that enough in my life already. His words alleviated the dreary atmosphere. It was true too, however it happened, whatever cosmic stars aligned to thread the needle, they escaped Ragnarok, their fated end. It would be insulting for him and any of Asgard's people to give up or wait for an inevitable defeat. I took out all the papers and some of the equipment from before the dumbass showed up, slapping them on the table. This is what I managed to steal before everything went to shit. I looked over some of it, it's amateurish, if I'm being honest. But having the source material as a reference should be beneficial. Hades lifted up a few of the documents, glancing over them. I'll have to study them in depth. I presume you're giving me the devil then to get any last bits of information out of him. I nodded. Figured it was better than nothing. There was that other idiot there, the Leviathan girl who seems overly obsessed with her ancestor. Kateria Leviathan. Zekrom named her. She has an inflated sense of self-worth. You could say that about nearly every devil. Hades drawled. Zekrom didn't respond to that with anger or annoyance, if anything, he seemed to look thoughtful at that statement. Yeah, she fucked off somewhere as the fighting started. I could have probably grabbed her, but to be honest, I picked one of the random idiots actually doing the work over the other idiot who had her head up her ass. I said flippantly. Probably a good decision. Zekrom acknowledged. Kateria is not the most intellectual among her peers. Though, if you want my opinion, based on what I saw and read, it seems clear to me that they were trying to use that seal in particular to set up a means to track the others. I flipped through the papers until I found some relevant data to back it up, pointing to it. They were trying to find a type of energy to resonate with it at first, presumably, if I had to make an educated guess, their end goal was to create some kind of locator. They all silently looked through what I had brought. Odin was inspecting a magical device, seemingly understanding it at a few glances but being thorough nonetheless. The bright side here is that they're a bunch of idiots. It genuinely felt like they were scraping the bottom of the barrel. The dumbass made a comment about his right hand being taken out by me some time ago when I rescued Venelana and my half-brother. There were also a few hundred magicians with him, mostly human, and I killed them too. I wouldn't be surprised if that was their whole R&D department. Small mercies then. Hades stated, still looking at the papers. We can accept victories wherever they may come. I looked down at the devil, still gagged. Strangely, by the look on his face, I think I hit the mark on everything so far. Oh, and before I forget. I'm hesitant to take them out, but I got some eyes that seem to be able to see the location of the seals. Kind of, like they're threads that bridge out all over the world, I just have to follow one. They have some other use, I'm sure of it, but I have no idea. I can vouch for their. And I suggest not looking at them. They even gave me a headache when I tried to pry into their existence. Odin spoke in confirmation. Beneficial, and I shall take your word for it. Hades nodded. He wasn't the type that micromanaged others outside his domain. If someone was competent and he trusted them, he would accept their words. Despite any differences I and Odin have with him, I think, in this moment, he trusted us. Since we're giving updates. Asgard has made some good progress in our recruitment. I even managed to swindle some sacred gears from the Grigori brat with vague statements of alliances when Asgard is back on its feet. Something decades or so down the line. Odin waved off. I would much rather those infernal things be in your hands than the fallen pigeons, Allfather. Hades grunted. I heard the situation regarding the humans from the fairy lands has been settled. Just waiting on the brat there to bring them home. Odin jabbed his thumb at me. I rolled my eyes. I'll hop over there after this and get to it. I know the sooner it's settled, the better. But don't blame me for taking too long, all your big egos in one room were not helping things. Yasaka specifically asked me to come over to help because all of you were causing her problems. Odin threw his hands up. Don't blame me, brat. I had to play my part, you know that. I know. I let out a sigh. I just don't like Yasaka having to deal with the stress. But regardless, I'll hop back over to Kyoto, and we can settle that. The humans that want to go to Asgard will be helpful, they're fairly strong, and with some proper training, they can go even further. Shall I go now? Zekrom asked, though it was rhetorical. I have been watching the location of the Shroud of Turin long enough. I have been devising a plan for stealing it without alerting them. Your restraint for not simply bargaining in is commendable. Hades gave rare praise, I think. Half mocking, half praise. Well, it was a jab at devils as a whole, I think. If we are to remain in the shadows, subtle is the prerogative. I would rather bite my tongue and stifle my pride to lower myself to observe those humans for hours upon hours to find a safe and silent way to achieve our goal. They don't know what they have, do they? I hummed. It's not just a matter of stealing it before they know it's stolen. It's stealing it so they don't know it was stolen and thus can't investigate what it was and thus can't raise any alarms after the fact. I have also awakened Runias. Zekrom said bluntly. I discovered that as well. I looked at him dryly. Zekrom coughed awkwardly. Yes, you met her, did you not? She was extraordinarily happy to see another Gremory with the family bloodline, you know, the power of destruction. That was after she propositioned me several times for sex. I deadpanned. Zekrom let out a long-suffering sigh. I felt pity, actually. She is important. He said simply. The underworld is not without its own means, but I cannot do things alone. It is what it is. I waved it off. Despite her eccentricities, she was kind and warm. I have nothing to add. My realm has remained untouched for eons, it is ready to battle should the need arise. However, I have noticed some peculiarities upon Olympus, I will be investigating. Odin narrowed his eyes. What kind of peculiarities, Bone Daddy? Hades grunted at the nickname. Many of the lesser gods have been acting strange. I only have noticed because I have been watching Ares after my father gave me a warning. It's always something, isn't it? I said softly. I know you would reject it on principle, but out of politeness, I will say we're here to help. What the brat said. Hades nodded. I acknowledge the offer but politely reject it. As expected. Most people wouldn't want someone else to come into their house and start cleaning it for them. I looked to Zekrom. Venelana got a new peerage member. Someone from my neck of the woods. She's most likely going to be accompanied by a young human girl. If possible, make sure no idiots get any ideas. No one will like it if something happens to either of them. Zekrom just nodded. I will do my best to dissuade any foolish minds from the act. That reminds me, I gave Rias, Venelana's daughter, a bunch of potions to use for a raiding game. It's going to be broadcast, from what I heard. So, the potions will most likely become more popular than they already are. Odin, since the war is over, Yasaka is going to have a lot of surplus, and our own supply has gotten up and running. So, you can go to her more overtly to get some trading going without raising any alarms. Odin nodded without saying anything. He didn't need a novel to explain to him what I was doing with that in his favor. There were already rumors and knowledge of our potions, but we hadn't been selling them. After they get popular through Rias and her raiding game, Yasaka can start selling them publicly, and Odin can claim he got there first, which everyone will most likely believe since he's my blood brother and we have a good relationship with Asgard. Since we're doing our best to keep Asgard's growth underreported, I figured it was a good way to kill two birds when giving Rias help. And the last matter, I think we're all having it on our minds. What to do about the seals, it's our one advantage right now. Our original goal was to bring back Big G, but Trihexa appearing in the world isn't something any of us want and is equally important. They were silent because I don't think they had a good plan either. What exactly were we supposed to do? It was hard to be proactive, they were seals, not something we could destroy or take and hide. We could obviously reinforce the seals, but that was just prolonging the inevitable. There was perhaps one good option. And Odin smiled. Why don't you leave that to me? We've constantly been getting hit in the dark. Loki and his titans, the World Tree. You lot with your interference in the war. It's time for us to strike back, don't you think? Hades smiled. If the ruthless god of war says it, then let it be so. I will leave it in your capable hands then. Zekrom nodded. We're at your disposal, Odin. It's one thing off my plate. But now, let's finally go finish up with the Fey lands, I would like to never have to go there again. Line break. A/N. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Should be doing a brand new world soon. And we got 2 Kuna chapters up over on the above. A second chapter should be coming out later today as well. Chapter 671, Chapter. When one is flying through the Fey lands, one doesn't usually pay attention to the notion of fun. Yet, here we are. To say there was just a smidgen of fun happening would be a lie. The cannons on my ship roared to life, releasing several bombardments. The flares of fire and the crackling of lightning that erupted from their barrels carried with it a rather surprisingly entertaining melody. Or maybe we just liked hearing fairies of this place getting blasted. It was probably the latter, if I were to be honest. It was also easy to forget that not all fairies were, humanoids. Not all of them were intelligent, nor were they all what you would call sapient. Every living thing in this place was a fairy by definition, sort of. Obviously, humans who wandered in and then had children weren't fairies, and the same goes for other species. But the natives here, those who were born of the realm, they were all fairies. The ship vibrated, and more cannons from the front fired, searing holes through what stood in our way. It hadn't even been long since we took this route originally, yet it was almost unrecognizable the second time. Yasaka at my side, along with Artoria and Jin. A few Pendragon family members, some Yukai, and some others came along. In front of us, there were these wild upside-down trees that hung down from the sky. Their roots seemed to curl and burrow through the stars that dotted the sky of this place. It would have been beautiful if the trees also didn't have teeth and mouths that were using branches and vines to try and grab us like prey. Maybe, if it was before, we would have been more careful. But there was a difference between marching an army and clearing the way and what we were currently doing. We simply had a destination, how we got there was irrelevant. And we didn't have to care about those behind us or the logistics of moving an entire army across this strange place. And there were a lot of its limbs trying to get us. Jin and I were doing our best to stop them from actually damaging the ship. There were perhaps hundreds of spell circles floating around the ship, cast by either of us, releasing spells or shields to keep them off as we continued onwards. Could we stop and fight? Sure, but did we want to? It was more annoying than anything. But, also, it was fun to fire the ship's cannons on an acceptable target. And it seemed like Artoria was enjoying driving. A lot of our passengers looked on with wonder as Jin also called out hundreds of individual magic staffs that all began to coordinate a defense and offense at her behest. They were all enchanted with the magics of Skyrim, something she had been collecting for a while. Some of them cast wards to deflect a physical attack of a vine that was thicker than the ship itself. Another one cast a stream of fire, burning several branches and forcing them back. On the opposite side, a bolt of lightning was released, shearing through one vine that was winding up. Below, a few of the staves coordinated to release a poisonous mist that decayed branches that tried to come from below. She was always good at this. Even better than I was, if I were to be honest. The multitasking ability she possessed was just breathtaking. And it probably got even better or easier since becoming a goddess of magic. Despite the flurry of spells being discharged every second, the deck remained peaceful. The shields around the ship held firm, almost like all the chaos existed in another world. Even so, we continued to pick up speed. Artoria's riding skill apparently transferred to my magical ship. She was, frankly, driving it better than I do. One might say that you steer a ship, not drive it, but that was most certainly not the case here. The ship was apparently drifting, in a manner that involves flying, from side to side to avoid some of the thing's attacks. I was honestly almost tempted to get a sample of this creature to see how it works. The foliage in general in this realm was interesting, from a certain point of view. Imagine if you could make something like this docile and plant it somewhere to act as a defense that gets triggered during an attack or invasion. It would be a neat addition to the ship. If the wood just grew out into vines and started attacking things. Honestly, I just kind of want to upgrade my ship in general. More guns. Oh. Didn't Jean mention that Asgard in that world over there had spaceships that looked like regular ships? I need to make my ship space ready. That should keep me entertained for a bit, when I find time for it at least. I need to tell Jean to steal their secrets. Actually, I haven't seen Jean in several days now, and I miss her. But I also don't want to bother her too. She's clearly having fun and doing her own thing, which is important. Penny for your thoughts. Jin brushed up against me, smiling happily despite also mentally commanding the majority of the spells around us. I want to make my boat a spaceship. I told her, gazing towards the horizon. I was the spirit of knowledge, and now I'm the goddess of knowledge, but I don't think I'll ever be able to know what goes inside the heads of men. Jin gave me a deadpan. Except for one thing, of course. Little did she know, I was now thinking about nibbling her ears. Cute pointy ears. Truly, my mind is a labyrinth of unknowable secrets. I pulled her into my arms. Like, would our children have red hair or blue hair? Kia, don't say something like that while I'm focusing on something else. She covered her face. Now that's going to distract me. She gave me a cute pout, but it was ruined by the equally cute blush creeping on her cheeks. It was rare to get a genuine blush from her. It usually only happened when she wasn't expecting it. Unfortunately, the playing had to stop for now. Tell our guests to hold on tight. Pendragons, Yukai, but there was another group on board. A group of people from the church. A small group, mind you. But all the same. That is, it was a decision by the group gathered to send their small little delegation to help smooth things over. Yasaka didn't really care if it meant that the arguing would stop and she could finally settle things. I think the logic was, Yukai and I have no good relationship with the church, therefore, the church could act like a neutral party. And it helped that a significant portion of the humans trapped here were different flavors of the Christian variety. The goal was to convince them to come home, so it would help. Yasaka heard me, and she quickly shouted at everyone else. People grabbed onto something sturdy or braced themselves. And while I wasn't actively steering, I still had control over the ship if I wanted. I was the captain. When Sir Wiggles wasn't present, of course. The eldritch fairy trees in the sky twisted unnaturally, and massive mouths made of wood and nightmares seemed to emerge from the main bodies. Frankly, it reminded me of the vampire tree back on the tree. I was definitely going to have nightmares about this kind of thing in the future. Punch it. I ordered the ship to accelerate. The speed of the ship increased probably 4 or 5 times, enough that even I nearly fell over at the sudden burst of speed as it shot through the emergence of whatever fresh hell those things wanted to deliver. The massive vines and branches couldn't keep up as they tried to grab hold, but we just flew right through their grasp before they could close around us. Realistically, we could have just killed those things, but that would have taken a while. I give it a 95% chance they have stupid amounts of regeneration like every other tree-based enemy or entity I've ever run into. At this point, I'm pretty genre savvy when it comes to tree monsters. The ship began to slow down once we got far enough away that those weird tree fairies were just a distant speck, cruising back at a moderate speed that was still fast but not enough to make the people on board have to hold on for dear life. Wilhelm. Yasaka's voice reached me. I gave Jin's hand a squeeze as I shifted focus. Yes, dear. It was easy to tell when Yasaka was happy. Her ears ever so slightly twitched, even when she was doing her best to remain professional in front of others. She liked being called that. Father Religio here wants to know how much longer. She gestured to the priest, the head of their little group. There were only a handful of them, but they didn't appear all that enthused to be here. Perhaps because they were with a group of heathens. But from what Yasaka told me, they were part of the moderate faction. The faction that wouldn't ruin a mission just because of their beliefs or ideals. So, yeah, that's a thing. I was keeping my distance. They hate Yukai and other heathens, but a devil was a whole different game. Apparently, it didn't matter if I could turn into an angel to some people. I was fairly sure that if Big G himself resurrected on the spot and told them to stop being idiots, they would twist themselves into a pretzel to argue. I also still felt kind of bad for what happened in the Vatican, so I was playing nice by not intentionally riling them up. I feel like, as a devil, I have a responsibility to annoy church people. But alas, my devil ancestors weep, for I must play nice. We're approaching the ocean now. I pointed ahead, seeing the beam of light from the lighthouse showing on the horizon. Ocean, what ocean? There is no water in sight. A metaphor. The church people whispered between themselves. Well, I couldn't blame them, it really is really freaky here. But, I could explain. Or not. Full steam ahead. The boat wasted no time plunging right into the beam of light as it whisked us away. Now that I've experienced it, this thing sort of worked similarly to the Bifrost back where Jean is. Obviously, the Bifrost worked on a much larger and grander scale, but the underlying concepts were at least similar. The aurora of colors passed us by, as did stars and the universe within this realm. As someone who has traveled through time and space so many times, my eyesight was able to pick it up better than others. If nothing else, it was a strangely beautiful sight. Though, perhaps it was better that the others couldn't make out the details, because I could also see things that really shouldn't be spoken about in polite company. With a jerk the ship slammed into the waves of the newly appeared ocean that existed in the sky. I hated being back in this realm, but it was hard to pass up on an opportunity to sail again. Though, we weren't going to be playing in the water. We didn't have to play according to the rules here since there was no marching army to follow behind. That being said, we weren't alone. Hail! A voice called out a ship with a bright sun for a flag not far to our right. Not, like, a flag with a sun, but it seemed a miniature sun replaced the flag in this case. It didn't seem to give off any exorbitant amounts of heat, so it appeared to just be meant for display. I looked at who was talking, a small man, some kind of fairy, like a dwarf but stubbier and less muscular. Hearken. Hearken and behold, and also do not blink, lest the moment pass you by unrecorded. The little fairy puffed out his chest, standing atop a crate that was absolutely not meant to be a podium. You stand now in the reflected wake, the borrowed glow, the twice-blessed shadow of one who stands approved, nay, acknowledged, nay, tolerated upon formal review, by her most resplendent, most capricious, most patient until she sent majesty. We were all kind of silently staring. I looked to Yasaka, and she gave me a look. Like, are you going to do something? I shot her a look back with a few gestures. What do you want me to do? Behold. The 43rd bearer of the title that cannot be repeated twice in the same season without proper documentation. The one who rides beneath the sun but is not the sun, for the sun is borrowed, leased, and returned upon death or disgrace. She tilted her head sort of aggressively at me. Anything. Warden of the fourth watch between dusk and whatever comes after. Guardian of routes that should not exist. Knight of that which has been declared important without explanation. Anything. He leaned forward, voice dropping to a reverent hush. Kneel, bow, incline your head, or acknowledge internally, according to rank, comfort, or personal survival strategy. I literally do not care at this point. She sort of mouthed with a shrug. The Orange Knight. The fairy finally finished, and a man, presumably, or maybe I'm making an assumption. But a fairy probably a couple inches taller than his hype man. His hype man walked to the edge of the ship as if to proclaim his arrival upon announcement. As his name implied, he was wearing all orange armor. Like, painfully orange. I glanced at Artoria, and even she had a look of barely hidden disgust on her face. There was a pause, like they were waiting for a response from us. And no one on our side was really answering. I took out my dragon bone staff. Nice to meet you, and this is my dragon. Draig and I spoke in the dragon language together as I chanted the following spell, and the spell circles emerged as he pushed himself out. He had butted their boat on arrival, or more like, there was no real room for his summons, and he sort of just collided with it. A dragon cannonball, as it were. They started screaming as Drake used his claws to brace himself on the ship. "Hi, I'm the shitty dragon NHGGR." He cautiously stopped their boat rocking with his sharp claws. A dragon. The Orange Knight's voice was, a far higher pitch than I anticipated. A splendid addition to my conquests. "Have it thee." He jumped at Drake. Drake raised his hand off the ship and flicked him. The Orange Knight went flying overboard. "All right, have fun with that." I waved goodbye to them. "We'll be going." Drake gave a silent wave as he looked like he wanted to play around. I quickly made sure to sail away because I feared losing brain cells more than any actual harm coming to anyone I cared about. Yasaka was facepalming while the church people looked absolutely confused at what just happened. "Jin, can you call out our friend?" I asked. Jin shot me a thumbs up as she ran below deck. We were carrying a certain VIP as well. It was only moments later that she returned with Unnulf, the Viking warrior who had left this realm with us in the first place. A sort of trustworthy source for when we came back. I couldn't fault the men for wanting to stay below deck for most of the trip. Having escaped, returned to the human world where he belongs, and then come back to the wrongness was certainly debilitating on the psyche. "Unnulf." I greeted him. Jin was acting like a mother hen, much to his reluctant acceptance. I'm sure it was odd for him, having one of his gods hovering over him like a protective mother. He nodded to me. "I see we have returned to this accursed place." "Only for a brief moment." I reassured him. I could tell he was nervous, anxious, and maybe feeling many more emotions. "Don't worry, you'll never have to stay here again, I promise." Jin's reassurance seemed to be more calming to him. Her warm presence, her divinity, seemed to alleviate his concerns. The goddess of the homestead. "Do you know where we are?" I asked him, knowing he had lived in these waters for hundreds of years. He probably knew this place like the back of his hand. Unnulf clicked his tongue. "We're in the Sea of Monsters." "The Sea of Monsters?" I raised an eyebrow. "'Tis the name we gave it, for many sea monsters live in these waters. We are far east from this area," he said lightly. "But I fear caution is needed, friend. Many mysterious and deadly monsters roam these waters." It was like his words called them. The waters all around us vibrated, and things began to emerge. I admit, I expected like, krakens, or something like that. But many of the things that popped out, well, they had many appendages, but I wouldn't call them tentacles. Like weird mutated forms of sea creatures I was familiar with. A salmon mixed with a shark. A massive shrimp with a serpent's tail. Some kind of seahorse with claws that wouldn't be out of place on a gecko. Ah. I acknowledged what he meant by that. They were looking at us like a meal, weren't they? Some of them weren't weak either. High class, the lot of them mostly, maybe a few ultimate class monsters in there, just by sheer physical might. I doubt they had any kind of esoteric abilities beyond anything water-related. My lips pulled back into a scowl as I crossed my arms. I think one of my biggest peeves is something looking at me like an easy meal. I let out a breath, and with it my Ryatsu exploded outwards. It was like the weight of the world descended on the ocean around us. All the sea creatures buckled, their bodies went stiff, and then their eyes rolled back, and blood seeped from their orifices as they collapsed into the water, unmoving. I was getting better at controlling it too. The boat barely rocked from the force of my Ryatsu spreading out. Jin leaned in and kissed my cheek. No need to spend any more effort on these things. Fuck it in general. The boat raised up a few feet out of the water and shot forward at flying speeds rather than sailing speeds. We passed islands in a blink of an eye. Any monsters that popped their heads out of the water, looking like they wanted to take a bite. They were met with an unassailable pressure all the way down to their souls. It made it rather clean. Unnulf perked up when it finally came into view. The red tree marked the only human territory we know about in this wretched place. It looked unmolested, that's good. I didn't want to have to go kill anyone responsible for attacking them while we were away. We politely landed not far away and slowly drifted towards their docks. Immediately, from a distance, we could see their people running around in excitement. Crowds began to form, bigger and bigger, and I wouldn't be surprised if everyone on the island had run over to come welcome us. Unnulf ran to the front and waved at everyone. I could hear the cheers from me. Unnulf. 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 They chanted loud enough to be heard before we even reached the docks. I remembered a few of the faces, some of their leaders. Unnulf ran out, embracing his brothers with smiling faces. Even turning to do the same to those from other regions and religions. I recognized the cardinal. His clothes showed very clear signs of having been fixed and touched up over the long years. It could be said that almost all of his clothing had been resewn and sewn up from whatever deterioration happened. It was almost comical, if you ignored the circumstances. Yet, the people we brought with us didn't laugh. The cardinal, perhaps a touch on the older side of everyone here, collapsed to his knees as Father Eligio caught him, and they fell to their knees together, foreheads pressed in an act of compassion as the elderly men began to cry. Artoria and her fellow Pendragon family disembarked and greeted the displaced people, introducing themselves, with some recognizing the name. Yasaka approached an elder wearing Greek attire with a man clad in samurai armor at his side with a warm smile as they both performed a polite bow to her despite the differences of race and creed. Jin ran off the boat, and Unnulf barely had time to introduce her with various gasps from the crowd before she began to hug every single Nordic there, much to their chagrin. Having a big, burly, bearded Nordic man with arms almost as big as her waist get forced into a hug and flush in embarrassment isn't something I thought I would see. I anticipated another round of interrogation, demands of truths, and whatnot again. Meeting with each of their leaders, convincing them that it wasn't a lie. But, yeah, that wasn't going to be necessary anymore. I think as soon as they saw Unnulf returned, they knew it wasn't just false hope anymore. I didn't want to ruin the mood. I disappeared in a burst of shuinpa. Line break. It was easy to sneak away when everyone on the island was preoccupied with the arrival. I walked past the trees that grew the life fruits until I found her again. I wasted no time taking out the branch she gave me. I had yet to find a use for it, but like all treasures, I would not ever give it up or lose it. With its help, I gently placed a hand on the trunk of the mother fairy tree, and there was no resistance as she seemed to accept me inside. Innuendos aside. The same figure greeted me again from a while ago, in the mental or spiritual realm, perhaps one could call it the fairy tree's inner world. Hello again. She smiled. You kept your promise. That's right, I'm here to bring all your children home. I didn't beat around the bush. Happiness mixed with melancholy. Do you still not regret it? I asked her. Though, I probably already knew the answer. She giggled, looking rather calm. Did you know that we fairies have inherited memories? Oh. I don't know where they come from. Maybe it's from my own mother, the previous tree that withered away, and I grew upon its remains. Maybe it's just something all of us are born with. I knew what I was when I opened my eyes for the first time. I knew how to survive, and I knew where I was, albeit in this remote region. But, I knew everything I needed to know to survive in this world. I knew what my purpose was. Inherited memories aren't anything strange. Many different races have the same concept, even in the human world. She shook her head lightly. It's because of the inherited memories that I know that there's something wrong with me. I know how my brethren act, how they exist, and how they think and behave. I know I deviated from that. I was silent, not knowing what to say. My opinion on fairies was not a positive one, and I didn't want to be rude. My brethren love a lot. Things that catch their interest, things that are pretty, and things they enjoy. They call that love. But that's not really true, I've come to find out. It's a human word, something we picked up sometime in the past. And my brethren seem to think it means the same as simply appreciating something to a higher degree. A word to say how much more you like something than an ordinary like. Even when they marry, they still use the word wrong. Desire, that's what they think it means. How much you desire something. But it's hollow and empty. She was rambling, but I didn't interrupt her. She was putting her thoughts into words that she was probably unfamiliar with speaking. She looked at me. I was corrupted by the word, love. She stepped up to me and gave me a hug, an affectionate one, not one born of any romantic or sexual intentions. This is affection, isn't it? The missing piece, what my kind never understood. That's what love means. Yeah, that's what love means. I said gently. I love my children, and I'm glad they can finally go home where they belong. As soon as she said that, the mental world around us began to collapse. Not just that, her actual form, the tree, began to whittle away. She had been holding on for a long time, she was probably running on fumes for a while at this point, and she could finally let it go. But as soon as the metal world collapsed, I realized that we weren't alone. Hundreds of different people all spread around us. She looked up even as her body deteriorated. The faces of all her children watching her. Many of them cried as they understood what was happening. Maybe Yasaka told them, or maybe they already knew the truth from long ago. But despite that, she just waved at them and smiled with nothing but warmth. A mother was saying goodbye to her children one last time. One last time, my ass. I grabbed the wisp of her consciousness, what could be her soul, before it could disappear, letting out a sigh. I wish she had given me a chance to tell her that she didn't have to disappear. Granted, I didn't know how much she had been holding on, so she probably felt like she could finally rest. I gently guided it into the branch wooden sword of mine. Made from the branch she gave me. For now, it was the perfect home for her soul so it wouldn't deteriorate. And wordlessly, maybe it responded to my own thoughts and feelings, the nascent world tree inside of me responded, enveloping her protectively in a shell, binding her to her last healthy branch despite the new form it took. I felt her wisp of soul go to sleep, but it was far from death. It made me sigh in annoyance again. But I hate sad endings. Line break. A/N. Fairy tree mama not disappearing on Wilhelm's watch, you're getting planted again whether you like it or not V. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 672, Chapter. It wasn't a simple matter of, grab your shit and let's go. They had been living here for hundreds of years, it took them a while to pack up everything. Not only that, there was a notable sense of panic even if there wasn't chaos. I would say that a significant chunk of the humans here had never been to the human world. That's a significant chunk that were leaving the only thing they called home for the first time in their lives. And they just saw their mother die. Even ignoring that, it was an abrupt mess that we were all pushing through. Surprisingly, even the people from the church were helping out. And by that, I don't just mean their fellow Christians. Or even those of other parallel faiths. Funny enough, I just found out that there were a few Muslim and Jewish people here as well. I couldn't even begin to fathom how twisted the whole faith of heaven system is when dealing with all the branches of their religion. But even so, the people from the church were being helpful to everyone. I can't fault them for being particularly attentive to their other fellows. And their cousins in this instance. Perhaps the idea of, I'd rather they believe in my God wrongly than in a different God, is their mindset. But outside of the religions of Abraham, they were supporting everyone else. At the end of the day, I think they recognized each other as fellow humans more than anything right now. It was nice, a great moment of humanity. Unfortunately, I was on grunt work. Whisper, Ascalon, Sword of Destruction, Dawnbreaker, and lastly, my Mirage. They formed a pentagram, the foundation of the magic circle I was carving into the ground. For which, my wand came in quite handy. I have to admit, I mostly got my wand made on a whim, thinking it would simply be neat, maybe a memento if nothing else. But when it comes to delicate and intricate work, I really can't beat it. Obviously, it's far from as powerful as my Staff of Magnus, but it's more like a precision tool. Which makes sense considering that the witches and wizards over where Kunu's use wands for control purposes rather than power. A lot of people seem to be under the false notion that the kaleidoscope, and true magic by extension, are just something you will to happen. Well, kinda sorta, it becomes intrinsic, but it's rather hard to describe properly. However, the more realistic application requires quite a bit of preparation and subsequent planning. That isn't to say that true magic is unwieldy, it's just significantly more complicated than people believe. It's why both Zelretch and I have a sword specially meant for helping utilize the kaleidoscope. The calculations needed are, frankly, obscene in a lot of scenarios. Of course, once you've calculated things in one case, it's usually super easy to apply those elsewhere, but situations change all the time. Like how difficult it was to open a bridge to the land of shadows. We had to sort of tether the world and it together to make it easier. I put a finger on Mirage, and I could see the calculations being run inside of the Eye of Magnus portion at the hilt. Funnily enough, Mirage was actually closer to a staff in existence than a sword, perhaps a wand even. The only reason I made it a sword was for personal preferences. But I digress. The situation was somewhat similar to the one regarding finding a path to the land of shadows. The Fey realms are, to put it politely, a fucking mess of chaos. And I was about to brute force a passage home. I mean, I could do it easily for myself, but I need to sustain something to allow everyone to safely leave, which also connects back to Kyoto. So, delicate. The fairy realm isn't stationary, as weird as that is to say. If you consider the Earth and attached realms similar to a solar system where they all orbit the Earth with predetermined and observable paths, then the fairy realm is like a drunk idiot driving a spaceship all over the place. There was no path to calculate. It seemed to change based on what concepts and whimsy the place held. Chaos. And annoying. It was honestly giving me a headache to get this set up, connecting an anchor point inside without the benefit of an item like I used on the gate outside. Wilhelm. I noticed Artoria walking over. Nothing to do. I asked her. She shook her head. I am not needed. A simple enough reason. Her status wasn't particularly important to the natives here, and she had subordinates to handle the smaller details. Am I disturbing you? She asked. Never. I said immediately. Just setting this up, it's more annoying than difficult. She squats down at the edge of the spell circle etched into the ground. I apologize, I can offer no assistance in this matter. There's one way you can help me. Yes. She perked up. I took her hand and gently pulled her up to her feet before kissing her. Her cheeks puffed up as she pulled away. I failed to see how this provides assistance. It's a morale boost. I shot her a cheeky smile. I now have the energy to push onwards with this debilitating task. Her beautiful smile slowly disappeared as she appeared pensive. I wish I had the knowledge or ability to assist you. Mayhaps if I did not scorn the idea of teachings from Merlin, I would have some meager skill in this field to corroborate. She let out a sigh. I only know how to swing a sword. I could imagine that sometimes she may feel a bit helpless when things like this come up. She didn't need empty platitudes. She would, of course, see through them as well. Rather, I grabbed her hand lovingly and told her the truth. Just because you're not a magus doesn't mean you're unhelpful to me. How many times would I have died if not for you? There was a little blip of happiness, I think, but then it turned sour. She reached over and pulled on my cheek. I do not enjoy hearing such words about your almost death. Well, her mood shifted at least, and she wasn't dwelling on it at this point. I will need your help. I grabbed the hand she was pinching my cheek with and kissed it. I'm going to need to get better with my swordsmanship. She perked up, ever so slightly. You desire to increase your skill? I nodded. My Bankai training is progressing. I have a feeling that I'll need to get better with my swords. I could see the pattern. The first test wasn't really a test of magical skill, but more, broadening my horizons, so to speak. I would freely admit that I throw around large spells easily because of my huge amounts of magical energy. But, before fighting my mirrored self, perhaps I was relying too heavily on that. It's easy to lose perspective when you're viewing things from so high up. Small spells have their uses just as well. My fight with Hanuman proved that. Even against a heretic god, I was using, objectively, weak spells to control the fight in close combat. A spell that raises some earth up out of the ground to block someone's vision can have more of a detrimental effect than blasting them with a big bolt of lightning. That isn't to say I just changed up how I cast spells and slung spells. I rounded out my spell casting a bit in fights. For my last mirrored fight. Well, it was certainly different. I was by no means an expert with the spear, but my training with Scathack helped me enough that I could compensate with my other strengths. I had the advantage of speed after I put more effort into it. Shuinpa was a wonderful technique, praiseworthy even by Izzy. The lesson from the second fight was that I didn't need to master everything within arm's reach, but I should use my strengths to overcome my weaknesses. I lost in skill with a spear, but I won through my superior speed. It was highly likely that my next test would be something involving my swords, or if not, they would come up sooner rather than later. Staff, spear, I could see the pattern. Wilhelm. Huh. I blinked. Sorry, got lost in thought for a moment. As I said, my training is progressing, and it's something I need to get better with. I gave her a warm smile. She returned it with a newfound glee that she hid under her normal fixed expression. Then I shall teach you properly. She nodded to herself. I may have made a small mistake, because the way she said that sounded slightly foreboding. Regardless. As long as Artoria isn't having a bout of depression, I could handle anything. Will Jin came running over, throwing her arms around my neck. We're almost ready, are you finished? Just about. I told her, taking my staff of Magnus out and pushing it into the ground before flaring my magical energy. Stand back. I wasn't trying to show off, but this was going to require a substantial amount of magical energy. My staff vibrated and shot what looked like a beam of light towards the spell circle, but rather, it was converting my magical energy into the spell circle's structure. It was a gentler approach than just directly powering the spell myself. Through my staff, I can more easily control the flow of magical energy to stabilize it better. And for this type of thing, stability is the most important. But even for someone like me, this was really draining, physically and mentally. I was quite literally punching a hole through multiple dimensions to anchor space and connect it to the human world. Specifically, I was connecting to the gate already established in Kyoto, usurping its original mechanism temporarily. The spell circle glowed brightly as the runes and structure of it actualized. My swords were creating a firm anchor point, using them at the points. Slowly, the magical energy swirled around until it reformed and unfolded into a large portal. Fuck me sideways, this thing was draining a lot of magical energy from me. Thank God that my body can sustain more output after becoming a Campione, because even if I could theoretically pull on infinite magical energy through manipulation of parallel worlds, my body would have given out rather quickly. Oof, though. It felt like I had just run a bunch of laps around the track back in high school. Compared to when Gramps and I did the whole thing connecting to the land of shadows, this was just the dumb brute force method. I stepped to the side as people began to gather. I suppose I caused a bit of a commotion. Suffice to say, I don't know if they were originally expecting this, but it's not like everyone could fit on my boat and fly back. And I most definitely didn't want to do dozens of trips to get everyone. Good timing, we're ready. Yasaka walked up. Her people were helping coordinate. How long will your portal last? Conservative estimate, 3 hours, probably over 4 though. I did some mental calculations as I answered. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's more than enough time. Yasaka gestured as the first brave soul stepped up to him. Unnulf came over too, standing next to the portal, giving them a reassuring smile. It was a family. I think I recognized the men, Greek, wearing the familiar clothing. But I think I remembered him when they hosted their whole council thing the original time around. Probably the equivalent of a senator in these parts. Was he taking the first step? Well, no one can call him a coward. Yasaka gave me a smile and walked to him. I didn't bother to eavesdrop, but she said something, and he nodded, and she walked together with them. A show of support and trust. Look, I'm going with him, you all have nothing to fear. They disappeared through the portal. Luckily, I made the portal big enough for groups of people to go through simultaneously along with carts or what have you. They slowly began to file through. Families together first, then some bigger groups followed, and the first cart made its way through. Well, I should verify that things are okay on the other side now that everything seems fine over here. I snuck between two groups and passed over myself. I stood in the crowd that had gathered and carefully stepped around a few people to get away from them. The humans from inside stopped and looked around in amazement, even as the next ones almost ran them over. Well, we were in Kyoto, and that's good, and I got everything right. The looks on their faces were interesting. Confusion was a quick one. While Kyoto wasn't as intense as outside, they still maintained a certain level of technological advancement. Maybe they just assumed it was magic, but even then, they quite literally entered a whole new world. I used my wand and flicked at a few places, producing subtle gouges into the stones around the portal. Just enough to set up a boundary line so that a quick bounded field could be erected. I noticed various groups approaching, and well, I wanted them to wait a moment. The first wasn't who I expected, but maybe I should have. I noticed Athena approach the boundary. She could easily push through, her pinky was enough to shatter it if she truly wanted. She met my gaze, and I gave her a subtle silent warning to be patient. It's funny in a way. How I can feel wistful because of that. How far have I come that I could cause the famous goddess of wisdom to stop in her tracks with just a glare? I used my wand and pointed it at the ground before casting some transmutation. Alchemy wasn't my forte in this life. I, of course, inherited plenty of things from Zelretch, who took it as one of his personal crafts. But small things like this, I really am very glad I got this wand made. For a mystic code, it's just quite brilliant. A small application of transmutation, which is a branch of alchemy, and I had a seat. Magic is really a wonderful thing, isn't it? I sighed as I sat down and spun my wand between my fingers. I didn't even look backwards as I held it up behind me, and a bright light shot out of the tip and hit my hastily made bounded field. It hit it right in front of where Azazel was. He was poking at my barrier, maybe to get my attention, or maybe to be annoying. I could sense a lot of them. Oh well, they can be annoyed with me all they want. I sat patiently as more and more humans came through. Yasaka was barking orders, and I then saw Artoria come with her people as well, making me believe that almost everyone was here. Well, let's get this over with. A little nifty spell I picked up in one of those books that Kuno's going to learn from. I put my wand to my throat, and my voice carried. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Kyoto. All eyes turned to me, even those outside. Well, the residents here, while gathering, weren't in a huge crowd around the place. Most of the yokai guards had set up a perimeter to give the humans some room. Yasaka looked at me too, clearly confused at what I was doing. Frankly, this was a whim from me. Call it an act of charity due to who their mother is. I have something to say. You can heed my advice or ignore it, it's up to you, but I do hope you will listen to the end. Unnulf stood there. I saw him with presumably some of the other leaders who seemed to be taking what I said seriously. The human world may or may not be what you expect. Most humans are weak and don't know so much about the mystic side of things these days, but you'll learn about that eventually. But the point is, you lot are strong. By human standards, or by standards that any faction in the world uses. And the thing is, you all can get stronger. I let that sink in for a moment as a few more stragglers came through the portal. I'll be blunt and spell things out. You all are a commodity. Every faction would be thrilled to add you to their numbers. But, you all have a choice. Understand your worth. If you want to swear allegiance to a god of faith, no one will stop you. But also, if you just want to retire and live a peaceful life, that's also something you can do, and no one is allowed to tell you otherwise. Oh boy, I could feel the glares burning into the back of my head by the various pantheons being represented here. If you join up with a faction, if you swear allegiance to various gods, you'll be lavished with things you probably only dreamed of. But just as well, you will also be beholden to them if you go down that path. I'm not here to tell you how to live your lives, the choices you make are yours. I pulled my wand away. I wasn't going to hold their hands. While the world may be foreign to them, they weren't idiots to have survived so long in the fairy realms. That was just me doing right by their mother. There was no grand applause or cheers or even condemnations of people calling me a heretic for daring to question their gods. Just a few nods from perhaps the more knowledgeable among their numbers. But Yasaka gave me a warm smile, so I know I did the right thing. I flicked my wand, and the barrier went down. Then, the various factions made their entrance. I am Athena, goddess of wisdom. She was the first to project her divine powers as she made an entrance despite already being present. Then a scoff was heard as lightning crackled and hit the ground. I am Indra, king of gods. He obviously wasn't going to be outdone. Haha, Indra. I too enjoy such an entrance. A hearty voice boomed, and another bolt of lightning fell from the sky. I am Thor, god of thunder. A more gentle voice came next. I am the Archangel Gabriel, and I'm here to bring back our lost children. Her arrival wasn't as spectacular, but it did bring with it a warm holy light that washed over everyone. The humans were, rightfully, dumbfounded at what was happening. Of course, everyone else couldn't be outside. More were still coming, but I just shook my head and scanned the crowd until I found who I was looking for. With a quick burst of Shuinpa, I was standing next to Odin, who stood far away from the commotion. I am Amaterasu no Okami. Odin snorted. Can you believe them? Don't say anything like you wouldn't be doing exactly the same thing just for the sake of it. I rolled my eye. Odin grinned. You know me so well. I couldn't let them young ones outdo me. Naked Valkyries, flying down. No, bikinis, they would be better for brats who came from the dark days. The dark days? Odin nodded. The dark days before proper porn. I let out a long sigh. Let's hurry up, I left all my treasures on the other side of the portal, and I don't want them to get lost. Though, I know Jin could easily take over any spell there and grab my stuff if needed. All right. Odin stretched his back. Let's get this over with, I do have things I need to take care of. I waved my hand and opened up a portal over to Asgard. Line break. I think this is your first time back since everything happened. Odin spoke up as we touched down. I looked around. Mostly rebuilt. Odin nodded. Bone Daddy helped. He donated enough supplies to get things back into working order at least. Though, we intentionally slowed down. Dragging the rebuilding excuse out as long as possible. Yup. Odin hummed. This way, brat. He let me through the not-so-grand halls. Well, the walls and ceiling weren't broken, so it's certainly an upgrade from before. Father. A familiar voice called out. And Wilhelm. It was Vidar, the king of Asgard. He extended his arm, and I took it in a brotherly way as he gripped it tight with a big smile. Welcome home, my friend. Home. I raised an eyebrow. Is Asgard not forever welcoming you? Is that not what you would call a home? Huh. I couldn't argue with the logic. It's good to see you. I greeted him back. How goes reconstruction? Very well. Vidar perked up. And Father's secret recruitments have been proceeding as planned. Our forces have recovered quite significantly, and we even have recruited some talents. He so quickly revealed to me secret recruitments. I don't even think he knows that I was in the know already, he simply trusted me that much. Odin just grunted. Armies gathered for another war. Vidar said darkly. There is no other purpose for an army other than to fight. Vidar didn't know the details, I would suspect, but even so, he was preparing for a future fight that he could guess Odin was alluding to. And your guests? Are they behaving? I asked curiously. Kronos and Hyperion go about their duties without complaint. I have visited on an occasion, they seem content. Vidar said carefully. I pursed my lips because I was having a bit of trouble picturing it, if I were to be honest. Maybe I should visit. I rejected the notion before because the fight was still so fresh, but I feel like a lot has happened since then. All right, enough dawdling. Odin pushed me from the back. We got business to take care of. Vidar just chuckled. I still owe you a drink, you are welcome to claim it when you desire. I gave a wave as Odin pushed me down the hall and towards the exit out to the garden. I flicked his arm away to walk by myself, I could tell he was a little impatient, so I let it pass. The golden apple tree was a sight again. It was definitely beautiful. Grandpa. A certain tiny goddess came running at him. Odin let out a pained grunt as she crashed into him. Little loss, this old man can't handle it if you're so aggressive. She was a sweet little girl, goddess. Reminds me a lot of Kuna still. Did you come to play? She looked at Odin, then at me expectantly. I made some friends. Look. She grabbed Odin's hand and pointed. We followed her eyes, and it was a red deer, one of the children of the new god of nature and preservation. They come and play with me. She beamed. Is that so? Odin muttered, slowly smiling. That's good. They were confident to come down from their home. Yeah, that's good. It was the reward I bestowed upon him and his kind. They should be able to travel anywhere in the 9 realms without fear of being hunted. Ian, Odin called her, and she looked at him, noticing his serious expression. I have a job for you. A job? All right, I'll help you however I can. She puffed up rather cutely. Odin glanced at me, and I took out my wooden sword. I ran into a fairy tree that used all its life force to keep her children alive. She's but a little wisp left. Do you think you can help her grow up again? The wooden sword glowed as I pulled the little wisp of her soul free, holding it in my hand. The little goddess carefully took it from me. Pretty. She said softly. You want me to help her grow again? That's right. I nodded. Do you think you can do it? The goddess tilted her head. Grandpa, is it okay if I feed it one of our apples? Odin looked at me, as if asking if it's worth it. I gave him one solid nod. Go ahead, little lady. Do what you need to make sure she grows up nice and strong. She'll even be a new friend for you when she comes back. Ian smiled brightly. All right, Grandpa. She quickly ran over to the golden apple tree, picking one of the golden apples. She didn't immediately feed it. Frankly, I didn't even know if it was literal or not in this case. Instead, she took both the bowl and the apple to another corner of the garden, a bit further away from the golden apple tree, and started to dig a small hole before plopping both inside and covering it up, then looking like she did a job well done. I looked to Odin. He let out a little sigh. Don't question it. If that's what she did, then that's what was best. Your tree should be fine if she says so. I believed him. But, it was finally done then. It was good to get this finished at long last, but I was tired. I glanced at the spot where she buried both. And ever so slightly, something pushed through the soil, a little sprout. Maybe, if my eyes weren't playing tricks on me, it looked back at me too. Line break. A/N. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 673, Chapter. I had a list. And I was making check marks. Retrieved my stuff from the fairy lands, check. There wasn't anything else I was needed for over there. Yasaka was handling what remained of the cleanup, and besides sitting there and looking pretty, I had nothing to help with. I sent the items I promised to Venelana to hand over to Rias. The arm and leg guards, and some more potions, just in case. Hopefully those would help them, but I wasn't really going to do much else there. Probably. If something catastrophic happened, well, I couldn't bear to see Venelana sad or upset, so I would probably help somewhere. But I digress. Lastly, I sent Fox back home. He was a good sport about everything. And if I were to guess, I think he had fun playing around for a bit. Those were the immediate things. Otherwise, Odin was still handling things on his end, so there wasn't really much we could do about the seals for now. Realistically, what were we supposed to do? I suppose we could go around doing better to reinforce and hide the seals, but the fact that they're still there means they haven't been found yet. So if they can in fact find them, would us reinforcing them do anything? They got strong enough, guys, that no matter what we did, they could break through it, and their ultimate goal was to destroy them, putting us in an awkward position. I'm happy I have the help of people like Odin and Hades because I would be having a hell of a time trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing. I had other things written on my list. Continue Bankai training. That was simple. After completing the last test, I was feeling good and knew that I should keep the momentum up. Start specialized sword training with Artoria. There was a high probability that my next test in my Bankai training involved the use of one of my swords, or all of them. If not next, then eventually, if things continued as they were. Spend some time doing some research on spells. There were still plenty of spells I wanted to learn from various places that I hadn't even started yet. I crossed a line through the destroyer. That wasn't ready yet either. Odin hadn't really started. It was understandable, if disappointing, but he has been busy with other things as of late. Now, next on my agenda, I had something I wanted to look into back in the world Jean was staying at for the moment. Rather, that universe, I should say, considering that Asgard existed in another part of the universe there and not specifically on Earth or connected to it. I made a note to look into the magic there too, in more detail this time. Also, I was going to stop over by Remnant and check in on Salem. Also, I hadn't seen everyone in a while. Pyrrha, Roman, and the gang, and Neo too. I also needed to refill my stock of dust. I've ended up using a lot since the war. I crossed out another line. Take a look at the yokai's gardens. They had started producing their own materials for potion making, and everything looked to be on the up and up. I would have continued going over my notes to make sure I didn't miss anything before heading out, but I saw someone running towards me. I wasn't exactly hiding, so I wasn't really surprised except. Save me, Yasaka tackled me. Take me away from here, somewhere far away. Somewhere you haven't been before. Blah. I ran away. She smiled happily. I blinked. For how long? A few hours. I nodded. She wanted a break. And now that I think about it, she hasn't really traveled with me, has she? She's always had to stay behind and handle affairs here in Kyoto. Sure, I was going to Remnant, do you want to come along? Mao. She pouted. I want to go somewhere new, even if for a little bit. Somewhere new. I furrowed my brow. She kissed my nose. Somewhere new. Spontaneous. She was being very willful, but I couldn't bring myself to deny her. Somewhere, spontaneous. I asked. New, spontaneous, somewhere you've never been. She nodded excitedly. You've been holding this in for a while, haven't you? I asked. She pouted again. It's not fair, everyone else gets to run around and have fun. The only time I got to do it was when we were sending Kunu away, and I couldn't enjoy it, or doing work. Now, the war is over, the gods are leaving, and I want to run away for a few hours. I got up, but she refused to let go, her tail wrapped around me tight as if telling me I wasn't allowed to escape. I have a list of places, I took out the paper, and she grabbed it and tossed it to the side. Or not. Can you just do something random? She asked curiously. I blinked again, thinking it through. Sure, I suppose. My calculations already include things like making sure my portals open somewhere habitable. Part of that meant measuring things like oxygen, gravity, temperature, radiation, or other energies or chemicals in the air. Basically, when traveling somewhere for the first time, I would get a ping if the place I was trying to go to wasn't exactly inclined to be hospitable. The common sense things were included, like not opening an open portal in a large body of water or inside a mountain or something. I took out Mirage and stabbed it into the ground. Well, let's send it off then. I was trying to think of the last time I rolled the proverbial wheel. It wasn't hard to alter my normal calculations to basically start looking at a hospital world some infinite distance to the right. Just, don't be disappointed if it's boring or a big nothing burger. I told her. I'm literally pinging thousands of world lines just to find something that we can reasonably step onto that's similar to our world. As long as we're together, I think I'll enjoy it. She put her head on my shoulder, giving me a big warm smile. Yup, I love this woman. I glanced at my sword, and it rejected tens of thousands of world lines based on the basic parameters so far. But this is what happens when you just start looking randomly out into infinity. There are equally infinite worlds where it's not a reasonable place to go. I'm fairly sure I picked up more than a few worlds that had become nuclear wastelands, just as something I noticed. Worlds that never progressed past the molten inferno in antiquity. Other worlds that had nearly frozen over for any random reason. I noted a world that had an absurd abundance of undead energies, like the whole world was either undead or had turned to undead. There were some that also simply screamed danger, like being crammed full of divine power. I would have to be stupid to just randomly step over into an unknown godly realm. Honestly, it might have been easier to pick a star in the sky above us and guess if there was a life-sustaining planet orbiting it or not. Huh. I noted that my sword just pinged me. Looks like we got some hits. Found something. She perked up. In that quick scan, there were 1,478 hospitable worlds. I told her. Of those 1,478, it narrowed it down based on secondary parameters to 102. Shall we pick one? Just pick one at random, I don't care. She nodded. I shrugged, picked one off the list, and began the proper calculations to open a portal. It didn't take long, and I offered my hand as the portal sprang to life. To my surprise, she grabbed me and all but ran through without hesitation. Line break. Yasaka giggled as she pulled me to the ground with her, crashing into some long grass. The warm sunlight greeted us too, with only our voices being in the area. Though, some birds chirping came across the winds in the first few moments. There was no one nearby, thankfully. Though, I probably would have just thrown up an illusion to cover for us. You never know what's wrong or happening in another world until you get your footing. However, it's all fine as long as Yasaka is having fun. She rolled off me and onto her back as she looked up at the sky. Freedom. She pumped her fist into the air. Free at last. No more responsibilities. Cute. She deserves a vacation, she's worked really hard. First thing, take in the surroundings. There were some wide open fields. Some rock formations are covered in grass as well. I think I heard water running nearby. I looked behind us and saw a rather large tree with a small creek circling it with a stone bridge, indicating civilization nearby. The air here is really fresh. Yasaka breathed in deeply. I can't taste or smell any pollutants in the air, or at least, it's low enough that I can't notice. She was right. I closed my eyes and used my authority of Hanuman to feel the winds. They were gentle and had a different flavor than back home. Though, my eyes abruptly opened in surprise. Someone noticed me. Someone or something that had a connection with the wind here seemed surprised to see me and poked at me unconsciously. Strange. Oh well, I just pulled my authority back for now, not wanting to get into any trouble. I don't think whatever poked back at me knows where I am. I pulled back quick enough. So, anywhere you want to go? I asked Yasaka. She looked at me and just smiled, getting comfortable as she lay on the ground. I'm fine right here, to be honest, this is nice and relaxing. It's like I can pretend that nothing else exists for a little while. I rubbed one of her tails as she closed her eyes, and I think she dozed off. She really does need a proper vacation. I could imagine that she still has a lot on her plate, dealing with all the cleanup that comes after the war, so she can't just throw her hands up just yet. I'll ask her about it later so we can plan something when she has more time. I stretched my arms and got up from the ground and looked around properly again. I squinted my eyes and saw a dirt path heading across the grass. A town, village, city, or something along those lines should be nearby. I ran a hand through the tall grass as I walked through it and towards the dirt path. There wasn't anything in particular out of place here. If I weren't sure this place wasn't Earth, I'd have said that it wouldn't be out of place back home. But I had this weird feeling in the back of my head. It was like something was out of place, but I couldn't pick out exactly what it was. As I got closer though, I did notice something familiar, and I immediately ran over to it. It was a big, beautiful apple tree. How neat, they have apples here too. I absolutely love the apples from Skyrim, let's see if these are any better. High up. I jumped and grabbed one of the bigger branches, pulling myself up until I sat on it and plucked one of the apples off the tree. I rubbed it with my sleeve and inspected it, inside and out. The last thing I'd want to do is eat an alien apple and have it actually be a giant eyeball inside. Without further ado, I bit into it, trusting my robust physiology that anything weird would be fine after taking a look. And oh my god. This is fucking delicious. I looked at the apple in hand, it looked so normal, but why the fuck did it taste so good? They were better than Skyrim apples. Why was it so good? Did someone drug the apples? Did I stumble into a one-tree drug plantation? I quickly ate a second, just to make sure it was the same. I hereby dub the best apple in the world. A vaunted honor. But in all seriousness, these were probably the best apples I've ever had in my life. They were extremely sweet, but not in a sugary way. And they had just enough tartness to balance it out while being the perfect consistency of soft and crunchy. It might have to do with the manna in the air. I know I've heard from some of the others about how things were back in the Age of Gods with regard to how the manna intertwined with nature. The manna here was thick, not overly thick, but perhaps it was the same concept. Perhaps there's something about the land that I'm just unfamiliar with. Either way, jackpot. I will save the seeds and see if I can't plant them back home. My dreams of being the Apple King have been revitalized. However, that all immediately disappeared when I heard Yasaka scream. Before I even realized what happened, the ground beneath me was already scorched with lightning as I slid next to where she had been napping a few minutes prior. She was sitting up, and there was something there staring at her. I blinked in confusion because it's not like I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't simply leaving her there unprotected while she slept in the middle of the field in this strange place. There was just nothing around when I swept my senses everywhere, and even now, this thing wasn't being picked up normally. It looked like a ball of water with eyes. No. Is that a slime? I asked her. I don't know, but it hit me while I had my eyes closed. Yasaka huffed. How rude. She paused for a moment. But it's also kinda cute. The ball of water turned to me, and then it hopped at me, as if trying to use its entire body as a bludgeoning weapon. It bounced off me kind of harmlessly. I mean, if I were a normal person, it might have knocked me on my ass. It was a ball of water, it was weighty. I don't think it's alive. Yasaka poked it, and it barely even reacted. It's not, I can feel it with senjutsu. This thing is basically a ball of nature energy and magic, I think. I put my foot on the strange thing to stop it from bouncing around as I pulled and poked at it some more. No, you're right. It's a blob of mana, I think. It's more coherent, though, like someone shaped the mana into a spell, and this is the result, but it's weird. Yasaka wrapped her arms around it and laid her head on its body. It's nice and cool. It doesn't even feel wet despite being made of water. Is it someone familiar? I asked out loud. No. I don't feel any additional spells cast on it. If it were a familiar, I think there would be more spells considering it's not an actual living thing. Like, if someone wanted to look through its eye, since it's non-living, there would be more work needed. I want it. Yasaka blurted out. Pardon. I blinked. I want it. She hugged it in her arms. I'm keeping it. I felt like maybe I should voice some counterargument, but honestly. Sure. I shrugged, because I don't think it belonged to anyone. Was it just some natural oddity that formed from the abundance of mana in the air? It's not like it was dangerous, so who am I to tell her no? She fell back onto her back, holding the weird slime in her arms. It looked like it was struggling to jump free, but eventually, it may have stopped trying and just sat there in her arms. I lay on the ground next to her. Try one of these. I handed her one of my precious treasures. She barely even looked at it before taking a bite, and her expression immediately changed. Oh, that's good. We're definitely going to grow these back home. Definitely. I bit into another one myself. These were really good, I couldn't help myself. Feeling better? I asked her. She let out a long sigh, one mixed with content. Yes, this is nice. Even for a little bit, I can pretend to have no worries. Want to go try and find people or something? I offered, rolling on my side to look at her. I'm fine just lying here for now. I think I'm more mentally drained than I realized. The idea of not meeting anyone right now is a pleasant one. I sat up again, humming to myself. Well, I'm going to get a quick look at the surroundings. She gave me a silent gesture to go ahead. I let my wings come out. It always felt like a really good stretch when I took them out after not using them for a while. Without another word, I gently ascended to the sky before going a bit quicker when I knew it wouldn't disturb Yasaka. About 100 feet up into the air, I got a good bird's-eye view of everything. The scenery was beautiful. A land barely touched by industrialization. I could very vaguely see a city. I think it was a city. I could make out the silhouette of large stone buildings in the distance. If I wasn't mistaken, the city seemed to be in the middle of a lake. To the east, it seemed to be the ocean, to the north was a rather large forest, and to the west was the city I barely could make out even with my enhanced vision. The rolling hills and mountains blocked everything going south that I could see. I looked up, and again, I had that feeling that something was wrong. Nothing was out of place, but as I continued to look up at the sky, something was prickling the back of my mind that something was wrong. The sky is fake. My Zanpakuto stated firmly. As soon as he said that, the sky in my eyes disappeared, and I saw past the proverbial curtain. Bound. A cage. The sky is fake. My authority of the storm told me as well. That feeling from before had words put to it. Inherited from the storm god, and even my authority from Hanuman that had him steal the sun from the sky. It was fake. Someone put a false sky up around the world. It reminded me of the underworld, but in this case, it was hiding something rather nasty. A firmament. It wasn't merely a false sky but a tangible encasing of the world. I drew Mirage and held it in my hand as I looked upwards. I had this uncanny urge to slash it open. Weird, way too weird. I shook my head and dismissed those intrusive thoughts, putting my sword away. My instincts told me that if I did that, I would be inviting significant trouble for myself. I've been here for not even 2 hours, I don't need to potentially cause trouble on a worldwide scale without having met a single person here. I floated back to the ground next to Yasaka. Sky is fake. One of her eyes peeked open. Come again. It's a firmament. Someone, something, or a bunch of either, created their own layer around the world. Though it was more tangible than the layering I was familiar with back home. It's kind of unsettling. Are we in danger? I shrugged. I don't think so. If someone was going to do something, or if we were causing problems, they would have been on us already if they went through the trouble of sealing off the world. Hell, for all I know, it could be beneficial to the world, an act of protection. Granted, it gave me a bad feeling, but who knows? This isn't my home, I lose the right to judge outright without knowing the details. By the way, I saw a city a bit away, southwest. The place is inhabited. I wonder if they're like this. She shook her slime pet thing. Considering the buildings were made of stone, I'd say unlikely. Though, you can't rule out the possibility of slime people. She snuggled up to me. Let's just stay here for a bit longer, then I need to go back home. I relaxed again back on the ground. Sure, whatever you want. I'll keep a note of things here, and maybe I'll check them out later. For now, Yasaka just wanted to relax while pretending she didn't have to go back to work soon. Line break. Naps are good. It's hard to beat a really good nap. Though, a lot of the time, it's easy to feel even worse after a nap. The nap giveth, and the nap taketh away. Well, I dropped Yasaka back off at home and headed over to Remnant. It had been far too long since I'd seen Pira, so that was going to be my first stop. After bringing Tensen here, well, I sort of had my own personal visitor pass to pop over. So, I didn't even need to give a heads up when I opened a portal right onto Beacon property. It's nice to be able to bullshit and say I had a space semblance and not have to explain anything else and just portal anywhere I want. It certainly makes life easier. I put the thoughts of that weird fake sky out of my mind as best as possible. It's just, I think by the fact that my authority touches on the concept, I'm offended by extension. It's rather annoying. Oh well, I hope Yusaka enjoyed her new pet, though. I'll probably definitely head back there at some point and investigate a bit. If nothing else, I'm rather curious about what's going on with that whole thing. But, at the moment, I sort of paused as I looked around. I wanted to be polite and pop in over where the bullheads come and dock, but, I may have made a mistake. There was a big ship docked, and there were soldiers. No, these were robots. Lots of robots. Atlas military. I hadn't interacted much with Atlas military stuff, but I'm fairly sure they hate me. But that's beside the point. Robots. Halt. The closest robot to me commanded, and on command, several more stomped towards me, marching in coordination, actually. But their movements were slightly awkward. This is a restricted area. The robotic voice spoke again. Civilian, submit yourself for an identification scan. Sure. I smiled happily. So cool. They had guns too. Neat robot guns. The guns were not pointed at me, which was very polite despite the fact that I was technically in a restricted area. Though, I mean, am I allowed to be here? The robot got its face towards me, the black screen-like interface on the right of its white headpiece. And it actually did a scan of my face. Alright, how do I go about stealing some of these things without getting into trouble? Identification confirmed. The robot stated, and I saw my image reflected on its face screen. Then it changed to a big, wanted, flashing sign over it. Uh-oh. Designation confirmed. Wanted criminal, Watermelon Torchwick. All the robots raised their guns at me simultaneously. Please surrender into custody peacefully. My eye was twitching. Roman. I thought you were fucking joking. I hate you. I hate you so much. Line break. A/N. A sneak peek at a future world, if people can guess it based on the small details. But, hopping over to RWBY for a few chapters, then going to the MCU for a little bit too, then back to DXD for a few, then onwards to New World. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 674, Chapter. I hear the train a-comin', it's rolling round the bend. I had a metal mug in my hand that I used to rattle the bars of my fancy jail cell. It wasn't just a fancy jail cell, but it was a fancy jail cell on this cool type of aircraft. Hell, this thing is more advanced than what we had back on Earth. It's really weird how their technology here is so advanced in some places but so primitive in others. And I haven't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I continue to sing as I hit the bars with my metal mug some more. The sound reverberated through the corridor. This place wasn't very soundproof. And there was someone outside my cage, glaring at me. I hit the bars a little bit harder. Will you cease that already? The woman hissed, snatching the mug from my hand through the bars. Rude. I pointed out. Her eye twitched. She had been standing there listening to my amazing singing and performance for a good 30 minutes now, I think. I took out another mug from my ring when she wasn't looking and started again. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps dragging on. But that train keeps rolling on down to San Antone. Where did you get that? She all but screeched at me. I paused, looking at her and then at my metal mug, almost an exact copy of the one she was holding. The store. Are you stupid? Her eye twitched again. When I was just a... Stop singing. She demanded. You will behave quietly. You look familiar, have we met before? I gave her a scrutinizing look. She pursed her lips. If we had met before, you would have been arrested far sooner. Oh, someone's confident. I liked it, though. Well, Miss Confident, do you have a name? She stood up just a tad straighter. I am Specialist Schnee of the Atlas military. Specialist in what? I asked. What? She seemed confused. Your title is Specialist, what are you specialized in? It's my rank. She frowned slightly. That's lame. I hummed. Thankfully, the naming conventions of the Atlas's military ranks are not dictated by your sense of aesthetics. She drawled. And if you must know, the rank is derived from the specialized combat training we received in accordance with military regulations combined with hunter training. Ah, military huntsman, got it. I shot her a thumbs up. She scowled but didn't correct me. If the shoe fits. That is a significantly trivialized summary of my duties. She crossed her arms. Hey, don't get mad at me, I support the concept. I'm still kind of confused as to why no other kingdoms haven't built up their militaries. You would think that they'd be more keen on having a trained and regulated military force instead of relying on a handful of huntsmen that don't really listen to orders. I was being honest. And my time during the Fae War just sort of reinforced my opinion, I think. I think huntsman has a place. There are plenty of people who want to help but don't do well under a rigid structure like in the military. More power to them, let them wander around, act like heroes, kill Grim, blah blah. But there are governments that have no real actual military and have to rely on these same people for everything. It's just, well, it's rather illogical in my opinion. But then again, this world had its own history, and if things turned out this way and have been like this for so long, it must have been for a reason. Specialist Schnee was looking at me strangely. Oh, Schnee. I snapped my fingers. Like the Schnee Dust Company. Her lips twitched, like she was doing her best to keep a scowl away, and I knew I had hit the nail on the head. The same Schnee Dust Company where I wandered into one of their mining camps where they had literal slaves working under them. I reiterated. There are few things that piss me off more than slavery. Her lips thinned. I am unaffiliated with the Schnee Dust Company as a member of the Atlas military. Oof, I can practically feel the daddy issues from here. I was fairly sure the head of the company was her dad. I vaguely recall the head of the company being a man, so I put two and two together. Don't worry, you're in good company here when it comes to people with father issues. Yes, I feel reassured that a wanted criminal is sympathizing with me. She deadpanned. Question. I raised a finger. Are you single? Her eyebrow immediately shot up, and she scrunched her nose. That is a highly inappropriate question. You would do well to keep such future ones to yourself. Criminal. Oh, wait. I held my hands up. I didn't mean for me, as cliché as it sounds, I was asking for a friend. Is it weird that I think that she and Sasaki together would be a great couple? I remember him talking about his ideal type when we went fishing together. She checks a lot of his boxes from what I recall. She opened her mouth slightly and shook her head. My relationship status is not any of your concern. Well, I guess I'll go back to singing then. I do not do blind dates. She immediately interjected. For some reason, I got the feeling she didn't want to hear me sing anymore, and she chose the lesser of two evils. I think I should feel offended. Hang on, I got a picture. I took out my scroll, where I had a bunch of saved pictures. This is Sasaki Kojuru. She was humoring me, I could tell, but there was a subtle perk in her eyes as she looked at the picture, maybe I could call it curiosity. She evaluated it for several moments. I don't date criminals. She finally said. Well, he's not a criminal. I pointed out. He is associated with you, that makes him a criminal's accomplice. She retorted. Rude. I pointed out again. By that logic, I think your sister is a criminal then. Excuse me. She froze slightly. Weiss Schnee, she's your sister, right? I remember her when I met the other kids in Pira's year. Rin also fought her because she had an attitude. I met her and spent time in her presence, so by your logic, she's also a criminal. I shall wait for her to share a cell with me. My sister is not a criminal. She said coldly. How convenient that a supposed accomplice status only applies to people you don't know. I hummed. Is he at least your type? She looked at me flatly before rubbing the bridge of her nose. I do not have a type. Everyone has a type. I responded. For me, I like strong women. Of course, I should add I like beautiful women too, but I think everyone wants their partner to be good-looking. Confidence is important as well. But I doubt you want to hear me keep going on about this. She let out a long sigh. If I answer, will you drop this line of questioning? I shrugged. I don't want to make you uncomfortable about it. If you don't like it, then I won't bring it up again. I was trying to see if she was interested, not trying to pressure her into anything. She took a deep breath and regained her stoic demeanor. I do not find him dislikable in appearance. However, I do not care for good looks as much as their character. Well, I could add that he's the good sort, you know, honorable, kind. He should still be in Skyrim right now, right? Oh, and he's probably the best swordsman in the world. She rolled her eyes at the first part, but from the second part, she let out a scoff. I find that highly unlikely. Oh, it's true. Even Artoria recognizes his swordsmanship as superior, and that should say something. Do you have any idea how many people claim such nonsense? She gave a skeptical look. By what measurement can you claim that sort of ridiculous notion if you haven't met every single person wielding a sword? You sound offended. As someone who wields a sword, of course I would be offended by claims that someone is superior to all others. She let out a harumph. Well, I suppose I could invite him over and you could evaluate him yourself. I offered with a cheeky smile. Her aloof expression changed, and it seemed like she realized what I was doing, but she didn't immediately reject me. Someone has their own pride, huh? I was about to keep going, but I heard people coming down the hallway. It was Ashbin, his assistant, Miss Goodwich, and someone whom I hadn't actually met in person but recognized from pictures. In fact, Roman had a dartboard with his face on it. That was General Ironwood, head of the Atlas military. General. Specialist Schnee immediately shifted into proper posture and offered a salute. At ease, Specialist. He said authoritatively as he approached my cell. James, what's the point in keeping him locked in a cell like this? He can leave whenever he wants. We both know what his semblance is. The teacher gave him a rather tired look. I blinked because I found myself agreeing. She has a point. They do know that I had a space semblance, among other oddities, magic. They would know that I can just leave whenever I want, right? What was the purpose of putting me in a cell? Of course, that's why I had Winter distract him while we figured out what to do with him. General Ironwood said plainly. I found my mouth opening. I've been bamboozled. No wonder she was playing along with my nonsense. Has my weakness been discovered so easily? Specialist Schnee shot me a deliberate look, and she noticed my own surprise at the turn of events, and she had a subtle but very obvious smug smile on her face. Well played, Specialist Schnee. Winter, you're dismissed. Go socialize, I know you've been wanting to meet your sister since we've arrived. The general told her. Thank you, General. She saluted again before departing. This is easily one of my top 10 most devastating betrayals of all time. I thought we had a connection here, a budding friendship. But now, I know, she was just using me. Mr. Schweinorg. Ashbin looked at me, he had his signature coffee mug in his hand, looking a bit tired. May I ask, why are you in a cell? I blinked at him. Because a bunch of robots pointed guns at me. He let out a sigh. I mean, why did you allow yourself to be arrested? I scratched my head. I didn't really want to cause you any trouble after you've been nice enough to let me come and go as I please. If I resisted, I'm sure those robots would have tried to arrest me forcibly. And then, I'd either have to break them or run away, and they'd probably chase. And then it becomes a whole mess. Ashbin looked at General Ironwood. Anything you want to add, James? What do you want me to say, Ashbin? That my knights were doing their jobs? He asked back, rhetorically. He's not wrong. I pointed out. Mr. Schweinorg, are you defending the men responsible for arresting you? Ashbin raised an eyebrow. I'm just saying, it's a logical sequence of events. I responded. General Ironwood looked very vindicated. Though, I suppose I do owe a bit of a response for the whole being a woman thing. I shot him a glare just as well. He cleared his throat. It was a logical theory. Can we not right now? Professor Goodwich sighed. I'm already pulling my hair out planning the Vital Festival, I don't need this right now. Question. I raised my hand. Why was I arrested in the first place? I'm fairly sure Roman successfully bribed the right people to sweep away my wanted status in Vale. Ashbin rubbed the bridge of his nose. Mr. Schweinorg. Please don't admit to illegal activities in the presence of the Atlas military. And I ignored his advice. Ashbin took off his glasses, wiping them with a cloth. The kingdoms generally share the status of criminals or warrants between each other. In this instance, it was simply an oversight that no one thought about, for we didn't anticipate your sudden arrival. Ah. I nodded in understanding. Well, all's well that ends well. I still say we should keep him locked up, Oz. Ironwood grunted. I've been wanting to test my special holding cells. And I've told you, James, they won't work. Ashbin shook his head. You still haven't been able to account for magic. Shit, I'm down to help. Sounds like fun. I offered. Ironwood's eyes lit up as he looked at Ashbin. Ashbin let out a long sigh. Perhaps after we're done with the festival. Please remember why you parked your large airship at my school in the first place, James. Ironwood cleared his throat. Of course. He walked up to my cell door and entered a code and scanned his handprint. Officially, Atlas doesn't have the authority to arrest a Vale citizen within Vale borders if they don't have an active request for arrest. Bet. I took my hat out and put it on my head. Anyways, I'm going to go see Pyrrha. I opened a portal and left the cell without ever stepping out. Line break. You know, it's my second time being arrested and put in holding. I wonder if this will become a habit. It makes me feel wistful, if anything. In my youth, I would have simply destroyed, maybe stolen, all those robots and run from the law. But now, I'm so responsible and mature that I let them arrest me so I can settle things peacefully. Yup. I am the epitome of maturity. Though, there is now the question. How the fuck do I find Pyrrha? I took out my scroll. I had a lot of missed messages. Most of them were in fact from Pyrrha and I think I had a few drunken messages from Crow. That's awkward. I think he mistook me for someone else, based on the contents. That, or he was hitting on me. But I didn't catch that vibe from him. As flattering as it would be, I don't really swing that way. Well, bro code. Embarrassing things that happen while drunk stay private. Unless it's funny. I feel kind of bad, though. A lot of these messages are from Pyrrha saying how she knows I won't see them for a while, but she still updates me. There are a bunch of pictures, or just random things she talks about. Just as I was pondering that, I got a message from Headmaster Ashbin, telling me to go to the cafeteria. Well, I think I remembered where that was. Beacon campus was rather large, but the cafeteria was sort of in the middle. Near the elevator that went up to the headmaster's office. Funnily, no one really bats an eye at my presence. The Vital Festival was coming up, based on what I knew. It was a big event, all the kingdoms have their academy students fight in a tournament style to show off, blah blah. But it means that everyone has to travel somewhere for the tournament. And it's apparently being hosted at Beacon this year, so outsiders have been rolling in recently. It was neat. It made me almost nostalgic for school too. Almost. There were good parts, despite how much I hated everything. Was I feeling envious? It's a rather human emotion, I suppose. Envious of something I never got to have. Sometimes, I wonder, what would have happened if things had been different? I don't think I would change anything based on how I am now, at risk of losing anything. But, I guess it's a romantic daydream despite my desire to keep the life I have now. But I digress. My nostalgia could only distract me for so long, and I believe I found the cafeteria. I pushed the doors open, and there were a few people inside. Beacon was a large school, there were bound to be people here at nearly all hours of the day. But I found my target immediately. I furrowed my brow when I noticed Specialist Shni was here too, apparently beating me in timing, but I ignored that for now because I was discovered. Will. A red-headed missile shot at me, and I opened my arms. Hey Red. I smiled happily, taking her into a big hug. It's been a while. I didn't know you were coming. She said excitedly. Huh, she really is a lot like Jean. I've noticed quite a few similarities in both mannerisms and behavior. It's hard to do a surprise if the person knows about it. I pulled on her cheeks. She puffed up cutely. That's not what I meant. I know, I missed you too, Red. I gave her another hug. Pyrrha never had very many friends, I already knew that. Her whole identity as a champion, and a mascot, and basically a celebrity made it difficult to connect with other people. Look at you, did you get taller? You're going to get taller than me at this point. Have you been eating? Have you been eating too much? I playfully pinched her side. Are you implying that I'm fat? She let out a squeak. No, no. I trailed off. I would never imply something like that. Don't say it like that. She hit my shoulder. That's exactly what you're implying. I'm not fat. Do you have any idea how much I train and work out? I let out a chuckle, holding my hands up as she hit my shoulder a few more times. It got her out of her initial mood, and she brightened up again. Maybe you're the one who got fat. She let out a huff, putting her hands on her hips. And you do look taller. I took my hat off, putting it on her head as I sort of measured myself against her. Huh, maybe I have gotten slightly taller. She giggled as she adjusted the hat on her head. You're not denying you got fat, huh? Listen, that just means there's more of me to love. I swung my hips in an exaggerated manner. More cushion for the pushin'. Brothers. She went bright red. Don't say something like that. She said as she covered her face. I can't believe you would say that in public. Listen, Pyrrha, I put my arm around her shoulders. You're going to need to learn sooner or later that I have no shame. She let out a groan. Accept it, Pyrrha. You're stuck with me. This is what the rest of your life is going to be like. At the most inappropriate times, I'm going to say or do something that makes you question your life choices. I said with full sincerity. That's already happened. She deadpanned. I raised an eyebrow. Is that sarcasm? That's not allowed, you cinnamon bun. I pulled on her ponytail. Stop. She whined. I don't know what it is about her that makes me want to bully her, but I can't stop myself. Her bullyable levels are off the chart. The only one that can equal her is Jean. I always think this, but Pyrrha really could pass as my family member. The shade of red hair matches really well, and it's hard to find someone who has it so close. Now, I believe I told you I expected a certain number of new friends the next time we met. I gave her a stern look. She puffed her cheeks up, and I had to resist the urge to pull on them again. Line break. Pyrrha all but dragged me over to the table she was sitting at with her friends. "Hey Ruby, it's been a while." I greeted the first of the group. Ruby's eyes lit up, mouth full, she smiled and waved back at me. If I recall, Blake, I pointed to the black-haired girl. Then Yang and Weiss. I named all of them, but there were a few missing from teams Rainbow and Raspberry. And lastly. "And Specialist Schnee, fancy seeing you here," I added. The specialist gave me a glare. Awkward. "Yo, Pyrrha's totally not brother." Yang casually gave me a greeting back. "We're not related, Yang," Pyrrha said sternly. "Listen, girl, you're not fooling anyone with that hair." Yang snorted. "Honestly, it's really believable." Blake was a quieter girl, she waved politely. "Well, we weren't really friends, so I took it as it was intended." Weiss pursed her lips. "Miss Nikos, I should advise you to choose who you acquaint yourself with more carefully." Specialist Schnee's tone carried a hint of sternness to it, like she was giving a warning. "It wouldn't do well for your image if you're found to be associated with criminals." "Remind me again, whose family had slaves working in the mines?" I casually retorted. "Oh, that's an oof," Yang commented. "Yang, stop encouraging insults towards my family." Weiss scowled. "Such accusations are unsubstantiated." "I literally have pictures," I retorted. But Weiss just scowled deeper. "Weiss, don't hide your head in the sand," her sister said calmly. "It's a known fact that happened now." I blinked because I didn't expect her to be so open about it. Seems like neither did the others. Sister?" Weiss looked at her in confusion. "Yes." Winter looked back. "I mean, aren't you offended?" Winter finished for her. "Why would I be offended? It's a factual statement, and despite my dislike towards the criminal, he is not wrong. You're admitting that the Schnee Dust Company was using Faunus slave labor." Blake all but shouted in astonishment. "Yes." "Is there a problem?" Winter asked her. "Is it because of my family name?" "I assure you, I had no hand in such deplorable conditions and practices. I condemn what happened fully." Blake held her mouth open for some reason. But you're a Schnee." "Yes, that is also correct. I understand your prejudice considering that you're a Faunus, but I assure you that I do not agree with the crimes committed against those people." Winter kept her tone polite and to the point still. There was a moment, then Weiss opened her mouth. "What do you mean, Faunus?" I am not." Blake also panicked. Winter blinked. "Was it supposed to be a secret?" "Your bow on your head was twitching noticeably," she pointed out. "Oh, you said your name was Belladonna, yes. You wouldn't happen to be the daughter of the leaders of Menagerie?" Blake looked like she wanted to run away. Weiss was looking like she was having an existential crisis. And this was some of the best entertainment I've had in a while. It was like watching a live TV drama. I wish I had some popcorn. "You're a Faunus?" Weiss raised her voice. "Did you seriously not know?" Even Yang spoke up. "You knew too?" Weiss's eyes widened. Even Ruby knew. Yang nudged her sister. "Ah, yeah. Like she said, we've seen it twitch a bunch of times. I thought it was just a fashion thing, like my cape." Ruby pulled her cape up defensively. I knew too." Pyrrha awkwardly held her hand up. "I noticed the first time we met," I admitted. Blake also hung her mouth open. "All this time, I've been living with a Faunus, and no one told me." Weiss's face went bright red. Aye. Blake shuddered, and her eyes darted to the door. "Weiss, behave yourself, you are far too old to be throwing a tantrum." Winter scolded her. "But sister, she's a Faunus." "Weiss." Winter said a bit more sternly. "Stop behaving like our father. Why is it a problem if she's a Faunus?" "Because she's. And she's a Schnee." Blake even pointed at Weiss too, as if to the two of them, it made some sort of sense. "And you're a Schnee. Why are you okay with it?" Winter shook her head and let out a sigh. "I am an Atlassian specialist, part of the Atlas military. At least a quarter of the military's personnel are Faunus. The teams I operate with have Faunus members for whom I trust my life to on a monthly basis. It was kind of funny how that shut both of them up. You're my sister's friend and schoolmate, I'm more than happy to answer any questions or concerns you may have about these delicate subjects, Miss Belladonna." Winter added with just further seemed to throw them for a loop. "I think you broke them." Yang poked at Blake. "Well, it's what happens when your worldview gets shattered." I hummed. I could catch the gist of it. Weiss was probably kind of racist here, or at least had an unconscious fear of Faunus. Considering who her father is, I could imagine that she gets constantly harassed and has been harassed or even targeted by faunus throughout her life. And on the flip side, Blake here is a faunus who was on the opposite side and had some strong beliefs towards the Schnee name. Ironically, they apparently had a good relationship as classmates through this point. Blake getting proven wrong, and Winter, whom I could imagine Weiss sort of looks up to, telling her she's wrong. By the way, Pyrrha, where's everyone else? I ignored the awkward and tense atmosphere. Oh, Rufus was going into the city to buy some supplies. Ren and Nora also went into the city, that was definitely not for a date. She replied, sounding like she was certainly quoting them on the last part. Wait. Ruby smacked the table, earning everyone's attention. You said that Blake's parents are the leaders of menagerie. Does that mean Blake is a princess? There was a moment of silence as they stared at Ruby, then at Blake. Even Weiss seemed to unconsciously want an answer to that question. The kingdoms have dissolved the royalty system from the previous era. Winter responded. However, considering that menagerie doesn't operate off the same agreements and systems, and her father carries the title of chieftain, I suppose that would not be an inaccurate address. Princess Blake. Yang whispered. Yang. Blake said in a low voice. Princess Blake. Ruby threw her hands up. Nice to meet you, Princess Blake. Pyrrha joined in. And I was proud of her. She was certainly not this confident in social situations when she first joined Beacon. Blake covered her face with her hands as they continued to tease her. And funnily, I could sort of see Weiss's shoulders relax as her lips twitched a little, as if holding back a smile. I swatted Pyrrha's ponytail from under my hat. If you're not busy with anything, is there something you want to do, Red? Anywhere you want to go. My time right now is all yours. Anything. Pyrrha perked up. Well, mostly anything. If you want to take a day trip to another kingdom or something with me, you would probably have to ask Ojban for permission. I told her. I saw Yang perk up. Hot damn, your semblance lets you just bounce all the way to another kingdom. They all seemed to pick up on that. Did they not realize how vast my semblance was until now? Or, did I ever talk about it in detail? I can go anywhere in the world. I confirmed. And that's in the hands of a criminal. Winter drawled. Allegedly. I added, but that just earned a flat look. Then, can we spar? Pyrrha asked, her eyes practically sparkling. Really? That's what you want? She just nodded happily. I wanted to sigh, but then I remembered that they were at a combat school. Fine, but only because you're adorable. Line break. A/N. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 675, Non-Canon Make, The Little Spider, Chapter. Athena kept a blank face as she sat on her divine throne. While they don't usually convene at every small issue that arises in the camp below, this had started to become a habit at this point. Athena was thankful at least. Because at this point, if another vote took place on her daughter's continued existence, she wasn't sure everyone would have voted as they did. They all stared silently as her daughter used magic to create a large wooden golem that was stomping on the creature that the child of Hecate summoned. While her daughter was laughing with a concerningly happy and bloodthirsty smile. You know, usually I kind of hate magic fights. I can get behind them, I suppose. A fight is a fight, not everyone has the kind of skill needed to swing a sword around or whatever. But I'm really pleased right now. Ares commented. Are we sure that she isn't your daughter? Apollo looked at him. At this point, I think I have the right to adopt her. He replied. She's way too competent to be one of big-brained stupid geniuses. Athena glared at both of them. My children are not incompetent. She scowled. Her words were punctuated by a swirling of mists in the room as another figure appeared. It was rare for one of the deities of the underworld to visit Olympus. It was especially rare for one to be summoned. Hecate, goddess of magic, appeared before the council. Most gods were neutral to her presence. She had few enemies, but likewise, she had few allies as well. She mostly kept to herself, and her work in keeping the mists operating gave her some goodwill among all the other guys, to the point where she could approach them if needed without being dismissed out of hand. Finally, can we hurry this up? I have a date with a 560-year-old bottle of wine this afternoon. Dionysus said tiredly. Let us be. Zeus commanded, his authoritative tone carrying over the vast room. Hecate, you were summoned for your expertise. Hecate bowed her head politely towards the king of gods to acknowledge the order. I am at your command. Zeus waved his hand as a large spherical display appeared in front of them as it started from the beginning. This is Athena's indiscretion. We would like to know your thoughts on her talents. What was left unsaid was that Zeus wanted clarity on her talents to weigh her threat level. There was a reason that they didn't populate demigods learning magic. It was the same reason no demigod had divine strength since Hercules. It was the same reason no demigod showed divine speed like Achilles. It was a different time back then. Even for the gods, they were a lot less worldly, one could say. Back then, there were a lot fewer demigods running around compared to now, but they were stronger. Almost every demigod child back then had carved their names into legends. And in a few cases, they had even managed to spurn the gods to their faces and reject them. Stories of Hercules wrestling Ares and winning. Stories of Achilles fending off the fury of Apollo and sacking his temple in Troy. Even to the more good-natured gods, these things left a certain thought in the back of their minds. What happens when a demigod gets born that's even stronger or becomes strong enough that they decide they don't care about the gods anymore? Once they attached themselves to the West and followed the seat of power, the new demigods began to weaken until their current form. That isn't to say they were weak in a general sense. But since the time of ancient Greece, there had never been a demigod that had risen to the same status. Of course, many demigods became historical and famous figures, but that was never due to their strength or power. Even Chiron didn't train them the same. Gods feared the idea of demigods becoming too strong, but also, they depended too highly on demigods for their own continued existence. Demigods sustained them in a lot of ways. From hunting monsters to completing quests to simply paying worship to the gods. If every demigod suddenly died, that didn't mean the gods would up and disappear, but there would be a bit of panic to remake what was lost. The gods didn't want them to get too strong, they didn't want them to know how valuable of assets they were either. The gods weren't intentionally weakening them through some metaphysical power. Of course, they weren't intentionally giving them blessings either. But the decline of demigods over the centuries was mostly due to them being less supportive. In the past, gods would have taken a much more active role in the lives of certain demigods. Perseus was showered with divine treasures. Hercules, through schemes, was given godly strength. Achilles, a child of an old prophecy, had surpassed his own father, a hero before him, in every possible way. Gods didn't hand out their blessings easily anymore. Gods didn't hand out divine weapons anymore without a reason. And gods took a back seat in the lives of demigods until they were required. It was the main reason why Zeus enacted the divine law that gods were not allowed to meddle in the lives of their children. When they had to fend for themselves, it was far, far harder for them to reach the levels of their predecessors. Children of Apollo generally learned just to use a bow and maybe a side weapon. Children of Ares, while having a good hand at using a bow, usually only use swords or spears. Children of Athena, likewise, rarely if ever use a bow. Demigods tended to stay in their lanes, which was perfect for the gods and how they wanted things to proceed. It wasn't forbidden for a demigod to venture out, it happens, and no one really bats an eye. But now, the situation was a bit different. The newest addition to camp, a very heated topic of discussion, was going around telling them all how weak and stupid they were for their narrow vision. It wasn't an emergency, it wasn't the gods panicking. It was them not wanting the status quo to be disrupted and them deciding if they should do something about it. I was watching my children. What do you wish me to reveal? Hecate asked politely. Anything you can tell us about her. Artemis chimed in. If there's any danger. Very well. Hecate could more or less understand what they wanted. She was a woman of few words, there wasn't a need to continue to ask questions. The images on the magic screen shifted as Hecate took control of it, then it zoomed in on her wand. Curious, a magical focus, a wand, created from a piece of dragon and wood. It is very clearly mortal-made, but it is of exceptional quality. Whoever created it must be a genius of the craft. Athena perked up slightly. She was a goddess of crafts. It was a small comment before she continued. She ignored her daughters and sons becoming irate over the idea of others learning magic. She didn't agree with their viewpoints, but she also understood them. The idea that magic was theirs by birthright, and the connection it had between them and her. They were wrong, of course. Magic didn't belong to them, but she would be gentle when scolding her children when the opportunity presented itself. Magic didn't even belong to her, as the goddess of magic. There were many gods of magic, yet none of them could claim such a thing. Magic was part of the world, an aspect of existence. Percy is right. Poseidon spoke up as the magical recording played. More of them should spend time within the waters and pay proper homage. Many of the gods just rolled their eyes. Who is this person? Hecate stopped the recordings and pointed to a specific blonde girl. The little spider called her Mordred. Dionysus answered. Her sister. What's wrong with her? Aphrodite asked curiously. Besides the obvious. Hermes chimed in. There is very obviously something off about her. Being a god did not bestow one with infinite knowledge or sight to be able to peer through mysteries at a glance. Hecate tilted her head. She has a phenomenal amount of magic contained within her. She does not appear to be a living being but a spirit of some sort. Her namesake would suggest much there. Such a famous tale, all of them, of course, knew the name Mordred from the stories of King Arthur. Athena was uncharacteristically impatient as they zeroed in on the girl. Athen was also curious who she was and what she was. She had seen the presumably mortal girl split the lake in half with ease and release an amount of power that caused her to pause. She just didn't want to share the mystery with the others. She was mentally chiding her daughter for making another disturbance so quickly. It seemed like her daughter was intent on causing her as much trouble as possible. Nice spell. Apollo smiled smugly as they started their little fight. Having Apollo's name invoked for a fire spell wasn't anything strange. It was the foundation of how magic worked for them, to invoke and call upon the deities and their domains to cast spells through the mists. It was also why the gods could quite easily cut off their access if they displeased them. For the gods who wanted things under control, it was perhaps the perfect system of magic. Arachne countered with a water spell that didn't. It made many of them frown. Truthfully, not all magic done by the demigods down below had to invoke a god. But if you wanted something more than a simple cantrip, you had to work through the system they established. You didn't need to call out Apollo's name every time you lit a campfire. Latin. Hecate noted. A spell to create a strong release of water. It does not fall under our system of magic, and I do not recognize which foundation system it belongs to. Many shot her a surprised glance. Hecate was one of the few gods who had contact with other pantheons. Due to the nature of the mists, she often brushed elbows with other gods of magic. So to say she didn't recognize something was definitely odd. Though, if I had to guess, I believe it was created by mortals. She added. In the brief second of spellcasting, she could catch everything about the spell. The magical formula used to create it, the foundations used to support it, the movements, the words, and everything about it that helped actualize the spell. She would be a poor magic god if she couldn't see through a simple spell at merely a glance. Mortals. Demeter questioned. Are you sure there isn't any godly hand behind the scene? It was a strange thought to them. That mortals could have their own magic. They could accept that there were other magic systems in the world, but they all relied on the foundations of gods. None that I can perceive. Hecate said simply. No one called her a liar or questioned her ability, it was merely the confusion at the statement that had them doubting. That girl seems to have an advantage. Apollo tapped his throne. Only having to call on Mom for help rather than properly casting a spell to turn off my son in the area. Turning at night during the day was only a tiny snub towards him. He didn't really care as long as it didn't affect anything more than what she did, but still, he was a little peeved. Gods were capricious creatures. Is it any different than one of your children picking up a bow or a musical instrument, Apollo? Hecate asked, raising a brow. Apollo grunted in defeat. She was right, of course. It's not as if this would work for all their spells. Just ones that shared domains with their mother, they could cheat with, essentially. And it didn't work all the time. Hecate wouldn't allow them to forego proper lessons and learning. If they stopped doing things properly to rely purely on the cheating, she would cut them off. The screen paused again when Arachne countered with her own spell, this time a very familiar flavor. It was the first time they'd seen her use a Greek spell. Why didn't she need to do a whole chant thing like your daughter? Hermes asked. He never really cared about magic before, he knew how it worked on a basic level and had knowledge of it, but it wasn't anywhere near his sphere of influence, so it was always a side thought at most. Because that is a skill I have not taught since the old world. Hecate replied calmly despite her own genuine surprise. The use of divine words is a long-forgotten art that not even my daughters know. It takes significant time, practice, and teaching to master it, with an equal amount of talent needed. Due to the laws, I am unable to teach it properly after the era's changed. It was not asking for help, requesting aid, or offering a prayer in return for assistance. It was a divine call upon an immortal name to invoke their power. Technically, it used the same foundation. But it was like if the Greek foundation of magic was a street, and the normal method had Hecate's children running on it or riding a bike. Then comes Arachne speeding along with her car. How did she learn? Zeus narrowed his eyes. I do not know. Hecate responded evenly despite the pressure touching her. If you need it, I am willing to make an oath on the sticks to verify. Zeus considered it and shook his head and simply gestured dismissively with his hand. It wasn't worth it to get on Hecate's bad side when he was willing to believe her. As she said, it isn't taught these days. But there were some still around that did learn it. With no other questions, the recording resumed until Arachne excitedly said she was going to show off one of her father's spells and cast a large freezing spell that covered the forest in a sheet of ice. Huh. Ares noted. Her normal human father, right, Athena? He looked at his fellow war god. Her completely normal human father, right, Athena? Athena didn't look at her, but her eye twitched slightly as she held herself back. We have established that her father is not a normal human. Her voice carried a forced monotone to not show her current annoyance. It's Norse magic. Hecate pointed out. The use of runes is prevalent and easily identifiable. I would recognize Odin's legacy with both eyes closed. While many of them could easily guess that based on the name alone, it was good to have verification. The fight continued until Hecate's daughter summoned a bunch of nightmarish creatures. Arachne then followed up with an ethereal owl that seemed to drive them away. Athena perked up, looking very proud at her symbol being displayed so triumphantly. Owls were a symbol of wisdom. It was rare for an owl to display such prowess in an aggressive sort of way. She didn't dislike it. A spell that's made up of positive emotions and amplified to become a counter towards negative and dark-aligned spells and creatures. Hecate tilted her head slightly as she analyzed it. What a charming spell. Athena nearly choked when her daughter called the owl Duke Hootsworth, however. She had to remind herself that her daughter was still a child and was prone to acts of whimsy. Hecate clicked her tongue when Arachne cast a spell that quite literally silenced her opponent. Sloppy daughter, very sloppy. Being silenced should not be a winning move against a competent spellcaster. Hecate had made sure to drill that into their heads in the first lessons they ever received. Always make sure you have a means to protect yourself if you're unable to chant a spell. Be it mastery over casting spells silently, tools at your disposal, or even being able to flee. The room got tense when she used a spell called Thunderbolt. Zeus looked very unhappy that someone was parading themselves around with magic that called on his domain without paying him the proper respects. It was enough that his hands twitched with a few sparks as he had the idea in the back of his mind to throw a real bolt of lightning down on the one who offended him. Though he didn't move, he stayed silent and continued watching. The recording continued until the end, and it was finally paused. Norse magic, Greek magic, Onmyoto from the east, even Celtic magic. Despite many beliefs, Celtic and Norse magics weren't the same, there just happened to be a lot of cultural overlap due to history. And of course, a magic foundation that seems completely rooted in mortal concepts. Hecate, is there anything you wish me to clarify? Aphrodite looked at Athena. Yeah, Athena, anything you want clarified about your demon spawn booty call. Athena was about to open her mouth and argue, but Zeus shut them both up with a slam of his armrest. Thank you, Hecate. He said sternly and not too pleased, though his emotions weren't directed at her, so she politely bowed her head. What are your thoughts on the girl? Certainly talented. To learn so many different systems of magic, yet to weave them into her repertoire so seamlessly, tells of significant talent and learning. I do not believe any of my current children in camp can match her. In another few decades, I would say she wouldn't be any less than the likes of Medea or Circe, perhaps a bit longer, but who knows. She gave her honest evaluation. You are dismissed. Zeus waved his hand again. Hecate disappeared in a swirl of mist. Will we decide now, husband? Hera looked at him. Zeus weighed his options. He wasn't too keen on sending a girl with so many attachments to other pantheons out on a quest that had to deal with their own problems. Especially when his own divine symbol was involved. Frankly, Zeus wanted to be angry right now, but he was holding it back. He was at his weakest, so he couldn't allow his temper to get the better of him. Those other irresponsible gods, he wanted to curse them. They either blessed or taught her or supported her in some way. In this day and age, it was foolish. But it was also a chance to set things right. And once he had his symbol back, did he need to even consider the thoughts on other pantheons? The ancient laws were inviolable for a reason, and he was well within certain rights to deal with troublemakers under his umbrella. After the troublemaker was dealt with, then things like the Bane of Olympus would easily be dealt with as well. Zeus nodded. Very well, a prophecy has been made. Let us decide who will be sent. Line break. Arachne was currently being carried by the scruff of her neck by a trotting centaur. The campers looked at her with varying mixes of confusion, trepidation, and concern as they passed by. Mostly because she had more or less burned the forest down. The others were following behind. It's just that Chiron had the wisdom that it was perhaps a good idea to make sure she didn't venture off again out of his sight this time. He only plopped her down when they reached their destination. Mr. D. Chiron spoke. I brought her. Mr. D was sitting at a lone table, casually sipping a can of Coke. You know, it's funny. I've been drinking myself silly the past few days to make up for lost time. But I suddenly had the craving for a Coke. Arachne stood up, brushing herself off. A didn't do nothing. She quickly defended herself. She's telling the truth, I was there, I saw her do nothing. Percy added. Arachne shot him a not-so-subtle thumbs up. You burned the forest down. Chiron said with a deadpan. The only reason it isn't a bigger deal is because you had the presence of mind to not harm any of the nymphs or spirits in the forest. And a Wolfukin do it again. Mordred smacked the back of her head. Stop acting like your stupid dad. Don't call me the stupid. Arachne puffed up. A will tell Mum. How about I tell your mom about what you've been up to? Mordred crossed her arms, looking at her. Please don't tell Mom, big sis. Arachne lowered her head in slight embarrassment. Normally, I'd be all for the chaos. Heck, I'm still for it even if it's adding more work to my plate. I would happily do more work if it meant causing chaos for everyone else, that's how much I support it. Dionysus said tiredly. But, orders from high up. Pack your bags, kiddos, you're going on a quest. Chiron looked between the god and the confused children, and he cleared his throat. What Mr. D means to say is that the Council of Gods has evaluated the prophecy you heard and decided to be safe and send both of you. Meh. Arachne shrugged. Sounds boring, I don't want to go. You're going. Surprisingly, it was Mordred who rebuffed her. Take responsibility for your actions, brat. You got yourself into this mess, you're cleaning it up. She was, of course, referring to nearly killing the oracle. Consider it your punishment. Mordred continued. Or, I can tell your mom. You decide. Arachne paused. A love quest. Mordred snorted but didn't add anything else. Chiron, though, was very grateful for the strange girl that felt like a dragon and could probably fold one with one hand tied behind her back. He was hesitant about her presence at camp and would have normally vetoed it if Dionysus hadn't allowed it. But at this moment, he was very thankful for her presence. The oracle zombie lady didn't die, did she? Percy hesitantly asked. Nope, all good there. Dionysus said casually. And I would suggest not ever talking about it again. My good brother is a bit touchy about his oracles. Ooh, he didn't take it well then. Percy muttered. How mad is he? That's the neat part, kid. Dionysus took a sip of his coke. We didn't tell him. Chiron, to his credit, didn't react with a sigh. I feel like this will come back to be a bad decision. Arachne stated. Counterpoint. Dionysus poked her nose from across the table. You have no room to talk about bad decision-making. Arachne considered that and nodded. That's fair. Mita says I have his bad decision-making and Mum's stubbornness. She grumbled a little. Big sis is coming too. No. 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 Mordred rounded off the trio of adults, all agreeing with them. I'm going back home soon, brat. I'm not going to babysit you. You're the one who wanted to come here and play around. Arachne puffed her cheeks. But who's coming with us then? Annabeth, Luke, and Zoe. Chiron immediately answered. Aw, they're dumb. Arachne pouted. They're the only ones in the camp you've had more than a single conversation with. Chiron pointed out. Arachne stomped her foot with a huff. Do it got to bring the weird cult girl too? Don't call Artemis's hunters a cult. Chiron said dryly. While they were a cult in the older sense of the word, he knew she was using it as an insult based on the modern interpretation of it. I never said it was them. Why did you immediately jump to them, huh? Arachne looked at Chiron. Stop being smart. Mordred smacked her on the head again. You can bring Mr. Blueberry. Fine. Arachne huffed. Chiron looked at Mordred like he wanted to say something, but he realized that Mordred was helping him and kept his mouth shut. He didn't really care if she brought the literal bane of Olympus with her on a quest, this was far out of his hands now. Good, that's settled. You're leaving in the morning, make any preparations you need. Chiron gave her no room to start arguing and immediately ran off. Line break. A/N. Quest time. And it will go exactly as expected with nothing strange happening. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 676, Interlude 47, Kunu's Hogwarts Adventures. It was another normal evening as all the Hogwarts children gathered for dinner. Ginny Weasley was on her way to dinner as well. She passed by several people, yawning to herself. She didn't know why, but she felt really tired the past few days, like she hadn't been able to sleep. Yet, every morning, her roommates had a hard time waking her up because she was sleeping so deeply. Did you go to Professor Medea's lesson this morning? Of course. It's been crazy with how popular they've become. I heard that Professor McGonagall had to start forbidding anyone not assigned for the class hour from going inside because it was getting too crowded. A few Ravenclaw students were talking as Ginny found herself listening in. I love it. It's so refreshing, isn't it? So many new things we're learning. Absolutely. Did you know my father even has me sending him a copy of my notes? He's even paying me. Doubling my allowance every week. I don't think you're the only one, those poor owls have been flying back and forth from Hogwarts all semester. Ginny scrunched her nose. Who would be so happy to do schoolwork? She didn't understand. She wasn't like Ron, who wanted to spend all day playing chess or on his broom, not that she didn't love flying either, but she did at least have other aspirations. Still, she treated schoolwork as, well, something to get through, not a matter to be enthralled by. Ginny just shook her head, passing them as she entered the Great Hall. She walked in to see Luna and Kunu sitting at the Gryffindor table. Luna and Kunu both immediately waved at her excitedly. She awkwardly went to join them. Hey Luna, Kunu. She greeted them. Merlin, Ginny. I hope you take a bath after eating with an animal like that, I can only imagine the smell. A girl at the end of the table held her nose, making a jab towards them. Ginny furrowed her brow, about to respond, but Kunu did first. I don't smell. My nose is better than yours, I would be able to tell. Kunu pouted. The girl and her friends laughed. I heard that dogs can smell really good too. I guess it's the same for all animals. Good enough to smell that you still wet the bed. Kunu deadpanned. Ginny blinked, not expecting the insult flung back. The girls seemed taken aback too. I don't wet the bed. I can smell it from here. Kunu pinched her nose. That's a lie. Several people around the girl edged away from her. Luna covered her mouth, holding back a laugh. Even Ginny's lips were trembling a little as the girl got up and ran out of the Great Hall. So, why are you guys at the Gryffindor table? Ginny asked. Food. Food. Luna nodded along. And you only sit at the Gryffindor table, we wanted to sit with you too. Both of them smiled at her, and Ginny felt a warm feeling in her chest. There's not enough food over at Slytherin or Ravenclaw? She asked, peeking at both tables. More meat over here. Kunu said, piling up her plate high. Ginny did a quick check, it looked like roast beef, sausage, turkey, chicken. Yeah, she realized, they did have more meat over here. Out of the corner of her eye, she also saw Luna grab a piece of meat and drop it on the ground. Ginny was confused and peeked under the table but saw nothing. Even the piece of meat she dropped had disappeared. She didn't notice the two red eyes that blinked in Kunu's shadow under the table after she looked away. How? Hey Ginny. Ron came over with Harry and Hermione. Hey Ron. Ginny muttered, glancing at Harry bashfully. Hi Harry. Hey Ginny. Harry smiled politely. They all sat down, seemingly uncaring about both Luna and Kunu being there. Perhaps it was because this wasn't the first time they sat at the Gryffindor table. Merlin, Hermione, can't you put the books away for 5 minutes? Ron grumbled as Hermione had already cracked open a book while she nibbled on a plate of food. Ron, this is important. Hermione scoffed. I can't fall behind. It's not even on the OWLS. You don't understand, Ron. Professor Medea is teaching stuff I can't even find in any books in the library. This is unprecedented. Oh, you've already taken Professor Medea's class. How was it? Luna asked. Boring, Ron said immediately. Hermione glared at him. It was amazing. I heard that she's redefining a lot of what we even know about magic. Hermione gushed. Yeah, and dark magic too. Ron muttered. Well, that's. Hermione swallowed. She was approaching it from an academic standpoint. She was talking about human sacrifices. Harry pointed out. I mean, she didn't seem all that bad, but. She's not dark. Hermione defended. If she was a dark witch, Dumbledore wouldn't have hired her. Kunu's stuffed cheeks emptied as she swallowed a mouthful. No, Aunt Medea is dark. They were sort of surprised that she chimed in. That's not true. Hermione quickly countered. See, even she says so. Ron looked smug, like he had finally won the argument. Wait, Aunt. Hermione blinked. She's your aunt. Kunu tilted her head. Yaha. Aunt Medea and Daddy are friends, so I call her Aunt Medea. Hermione's mouth gaped. Then why are you calling her a dark witch? Blinked and blinked again. Because it's true. I don't know why everyone is so weird about it. Daddy said that you all here have delicate sensibilities. Luna offered. Yeah, that. Delicate sensibilities. Kunu nodded. Thank you, Luna. Of course. Luna smiled. My daddy says the same thing too, don't worry. It was as if Hermione's brain was fritzing, she was seemingly having trouble finding the words to respond with. Maybe. It's just a difference in culture. Ginny offered as she noticed the weird tension now as her brother and his friends looked at Kunu strangely. She's not human. The youngest Weasley pointed out the obvious. Right, yeah. Harry nodded. I don't know how it is back home, but it's not really a good thing to be labeled a dark witch here. His tone was a little light as he said that, keeping it a mite hushed. There are humans back home too. One of Mama's newest guards is from here too, and they never said anything about dark or whatever. Kunu said flippantly. And my grandpa is human, and daddy is half human. You guys are the weird ones to everyone else. We're not weird. Ron grumbled. Actually, Ronald. Luna spoke up. England is the only magical society that has such a black and white outlook on what's considered dark magic or thereabouts. Durmstrang teaches dark magic as part of its curriculum, and it's done that since its founding. And Beauxbatons doesn't advertise it, but they do the same. Not because they're hiding anything, but because it's just a normal thing to them. A lot of what we consider dark magic here is just something that the ministry gives the label to control it and keep the population in check. They all stared at her. Daddy wrote several articles on it last year, and I helped him do the research. She said proudly. Oh, by the way, Kunu, I made these for you, they'll help you see the Raxperts better. Ooh, I like them. Kunu said excitedly as Luna handed over a pair of plastic sunglasses, missing the lenses, with doll shoes glued to the frame. Now that you have those, we can go hunting Raxperts after lunch. I bet there will be some in the Slytherin room. Do you think? Luna asked excitedly. Ginny shook her head in disbelief. One moment they were acting so, and the next, this. I heard a strange rumor that you both got detention after burning down Professor Lockhart's classroom. Luna and Kunu shared a look. Maybe. Kunu looked away. It was an accident. Luna looked a little bashful as well. You both burned down a classroom. Hermione's eyes widened. It's not our fault. Yeah, we were trying to save that poor creature. Who releases a magical creature in the middle of a classroom and tells everyone to capture it? Luna huffed. It's a very unethical use of magical creatures, and I intend to write a sternly worded letter to Dumbledore protesting such actions in the future. He did that to you guys too. Harry seemed to snap out of his own unease from before. He opened a cage of Cornish pixies, and they caused chaos. Bloody mad, that one is. Doing that on a bunch of first years. What are they supposed to do, use the lighting charm? Ron shook his head. Harry let out a low hiss as he rubbed his forehead, and it didn't go unnoticed by the others. Harry, is your scar acting up again? Hermione asked in concern. Yeah, I don't know why, but it's been stinging all day. Harry replied. Maybe you should go to the nurses. Hermione offered. Didn't Daddy tell you to go see Aunt Medea? Kunu tilted her head. He said you had something in your scar. Harry paused, and the others also sort of froze a bit. Well, I didn't want to bother her, and it didn't seem that bad. And she's bloody scary. Ron muttered. Harry also didn't deny that either. Kunu recalled when her father gave Harry the advice and just shook her head. Boys are so stupid. Hey. Ron took offense, but the girls there all shot him a look. You have no idea. Hermione shook her head. Harry, if you were told to go see Professor Medea, maybe you should listen. Fine. Harry sighed. I'll go see her after the next class. Attention everyone. A loud voice came over the room. Everyone looked up to see Professor Lockhart holding his wand to his throat to project his voice. Can I have everyone's attention, thank you. I have an announcement to make. Even the teacher seemed surprised that he suddenly got up and started to say something. Ahem. Dumbledore's voice rose as well, and the whispers and muttering that were happening abruptly ceased. It appears that Professor Lockhart has an announcement he would like to make. Let us show him the respect he deserves. Thank you, Headmaster. Lockhart did a little flourish of his hand as he acknowledged him. Now, as I was saying, I would like to announce that the teachers and I have decided to restart the dueling club. There was a brief moment before all the students began to clap and shout excitedly. Yes, yes. Lockhart ate up the attention. I'm sure you've all heard the rumors and such, but allow me to be the first one to say it all to you. Several of the teachers had sour looks on their faces. It's not that they hadn't planned on restarting the duel club, it's that they already had plans for it, and Professor Lockhart wasn't going to be involved in any way. Frankly, they had no idea how he even knew about it because they never told him. But now, they couldn't exactly contradict him in front of the entire student body. It would make everyone look back if the teachers began to argue in front of them. They were going to make use of it as a way to make sure that the students had extra studying for things revolving around defense. But clearly, that plan went right out the window. And of course, give a hand to the headmaster for allowing this to happen. Lockhart chuckled, giving his signature smile as he gestured to the headmaster at the table. Yes, we're most excited as well. The headmaster forced a smile. And of course, I will be taking charge. Lockhart said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. And I will be enlisting our fellow teachers. A rotation. Having a new teacher join each club meeting, wouldn't that be exciting? And of course, he never once asked any of them. Why, I'll invite our own Muggle teacher. Lockhart gestured to Professor Kazuki. I'm sure he can provide some insight on how witches and wizards should handle a muggle when it comes to matters of defense. He laughed, and there were a few students who laughed along with him. Medea's eyes, however, narrowed ever so slightly. Professor Kazuki simply kept his expression blank, not reacting at all to the provocation. While not blatant, there were plenty of witches and wizards in the school who weren't particularly enthused by the fact that one of the professors was a muggle. Plenty of them felt that muggles were beneath them and had no place in Hogwarts. Before he could continue, the doors to the Great Hall slammed open. The caretaker, Argus Filch, stormed in looking distraught and in tears. Dumbledore, Mrs. Norris. He cried out. Dumbledore, while not knowing what he was talking about, could easily recognize the panic and could easily sense that something was wrong. He quickly got to his feet and ran to Argus, and the teachers with him. Argus, what's wrong? What happened? Someone killed Mrs. Norris, Albus. He nearly wailed. Blood, blood on the walls. Someone killed my poor Mrs. Norris and used her blood to write a horrible message on the walls. Dumbledore quickly looked around. Students. Dinner is over, everyone, follow your prefects back to the dorms. We're enacting an early curfew. The teachers moved, beginning to gather their students as Dumbledore gestured to the others. Argus, show me what happened. Dumbledore helped him to his feet and steady. This way. He wiped his tears and led them out of the Great Hall. He led them up the stairs, the moving staircases dared not to play their games with but a glare from the headmaster and fellow teachers. On the other side of the castle, Argus ran and nearly fell to his feet as he pointed up at his cat, hung on the wall, and a message written in blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Dumbledore let out a sigh, looking at the message, then at the handful of children who had snuck away and followed them. That's chicken blood. Medea spoke up. And your cat is still alive. Their eyes snapped to her. Mrs. Norris is alive. Argus all but yelled. It appears, Professor Snape drawled, that your cat has been petrified. Petrified. Medea repeated. How interesting. Argus did a double take but focused more on the fact that his cat wasn't dead. Miss Medea, you say this is chicken blood. How can you be certain? Dumbledore looked at her. Medea paused for a moment, considering that question. Do you want me to answer truthfully? Dumbledore wisely decided not to follow up on an answer. Line break. A/N. Well, the plot is starting to kick in. The Chamber of Secrets is starting, and the Duel Club is starting. It's going to be a fun time for Kunu. Just a heads up, maybe having surgery this coming week, so if I go silent for several days, that may be the cause. Anyways, I realized that I hadn't done a Kunu chapter this month, so here you guys go. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 677, Non-Canon Omake, The Little Spider, Chapter A/N. Sorry for the lack of updates. If you didn't know, I had surgery last Friday and I'm still recovering. I should be back to normal soonish, but I don't like to give status updates without an actual upload, so I just did another splitter chapter since it was easier. Line break. The time before a quest tended to make the camp a bit tense. Usually, it was for preparation, picking both supplies and people, and choosing carefully what to take and whom to take to trust your back to. It was a known fact that for the majority of quests, not everyone made it back alive. Glory and riches await you, but only for those that could grasp them. The campers had been brought up with a reverence for quests. It was their purpose, the reason they trained, to one day venture out and let their name be passed down in legends. At least, that's what they had been told and made to believe since the first day they stepped into the camp. When a new quest was announced, it sent a fervor through all of them. Likewise, when it was announced that the questers had already been confirmed, a lot of them were not particularly happy that they hadn't had a chance themselves. Jealously or otherwise, they felt it was unfair. But for the most part, their reverence was still retained. All for 2 of the campers. Did you get a bite yet? Only a nibble. Percy and Arachne were sitting on the dock, fishing, while everyone else was worrying over a quest that the vast majority of them weren't even going to partake in. Mordred sat not far away, rather, she also had a pole propped up, but she was lying down, resting her eyes with her head supported by her hands. Mr. Blueberry was sleeping nearby as well. Because of your dad, you can feel the fish, right? Arachne asked. If I focus, I sort of can. Like, I can feel them swimming through the water. Percy responded. I can talk to fish too, I found that out recently. Are you able to ask them to bite the hook? Percy blinked, not having thought of that. He focused on a fish he found near his hook. Hey, can you put that metal thing in front of you? Arachne could tell she wasn't talking to her. Immediately, his fishing pole bobbed, and he jerked it before reeling it in. It was a good-sized fish, all things considered, but I feel kind of shitty if I do it that way. Kind of feels like cheating. Percy scratched his head. Yeah, it's not a fair thing to cheat an animal you capture unless you're desperate. Arachne nodded. It's a neat thing, though. Percy grinned. Yeah, it's pretty cool. There you guys are. Both Percy and Arachne recognized the voice. Annabeth came all but running over. Do you have any idea how long we've been looking for you? Both of them just shrugged. We're heading out on the quest soon. Where's your stuff? What stuff? Percy asked. For the quest. Annabeth held back the scream in her head. She was already stressed, but seeing them not even ready made her almost lose her temper. You need supplies. We have no idea what we're going to face out there. I got here like 3 days ago, and I literally brought only the clothes on my back. Percy responded. What exactly do you expect me to bring? Annabeth faltered because it was a reasonable response, even if it wasn't something she wanted to hear. Do they not give you supplies for the quest? Arachne asked in confusion. Well, no, they expect us to prepare ourselves. She answered. That's dumb. Arachne scoffed. Someone stole Zeus's thingy, and he won't even give everyone basic camping supplies to go find it. The sky above rumbled slightly as Annabeth unconsciously trembled. Don't just say his name like that. Arachne scoffed again. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Annabeth cautiously looked up at the sky and breathed a sigh of relief when it didn't boom again. You can't just, you need to be more respectful to the gods. She hissed under her breath. Wasting your breath, kid. Mordred spoke up without even opening her eyes. She grew up throwing her spear at any god in the vicinity. She's kicked Odin in the balls on multiple occasions. Annabeth's face contorted oddly, but she found herself speechless looking at her half-sister. Arachne grinned. He wouldn't give me his spear. That answered nothing for her and just deepened her confusion towards her half-sister. Don't worry, Percy. I got plenty of stuff I can share. Mida always told me to have more than I would need in case I lose something or have someone with me. Arachne nodded to herself. Mordred just snorted. Your dad is a hoarder, and he passed that on to you. Annabeth wanted to input, but she recalled how her strange half-sister had that space of hers that could store things inside. Just, meet at the big house in 10 minutes, we're getting ready to leave. Annabeth sighed, finally walking away. She sounded stressed. Is a quest that big of a deal? Percy put his fishing pole down. I mean, besides the obvious, like, big deal about it. Is it dangerous? Should I be worried? Mordred let out a grunt as she got up onto her feet. Honestly, don't worry too much about it. Stick near the brat and you should be fine. It'll be a good experience for you, though. If worse comes to worse, that dumbass can call one of her parents if she gets into trouble with something even she can't handle. I ain't calling Mum or Da. Arachne puffed her cheeks. Mordred rolled her eyes. Come on, brat, I'm going to head out. Ah, big sis. Arachne pouted. Are you sure you don't want to come? You don't have to do anything, just come with. Mordred playfully punched Arachne's shoulder. You're the one who wanted to come here to play around. Me being here kind of defeats the purpose. Fine, hug. Arachne held her arms open. Mordred rolled her eyes but relented nonetheless. I won't tell your parents what you've been up to, at least the details. Just try not to be like your dad and cause trouble for a lark. No promises. Line break. Percy and Arachne, I'm glad you two can make it. Chiron greeted the duo as they joined everyone else at the big house. Annabeth, Luke, and even Zoe were there. Zoe began glaring at her the moment she walked into the building. Art thou truly bringing thy beast along on a quest? She pointed at Mr. Blueberry, who floated, swam, right behind them. He's my best friend, of course he's coming. Arachne huffed, crossing her arms. Mo. The Ophiutorus agreed. All right kids, no dismissing the Blueberry, he's coming with. Dionysus walked into the room. Arachne smiled smugly. I hope you've all prepared. Chiron looked over them. This is by no means a simple quest. He swept his gaze over all of them. To prevent war, the symbol of the King of Gods must be returned before the winter solstice. Question. Arachne raised her hand. Yes. Do I get a reward if I return it? I'm sure that Lord Zeus will be most gracious with the rewards given. He cleared his throat. Now, you all will journey west from the camp. West where? Percy asked. West. Don't try hurting yourself thinking about it too much, fish boy. Dionysus spoke up. The fates will guide your steps. Then what if we go east? Arachne asked. Then I would enjoy a good show. He snorted. Enough. Zoe scowled. Thou wilt follow along without complaint. You and the boy will follow my orders as we complete this quest. Arachne and Percy shared a look, and both of them scrunched their noses. Go fuck yourself. Arachne raised her middle finger. You're not the boss of me. Zoe's face went bright red. Listen here, you. Percy popped the pen in his hand, and it quickly turned into a sword. Arachne took out her spear and pointed it at her. Zoe paused because she could see that they were serious. Whoa, guys. Luke got between them. Can we not fight among ourselves before we even start the quest? Children. Chiron said in a stern voice. Put your weapons down. You are in the presence of a god, behave yourselves. Oh no, don't stop on my account. Mr. D waved his hand. I give my permission and encouragement to keep going. If someone doesn't get skewered by a spear by the end of today, I'll consider this quest a boring one. Zoe, you're not leading this question. Chiron shot her a look. Chiron. Zoe, the woman said in a low voice. Dost thou expect me to listen to the orders of these children? You can just not come. Arachne rolled her eyes. I am ordered by my goddess to keep an eye on you. Zoe glared at her again. Thy experience is lacking. It is only logical that I should take leadership. No one even wants you here. Arachne pointed out. Zoe's nostrils flared at the brazen disrespect. But in the same vein, she sort of had a point. At the end of the day, Arachne and Percy were the ones who accepted the question, and it was tradition for the quester to choose who accompanies them. Granted, Chiron was being authoritative here, dictating who was going, but that didn't mean that Zoe could use that as an excuse to usurp control. Chiron let out a long sigh as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. He knew that this was going to end in a headache. Zoe, you're being allowed to accompany them as a courtesy. This isn't your quest. The huntress scowled but didn't argue. Arachne, Percy. You both, or rather one of you, is the quester, so you both can choose who's in charge. I have no idea what I'm doing. Percy said honestly. And I don't really care about the quest. Arachne said as well. Chiron resisted the urge to facepalm. Just, please complete the quest and try not to kill each other. Fine. Arachne grumbled. Chiron let out a long breath. Annabeth, I think I can trust you with these. He handed over a pair of slippers with wings on them. A gift from Lord Hermes for the purpose of completing the quest. Thank you, Chiron. And she looked up and bowed her head. Thank you, Lord Hermes. Ah, no fair. I want flying sandals too. Arachne pouted. I don't think it's a wise idea for you to take to the skies at this time. Chiron looked at her. The king is not in a good mood. Yeah, Pops might use that as an excuse to throw some lightning. Dionysus added. What? You're telling me I'm not allowed to fly? Arachne asked in confusion. Mr. D shrugged. The skies are dear old father's domain. Unless you use something like a Pegasus that has permission, then he has an excuse to shoot. What do you mean, permission? Well, it's a flying horse. It has wings. Dionysus said rather flippantly. That means it's allowed in the sky. A got wings too. Her devil wings popped out from behind her. The room went silent. Cool wings. Percy was the one to break it. Thank you. Arachne blushed a little. Ahem. Chiron cleared his throat. Arachne, would you please put away your wings? Dionysus just let out a laugh. Yeah, Pops is going to get pissed off later, and I'm all for it. Question. Percy said this time. Why isn't Luke using the shoes? Isn't that his dad? I already got a pair. Hermes said casually. Speaking of, there's one more gift. Chiron spoke up. A gift from Lady Athena. It was a pair of glasses, they looked rather plain at first glance. Annabeth, you take these too. Arachne crossed her arms with a huff. They allow you to see through illusions and the mist. Thank you, mother. Annabeth said politely. All right, all the boring stuff is out of the way. Dionysus cracked open a fresh can of beer. For your transportation, I'm lending my car. Lord Dionysus. Chiron blurted out as his eyes widened. I know. It's incredibly selfless of me, I'm a merciful god. If it's not back in one piece, you brats will be the new car, got it? Dionysus looked at them. Chiron was silent. It was the first time he had ever seen Dionysus let one of the campers use his car. Usually, if they even looked at it, he could have sent them flying into the lake. He kept it far away from the campers. He called it his baby. And of course, the only person here I can trust with it. Zoe perked up. The little spider. He tossed the keys to Arachne. A will take good care of it. She nodded. Chiron let out a long-suffering sigh. Do you know how to drive? I am a good driver. Arachne puffed up her chest. For some reason, Chiron had a strange feeling as she said that. Line break. Ares sat on this throne in quiet contemplation. The others were there, they were arguing as usual, so it wasn't quite as quiet as he would like, but it was hard to slip away while they were all gathered. He was in a bit of a dilemma. There was now a prophecy given, and a quest undertaken to find his father's lightning bolt. The only problem was that Ares was the one with the lightning bolt. Frankly, he couldn't even remember why he took it in the first place. He was fairly sure it had something to do with the Hermes kid on the quest as well. Was he drunk enough to convince the kid to steal it and not remember in the morning? The thing is, he usually doesn't drink that much. Ever since he got that slap of light from when his cabin got sanctified, it felt like his mind had unclouded a bit. Now, it was like he could think more clearly, and his first thought afterwards was why the Tartarus did he steal Pop's lightning bolt. Sure, he'd love a nice big war between his father and Barnaclebeard. But it was phenomenally stupid to do what he did. It would have come out eventually that he had it on him, and his dad was not the forgiving sort. He didn't want his own version of laying the bricks for Troy's walls. For the life of him, he just couldn't remember why he took it in the first place. Which left him in a bit of a pickle. Now that there was a quest to retrieve it, that meant fate would conspire to reveal the current thief. Which was him, rather unfortunately. So, he had to do something. He needed to get a patsy. The most obvious thing to do would be to blame Poseidon's brat, but he seemed close with the girl, and despite everything, Ares liked her. He didn't want to screw her over by association here. And trying to stuff it back in the hands of Hermes' kid would also sort of get her on the right side of his father's lightning too. He didn't like to owe anyone a favor, but he may make an exception in this case. The girl probably would take it off him, no questions asked, and pretend she found it if he asked her to, right? Well, what's the worst that could happen if he gave it to her? Line break. A/N. The Sputter quest begins. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 678, Chapter. I kind of feel like that every time I come to visit Pyrrha, there's always going to be a fight. Not necessarily one that involves me, but just in general. Last time it was Rin and Pyrrha's partner, Weiss. And now, here I am, standing across from her in the arena, ready to fight. Maybe I underestimated what a combat school actually meant around these parts because they seemed all too eager to break out their weapons. Not that I could talk, I did like fighting. You can't love Scathack and not love fighting. It was part of who she is and, by extension, part of what I was as well. Well, a good-natured fight was never a bad thing. Even Jean didn't mind sparring. In fact, she probably enjoyed it to some extent. She didn't like hurting people, and she didn't like killing or causing harm, but a spar was a whole different concept and completely acceptable even if she ended up turning someone bloody. Alright, Red, looks like you're all ready with your combat miniskirt. I took out my own sword. But, why the peanut gallery? I pointed to the audience we had. That is, basically everyone that was at the table, including Specialist Schnee. Pyrrha flushed. It's not a miniskirt. It's a skirt, and it's exceedingly small, I interjected. Not that I'm complaining. I've said it before, show off your legs all you want, you got nothing to be ashamed of there. She had really nice legs. She puffed up rather cutely. He's not wrong. Jan whistled. I still don't understand why you all wear combat skirts, as you call them. One small gust of wind, and you're flashing everyone. I gestured to both Weiss and Ruby. Weiss scoffed indignantly. I do not flash people. She crossed her arms. Both Ruby and I wear covers underneath. Ruby went a bit red and pulled her hood up over her head. There's nothing wrong with a combat skirt. I shook my head. The first time you go trekking through the wilderness, you're going to abandon your miniskirt for pants. It's not a coincidence that the two people among you all that presumably have that kind of experience have their legs covered. I was of course looking at Specialist Schnee, who was wearing pants, and even their teammate, Blake. Granted, Blake's were shorts in combination with some leggings, thick leggings that may as well be pants. Compared to Ruby, who was wearing a nearly see-through one of the same type. It's a lesson that one must learn firsthand. Weiss's sister spoke up. It's not uncommon for huntsmen in training. I blinked, not expecting her to answer me, just running my mouth. Granted, I was giving real advice, but all the same. But seriously, why are you here? I pointed at her. My sister's partner is sparring, and she has a reputation for excellence. Is it strange that I would accompany my sister to watch the spar? Winter raised an eyebrow. Yes, but you were very vocal about the presence of a criminal around your sister. One would assume you would take the opportunity to regain distance, I countered. Or it's simply all the more important I stay nearby to keep an eye on any possible criminal activity as befitting of a specialist. She replied without missing a beat. I rolled my eyes. I'm going to be a criminal even harder now. Winter was about to respond, but something hard bonked me in the head, nearly knocking me over. Did you just throw your shield at me? I looked at Pyrrha incredulously as her shield returned to her hand. You said you wouldn't do any more crimes. She admonished me with a mildly concerned look on her face. And don't go the Atlas military. It's really hard to argue with her when she's like this. Damn it, she has the same look as Jean. Yang made a whipping noise from her end. And out of the corner of my eye I could see several of them rather amused. You're one to talk, Wilhelm. You're not exactly dressed for a fight. Pyrrha put a hand on her hip as she held her spear in the other. I raised an eyebrow. Are you sure about that? My clothes are bulletproof, can you say the same about your mini-skirt? The corners of my lips curled up because she reacted just as I thought she would. Frankly, when you say my clothes are bulletproof to someone holding a gun, they tend to have an intrusive thought. And it's not so intrusive when I'm the one who says it. She was quick, the sound of gunfire already echoed across the room. But her eyes widened as a small wisp of smoke escaped from between my fingers. My hand extended, fist clenched, I released it, and the bullet she just fired at me dropped to the ground. The deafening silence made the tiny metal clinking on the ground appear much louder than it really was. No way, Yang muttered. So cool. I could see Ruby's eyes shine. The others mostly stared in silence. Even Pyrrha was a bit taken aback. I tilted my head. What's wrong, Red? Are you giving up already? My mocking words seemed to quickly kick her from her stupor. She has the mentality of someone wanting to keep pushing forward to get stronger. If something small like this was enough to make her fall, then I would have severely underestimated her. She shifted her gun back into its spear form. Spear, sword, and gun all in one. I wasn't a fan of mecha-shift weapons, to be honest. Oh, on the surface, I absolutely thought they were cool. But for combat, I was less enthused. Not that I couldn't understand the application and the rise of them in this world. Long range, mid-range, short range, she had it all covered in a single weapon. There was no heads-up to start or judge or referee here. Our auras were apparently synced up with the big screen to the side so everyone could see aura levels, but that was about it. They tended to end spars when aura reached a lower threshold. Without warning, 3 more shots were fired off by her at me, her weapon shifting quickly from gun to spear to sword, and she immediately charged at me. I tilted my head to the side to avoid the first, then ducked the second, and for the third, I used Mirage to deflect it. It didn't cause Pyrrha to pause this time, she already knew that bullets weren't going to cut it. At least, normal bullets in this sense. They replace gunpowder with dust here, and these work off the most basic principles. But they had special dust bullets that provided a myriad of effects that were essentially magic in the most blunt application. Her shield came flying at my face again, and I knocked it to the side, but she followed up by swinging her sword at me. I blocked her overhead swing, and she shifted her sword into a spear and swept at my feet. I stabbed Mirage into the ground to deflect it, and her spear bounced off from the impact. She let her whole body spin with the force, catching back her shield that returned through the use of her polarity semblance and swung it at my face. Her movements were very fluid, well practiced, and not empty like someone without real experience. Though, I wasn't going to let her have it so easily. I caught the broad side of the shield with my palm and then used a good bit of strength to throw her back. She didn't try to fight the overpowering force but let her body twist into it, flipping back and dispersing the momentum with a roll, shifting her spear back into a gun form and firing another shot at my head in the same action. I held my sword up in front of my face, letting the bullet smash into the flat of it, but as soon as it connected, I realized she played a little trick. The bullet exploded in a burst of ice, covering the upper half of my body. Cheeky. I could see through the clear ice that she threw her spear at me with full force, even backed by using her polarity to cause it to shoot off like a bullet in speed. Well, I suppose I should also use my semblance. I opened a portal in front of me and one in front of her. Her spear entered and was redirected right at her. The ice in front of me shattered just in time to see her eyes widen in surprise. To her immense credit, she dodged by throwing herself backwards, hitting the ground hard in a panic. I opened another portal further back, catching the spear that was moving towards the wall, then redirecting it once more to another freshly opened portal above her as it now came from above as she lay with her back on the ground. She quickly held her shield up, deflecting it to the side, barely missing her and impaling into the ground. She jumped to her feet, grabbing her weapon back and swinging it to her gun, but instead of shooting at me, she dislodged the cartridge and scattered the bullets into the air. Ah. Clever girl. Rather than use her gun to fire them, she shot them all at me individually with her semblance. Granted, she lost quite a bit of throughput behind it, but not all those bullets were for the kid that needed stopping power to be effective. Well, I wasn't going to be outdone so easily. I opened an equal amount of portals as they all came at me, and an equal amount all around her. The bullets came right back at her through my portals, but she was prepared this time and began to dodge while throwing her hands around, sending them right back at me. It became a game of tag, and she was moving beautifully to avoid a single hit. Every so often, she needed to use her shield or sword to deflect one, but they were never that special bullets. Was she using her polarity to notice the differences in each bullet even if she couldn't track them with her eyes? She was already using her semblance to dodge them despite that as well. She reached behind her back and grabbed another cartridge for her gun and tossed it through one of my portals. I blinked because I didn't realize what she was doing until her weapon shifted back to its gun form, and she swung it in an arc and pulled the trigger. There was one bullet still in the chamber that she hadn't used, but the barrel was never pointed at me. I followed the arc of the bullet she fired as she curved it midair and accelerated it towards the cartridge that fell out of a portal in front of me. Once again. Clever girl. It collided with the cartridge and exploded. With it, a follow-up of all the bullets that had been going back and forth all came at me again. I wanted to see how she would react if I didn't let her close the distance and let her see that her long-distance method wasn't going to work, but it seems even I underestimated her here. But, unfortunately, I wasn't going to let her win. I let my other swords flash out and deflect all the other bullets out of the air. They had already seen me use my sword on camera, so I didn't care to hide it. All of that led to her entering close range again with her sword as I grabbed Ascalon out of the air as it was the closest and was forced to fight her on these terms once more. She kept her shield up, almost like a Spartan, shifting between sword and spear, taking an aggressively defensive method of attack, as ironic as those words put together were. Though, she was having trouble keeping away all my swords that were attacking her at various angles. I did feel her trying to pull at them with semblance, which was impressive in and of itself considering the control I had of them, but I reasserted control rather easily. Instead, I noticed something peculiar. The sweeping of my swords at her had become distorted. Their arcs in the air were causing them to fly off course every so slightly. What are you hiding behind your shield? I noticed that she had been keeping her shield up, uncharacteristically defensive, when she was more of an aggressive fighter. I sent a kick at her shield, and she went sliding back across the ground, throwing her spear at me with full force as she did. I used my sword to swat it away, but then I saw what she was holding. She flipped her shielded arm over to see one last bullet floating above it, but that was not the aspect that threw me for a loop. I understood now. The magnetic field around her had become extremely distorted when I wasn't paying attention. She held her other hand over it and smiled at me. The bullet spun rapidly enough that arcs of electricity sparked in the air around her fingers. She made a railgun with her semblance. Well then. The windows in the room shattered with a thunderous boom. I quickly grabbed the nearest sword and swung it at the bullet, deflecting it to the side as it continued through the wall and out into the sky. Thankfully, the room was situated so that it shot off out into the empty waters as I traced its trajectory. I looked back at Pyrrha, who looked very tired and haggard. Sweat dripped down her forehead, and her breathing was heavy, but she looked very pleased with herself. I finally made you move. I blinked, looking down, and realized I hadn't moved from the spot I was standing until she used her makeshift railgun against me. Then I looked at the screen that showed her aura, and she was low. Semblances use aura as fuel, and she apparently drained almost all of it on that little stunt. It must have been difficult for her to get everything right using her polarity when she was just working through it on feelings. Woo, Pyrrha, that was amazing. Ruby hooted, running up towards her into a hug. Holy crap, when did you learn to do that? Yang added. As expected of my partner. Weiss was flustered, surprised, and maybe even a tiny bit fearful, but she regained her normal demeanor quickly. Blake was quiet, which seemed normal to her, but her eyes kept looking towards the damage, the hole through the building, and then back at Pyrrha. Winter was interesting. Her expression was hard to read. Pyrrha looked up at me as I walked over to her, and I simply wrapped her up in a big hug. I'm proud of you. She had a rather adorable smile. Miss Nikos, you show exceptional skill for someone your age. Have you considered joining the Atlas military after graduation? Winter approached as well. Thank you, but I have no plans to join Atlas for now. Pyrrha quickly gave what seemed like a rehearsed reply. Considering how famous she is, she must have a lot of experience politely turning down offers. Winter seemed nonplussed, as if it were expected. If you ever change your mind, the Atlas military will always welcome you. And a polite, neutral acceptance of her rejection. If you are finished, however, perhaps a second spar would not be remiss. Winter looked at me, raising an eyebrow. I scrunched my nose because she was basically telling me she wanted to fight. I only fought with Pyrrha because she asked, and we're friends. Hell, I only came over to Beacon to catch up with Pyrrha. I did have other things I came to Remnant for, not just catching up with everyone. No reason I can't mix business and personal matters. Hell, I had to see Roman and the others for the work I needed done anyways. And while I wasn't exactly counting my minutes or being cautious of my time spent, I didn't want to waste my time fighting something I didn't care about. Too tired, I dismissed. Your aura is still rather full. I have post-Pyrrha exhaustion. Her shield bonked me in the head again. Don't say it like that. I'm sure her future spouse will understand it very well. Nay. I had to do a double take because she sounded almost exactly like Jean there, maybe a pitch lower. She was covering her exhausted red face with her hands. I miss Jean, I hadn't seen her in several days. It doesn't help that I can't really send messages, for the obvious reason. And yeah, I could call, but, well, my whole situation with Asgard over there. Didn't want to have my face pop up even on screen for now. Are you afraid? Her lips curled up as if to mock me. Could you make your intentions any more obvious? Yup, very afraid. I nodded. She didn't seem to expect that response from me. Hello, Miss Specialist, I'm Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Good luck on trying to shame me into getting what you want. Why won't you spar with me? Winter asked, frowning. Why do you want to spar with me? I'm a criminal, remember? I pointed out. You want to associate with a criminal? That seems unbecoming of an Atlas specialist. I shot right back at her. Well, I didn't find her insufferable or anything. As for one of those very stern rule types, she was amicable, I suppose. We just found ourselves on different sides of the fence. Professional curiosity. Meh. She furrowed her brow. Fine. You mentioned your friend before. The supposed best swordsman. Bring him. After I beat him, you will spar with me. Oh. Part of me just wants to be like, no thanks, and go about my day. But the other part of me kind of wants to see her arrogance shattered. I took out my scroll and sent Ashbin a message. Wilhelm, mind if I bring a friend over? Ashbin, are they a criminal or do they have a criminal history? Wilhelm, no. Ashbin, will they endanger the school or the students? Wilhelm, no. Ashbin, for what purpose? Wilhelm, shatter specialist Schnee's pride. Ashbin, that's a dreadful way to convince me. However, go ahead. Ashbin, oh, and Mr. Schweinorg, please relay to Miss Nikos that Professor Goodwitch will be having words with her about her creative use of her semblance and the damage to the training hall. That's an oof for Pyrrha. I shouldn't be surprised that Ashbin is watching me. Hell, he probably already knows what Winter just said to me and was just playing along. That means tactical approval. I had to switch to my kaleidophone and then message Sasaki. Wilhelm, hey, busy. It took a few moments longer for a response this time. Sasaki Kojiru, I am not particularly busy with any important matters for the moment. Do you require assistance with something? Hey, he took to modern technology rather easily. I know he likes to watch videos on his phone when he's being lazy. Wilhelm, got a woman here who doesn't believe my claims about your skill. How would you like to come over and give her a demonstration? Sasaki Kojiru, how fun. I would be more than happy to participate. I wasted no time flicking my hand, knowing to track his location with the kaleidophone despite not knowing where he was at the moment. Sasaki stepped through the portal, wearing the same thing he normally does. A burst of cold air followed him before I shut it. Greetings, my friend, it's been a while. He extended his hand, and I took it happily. Since Asgard, huh? Well, we've seen each other, but we haven't really done anything since then. He just nodded politely. So, tell me, where is this little bird you wish me to fight? Winter gave him a scrutinizing look, and his eyes also fell on her. You know what? I take it back, this is a perfectly fine way to waste my time. I can put off my work for just a teeny bit longer. Now, I wonder if I have come across popcorn somewhere. Line break. A/N. Pyrrha trains hard and gets some gains. Her semblance is polarity, so she should logically be able to create a railgun effect if applied properly. A railgun is basically just a magnetic accelerator. But she's still a novice at it, so it tanked her aura to do it as she did. I'm doing better, the pain isn't so bad that I have to take pain medication every day now, which is good. The bad news is that a pipe may have bursted in my house. I had to shut my water off and it's been off since Friday. Thankfully, it seems to be streaming only a little out into my garage, so probably the best case scenario there. It's always something. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 679, Chapter. Winter and Sasaki seem to be evaluating one another. Winter, I don't think, was a traditional swordsman. At least, not in the same way that Sasaki was. From what I recalled, everyone in her family had the same semblance. And it was rather versatile in application as well. But even still, her weapon didn't appear to be anything too strange. Her sword had some mechanisms to it, but even her sister, Weiss, took the whole moving parts aspect to a minimum as well. But even so, aura, semblance, and thus presumably, she would be using all of that, as it was a normal part of remnant life and for a huntsman. Was it unfair to say she wasn't a pure swordsman because the norms and customs of this world were simply different? Still though, as someone who practices and trains with a sword, they have their own pride regarding it. Even I don't consider myself a proper swordsman. It probably wouldn't even be in my top 3 identities I would use. Before the sword, I was a magus. But still, I took my training seriously and wouldn't ever give it up, and if someone told me that the best swordsman in the world was standing in front of me, I would have to verify it myself. It must feel silly for those on the outside of the circle. I assume you are the one I'm here to fight, miss. Sasaki looked at Winter. Winter Schnee. She stood a little bit straighter. Maybe it was her instincts that took over. As a military veteran, maybe she unconsciously recognized him as a threat. Atlas military specialist. She added. I got up next to Pyrrha and nudged her as I helped her up. She was tired but not hurt. Getting your aura drained is like a double whammy of exhaustion. On one end, it hits your body physically, on the other end, it's literally the light of your soul, and it can hit you metaphysically as well. Granted, you're not going to die from getting your aura shattered completely, but the shock of it can be extremely disorienting and debilitating. I've had it happen to me plenty of times, and it's even knocked me on my ass. Wilhelm, who's your friend? Pyrrha asked, catching her breath. Sasaki's eyes turned to me, and he smiled. Well, allow me to introduce myself. Sasaki Kojiro, Mississippi. He said politely as he bowed his head. Maybe he noticed that Pyrrha was my friend and was being extra nice. Wow, you look like you just came out of one of those old movies. Ruby blurted out. Rubes. Yang swatted at her sister's shoulder. Do I now? Sasaki asked humorously. Maybe they're not as old as you would think. He winked. It's funny how similar cultures popped up across various worlds. He's a samurai, I said simply. Weiss blinked. That's a real thing. It's an old tradition from Mistral. Pyrrha spoke up. I didn't know any were still around. It's a really old tradition. Sasaki let out a laugh. Consider me a relic from the past then. And from Menagerie, Blake spoke up. A lot of festivals have them dressing up like the old days still. Everyone glanced at her and just nodded. That was still an awkward topic, it seemed. I clapped my hands. Well, have at it. Winter shot me a short glare but refocused her attention back on him. Would you like to proceed? By all means. He smiled warmly. I had been dreadfully bored the past few days, so I'm rather excited. Playing gate guard? I asked. He let out a small sigh. You save one town, and suddenly they can't survive without you. He gave a what can you do kind of shrug. But the food and drink were welcomed. He was hanging around Rift 10 if I recall, something about the Thieves' Guild as well. Winter adjusted her stance. I see, you are a man of noble character. He chuckled. As flattering as that is to hear, I wouldn't say that. I just so happened to be there when the town was attacked, nothing else. Winter hummed, her eyes shifted as if she reevaluated him completely. I wouldn't be surprised that she immediately assumed the worst of him because I'm a criminal and we're friends. But hearing he saved a town, well. Stop flirting and fight already, Yang hollered. Yang Xiaolong. My sister would not lower herself to flirt with some random stranger. Weiss hissed. Winter coughed, seemingly embarrassed slightly. Then let us proceed. Would you please connect your scroll to the controls so we can measure aura? The rules of this institution are fights end when aura reaches a low threshold. A scroll. He rubbed his chin. I'm afraid I don't have something like that. There's no need for anything complicated. He grabbed the sword on his back and pulled it free. The glistening black metal was unmistakable to those who knew. If you claim to be a swordsman, then come. Holy shit, that's a long sword. Overcompensating much. Yang snickered. Yang. Ruby puffed up. Don't make fun of someone's weapon. Even Sasaki laughed, though. He could take a jab at his expense. Wait, is that just a normal sword? Weiss asked in confusion. I don't see any mechanism on it for dust. That's right. I crossed my arms. It's just a simple sword, no other tricks. They seemed rather confused by that. Really, only Winter was still treating him the same. I think she barely batted an eye at that fact. Maybe it took her by surprise, but it's the difference in experience. I wouldn't underestimate a man with a sword if I were you. I hummed. Winter pulled her saber out of its sheath and took a stance, turning her body to the side, saber extended, and her other arm crossed behind her back. A proper stance, I could tell at a glance how much she's practiced it. In contrast, Sasaki held his sword rather casually at the side. Winter furrowed her brow, as if waiting for him, but maybe her patience had run out. Are you going to prepare yourself? I'm quite ready to begin when you are. He smiled politely still. Are you not going to take a stance? He tilted his head. Who's to say that this isn't my stance? She seemed to take that as an invitation and shot at him, her saber piercing right towards his chest. He casually raised his blade up horizontally to deflect it upward, completely destroying the momentum she tried to build. He then twisted his hand in a circle, his large blade acting almost like a snake as it wrapped around her sword. Her eyes widened, and she jumped backwards, gaining distance. Oh! You can surely fly far away, little bird. Did you realize you were about to be disarmed? Sasaki laughed, laying his long sword against his shoulder. What's he talking about? They only clashed once. Weiss muttered. Winter had the advantage of striking first. Why did she retreat? Because she would have lost if she pressed forward. A second later and her sword would have been sent flying from her hand across the room. I answered as they looked at me. She overextended on that first thrust and almost paid the price. Arrogance. She believed she could defeat him quickly and smoothly. Winter frowned but didn't rise to his little verbal jab. She adjusted her stance and settled back down again. This time, however, a glyph appeared behind her back foot. She came at him again, but this time, she accelerated forward many times faster with the help of her semblance. The same thing happened where he casually deflated her blow, but this time, she didn't commit to it. Rather, she grabbed her sword with her other hand and pulled it apart. Her saber was actually two swords, the new one a proper rapier. It stabbed from under Sasaki's sword up towards his chest. A fun trick. He smiled, but his expression turned slightly. But one I've seen before. He grabbed the hilt of his sword with both hands and spun his blade expertly to deflect both her weapons in one movement. To her credit, that didn't cause her to falter. She immediately regained her footing and followed up again with a thrust of her rapier as she parried a slash of his. She looked well trained in using both her weapons. Not just someone who wielded two weapons, but a proper dual wielder. With her saber, she blocked and parried, and with her rapier, she smoothly followed up to attack, doing everything in one motion. But her frustration clearly began to build as Sasaki effortlessly continued to block or parry and deflect each strike with a casual movement. She seemed to be overextended again at first glance. The rapier dodged ever so slightly by Sasaki as it went past his head, but she used that to step in closer. It was smart, in all honesty. Sasaki's sword was unwieldy, to put it simply. Almost like a spear, where the obvious advantage was to get up really close so they couldn't properly use it. But he didn't stop her and did the exact opposite of what she expected. He, too, stepped up closer until they were nearly a breath away and stepped around her as their swords sent sparks flying everywhere. He was staying with his back to hers as she attempted to make use of the close proximity to limit his sword's movability, but instead he maneuvered around each of her strikes as he stayed with his back to hers. To the outside, it looked like a dance as their feet intertwined. With one step, Winter tried to get around him to stab at him from the side, and then he moved in a half circle and flicked his sword to knock her rapier away, following along. From above or below, she couldn't land a hit despite his sword being so egregiously large. He wasn't mocking her. Realistically, he wasn't leveraging his servant-level parameters either out of respect. But he most certainly wasn't doing it to make a fool of her, though perhaps it was meant to be slightly teasing because he can be a little shit when he wants to. No, he was leveraging her own strategy against her. She could step out of their little dance, but then she would be entering his full range once again, which would immediately put her at a disadvantage. She charged at him so aggressively both times before because of the range of his weapons. However, something had to give. And it seems she was the first to shift strategies again. Several glyphs appeared in front of her, and she stepped up them, like a ladder, to use them as leverage to flip over him and attack him from above. Clever. But, there is an obvious flaw, little bird. He called out as he stomped on the ground and swung his sword with a bit more force despite not being able to do a full range swing due to the proximity. She went flying backwards, barely reorienting herself upright again as her boots hit the floor and screeched as she came to a stop. A swordsman doesn't lightly leave the ground. Perhaps calling you a little bird is more proper than I thought. He continued to tease her. He was having fun despite the skill level gap being so big. Winter blew up at the few strands of hair on her forehead to get them out of her eyes. Her earlier annoyance seemed to intensify. She was a bit angry now, maybe not specifically at Sasaki, but more in a general sense. She summoned a glyph behind her again, the same snowflake-like image that her sister had as well when she used their semblance. And she pressed against it and shot forward, but this time, dozens of glyphs appeared all around Sasaki. Her weapons collided with his with a loud screech of steel, and she immediately lost the exchange but seemed to predict this, no longer trying to overpower him. Her back foot touched another glyph, and she used it to thrust upwards with her saber, several times faster than her normal movement, as it shot her up towards the ceiling with the same power. Sasaki stepped backwards, narrowly avoiding it, but Winter touched against a glyph high above and used it to shoot down at him again. He swung his sword up to meet her again with another resounding clanging of steel as Winter hit the ground and stepped on another glyph. She shot at him from the side, and he deflected her attack away as she hit a glyph on the opposite end. She began to pick up speed with each boost, attacking him from every angle, using her glyphs to continuously propel her. Gradually she turned into a blur to almost everyone in the room. But Sasaki stood in place, and the collision of steel and spray of sparks was the only indication that they had clashed as it picked up more and more. I could see it perfectly fine. Winter was seemingly adapting to the speed well enough and attacking all of his perceived openings every single time, yet he just barely managed to avoid being hurt. Little bird, flying around. It was amusing, but I believe it's time to clip your wings, Sasaki said casually as she came at him again. He pulled his arm back and thrust the tip of his sword right at her. Her eyes widened because she didn't expect an attack to come at her like this. She quickly threw her swords up to block, but her own speed was her downfall as the thrust hit her. She went flying back against, hitting the wall, crashing into it, and then hitting the ground. Oof. She's not used to someone being able to keep up with her speed. And that hit wasn't from him using his servant strength, that was from him redirecting the power of her own strike right back at her. Like someone running full speed and jumping at an extended bar. He just simply utilized it to push her back with the force. If anything, he made her take less damage by allowing her to flow with the force. She didn't even consider why he was able to keep parrying and deflecting her blows during her little trick or consider if he could turn around and attack her as well. Winter. Weiss let out a panicked shout, but Winter held up a hand as she stumbled back up to her feet. Winter was breathing a bit heavy, but she picked up her swords again. You could have attacked me at any time. Perhaps. He didn't deny it. Have you been going easy on me this entire time? Winter asked, though it sounded a little rhetorical as she came to the realization. No dust, no semblance, no bullets, purely, your sword. She took a deep breath and took a stance again. However, I'm not finished. Sasaki smiled a bit wider, maybe more genuinely too. That's a good attitude. At the very least, I will lower your aura. She said firmly. Aura. He tilted his head. Apologies, I don't have that. Winter froze, as did everyone else in the room. What? Winter asked in utter confusion. You don't have aura? He scratched his head. No. Is that strange? I'm a swordsman, I don't care to use anything else but my sword. She gaped at him, and seemingly everyone else did too. Are you mad? I could have killed you. Could you? He raised an eyebrow. And it seems like Winter came to the full realization of everything that just happened. You have no aura. She repeated. You have no aura. You were fighting me, you were beating me with no aura. Will. Pyrrha looked at me. What? He doesn't have aura. I shrugged. Confirming it just seemed to silence them in utter disbelief further. But I'm fairly sure Winter's fighting spirit just up and left the room in that instance. Her persistence, her pride, and her arrogance seemingly just had a head-on collision with a humbling called Sasaki Kojiro. Little bird, have you lost your fire? He walked towards her. I haven't properly attacked yet. Why, you're just a regular person with no aura. But, how? Is it that surprising? He scratched his cheek. My friend called me the best, and as much as that tickles my pride, I can't agree with it. I'm just a simple man who spent most of his life on a mountain trying to swing his sword at a most annoying bird. I snorted, but no one paid attention to me. Her aura must have taken a big hit. Combined with how much she was using her semblance, she was probably in the red, so to speak. Her legs wobbled, and she dropped her swords before falling to her knees. She lost all will to fight at that point. I lost. He put his sword away and held out a hand to her. A woman is most beautiful when she's confident, Miss Schnee. I enjoyed our duel, and I hope this loss won't dull your edge for the next time. Oh. Winter noticeably flushed as she took his hand and he helped her to her feet. Next time. She whispered. Why yes, I suppose I will have to challenge you again to reclaim my honor. I can't believe Winter lost. Weiss whispered. I can't believe she lost to someone without aura, Yang added. That hung in the air still. If you intend to, remain within the city. I am no stranger to its streets. Perhaps, you would like someone to show you around. Winter asked. How wonderful. I am a stranger to the city, I would be more appreciative of an experienced hand guiding me. He smiled in return. Someone better pick up that phone. Because I fucking called it. Winter. Weiss whispered in confusion, very clearly seeing her older sister showing a faint blush on her cheeks. This is exactly like my books. Blake, usually the quiet one, looked uncharacteristically excited as they watched them. Weiss turned to her with an absolute look of horror on her face. Jesus Christ, what kind of books is she reading to get that kind of reaction? Well, that settled that then. I suppose there's no need to rub salt into the proverbial wound here. Now I don't have to waste my time with that. I can spend the rest of the evening with Pyrrha, then head over to Junior's bar and partake in some questionably legal and morally dubious actions. I can't wait to be smug about this to everyone when I tell them. Line break. A/N. Wilhelm didn't actually have confidence in this happening, but he will take full credit and pretend it was all part of the plan anyways. Finishing up with Pyrrha, then going over to see Roman, Neo, and the others for some less than legal things he needs done. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 680, Non-Canon Omake, The Little Spider, Chapter. Arachne let out a sigh. Roll up thy window. No, it's my window, I can keep it down if I want. The temperature is too cold. Thy inconsiderate boy, stop thy selfishness. It's hot. Luke countered. If you're cold, put on a sweater. Luke and Zoe had been arguing for well over 20 minutes at this point. Arachne sat behind the wheel, and much to everyone's surprise, she was in fact a good driver. They expected her to start zooming down the highway, nearly crashing into everything on the way, maybe running over a few people by accident. But no, she carefully and meticulously adhered to every rule of the road, and she was even careful about speeding. If anything, they were a little annoyed that she wasn't going past the speed limit. Percy sat shotgun, just hanging out with her up front, while the other three sat in the back. On one side was Luke, on the opposite side was Zoe, and Annabeth sat in the middle because Zoe refused to sit next to a boy, in her words. Mine sweater is in the back, and the loathsome girl driving refuses to pull over to allow me to acquire it, Zoe seethed. Maybe you should have prepared better. Thou art the same as every boy. Inconsiderate and selfish. Annabeth sat silently between them, her face blank, feeling too awkward to say anything as her eyes dashed back and forth while they shot barbs at one another. And you're the same as every girl. Luke shot back. He was getting ready to continue, but then he smirked. Just kidding. I'm not an asshole that insults half the planet because I didn't prepare beforehand. The older huntress wanted to retort, but the response she planned had sort of died in her throat. However, she wasn't one to give up. Thou art. I swear to whatever gods you believe in, or we'll pull this car over and make both of you walk if you both don't shut your mouths. Arachne finally butted in. The two of them scowled but went silent at the threat. The funny thing was, they both fully believed she would do it. Moo. Arachne looked up, seeing Mr. Blueberry's head peek over the top of the car and over the windshield. No, Mr. Blueberry, no, Arachne sighed again. And of course, Mr. Blueberry had come along and was laying on top of the car, happy just to be included on the trip. Percy reached into his bag and pulled out an apple, rolling his window down and holding it up over the side of the car. Mr. Blueberry happily grabbed it with his mouth and chomped on it, letting out another joyful noise. Arachne smiled brightly. She could ignore the idiots in the back. She was more content seeing her only friends getting along. Percy, do you have the map? Yeah, I got it right here. He pulled it out of the side compartment of his door. Do you need directions? Yeah. Let's try going southwest first. I don't want to pass by the capital 'cause of the traffic, but I don't know if we should. In truth, they had no idea where they were going. The prophecy was vague, basically saying go west. If thou makes proper offering, mayhaps mine lady will bequeath blessing upon thee to actually direct us the proper direction, Zoe grumbled. Instead of thy mindless driving. Or you could make an offering to my dad, since he's, you know, the god of roads and travel, Luke pointed out. Zoe's nostrils flared. She knew he was technically right, but she didn't want to admit it. Mine goddess is of the hunt. We hunt for a missing item, you stupid boy. Luke rolled his eyes. Arachne's eye twitched. She started to understand some things regarding her own parents. Was this how they felt with her? It was humbling to the young girl. The two in the back started to argue again, but Arachne blocked them out. Oh hey, a rainbow, Percy pointed out. It's really bright, and it looks like it's touching down over there too. Never seen that before. Neat. A rainbow. Arachne blurted out, looking to where Percy was, her eyes widening. Before anyone could say anything, she jerked the steering wheel. Everyone lurched inside the car as it swerved on the road. Hold on, Mr. Blueberry, she laughed happily. What art thou doing? Zoe screeched. I don't want to agree with her, but holy shit, a little warning. Annabeth let out her own exclamation as she nearly fell on top of the huntress too. What's wrong? Percy panicked a little bit. Good job, Percy. You're actually helpful. I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't point it out. Arachne grinned. What, the rainbow? Yup. Art thou insane? Thou art chasing a rainbow. We are on a quest. We're not chasing the rainbow, you moron. We're chasing the leprechaun that made it. She quickly avoided crashing into another car as she took the next exit on the highway. A leprechaun. Annabeth repeated. Leprechauns are real. Oh, course they're real, Arachne shot her half-sister an incredulous look. Your mother is a goddess. Why wouldn't leprechauns be real? Awesome. I've never seen a leprechaun before. Percy said excitedly. It noticed us. The game is on, Arachne said darkly. Get ready. We gotta stop it from getting to its rainbow and running away. I have no idea what's going on, Luke muttered, looking at the others, who wore similar expressions. No time to explain. Catch the leprechaun. Arachne ordered. It's my order as the quest head, or whatever. This is ridiculous. Zoe groaned. There be not such a thing as. Oh shit, is that it? Percy pressed his head against the window. They all turned to see a little man dressed in green running down the sidewalk, weaving between other pedestrians. What in Hades? Zoe stared blankly, as did the other three. Stop him. Arachne shouted, swerving the car again to follow him down a side street. The leprechaun, the picture-perfect image one would think of when imagining the mythical creature, turned to look at them and waved his hand. Out of his sleeve, hundreds, if not thousands, of little pieces of confetti flew out and covered the windshield. Bastard. Arachne cried out, nearly hitting another car as she swerved again. I don't know what's going on, but I shall hunt this creature then. Zoe grabbed her bow and leaned out the window, knocking an arrow and aiming. Arachne hit the windshield wipers to knock the confetti away and, just in time, swerved the car to make Zoe miss the shot as the arrow narrowly avoided the leprechaun's head. The leprechaun turned around, eyes wide, and let out a string of curses that was honestly impressive, even as he continued to run. Are you daft? Arachne shouted at Zoe. You almost killed M. Thou art the one who said to catch him. Zoe screamed back. A said catch, not kill, you daft idiot. Arachne scoffed. A swear, you're supposed to be thousands of years old. I don't know what's going on, but I got it. Luke called out, climbing out the window and using his winged sandals to fly forward faster than the car. He nearly caught up with the leprechaun, intent on tackling it, but just as he wrapped his arms around the small figure, it turned into a ceramic garden decoration. Luke hit the ground with it, confused, as the decoration cracked and shattered. Not far away, the real leprechaun hopped out of a trash can like he had been there the entire time and continued running. The car zoomed past Luke as Arachne narrowed her eyes. Percy, take the wheel. On it. Can you even drive? Annabeth blurted out in panic. Ah. Percy glanced at her, then turned back to the road. It can't be that hard, right? Arachne ignored them, rolling her window down and climbing out onto the roof of the car. Mo. Don't worry, mister. Blueberry, I got this, Arachne said, licking her lips as she took out another of her spears. It was red and black, but it wasn't Gibalg. She didn't use this one often, but like all her spears, she treasured it all the same. The wind blew through her hair as she held the spear back in a throwing stance, biding her time. The car sped up as Percy did his best to keep it straight. Even so, it wobbled back and forth slightly as it was the first time Percy had ever been behind a wheel. The rainbow was up ahead. The leprechaun was getting close. At this pace, it would reach it before they could stop him. Just as he leapt through the air, Arachne's muscles bulged as she used her full strength to throw her spear. It slammed into the ground, specifically into the leprechaun's shadow, just inches before he touched the rainbow. His body froze, losing all forward momentum before hitting the ground. The car came to a screeching halt as Percy slammed on the brakes. Arachne went flying off the hood, hitting the street and bouncing a few times. Holy shit, are you okay? Percy called out. I am fine. Arachne held up a shaky thumbs up. She didn't blame him. The others got out of the car, and Luke jogged back to them as they looked at the small figure lying prone on the ground. No fair, I almost won. Why does this spear taste like the damn church? Cedars, the leprechaun cried out, throwing a tantrum. The kids, bar Arachne, were stunned into silence. Is that really a leprechaun? Annabeth asked. Am I really a leprechaun? Are you some kind of idiot? The leprechaun shot back. Ah, I am sorry, Arachne apologized. She's not very smart. Humph. Get this damn spear out of me shadow. Arachne grabbed the spear and pulled it free, letting the leprechaun stand as he brushed himself off. Hey, Mr. Leprechaun, here's your hat. Percy picked up the hat that had fallen and rolled away in the chaos. Ah, you're a good lad. Here, have a coin. The leprechaun flicked a gold coin to Percy as he took his hat back. Ah, thanks. Percy blinked. The leprechaun shook his head. Don't be thankin' one av de fair folk, lad. Sorry. Percy furrowed his brow. They don't know no better. They're Greek, Arachne informed him. The three others felt insulted by that but kept their mouths shut. No wonder they be a bit took ed into EAD. He pointed at Zoe. Dat one tried to shoot me into EAD. She's more dumb than the others, Arachne nodded. Zoe made a noise of complaint, but Arachne hushed her. Arachne put her spear away. It had served her well. A spear made from a black key, while not anywhere close to her most powerful, often came in handy in situations like this. Ah, don't worry. I can explain now. It's a game they play. If you catch the leprechaun before he makes it to his rainbow, you can take his pot o' gold, she nodded to herself. But if you lose, then he steals some of your luck. If you hurt him, then you get punished the same, but worse. Darn demigods. A ought ta consider it eaten. The game ain't supposed to be played with you types, the leprechaun harumphed. Hey, me mom is scathack, Arachne huffed, hands on her hips. A know the rules of the old country. You can't just call foul 'cause you lost. What? Your mum be the immortal witch. Of all the bad luck. The leprechaun startled. Fine, fine. Take me pot o' gold and be done with it. Is your mom a big deal? Percy asked. Arachne nodded and preemed. Me mum is the best. Greek brats don't even know the immortal witch, the leprechaun scoffed. So, a pot of gold? Luke asked hesitantly. Don't worry, old man. We don't want your pot o' gold, Arachne said. Though, I do want a coin fair everyone as a memento. Sparin' me pot o' gold. Den what do you want from me, lass? I don't want ta tangle with no daughter av dat scary witch. We're stuck on a dumb quest. Can you give a hand? We don't know where we're supposed to go, Arachne sighed. The others looked at her in confusion, not even considering that this mythical creature could help them with the quest. The leprechaun blinked. Directions. Arachne nodded. If you be so inclined. Percy, can you get the map out of the car? Sure. Percy ran back, grabbed the map, and unfolded it. The leprechaun took a pipe from his sleeve and stared at the map. A quest, eh? I never cared about no fates or prophecies, but I can feel both air. 1 coin each, and I'll give you directions. Deal. Arachne confirmed. He flung one shoe into the air. It landed awkwardly a few feet away. He muttered, stared at it, flipped a coin, and puffed smoke onto the map. Ash settled into a perfect circle. Dear you go, lass. Go dear, and you should find a path forward. He stuffed coins into each of their hands and vanished into his rainbow. The rainbow disappeared. What just happened? Luke asked. We caught a leprechaun, Percy said helpfully. I feel like I just had a fever dream, Annabeth muttered. Zoe said nothing. Looks like we got a destination, Arachne said. New Jersey. Is the leprechaun's words trustworthy? Annabeth hesitantly asked. I mean, even our parents didn't know where we were supposed to go. The fair folk don't work by the normal rules. Their magic comes from the other side o' the fence, so they can do stuff even gods can't. Arachne said simply. Annabeth blinked and her mind blanked. Stuff that even a god can't do. That didn't compute with her. Gods were gods, how could a leprechaun do something the gods couldn't? Line break. Arachne yawned as she continued onward. The others were asleep, and the moon hung in the air. For some reason, Arachne felt like the moon was glaring at her the entire time it was in the sky. That feeling only intensified when she raised her middle finger toward it. It was a mystery. She checked the gas gauge and saw they were close to empty, so she pulled into the next gas station. Coffee would also help. Her mum was always scolding her for how much coffee she drank, but she didn't think it would be bad if she had to keep driving for a while. The gas station was what you would expect for a place like this. The town they arrived in was Something Point, she didn't quite remember the name, but it wasn't very large, somewhere in New Jersey. The gas station was small, with only a few pumps, but luckily it was still open this late. As she came to a stop and turned the car off, the others slowly woke up. Bathroom breaks. Go in pairs in case monsters. And get some snacks, Arachne told everyone. She felt like she was a good leader, even if she didn't want to do this whole quest thing. At the very least, it was a fun little road trip adventure. At least she was with her 2 best friends, and she could ignore the others. Zoe grunted. Daughter of wisdom, come. We shall use the facilities. Yeah, 1 second. Let me grab my glasses. Annabeth put them on, yawning. She barely took a few steps before she let out a yelp. The statue. All of them immediately followed where she was pointing. In front of the gas station, near the entrance, stood a stone statue. It looked weathered, but it appeared to depict a man in Greek-style armor. What about it? Luke asked. There's a huge amount of mist swirling around it. Arachne blinked and focused. The mist parted to her eyes, but the statue remained just that, a statue. That's strange. Percy looked to Arachne. To him, she always seemed to know everything. What's wrong with it? Arachne shrugged. Looks like a statue to me. Both Annabeth and Zoe hesitantly approached it. It didn't move. It didn't come to life. Even as Zoe poked it with her bow, nothing happened. The doors to the gas station suddenly opened. Hey! You kids, stop messin' with that, the store clerk scolded. If you break it, you're payin' to replace it. Sorry, Annabeth said quickly, relieved the mortal couldn't see the strangeness. Where did you get it? We were just curious, it looks really nice. The clerk rolled his eyes. The old man who owns the place picked it up from the lady who makes up the road. You can't miss it, big glowing sign on the roof. He grunted and walked back inside. Everyone shared a look. There was a silent understanding of where they were going next. Unbeknownst to them, someone was paying close attention to their journey. Well, many someones were. Most of the gods had been watching them the entire time, including their little leprechaun adventure. While many of the gods weren't happy about the children interacting with something so explicitly outside their pantheon sphere of influence, they bit their tongues in favor of the quest being completed. For a quest, it was both the best and worst time for gods to interfere in the world. They were allowed more wiggle room to be assertive and directly involved. However, there was also a far greater chance that overt interference would come back to bite them. Thus, they had to be careful. Calculating. That was why Ares waited for this exact moment. While everyone's attention was on the children, he knew it was time to strike. Careful. Calculated. The seller of the statue was already one step ahead. He found her easily at a place called Auntie M's Garden Gnome Emporium. Medusa. If he had more time to consider it, he might have called it cliché. About half of the statues were from her eyes, the others, it looked like she actually made them in her spare time. He might even admire the work if he wasn't in a hurry. But that was beside the point. Using his immense godly might, he descended upon the monster. Before she could even turn around, he struck her in the back of the head, knocking her unconscious. Then, he dropped Zeus's and Hades' divine symbols at her feet and disappeared. Originally, he had intended to pull the little girl aside and quietly ask her to take them. But how could he pass up such a perfect opportunity? He was proud of himself. Athena always gloated about her superior schemes and planning. Now look at this. The kids would show up, kill the monster, find the items, and the quest would be over. Sure, the question of who stole the divine symbols would go unanswered. No one would ever believe it was Medusa of all people. But what did that have to do with Ares, the god of war? It was the perfect plan. And absolutely nothing could go wrong. Line break. A/N. Truly, nothing bad could possibly happen. I'm sure it will be a short and easy quest. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 681, Chapter. Ashbin POV. Well, this was certainly interesting. And I'm happy that Crow is out on a mission right now. I feel like he would be insufferable. James, Glinda, and I were still reviewing the footage from the fight. How many times have we watched it start to finish at this point? I seem to have lost count, not that it mattered. It finally ended for the umpteenth time, and neither of them asked to replay it again. I took a sip of my coffee, extra strong. With how much work the festival planning has been, I'm afraid that if I stop drinking it, I'll fall over in exhaustion. Perhaps we should inform Miss Nikos to not use her new move on the other students. I broke the silence. Oz, I'm fairly sure that she's capable of shooting one of my battleships out of the sky. James looked at me. That's not the kind of thing that can be left in the hands of a student. What are you saying, James? Glinda put her hands on her hips. I'm saying that maybe you should encourage her to transfer to Atlas so it can be properly observed. That's entirely Miss Nikos's prerogative, James. I set my cup down. And as you saw from the video, she quite thoroughly rejected Miss Schnee when she also offered. Though, I could understand his concern. That was certainly strong. It pierced through the reinforced beacon walls like they were paper. Oz, that's a damn railgun. In the hands of a child. James slapped the table. Like you aren't working on similar weapons, James. Glinda glowered. And they're all failures, Glinda. James snorted. Really? I sat up straighter. He let out a sigh. It's not that there hasn't been progress. The concept of a railgun has existed for decades. But we don't have the technology, the materials, to handle the stress. I hummed thoughtfully. Miss Nico seemed to have no trouble. Her semblance, Oz. James waved it away. It forgoes the need for strong materials to handle the stress of the magnetic force. Which is exactly my concern. Oz, she literally only needs a semi-sturdy piece of metal, and she can take down ships from miles away. Then we're lucky that she has a strong sense of justice and wouldn't do such a heinous thing. I responded politely. She clearly has reprimanded Mr. Schweinorg on every occasion where he was cavalier about his less-than-legal activities. Glinda agreed. That's... James frowned. He could become a bad influence on her. We should keep them separate. Or she could be a good influence on him, I retorted. And besides, James, we're not actually capable of keeping him away if he really wanted. Magic bullshit, James scoffed. Mr. Schweinorg, despite our butting heads on various things, has been amicable as well. It's not a good idea to poke at the flimsy relations we've developed for paranoia. It's my job to be paranoid, Oz. James crossed his arms. I have to observe every threat and make plans for the worst case. I couldn't deny that either. Despite our differences in opinions on a lot of things, I had him as a close confidant for a reason. James complimented my optimism with his own pragmatism. There have been times where my viewpoint has won out, and there have been times where his planning and preparations for the worst have saved our behinds. It's my fault, James grunted. I hadn't considered the full possibility of her semblance. We've had it on file for years, and we've never marked it down. If I had taken more steps, we could have had her going to Atlas. I smiled wryly. You're not wrong to be cautious about the possibilities of semblances, James. They're named so for a good reason. To be a semblance of magic, they can reach heights that may surprise you. I knew that James was already mentally planning his new orders to start databasing known semblances. Perhaps to get a think tank going on their possible threats if taken to the extreme. If you observed her aura levels, it appears that it took Miss Nikos a substantial amount of her reserves to perform such a feat. Even if she refined her technique, I would be surprised if she could do it more than a few times before she couldn't even stand. Glinda added. Small mercies. James let out a breath. I can't even think about how we would contain her in the off chance that she was arrested for a crime. All our holding cells are metal, we'd have to develop a cage specially for her that's non-magnetic and that blocks her magnetism from reaching outwards. He shook his head. I really hope you're right, Oz. I tend to be, more often than not. I took another sip of my coffee. And since you have decided not to punish Miss Nikos for the damage caused, I presume you already know which budget we're going to be pulling from for repairs, right, Ozpin? Glinda pushed her glasses up. Is it the boat fund we were saving up to buy? It's the boat you were hoarding school funds to waste on. Glinda glared. Experience on watercraft is instrumental for teaching. I defended. Ozpin, the boat you were looking at is 100 years out of date. It's a classic. It has literal cannons. Yes. I smiled. Yes, it does. Glinda, you can't put a price on historical hands-on learning. James also defended my goal. Of course, I knew he would understand. Glinda glared at him, then looked back at me. Ozpin, do you think I didn't look into the history of your little boat? I froze. Well, you can't trust Osmanius the Undefeated. Glinda said pointedly. Does that name happen to ring a bell, Ozpin? A pirate from about 300 years ago stole from the corrupted officials all across the seas. Happened to be the captain of the exact ship you want to buy. Coincidentally, it was salvaged and restored by the last king of Vale and put away. Abort. She knows too much. Ahem. I cleared my throat. Do we know anything about that man that Mr. Schweinorg brought, James? I've run his face through our database, Oz. I didn't get a single hit. James responded with a hint of annoyance. Oz, is it possible he's a magic user? I don't understand how he could have beaten Winter like that without aura otherwise. Yes, that's quite the conundrum, isn't it? Claiming to have no aura, yet his skill was breathtaking. I turned the screen back to the fight again, but in slow motion this time. Every time he blocked, parried, or deflected a strike, he turned his sword ever so slightly so the edge never connected with Miss Schnee's saber. He's far too skilled to not be known. Glinda agreed. Yet, not a single record in any kingdom. James grunted. Are we assuming that he's simply never been to any kingdoms in his life? It's not entirely impossible, I said thoughtfully. But it's still a question of how he got that skilled. That's not something you can simply train by yourself too. He very clearly has experience in a real fight. You could tell the difference between someone who spent time training and someone who had real-world experience. This man had both in excess. And you're sure he isn't one of those magic users? James asked again. It would fit into everything nicely, wouldn't it? I tapped my desk, thinking it over. I didn't notice any signs of magic being used. But, I suppose it's possible he's from that secret society. I've come more to terms with the fact that there's apparently a still living group of magic users in the world, hiding somewhere away from everything. As absurd and impossible as it is, I can't deny the facts. Have we still had no luck in finding them? Glinda asked. I let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, every place I had James check had turned up empty. James nodded. I had my people check all 27 locations you could think of that they may be hiding, Oz. I still have more, but... I silently waved it off. I understand, James. I'm not blaming you, it's a complete shot in the dark anyways. All the locations that I could think of that were magically significant. Any place that I could pull from my memories that a society of secret magic users may hide away at. Yet, not a single one of them showed even a hint of magical presence. If anything, they were even more decayed and decrepit compared to every other part of the world. It's silly, I've checked these places over the centuries, the thousands of years, in my various incarnations. I looked for every scrap of magic that could have been left behind and found nothing. Ironically, these magically significant places from the past were hidden the hardest when the brothers took away magic from the world. Though, it seems they missed a few spots. Or maybe some clever fellows anticipated this and prepared ahead of time. If the brothers could have missed Salem retaining her magic initially, who's to say they might not have missed something else? I could hardly call them infallible. I don't remember if I was around at the time or not. Maybe my reincarnations happened afterwards, or maybe the long years turned the memories to dust. But when humans returned after so long, they didn't have magic to face the threat of Grimm, and they hadn't discovered Aura yet. Perhaps, it's a legacy from the olden days. I voiced my thoughts out loud. When one had to rely purely on the strength and skill of their own. I looked at the screen again, and I couldn't stop being impressed. His weapon was so incredibly unwieldy. A sword that was longer than a spear, curved to make it more difficult to use even still. Yet, his movements with it were so incredibly precise and delicate. It was like watching a renowned artist paint a picture. Winter did her best to take advantage of his weapon's very obvious flaws, yet with all her skill and experience, she was, well, toyed with. Maybe she couldn't see it in the moment, but my long years let me see the truth of the matter. He was going easy on her, to a degree I didn't know, but the signs of holding back were very clear. Like an adult humoring a child. But I don't think Miss Schnee could even bring herself to be offended if she realized. Mr. Schweinord called him the best swordsman on the planet from the audio we heard, and frankly, I'm inclined to believe it now. And even without Aura, he was keeping up in both speed and strength. When Miss Schnee used her semblance to accelerate herself, he read her movement perfectly. I could see that he began to move even before she touched her next glyph to shoot at him. He predicted her exact movement, her exact placement each time to deflect and parry each of her attacks. You're not going to tell me I can't recruit this one, are you, Oz? James looked at me. I took my glasses off, grabbing a cloth to clean them, as the steam from my coffee had smudged them ever so slightly. James, if you're able to recruit him, I will offer you genuine praise. Judging by the way Miss Schnee was looking at him, I wouldn't say he didn't have any chance. From the cameras around Beacon, I saw that she was giving him a tour of the school and was quite enthusiastic about it. But also, I know people better than James. This Sasaki Kojiro is not the type of person to be held down by something like a military. He's a free spirit. The military is far too rigid and structured for him. However, wouldn't a teaching position be much more up his alley? We could always use another combat instructor. I changed the screens because I got an alert of activity in the Forever Fall Forest. At least parts of it that were close to the school that we used to keep track of any stronger Grimm that got close. The cameras caught Mr. Schweinord with Miss Nikos on his shoulder. Both of them were laughing as he ran through the forest, though Miss Nikos seemed a tad more panicked. Perhaps it was the Nevermores chasing them from the sky and shooting their feather arrows at them that Mr. Schweinord skillfully dodged with ease. I took another sip of my coffee. As far as criminals go, I believe Mr. Schweinord is not someone I have to worry about. Ironic, considering his relation to Salem. We can investigate our mysterious man anytime. I changed the subject. James, were you talking about the increase in White Fang attacks recently? Right. James nodded. I'm concerned that the White Fang may be planning something for the festival. They've attacked 4 dust shipments in the past months, 3 of them were successful. That's a lot of dust, Oz. I nodded with a small sigh. I suppose it may be appropriate to increase security, it seems. Line break. Wilhelm POV. This is cool, I didn't know there were old ruins here. I looked at the old structures, weathered from time, that sat on the cliff that overlooked a big part of the forest. There were some in the forest where we took our entrance test too. We had to go into these ruins and retrieve a relic. The relics were just chess pieces. Pyrrha responded. I was tempted to do some exploring, but the sun was starting to go down. I should stock up on more of the red sap here, it's a really great ingredient. Pyrrha was looking out over the cliff in quiet contemplation. Therefore, I felt the need to pull on her ponytail again. Eh. She let out a little squeak of surprise. How are you feeling? Oh. She quickly recovered. My aura is back to normal somewhat, so I'm not feeling aura exhaustion anymore. She smiled. Pyrrha breaking out a railgun wasn't something I expected, but I suppose it makes sense considering what her semblance is. I sat on the edge of the cliff, and Pyrrha joined me. How have you been? We hadn't had much of a chance to just talk, huh? I come to offer, and you immediately want to fight. I sighed helplessly. She puffed up rather adorably. Then you should come visit more. Okay, Miss Sassy. I poked her cheek. I'll try to visit more. She kicked her legs casually over the edge for a silent moment. It's been nice, I love Beacon. No one's bullying you, right? No one I need to go beat up? I asked. She rolled her eyes. Do you think anyone here can bully me? Well, you are very bullyable. She let out a huff and smacked my shoulder. I'm the top of the year. Is that a hint of pride I hear from you? I eyed her. I mean, I do take pride in my skill. She looked bashful as I pointed it out. Cute. I guess you aren't a 10-time world champion for nothing. That's not my title. She huffed again, crossing her arms. And you know it isn't. Maybe. Humph. She grumbled. You said you would be here for the Vital Festival, right? I wouldn't miss it for the world, Red. I reassured her, knowing how much it meant to her. I'll bring the whole family, or as many that can come. Doing some mental calculations. I have no idea if Kunu will be on winter break or not during that time. I can hope. Though, I should probably check. I'm sure that Medea would know the answer to that question, and I can just send her a message at any time. That would be great. She smiled warmly. My mom will be there too. Oh. I raised an eyebrow, but she immediately smacked my shoulder. You're not allowed to flirt with my mom. I promise nothing. She puffed up again, as if trying to glare at me. I just patted her head so she knew I was joking. Even if it were a younger me that was a bit more eager in certain areas, I wouldn't want to ruin my relationship with Pyrrha. That reminds me, I got a gift for you. I took out a familiar bracelet. I made this one specifically for you. Oh, Wilhelm, it's beautiful. Her eyes softened immediately in her previous as she gently accepted it into her hands. It wasn't anything extraordinary. A few rubies along the band with some golden and blue enamel. It fit her rather well if I do say so myself. Her eyes turned slightly red as she sniffed. I think this is the first time a friend gave me a gift. I pulled her into a one-armed hug. Pyrrha is a sweet girl, it breaks my heart to hear something like that. It's not a normal bracelet. It's not. She perked up, looking confused. Have you wondered how I make things keep appearing and disappearing around me? I asked her as I summoned my sword to my hand, then made it disappear again. I held up my finger and emphasized the ring. Using my semblance, I can condense and warp an area of space and anchor it to something. You can think of it as my ring having an invisible warehouse connected to it that I can put things into and take things out of. Her eyes widened, and she looked rather speechless. My bracelet. I smiled this time. If you channel your aura into it, I made it so you can access that space connected to it. I'm a little proud of this one. I had to figure it out without her having access to magical energy. But the gems on the bracelet had runes delicately carved on the inside, entirely invisible from the outside, that gradually gathered magical energy from the surroundings. And with just a prod of aura, it basically actualizes the mystic code. It'll take some practice, but I think you'll find it's rather convenient. I continued. Oh, and you can't put living things into the space. There's already a safeguard for that, so don't worry. Just a warning in case you thought to do that and couldn't. How big on the inside is it? She was still seemingly wrapping her head around it. She didn't ask me any technical questions, so I think she understood the concept. Pyrrha was a smart girl, even if she didn't understand the underlying mechanics, I'm sure she could grasp the barest idea of what I was telling her. It should be about the size of your dorm room. So, try to stuff a car inside. If you try to put something too big inside, it simply won't work, so you don't have to worry about that either. I explained. I took a lot of precautions in her case. And anything you put inside will stay pristine, food won't go bad, nothing will mold or expire, metal won't rust, bacteria won't form, etc., etc. I made sure to tell her that bit too. Wilhelm, this is amazing, I don't. I pulled on her ponytail, making her yelp again. All my friends have one, why do you think you're any different? Her lips trembled, and her eyes watered just a tiny bit before she turned away from me. I pulled her into another hug. Pyrrha deserved good things. At *******. I stretched my arms as I stepped out of a portal into Vale. Pyrrha had to go back, curfew. Sasaki was apparently still at the school and was offered a room as a guest. I would point out the differences in how guests were treated, mostly myself, but I also remembered that I used a dildo as an anti-air weapon and took down a bullhead. I suppose it would make a tiny bit of sense that they'd be more open to hosting someone who isn't a criminal in 75% of the world. Oh well. And Sasaki didn't need me to babysit him, he seemed to be enjoying himself. I just sent him a message to tell me if he wanted to leave and left it at that. It's been a while since I've been in Vale. It was a rather nice city, and it had its own charm compared to the cities I was more familiar with back home. It's kind of wild to me to see everyone using dust in such a casual way in comparison. Like, every lamppost was powered by dust as just a minor detail. Though, I didn't dwell on it too long as I made my way across the nighttime streets. There weren't too many people out, and I was surprised when I got to my destination that there weren't big groups of people. Junior's bar should be much more crowded, shouldn't it? Nighttime club and bar. There should be huge groups of people out and around the entrance. When I got close, I noticed there was a big "closed for renovation" sign on the front, which answered all my questions. I shrugged and pushed the door open. Immediately, I felt a wave of dust, the kind from plaster and construction, sort of hit me in the face, as it looked like people were working inside just earlier today. Tiles on the dance floor had been torn up, some walls had been cut down, and it looked like they were expanding the building in its entirety. But my eyes shifted because I wasn't alone. Well, look who it is, Neo. I didn't have a chance to respond before an invisible missile ran right into me. Neo, using her semblance, tried to elbow me in the stomach, but I caught her right before she did. She looked upset, waving her hands around in various gestures. All right. I held my hands up. I'm sorry I hadn't called or been around. She crossed her arms in annoyance, but she wasn't trying to hit me anymore. I've been busy. She gave me a look. Seriously, I've been very busy. She rolled her eyes and dragged me over to the bar that was still operable, it seems. Roman was also sitting there with Junior, relaxing behind it. Not a normal open for business type of display, but they were just hanging around. My wayward son, returned after so long. Roman clutched his chest. It does my old heart good to see you after so long. I kicked his chair over with a yelp from him. You motherfucker. I pointed at him on the ground. I got arrested by some of Atlas's robots when I went to visit a friend at Beacon. Do you know what they called me? There was a brief moment of silence before they all started laughing. Junior couldn't hold it in either, and Neo keeled over, silently laughing hysterically. Roman, despite being on the floor, was laughing happily, and I kicked him. Did you actually change his name? Junior asked. He did. I responded. I thought he was just fucking around. Haha, here are your name change documents. But no, the robots actually called me Watermelon Torchwick. Puffed. They continued to laugh. I grumbled and took an empty bar seat next to them. Roman tried to fix his seat, but I kicked it over again out of pettiness. Where are the twins? I asked Junior, who was recovering from his bout of laughter. He rested a hand on the bar to support himself. The twins have been on vacation since the club has been going through renovations. No point in having them around just to watch the construction going on. Figures. Neo sat next to me and looked at me expectantly. Like I was supposed to give her something. If I give you something good, will you forgive me? She nodded enthusiastically. I set a literal gold bar down on the counter for her, and her eyes widened. The area around her shattered from the use of her semblance, and the gold bar disappeared. Hey, do I get one of those too? Roman found his hat that had fallen off his head, putting it back on before fixing his bar seat and rejoining us. Do you want me to answer that question? I glared at him. Ah, is this puberty? My dear son talking back to his father. I felt my eye twitch violently. I fucking hate you, Roman. I ignored him, though. How's the business been, Junior? He grunted, taking out a bottle and pouring me a glass, sliding it across the counter to me. Can't complain. Well enough that we can comfortably expand. I nodded, not missing, well, the obvious around us. And the less than legal business. Ah, that's been in the shitter for a bit at this point. Oh. I raised an eyebrow. The cops have been cracking down hard with all the white fang running around. Especially with the Vital Festival happening soon. Those dumbass don't even understand to stay quiet and out of sight when a big event like this is happening. It's making all of us look bad. Yup, those animals have been really acting up. Roman pulled a cigar out of his pocket, lighting it up without a second thought. I haven't even been able to do my normal stuff because they've been ruining everything. Damn savages. If I didn't know he was being racist intentionally just to be an asshole to them and wasn't actually racist, I would have said something. I hope you guys aren't planning to do anything messy during the festival. Because it was important to Pyrrha, and I wasn't going to let anyone mess with it. Do I look like some amateur? Roman seemed genuinely offended. Not only are all kingdoms going to be watching, but the Atlas military is literally going to be above our heads. I would have to be utterly idiotic to try and do anything big while the festival is happening. The others silently agreed, and I breathed out a sigh of relief. Besides, Neo actually likes the Vital Festival. She attends it almost every year. He added. Neo nodded happily, making a few gestures with her hands. I could vaguely tell that she liked it for the food and sweets. Well, if you're itching to do something, I got a job that needs done. I took a sip of my drink, it was a bit stronger than I expected. I tapped my finger against the bar counter for a moment before continuing. The pay is pretty good. Roman leaned in. Well, would you look at this, Junior? The kiddo's all grown up, asking for a job all by himself. Even offering to pay. Junior snorted. I'm not really enthused by the idea of doing anything at the moment. But I'll hear you out if nothing else. Neo propped her head up with her hands and elbows on the counter, looking at me expectantly. It's nothing too ridiculous, I reassured them. Truthfully, I had been racking my head around ideas on how to help Yusaka. She's been so stressed and exhausted recently, I wanted to help her out. Sure, I could keep giving her things like dust or physically going around and putting out any fires, but that's not the kind of help she needs. What Yusaka needs is the kind of help that comes with permanence. If for whatever reason I just up and disappeared, I didn't want her to be set back, to be without the continued means of help. I wanted her to have something she could rely entirely on herself and her people to propagate. They were making money by trading with Skyrim, but if I disappeared, that would stop. Salem was trading dust with her, but if I were gone, that would probably stop too without my help. The herbs and potions were a good step there, but those didn't really help in the direct sense. And currently, the production capabilities are still being tested and somewhat limited. I wanted to help from the lowest levels to help expand the foundation so it would alleviate some of her needs. I decided just to be absolutely blunt about it. I want the schematics for scrolls, the CCT towers, and Atlas's robots. Line break. A/N. Yukai having their own network and communication system would be a pretty big thing. Add on robots that can seemingly be mass-produced for any kind of work, not just combat, would be amazing for menial jobs like farming or construction, or any other physical labor. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 682, Chapter. Rather than some kind of big reveal that silenced them from the weight of it. It was more like they were just looking at me strangely. Some manner of, why the fuck do you want something like that, sort of deal. Maybe my request was out there for them. I suppose my trotting over here and just bluntly asking them about those things must come off as rather strange, all things considered. Roman was the first to speak up. All right, so I got some questions. Sure. I answered easily enough. He raised his finger up. First, why? It's for a, territory that doesn't have them. Right, because that doesn't sound like a made-up excuse. He rolled his eyes. Second. He paused, taking a cigar out of his pocket and snipping off the end before lighting it. You're not, like, trying to make an army of combat robots, right? No. I blinked. Why would you think that? They all shared a look. Why else would you want the schematics of Atlas's combat robots? Couldn't they be used for menial labor tasks? Farming, construction, etc. I asked. Roman looked like he wanted to say something but tilted his head back and forth. Well, you're not wrong. Junior, you're probably more articulate about that sort of thing as to why it's dumb. Do I look like an economist, Roman? Junior shot back. You're a business owner, it's basically the same thing. Junior let out a sigh. All right, let me spell it out for you, kid. How expensive do you think one of those robots is? I rubbed my chin, giving it some thought. I would say, expensive enough to not be able to roll out tens of thousands at a time, but not expensive enough that they're a reasonable military tool. And using that, how expensive do you think it is to teach some random schmuck in the city how to farm? I clicked my tongue. Yeah, I get where you're going. It's probably only financially reasonable when compared to the costs of training military personnel compared to menial labor. Bingo. Roman pointed at me. And it's only barely better when taking into account death tolls and whatnot. I vaguely recall reading the file somewhere at some point, but I didn't really care that much. I understood the economics of it. You can grab any random person and teach them to farm or be a construction worker. But a proper military agent like Winter? That takes time and effort, things hard to put a price tag on. It's probably better in their eyes to lose money from tens of units like those robots to ensure one of her survives in operations. Though my needs were a bit different than their normal ones. Cost isn't really a problem. I waved it off. This was only step one of the whole plan of mine. Just taking the schematics and dropping them on Yasaka's desk was not what I had in mind. If anything, that was worse than not doing anything at all and would just add more work to her plate. And frankly, the Yukai didn't really have anyone that could handle this kind of job as it was. Thankfully, I had some friends with a lot of government resources at their disposal. I had a pretty good feeling that if I approached Coulson and S.H.I.E.L.D. for help, with some form of payment and offering to share the technology, they'd happily work on reverse engineering the technology to be made using more mundane technologies or be more user-friendly. Roman just shrugged. Hey, if you're paying, I don't care if you would be using them for toilet paper. And the other things? I asked. Well, there may be some problems. Roman admitted. The CCTS towers. I nodded. Surprisingly, no. Come again. I was taken aback by his answer. Roman looked rather smug. Actually, I already have the stuff on the CCTS towers. The Cross-Continental Transmit System. I spelled it out rather than using the acronym. We're talking about the same thing, right? The system that Remnant uses to keep up communications across the globe. Well, it was more than that. If it was only that, I wouldn't care about them. While it would be a nice boon to have the Yukai have their own internal systems that didn't rely on devils or humans, it wasn't something necessary and could just be more work than needed. And the infrastructure would be a hassle to keep up if it provided no reasonable benefit other than that as well. But it was more than that. Scrolls got charged from the CCTS towers. Just that facet alone meant that I wanted to get my hands on the schematics to see how that worked. Imagine if cell phones could be charged via radio waves. I wasn't entirely sure how the CCTS worked, but without the schematics, it would make having scrolls kind of pointless as it stands without it. Not only that, either, from what I understand, the robots also work based off the CCTS in some regards. Altogether, it made each part sort of mandatory, so they all worked together. My plan was still there. If S.H.I.E.L.D. could lower the construction costs of the robots to make non-combat units, then it would alleviate a lot of menial work on the Yukai's part. They're almost entirely self-sufficient when it comes to basic necessities. Yukai Kyoto is about the size of a prefecture, meaning they have a lot of room to do things like farm for their own foodstuffs. The only reason Yasaka needed significant outside help previously was because of the war effort. One CCTS tower could cover all of Yukai Kyoto and would be enough to support all its infrastructure and future projects. I want the Yukai to be completely self-reliant, not just mostly, and with enough room that if something happens again, they can handle it without outside help. If robots took over all the menial work, it would free up a substantial portion of their population to pursue other goals. Imagine if 20 to 30% of the Yukai population suddenly no longer needed jobs like farming or construction. If even a tiny fraction of that decided they wanted to train or get stronger, how much would that increase the overall strength of the population as a whole? How many talents had been buried because they were born into a life of mediocrity? It's a cascading effect. Well, even if that's just hopeful optimism from me, it would significantly alleviate a lot of Yasaka's worries if she had an automated workforce that could do a lot of annoying jobs around the place to keep everything running. And that was my goal in the end, to help Yasaka. That's what you do for your partners, right? You share their burdens and try to help alleviate them if you can. After everything she's done for me, she deserves at least this much in return. As far as getting Coulson and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s help. Well, could it be said they owe me a bit for helping with the Frost Giants? Though, that may have been partially my fault. If they're building up a magic division, I could help there. Evil warding talismans would be hugely helpful. I could get a few hundred of the wands that Medea made for the Yukai. I could also set up wards and bounded fields around their headquarters. I'm sure we could come to some kind of arrangement. Contrary to what the public may think, the towers aren't really top-secret knowledge. Roman found an ashtray as he tapped his cigar over it. Look at how many villages or towns have their own miniature towers set up. I actually didn't know they were rolled out into smaller towns or villages. Wouldn't it still be protected information? It's not like you can just pull up the details online. Roman rolled his eyes. But you're not going to need to break into Atlas's top-secret vault and find it stored away there. Neo nodded along, pointing at herself and at him, looking very proud of herself. Something tells me that's exactly what you've done in the past. Look, we're not here to talk about past crimes that may or may not have happened and can't be proven in a court of law. Roman bit down on his cigar. We're here to talk about future crimes that hopefully can't be proven in a court of law. I rolled my eyes. But you said you already stole it. Ah, yes. I was so young and naive back then. He looked nostalgic. Neo and I had only been partners for about a year at that point. Neo sat up on the bar and looked at Roman like she was reminiscing with him. Roman wrapped his arm around my shoulder while waving his other hand in front of me. Picture it, kid. The two of us, young and wide-eyed, taking our first steps into the world of acquiring items through dubious means. I had a brilliant idea. Can you guess what it was? Was it stealing the schematics for the CCTS towers? It was stealing the schematics for the CCTS towers. He responded as if ignoring me completely. It was a thrilling and masterful heist. The type of thing you would see on the big screen. Neo nodded vigorously, agreeing with him at every word. I have the distinct feeling that you basically walked into wherever it was being held, stole it, and walked right out. I deadpanned. Listen, Watermelon, don't ruin the vibe. He looked up. That's what the kids say these days, right, Junior? You're the expert on the kids, right? Fuck off, Roman. Noted. He grinned. But you're not wrong. It was just in the records under Vale's patent office. How thrilling, I said flatly. Yeah. Roman tapped his cigar on the ashtray again. I wanted to sell it to Menagerie. You know they don't even have a CCTS tower. I did and thought, hey, they'd probably pay a lot to build their own, right? That admittedly doesn't sound like a bad idea. Neo, tell him what went wrong. Neo used her semblance to make an illusion of her holding her purse upside down, with nothing coming out. That's right. They had no money. Roman slammed his hand onto the bar. Damn animals. All that effort. You literally walked into a building, probably sorted through some files, and walked out. And they didn't even have any money to buy the damn things from me. I shook my head. Were they really that poor? Junior let out a sigh. They weren't that poor, but they also didn't have the infrastructure to set up their own CCTS without outside help. All the kingdoms coordinated to set up each of their towers, but none of them wanted to help out Menagerie, so they'd have to shoulder all of the costs, and well. Yeah, I can see the picture being painted. Menagerie really got fucked over at every turn from what I keep hearing about them. I'm tempted to help them build a CCTS tower just to give a middle finger to everyone else. Racism really annoys me, it's just so stupid. It seems, I don't know, too important to be something stashed in a patent office. I mulled over everything he said. Am I the weird one? Junior shrugged, as did the others. He found an empty glass and used a towel to clean it. It was a coordinated effort from start to finish. I'm sure every kingdom has the same thing somewhere, easily accessible. Who's going to steal it? Who's going to need it? You would need help from the nearest kingdom to even access the network. Right. Despite how important it is, it's one of those things that's like, what idiot would even want to steal this? Well, one idiot is next to me. And I suppose that makes me an idiot as well. I clapped my hands. Well, if you already have the schematics for the CCTS, then it's 1/3 of the way done. Hold your horses, my dear child. Roman had an insufferable grin as he said that. Schematics for Atlas's toy soldiers, I can get those. Though, they're going to be a couple generations out of date. Funnily enough, they keep some records of them in the patent office too. Not any of the important software information within reach, but if you want the bones of it, that shouldn't be an issue. That made sense as well. It would be weird if they just had anyone able to access the internal software. But the actual physical components, how they work and whatnot, that's an entirely different story. Who else would build robots like that? Who else would have the free time and money to waste doing something like that? Regardless, that should be enough. I don't care about the combat programs or anything like that, I just want them operable to be able to perform basic tasks. I'm sensing there's a but coming along here rather quickly. But, Roman enunciated. Scrolls are a whole different matter. How so? Those toy soldiers, the CCTS, they're. He paused for a moment, as if to find the right words. Public projects. Scrolls are owned by a corporation. That means they're proprietary information and are going to be heavily under lock and key. I got what he was saying immediately. Nailed it in one go. Roman snapped his fingers. There's only one scroll maker, and they have dozens of contracts across all the kingdoms that make them basically a monopoly. And the kingdom let that happen. Scrolls were a rather important part of their infrastructure and worldwide communication. Back home, there were plenty of companies that made cell phones, which made it strange to me. It's in the kingdom's favor. With how much scrolls are relied on by people every day, do you think the kingdoms would let the technology slip from their fingers? Artisans Incorporated, the company that created them years ago, made a deal with the kingdoms where they shared the technology, but in return, they pushed out any competition. At this point, no startup would happen because of how scrolls are so heavily integrated into the infrastructure, is that right? Roman nodded again. Pretty much. If no one else can get a foot in the door when it comes to the government contracts, what's the point in even trying? Logically, it wouldn't be some top-secret product either. Wouldn't the patent office also hold them if they were operating as a normal company? I asked. Kinda. Roman pushed his cigar into the ashtray, putting the stub of it out. While they're registered with the patent office, they're not going to be housed at the patent office. You're going to probably have to find it at the Royal Archives. I'm not a Vale native, what's the Royal Archives? Roman snapped his fingers at Junior. I'm not your mouthpiece to call on whenever you want something explained, Roman. Junior scowled. Oh, come on, Junior. You love the random trivia questions. You're always winning trivia nights when they're hosted here. Junior let out another long sigh. The Royal Archives are under the Vale Royal Library. Both were created by the last king of Vale, and when he gave up the throne in favor of a ruling council, he donated both to the kingdom. They kept the names in a show of respect. There you have it. Roman clapped his hand. So, we rob a library. Roman snorted. Sure, the top is the library, open to the public. But the underground is a secure facility. They have a lot of historical artifacts down there that are worth quite a bit of money. He seemed to trail off, looking a bit more interested by his own words. Are you saying you're not up to the task? I crossed my arms. Oh, my sweet little boy. Roman ran his fingers along his hat before picking up his cane. Who do you think I am? Weren't you just talking about laying low while Atlas was here? Junior asked. I can't help it, the kid's a bad influence on me. Roman said dramatically. Isn't that right, Neo? The world around her shattered in illusions as she hopped to his side. She held her umbrella in hand, twirling it around, giving me a look. Well, let's get going. I blinked. Right now. No time like the present. Roman chirped cheerfully. Don't you need to plan things out? Scout the building, all that stuff. Roman gave a much deeper look at me. Kid, do you think I don't know the layouts of every important building in the city in case I find myself there for whatever reason? Who do you think I am? An idiot, I offered. A flamboyant idiot, Junior added. Neo waved her hands as if to agree. Roman scoffed. I'm goddamn Roman Torchwick. The best thief in the world. That's debatable. Junior grunted. You know what? Roman glared at Junior, taking out his wallet and slapping some money on the counter. No tip for you. You don't tip anyways. Tipping is for suckers. Roman smirked. Well, come along, kid, we're going to rob a library. Line break. I admit, I didn't think Roman would just waltz over to the target building in broad daylight. Sunset. The sun had just gone down, but it wasn't like super late yet. From what Roman said, the library is open all day every day. Well, he's the expert here, so I'll trust him. The building itself was extravagant. Definitely earning the royal in its name. Compared to the architecture around, it was much more opulent in appearance. No doubt it was a relic of a previous era. The building was probably bigger than a city block just in itself. Rounded, from what I could see at this angle. How many floors did it have at a glance? 6. In hindsight, maybe I should have asked Jin about this. I would say it would have been an amazing place to take her, but I remembered that she knows every bit of information within here. Well, I don't want to bother her with something that's not quite legal. She's a sweet girl, no need to drag her into my troublemaking. So, what's the plan? Sneak in with Neo's semblance. Because I knew they weren't counting on my particular brand of skills, considering they were still ignorant about it. They had their own means and professional pride. Places like this. At least down below, they're going to have cameras that pick up heat signatures. Stealthy semblances aren't exactly uncommon, you know. Unfortunately, they also can pick up on Neo's semblance. Roman informed me. Neo pouted a little, as if to show that she was annoyed by it. Smart, though. We're going to go in through the front door. Roman said as if it were obvious. I shrugged and followed along as we quite literally walked up the large stone staircase that led to the front doors. They were grandiose, if altered to be more modern in application. Revolving glass doors and whatnot. As soon as we stepped inside, I admit I was momentarily stunned. The full breadth of the inside couldn't be given justice by just seeing it from the outside. I'm someone who always appreciates libraries, museums, or anything that's meant to contain books or artifacts to preserve. A library like this was utterly breathtaking to me. Impressed would be an understatement. This place puts plenty of national libraries back home to shame. Absolutely gorgeous. It seemed to be an internal mix of Gothic and Victorian-era decor as well, which overall just enhanced the aesthetic of the place. I wish I knew about this place sooner, I would have spent plenty of time here. But I digress. Roman was nudging me impatiently as he led me forward. There was a front desk and a security checkpoint. And considering what was below this place, I didn't find it odd. Hell, even if it was just the library portion, I think this wouldn't be remiss considering the value of everything. You wouldn't want just anyone coming in and causing trouble. And the irony wasn't lost on me there. At least I had a healthy respect for it and would make sure, even in our illegal escapades, that no harm would come to the place. I quietly watched a woman in front of us give her name to a woman behind a desk. The woman behind the desk apparently looked up her name, as her picture appeared on an overhead screen, and then she was given some sort of visitor's pass before being let inside. It all seemed rather standard for this type of security check. So, why were Roman and Neo giving me such shit-eating grins? Next. The woman at the desk called out. Go ahead, son. Roman gestured, as if he were being polite. I furrowed my brow but stepped forward. Name. As soon as she said that, everything just clicked into place. I turned to look at them, and they were very clearly holding back laughs. I now understood. The entire reason they wanted to go through the front door was just for this. They probably had other means to get inside, but they specifically chose the front entrance. I took a deep breath, and every ounce of me dreaded the next words that came out of my mouth. Watermelon Torchwick. They fell over laughing. Line break. A/N. Just a bit of father-son bonding through theft, you know, normal family things. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 683, Interlude 48, Kunu's Hogwarts Adventures. In Hogwarts, news travels fast. The news of the blood-written message had spread throughout the castle before the teachers could even decide on a course of action themselves. The Chamber of Secrets had been a myth written about in many books and even among the students themselves for generations. Throughout the halls, the rumors had spread and propagated, becoming more and more absurd with each day. Barely a week later, and Dumbledore could hear students talking about how the secret Slytherin dragon was going to appear from the chamber and crown the next king of England with Excalibur. Thankfully, they had a plan. A good plan even. And it came from an unlikely place. Dumbledore was surprised that Lockhart's stunt had actually turned to their favor. A dueling club was the perfect way to distract the students while they continued to stealthily look into things on their end. Did you hear me, Headmaster? Dumbledore noticed he seemed to have lost attention and quickly snapped back to focus. Yes, I apologize, Headmistress. You said you would be coming next week. I thought you would have been over much sooner. He was currently talking with the headmistress of their cousin school over in Japan. He heard her let out a long sigh. You know how it is, Headmaster. Trying to get a moment to breathe and juggle cross-continental flow paperwork. Ah. Dumbledore nodded. No need to say anything more, Headmistress. You're more than welcome to come at your leisure. We'd always been happy to host you. Thank you, Dumbledore. The flu connection disappeared as Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, stroking his beard. His mind wasn't on the headmistress from Japan coming over, though that did concern his attention at a later point. He didn't fault her for the delay either. The cross-continental flu network was difficult at the best of times. Even he, as the supreme mugwump, would take days, if not weeks, to secure the proper paperwork to travel to another country through the flow. Unfortunately, there were more pressing matters. The Chamber of Secrets. It was something that hadn't been spoken about openly in decades. And it was most certainly something he would have been happy to remain buried. It was practically a calling to all the pure blood ideology that encroached into his school. He didn't like it one bit. He was starting to feel the weariness of time hitting him harder recently. Last year was, well, the words he wouldn't say in polite company. He analyzed it from the outside, looking at things objectively, and he felt like all of them, especially himself, were fools. Things lined up too perfectly, escaped their notice when they shouldn't have, or diverted their attention when they should have been focused elsewhere. It was as if the invisible hand of fate was moving things. Dumbledore reached for his bowl of lemon drops, popping one in his mouth. His mind wandered to the prophecy. Prophecy was a strange thing. Is it something that will come to pass, or is it something that they as people architect for themselves? He didn't believe there was actually a hand of fate that was guiding pieces around them. But just as well, for someone as learned in the magical arts as himself, he couldn't dismiss the unknowable forces of the world either. The higher you climbed in the world, the vaster the view you could see. Dumbledore knew that it came with a realization. When you stand up high on the mountain peak, you simply see how small you really are, and the mountain that everyone looks up to is nothing more than a small hill. Headmaster. Minerva walked into his office. Are you coming? It's going to start soon. Dumbledore's eyes lit up. I wouldn't miss it for the world. The deep and transient thoughts quickly were replaced with an admitted eagerness. Professor Lockhart had decided to make the dueling club, and well, he placed himself as its leader. And then he invited Flitwick, Severus, and even Medea to assist him. Dumbledore could only anticipate the assistance he received. Line break. Normally, they would host a club in an empty classroom or clear out one of their many storage rooms to handle the influx of students. But on this occasion, there were far too many wanting to participate, at least for the first club meeting. Dumbledore walked into the Great Hall, greeting everyone with smiles as they looked his way. He made a mental note to find a way to handle this many students better. They couldn't commandeer the Great Hall for every gathering. The poor house elves would be distraught with having to shift everything around so much. They did love cleaning up messes, but they loathed making messes themselves. And how else was the Great Hall turned into a dueling hall other than the house elves moving everything elsewhere in storage? At the very least, he was happy it distracted everyone from the other matters that had been whispered in the hallways this past week. There were quite a few observers as well, from what Dumbledore gleaned from a quick look around the room. Several other teachers that weren't participating, but also many students who seemed content to just stand off to the side. Perhaps to weigh if the club would be worth their time. Regardless, Dumbledore took a seat up top, normally where he sat for meals. He gave a polite, if silent, wave to everyone, as he wasn't the protagonist here and wanted his involvement to be minimal. Good afternoon, everyone. Professor Lockhart stepped into the Great Hall as flamboyantly as possible. He even had a short cape over his shoulder, wearing different clothing this time. Gaudy with a few medals. It looked more like he was going to a ceremony or social gathering than a dueling club. No one answered him back, but he didn't seem to notice or care as he strolled inside. I see we've gathered quite a few eager students for the club. I'm sure you'll all enjoy your time here under my tutelage. Dumbledore forced a smile as several others looked to him. Now. Lockhart clapped his hands. Let's settle everything. Headmaster, would you please arrange the hall? Very well. Dumbledore nodded, waving his hands, and the hall shifted around, carrying the students with it as it made room for several dueling stages to be propped up in the center. The floor is yours, Professor Lockhart. He turned attention back to the teacher. Lockhart bowed in an exaggerated manner. Welcome to the new dueling club, everyone. And I am, of course, the club leader, Gilderoy Lockhart. There were a few polite claps that he relished in. Now, I know all of you are eager to start throwing spells at each other, but let's talk about the basics first. He hopped up onto one of the center dueling stages, taking out his wand and taking a stance with it. He went through the motions of it, they were admittedly crisp and well practiced. Wand in front, bow, foot back, turned body. He almost looked professional. The art of dueling is an old and sacred tradition. It has settled wars and conflicts for thousands of years. There are many nuances and traditions that must be observed as proper witches and wizards. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow because he was surprised in a good way. First, you bow. He said so while doing so to an imaginary opponent. It's a show of respect. Then, he quickly flicked his wand and took a stance. Wands at the ready. Now, in official duels, there will be a countdown. 3 seconds, no more. And when the countdown ends, the duel begins. No physical contact is allowed. We are proper witches and wizards, we do not fight like muggles. And when one party is incapacitated, disarmed, or yields, the duel ends. However, in official dueling circles, disarmament is not a winning condition. He gave a wink. But for the sake of practice, it shall be here. The teachers shared looks and nodded along, slightly more enthusiastic than before. His expression turned dark. I shall state that dark spells and lethal spells are not allowed. If any one of you casts a curse or dark spell at their opponent within this club, it will be a one-way trip to Azkaban. Dumbledore was impressed. Surprised, but impressed. I don't mean to interrupt, but to add to Professor Lockhart's wonderful introduction to dueling. While non-lethal spells are permissible, they will be heavily scrutinized. Please do not attempt to cast the exploding charm at your fellow students. Dumbledore gave her words on the matter too. Well said, Headmaster. Lockhart gave his charming smile to everyone. But let us not dwell on those dreary topics. You're here to learn to duel, and it's a skill that can be applied in and out of the classroom. Of course, structured dueling is a profound and honorable art, but learning to be quick-footed can save your life if you ever run into a nefarious creature out in the world. Lockhart walked to one end of the dueling platform and swept his gaze around the room, landing on one person in particular. Now, let's start with a demonstration, and we can go from there. Professor Snape, I've heard you're quite the dueling hobbyist and even participated in a few local tournaments. He chuckled lightly. Would you like to join me up here for a demonstration? All eyes turned to Professor Snape, who had been silent in the back corner of the room. I suppose. He drawled, his expression hinting at annoyance, walking unhurriedly to the platform and stepping onto it. No need to be afraid, Professor. And don't worry, children. I'll take it easy on my fellow professor here, we wouldn't want any of you to have to miss a potions class after all. He chuckled again. As you all know from reading my books, I have extensive dueling experience compared to Professor Snape here, so I'll be sticking only to a stun or disarm. Oddly, quite a few people in the room were looking very eager right about now. Now, are you ready, Professor Snape? Lockhart held the wand in front of himself. Snape mirrored him as etiquette dictated. Proceed. His dry tone didn't change despite the atmosphere. First, bow. He iterated as both professors bowed to one another. Then, wands at the reed. Both professors took a stance. Headmaster, if you would please give a count. Dumbledore's eyes lit up. I would be delighted. He waved his hand in the air, and a big 3 appeared in front of them in glowing form. It counted down. 2, 1. Begin. As soon as it was called, Professor Lockhart swished his wand towards Snape. Expelliarmus. The light from his wand was discharged and sent down the arena, but Snape sidestepped it with practiced ease and flicked his wand back at Lockhart, discharging his own stunning spell. It landed squarely on Lockhart's chest, sending him flying backwards and skidding across the arena. Suffice to say, he lost. Lockhart quickly climbed back up onto his feet and heard quite a bit of laughter around the hall. And, perhaps, quite a few smiles among the staff of the school as well. Even the deputy headmistress could be seen trying to hide a growing smile behind her stern expression. Professor Snape barely makes an expression, as if it were an obvious conclusion. Professor Lockhart smoothed out his clothing and cleared his throat while fixing his flustered expression. Ah yes, as everyone can see, Professor Snape here did the proper counter to my attack. Yes, just as one would expect. I hope you all were paying attention, as a proper example is the best learning tool. He laughed charmingly, regaining his confidence. Thank you, Professor Snape, that will be all. Professor Snape didn't say a word, a disdainful look was enough as the potions professor stepped off the platform and went back to the corner of the hall out of everyone's sight. He quickly looked around the room, looking for someone, anyone, to establish his authority. And gradually he found his new example, a smile growing on his face. Now, as I said, dueling experience can extend to outside the dueling arena. The purpose of dueling here is to help you develop your wits, quick thinking, and movements. He flourished his cape. But it's not just other wizards and witches you need to be careful around. Dark creatures, of course, won't care about dueling etiquette. But you know what else won't care about dueling etiquette? Muggles. He looked around the room. Most of them were confused by the direction he was going. Dumbledore's smile slowly shifted into a frown. I know what you're all thinking. Muggles. Why should you care about muggles? My dear children, you should always be vigilant. What will you do if you step out into the muggle world and some muggle with a knife charges at you? Can you draw your wand and cast a stun quick enough before you get a sharp knife in your chest? Oddly, Dumbledore mused that his statement wasn't wrong. Perhaps it was a bit on the extreme end, but one should always exercise caution. As the professor put it, a knife in the chest is just as dangerous to a muggle as it is to a wizard. And of course, muggles have their own muggle wands. Very deadly if you're not prepared. He looked around the room as people started to look at him more seriously. And considering how many muggles there are in the world, well, you should know how to defend yourself against them. While Dumbledore agreed on principle and from a conceptual point of view, he had a feeling he didn't like where this was going. Professor Kazuki, why don't you come up here and join us? He can offer us a proper example of how muggles would approach a wizard or witch, attempting to harm them. Lockhart gestured to the sitting professor. He was, of course, sitting next to Miss Medea. And if looks could kill, Medea would have already set Professor Lockhart ablaze. Now Professor Lockhart, I don't think, Dumbledore was about to interrupt and reject it, but he noticed Professor Suzuki get up. It's all right, Headmaster. I shall demonstrate for the safety of the students. Their education is of paramount importance and should not be ignored. He had a stern look on his face as he said that. As an educator, I will fulfill every role required of me. Professor McGonagall placed a hand over her chest. Professor Suzuki, you are a credit to the profession. She shot a glare at Lockhart because it was plainly obvious what he was doing to anyone with sense. Frankly, the staff at Hogwarts found themselves respecting the man even more. They knew him as being quiet and stern. He always took his job seriously, and they often saw him working late into the night. They didn't have much to talk about, as there seemed to be an invisible divide between them as magicals and muggles. But they seemed to have found a newfound respect for him, willingly allowing himself to be humiliated in front of so many people purely for the sake of teaching. Even Snape found himself sympathizing with the men, if silently and from a distance. Though Dumbledore shot Medea a look, wondering if she was going to interject and stop it, but strangely, she didn't say a word. And, for some reason, that made Dumbledore even more nervous. Welcome, Professor. Everyone, let's give our Muggle Studies professor a clap for joining us. He clapped but didn't join in. A lot of students, well, they didn't hold a particularly enthusiastic view about a Muggle teaching in school, even for Muggle Studies. And it wasn't just the Slytherin house that held this thought either. It was rather common, even for Muggleborns or half-bloods, to develop a sense of superiority over their Muggle counterparts after becoming witches and wizards, even if they held no inherent malice towards them. Now, I know what you're all thinking. What's the point of me, the great Gilderoy Lockhart, dueling a Muggle? He chuckled as if it were a funny joke. I assure you, it has a purpose. I'm going to demonstrate the skills you will learn from dueling and how they apply to everyday situations, as I said before. After this duel, I will go over each technique and skill I display, and then we will split up for practice duels for you all to try it yourselves. Professor Kozuki took his spot on the opposite side of the dueling platform, standing tall and unflinching. Lockhart frowned slightly, for some reason feeling that his figure was a bit imposing, but quickly pushed those thoughts to the side. And of course, this isn't a proper duel, so no need for the bowing. Lockhart cleared his throat. Professor Kozuki, feel free to charge at me however you want. Use any means to try and attack me. You're welcome to try the old fisticuffs, if you can get close. He winked to the crowd. Very well, the Muggle Studies professor acknowledged. Now, watch carefully, he barely had time to finish as Professor Kozuki had sprinted across the dueling platform. Lockhart's eyes widened, and perhaps from some ingrained memory and some manner of instinct, he blurted out a stunner in the other teacher's direction. Kozuki merely tilted his head to the side to avoid it and was already in front of Lockhart. Stup, GLCHK. Professor Kozuki jabbed him in the throat, much to everyone's surprise. The gagging sound filled an otherwise stunned and silent room. However, he didn't stop there. He then used both hands and slammed them against both sides of Lockhart's wand arm, snapping the bone. His wand fell from his limp hand with a pained and gargled cry. Professor Kozuki finished by sending an elbow with his full weight into Lockhart's sternum, sending him sliding across the ground and off the dueling platform. Professor Kozuki fixed his tie as it got undone during the scuffle. The room was deathly silent. All except the pained cries coming from Lockhart on the ground. I want a turn. Many eyes turned to the nine-tailed fox jumping up and down excitedly. Dumbledore found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, he shouldn't endorse such violence. But on the other hand, he found the situation rather ironic and believed this is what they call karma. Line break. A/N. Lockhart, loses face in front of the ground, decides to pick on the Muggle to gain it back. Muggle proceeds to KO him with ease. The duel class isn't over, next is the kid's turn. If you notice the consecutive chapters of Kunu and Sputter in recent times, it's because normal chapters are catching up to the P word from below from when I was recovering from surgery. Well, I'm still recovering, but doing a lot better. Until the next surgery in a few months. I also have a boostify. You can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 684, Chapter Crumb Crutch POV. It looks like we have a good showing, let's get this meeting on the way. We all have lots of things to do, so it shouldn't take long today. Ngramenu clapped his hands happily. For being an amalgamation of darkness and curses, he sure does express emotions rather well. With his chipper tone, someone may not even suspect that he's a rather malevolent and sadistic deity. Well, it looks like we have a much fuller house than last time. I leaned back in my chair. It appears we have most of us here. The table was rather full. Of course, we had plenty of others not here. That is, not everyone had a seat at the table, as it were. And there were plenty of those who were working with us that weren't specifically part of our group either. How lovely it is to see everyone again. The Greek goddess of love said with a smile that could ensnare any mortal that looked at it. It's always amusing how quickly people forget how dangerous love can be. There's a reason that so many ancient love deities also had the domain of war. Love has been one of the greatest causes of death since the dawn of time. Even in her own corner of the world, one of the most famous battles was over love. A concept that even gods can't escape. Though she was also, by no means, ordinary as well. The thing wrapping the goddess of love around itself was terrifying in its own way. Let's hurry up, I have things to do. Chernabog grunted from his side of the table. Hanbai, the Sumerian god, sat silently in his seat as well, looking particularly grumpy. Tezcatlipoca showed up too. He's often easy to dismiss any meetings that don't pique his interest. And of course, Rizavim was here as well. It was more rare for him to be absent, he's usually bored enough to attend every meeting. Well, I'm happy that our numbers haven't shrunk this time. Ngramenu said cheerfully. I swear, if we lost another one of our members unexpectedly, I was going to get very angry. He looked around the table at everyone before settling in his seat again. Unfortunately, with the loss of both Loki and Rizavim's subordinate, we've hit an unexpected snag with certain objectives. He continued. If anyone had any good subordinates that could help with the experiments in finding the seals and some other miscellaneous things, it would be appreciated. I let out a sigh. How is it that all the clever ones are the first to die, leaving us dumb brutes? A couple of them glared at me, and I rolled my eyes. The slightest bit of criticism and they're ready to fight. Not that I'm against it at all. If they want to fight, then let's have at it. Though, technically, Rizavim's little devil bootlicker wasn't a member in the specific sense, he may as well have been. In hindsight, he provided us with a lot of support behind the scenes. He and his little army of magicians, that is. When did we need someone kidnapped? He and his group did it. When we needed something made or researched, his group did it. If we needed help on a plethora of random things that we couldn't be bothered with, it was his group that did it. This is why I find it absolutely appalling when someone treats their subordinates poorly. A good subordinate is a hard thing to come by. Don't we have some humans we can use? Hanbai dismissively waved his hand through the air. Just grab a few of those human magicians and tell them to get to work. We do have an alliance with a few magician organizations in the world, but I find myself lacking trust in their sensibilities if we hand over some of our more delicate projects. Engra Mainu responded. I nodded. Their trustworthiness is questionable at best. If there are boons to be had by betraying us as soon as they get their hands on some of our important projects, they would do so in a heartbeat and take shield behind our enemies. Luckily, Loki finished a lot of the important ones before he met his unfortunate end. But we're still having trouble reaching our conclusion. He added. Rizavim, would you care to share what happened? It was no secret that he caused a little bit of chaos in the world recently. Ironically, the son of the devil was actually not very talkative most of the time. Though, right now, he seemed even more silent than usual. The team that was examining and experimenting at the seal was killed. He said pointedly. By a stroke of chance, I teleported over to the site to inspect the progress, and he was there. We all knew who he was here. I decided to ask the most pertinent question. How did he know about it? Was it chance that he discovered it? Engra Mainu answered me instead by shaking his head. It's hard to say it was bad luck considering it was located in Northern Europe, far away from where he lives. Maybe Odin had a hand in it since we were in his backyard, but... Aphrodite put her hands together. So we have two possibilities. One, it was by chance that he discovered what we were doing. In which case, it's a small setback and not worth getting worked up over. Two, he discovered us through another method and could potentially do so again. Tezcatlipoca finished for her. It was a strange feeling being on the other end. Usually, we were the ones hiding in the dark and moving in the shadows. Now, it seems like one of our enemies was doing it to us. Why chance it? Let's kill him. Chernobog huffed. He's just a mortal. Tell that to Kronos, Hyperion, Loki, Susanoo, Indra, the Winter Queen, Fenrir, and Surtur. I snapped my head to him. Better yet, why don't you ask my opinion on it, as I watched him kill Balor as well. Granted, Balor was barely a cobbled-together mess of flesh and nowhere near as strong as he should have been. But even so, we know where he lives. Chernobog seemed to have trouble accepting that a mortal was on their level. Odd considering that even he acknowledged the Church's strongest deterrent. Though, it's much easier to recognize a mortal's power when they're at least beyond 30 years old. Tezcatlipoca tapped the table a few times before opening his mouth to respond. The Yukai of today are not the Yukai of yesteryear. They have quickly transformed into a faction that we can't simply exert influence over. I let out a snort. Tiamat seemingly moved in over there as well. While I'm stronger than her, she is one of the few in the world that I refuse to fight. Bah, a scared dragon. Chernobog scoffed. It's pity, not fear. I glared at him. If you think I'm scared, then let's step outside, and I'll gladly prove that statement wrong. Come now, let's not fight, and Gramenu released his power to calm everyone down. Let's break it down properly. Tiamat is not something we can ignore if she's moved over into Yukai territory. And she isn't the only one. Izanami, Tezcatlipoca spoke up again. She's been far more active, for obvious reasons. She wouldn't sit still even if Takamagara ignored what was happening. We can almost guarantee she would be there if we tried to do anything. There are quite a few factions coming and going from over there these days. It would be foolish to launch an attack on them for the sole purpose of trying to kill someone that we couldn't assassinate quickly enough without reinforcements arriving. Aphrodite, the voice of reason. And from the details I've heard, their realm had turned into a veritable fortress. No small thanks given to not only our presumed target but also several others. The newest Norse goddess seems to spend significant time reinforcing the city, as noted by Athena when she scouted it during her visit. Gods of magic really are such a troublesome bunch. Then you have the others. The Witch, the Demon Slayer, the Pendragon family. It's not impossible to make a move on them. Our strength is far greater than just the few of us here together, Aphrodite continued. But we need to decide if it's worth the effort and losses we would incur. Physical losses aside, we would be revealing our hands to everyone, which could set us back far too much. Ah yes, the age-old consideration of gains to losses. How even evil deities weigh such heavy thoughts. There's no need to talk about it. Well, there's no need to keep the topic going when we all mentally agreed. We're all thinking the same thing, it's not worth it at the moment. They all nodded, if a few reluctantly. But I did have my own thoughts on the matter, however. There is the consideration that there are some things worth checking over there. They were silent. Well, it would be stupid of me to assume them foolish. Gods and beings of their ages, they were more shrewd than their compatriots would be led to believe. The rumors are that the young half-devil has in his possession the Grail. It lines up quite nicely, doesn't it? The Grail is rumored to be able to revive the dead and remove inherent weaknesses in species. A half-devil that is immune to holy power and has gathered quite a few souls of the deceased around him, wearing new lives. I held up a finger. It's a perfect answer to the question. That is, until it's made known that we possess the Grail. Tezcatlipoca lowered his head. There are very few ways to bring back the dead in the world. He's close to the death goddess. Hanbai stated. Tezcatlipoca frowned. If it were possible for a death god to bring back people on a whim, why wouldn't he have been doing it since the dawn of time? Hanbai harumphed. It's been done before. In extenuating circumstances, Tezcatlipoca emphasized. Yes, it has happened on very rare occasions. But it inherently goes against our core existence. I can say for certain that Izanami has had no hand in this. The question remains unanswered, and it probably will for now. As I said, we all already decided in our hearts that it wasn't worth the effort. Even if we all descended on Kyoto, I was not optimistic that we could kill him without him being able to run away. Never has there been a host of Drag that I felt was such a perfect match. The utter shamelessness is enough to give me pause because it's difficult to know how they would react. So many secrets our little friend has. Aphrodite cooed with a sly smile. Maybe I should try my hand at a softer approach. He has quite a few women at his side. Tezcatlipoca looked at her. Do you think your methods would escape someone like Izanami? Her reckoning would drag not only you but Olympus into it as well. At that point, all your schemes would come to light, wouldn't they? Maybe, maybe not. She shrugged. But you're right. There's no point in taking a risk at this juncture. Then we're in agreement, and Gramenu declared. We'll leave him and the Yukai alone for now. If they can track us, if they can even find seals while we can't, well, who cares? He had a wide grin on his face. Despite our setbacks, we have time on our side, don't we? I couldn't disagree. The seal won't disappear. If they can find them, if they can find us as we break them, so what? We can keep trying, over and over, until we succeed. Eventually, they will fail. Let's move on to reports. Aphrodite, since you seem to be in such a talkative mood. He gestured to her. She shrugged. I have most of the lesser gods persuaded to my point of view. And I managed to convince our special friend to join our cause. It's unlikely that he'll come over to our table, but when the time is right, we can call on him. Wonderful. The god of evil clapped his hands. Chernobog, how about you? I've gathered most of the evil spirits of my lands, and they're ready to be sent out when you need them. He grunted. He received a nod. Much less impressive, but helpful nonetheless. I've been helping my kin reform as well. They're all back with us, but they're going to need a bit longer to recover their full strength. I may as well add in my own efforts. Oh boy, he's still angry, isn't he? And Gramenu laughed. I suppose that isn't a wrong statement, I mused. And he doesn't need our help to revive, so it's a moot point. Our Grail holder is also out of commission for a while as well. It took a lot out of her to resurrect so many dragons so quickly. I added in my own matters. Except for Nidhogger, of course. Well, let her rest, I suppose. She did bring my companion back to me, I can't be entirely cold-hearted. The evil god mused. Even if that damper girl didn't suffer the historical drawbacks of utilizing that thing, she still had to suffer the drain of using it with her body. I'll add some miscellaneous things. The evil god smiled happily. The Abrahamic Church, for some reason, has been showing an increased level of competence. I've heard that they've been deploying a new technique. Let's see, I talked with our former allies, but those titans seem to be unwilling to come back into the fold. Aphrodite snorted. I could have told you that. They were trapped not behind impenetrable seals, but caged by their own pride. That half-devil was particularly clever about that. Until their punishment is over, they won't do anything. Ah, pride. The fatal flaw of all of us. It's as you say. And Gramenu nodded along. Well, I didn't expect much. But it didn't hurt to try. I believe we've completely fallen out with Hades. He isn't even pretending at this point, so you all are welcome to treat him as an enemy. Can you fault him? Tezcatlipoca asked. We did break into his home and free his old men, who had had a grudge against him in the first place. The evil god shrugged helplessly. It is what it is. At least Asgard and the Norse are out of the picture for the foreseeable future. I managed to get a quick peek at their foundations, and they're still barely stabilizing. A lot of their number are still recovering after what happened. But their strongest members are still capable. However, as he says, Asgard as a whole can't muster a proper offense at this point, and it will take a long time for them to recover. The Fomorians, the Yaogwai, the Azura and Rakshasa, and the giants. He held up his fingers, listing them off. Well, suffice to say, most of our tenuous allies are all ready and waiting for the promised time. He also didn't mention all the smaller factions. Various magician organizations, smaller racial factions like the Centaurs, etc., etc. The thing you wanted us to look for too, we found it. Hanbai crossed his arms. I had to scour the devil's place, but I found it. I raised an eyebrow because I didn't know what they were talking about. Even Rizavim, who had been silently moping for some reason, had perked up. You found them. And Gramenu smiled eerily. Wonderful. You better be thankful, making me have to do menial labor like this. Yes, we're very thankful. Rizavim's mood noticeably improved. Where did you find them? Under the capital of you devils, far below ground, sealed away tightly. He stated. Rizavim's eyes lit up. How surprising. They were so close all this time. My father unfortunately didn't have the courage to use them, and they frightened him enough to seal them away even as they lost the war. Something under the devil's capital? I questioned. What could possibly be sealed there that has you all so excited? An interesting set of weapons that the original Lucifer thought too uncontrollable and left buried. The evil god responded. Though, getting them will be a problem. I'm not thrilled about the idea of an angry Satan chasing me down right now. Isn't his sister doing one of their games in a few days? He and the others should be preoccupied with that, making it the perfect opportunity. I offered. His eyes lit up. Is that so? I thought it would be fun to watch, but I suppose work takes precedence. Line break. Wilhelm POV. Was this your master plan then? Shush. I'm awed by the infamous thief, Roman Torchwick. I'm trying to work here. Truly, the most fearsome thief in the entire world. I watched as he was using a card to slide through the crack of the door. With a grunt, he managed to click it open, looking very proud of himself. I don't know what I expected. The last time, well, they had a plan and everything. Sure, it went balls up at the end, but that was hardly their fault, shit just happens sometimes. But they had a plan, and they had a plan to get away safely too. Then, Roman hypes up this place, an underground vault. And now, we quite literally just snuck in through one of the employee doors with the oldest trick in the book. He used a credit card to shimmy the door open. After walking in the front door. Maybe he is the greatest thief on Remnant, because I feel robbed. Is this what you normally do, Neo? After this is done, are you going to steal someone's purse? Maybe pry open an ATM while you're at it. I looked at her. She looked thoughtful and potentially excited at the prospect. I resisted the urge to sigh. So, what about the things you said? The security measures? Because Neo's illusions can't hide us forever. I asked, being a bit more serious. Roman looked at me and flicked up the brim of his hat. Who do you think I am? He led us down the hall and found an inconspicuous door, except it has a significantly more competent lock mechanism on it. As in, a properly reinforced door with various levels of security on it. Should I just use my abilities to break through it? Fingerprint scanner, iris scanner. Roman sked. Want me to handle it? I asked. Roman looked at me and actually scoffed, like he was offended. Your semblance is bullshit, but I didn't get this far in life relying on bullshit. I looked at him and then gestured to Neo. Touché. He acknowledged. But Neo's my partner, so it doesn't count. He reached into his pocket and took out a folded pouch. Let's see. He had a little cylinder of some type of dusty material that he carefully tapped out onto the fingerprint scanner before blowing on it, leaving a faint impression of a fingerprint. I raised an eyebrow as Roman shot me a smug look. It's the oil from the fingers, it leaves just ever so slightly an indentation over time on these things. He pressed his thumb to it, and the combination of it had the door beep, accepting it. The iris scanner then lit up. Neo, you're up. He stepped to the side for her. Her illusion changed, and she then looked like the woman from before that sat behind the counter when we first entered, and the illusion lowered its eye in front of the scanner. It beeped, and the door audibly unlocked. So you didn't take me in the front entrance purely to make a joke. I clicked my tongue, realizing that Neo needed to see one of the staff up close to be able to get a proper illusion made of the iris. Kid, I'm a professional. Roman responded. But that was at least 70% of the reason. Neo patted my arm as if to console me. Roman pulled the door open, and it was all the technical equipment. Servers, monitors, and hundreds of different cables running every which way. This feels like a significant oversight if you can simply enter this room to turn off the various security measures for down below. Could I be annoyed as an outsider about this? Or the fact that I'm making use of it? The first rule of being a thief is people are stupid. The quicker you learn that, the quicker you can figure out how to exploit it. Roman fiddled with a few things. Here we go, turning off the cameras for down below, that should be enough. True, that's honestly all that was needed with Neo's semblance. Come on, let's head down to the lower level, there's an elevator not far away. Line break. As easy as this had been, it was also sort of a letdown. Yeah, I was fulfilling the purpose of coming here to begin with. And that was most certainly the most important thing. But also, maybe a small part of me wanted to get into a little bit of trouble again. I felt like I had grown up a lot since the first mess. But maybe just something small. I think that growing up means looking back and missing when you could simply throw caution to the wind and do what you wanted. Frankly, if I wanted, I could have just infiltrated this place by myself with my own abilities. But part of it was also wanting to spend some time with Roman and Neo. Though, I didn't actually know where the things were, so I would have been going around blind. Hold the door, please. A voice called out as the elevator door was about to close, and a hand quickly caught it, pushing it back open. We all stiffened when we took notice of who it was. Ah, that was close. Headmaster Ashbin stepped into the elevator. Don't mind me, I'm just going down to the archives. He pressed a button on the panel, making the doors close. All three of us were silent. Neo was doubly silent. Thankfully, she kept the illusion up this entire time. Behind his back, Roman and I were shooting each other concerned looks. Neo was waving her hands around frantically. It was only a single floor downwards, but it felt like one of the longest elevator rides of my life. Lovely day today, isn't it? Ashbin said cheerfully, turning around to look at us with a polite smile. Everyone had already moved back to acting natural as he turned. Yes, it's very lovely. Roman was forced out. Ashbin nodded and turned back around as Roman let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the elevator dinged, and it opened as Ashbin stepped out, cane in hand, and casually went about his way down the long hallway as all three of us awkwardly stood there. Damn, that was close. Roman fixed his hat. I thought for sure we were busted. I nodded. We should hurry. Roman clicked his tongue. All right, I remember where it is, follow me. Thankfully we went in the opposite direction of Ashbin. There were many rooms with large glass windows we could peek inside. There were artifacts of all kinds. Old paintings lined many walls, as did statues and ancient weapons that were covered in rust. It almost felt like a museum, which, I suppose, it was in a way. At the furthest ends there was an unassuming room, a lot less grand. It was filled with file cabinets and lots of folders on various tables set about. Remnant was pretty advanced in certain aspects, like data storage. So it was a little surprising to see something like this in this kind of era. I suppose it's just something they keep as a contingency. At the expense of hurting your professional pride, how about I open this one? I looked at the door, and it was a lot more sturdy. Roman pursed his lips. For the record, I could get in. I rolled my eyes. And how long would it take? Don't mind the details. Considering the headmaster of Beacon is walking around at the moment, go ahead and do your thing, Watermelon. I ignored him and put my hand on the lock, casting structural grasp on it. For different locking mechanisms that required two different codes, a key, and something else I didn't bother to figure out. The simplest method was just to destroy the actual bolts by shattering them with an overload of magical energy. With a few grinding sounds, the metal bolts in the door broke, and I casually pulled the door open. I don't know if I should be proud or annoyed that my son is a filthy cheater. Roman said as he went inside. Roman and Neo immediately went to it. I decided to take a look around since I didn't want to get in their way. I opened a random drawer and looked through it. There was one blueprint in there that looked rather old. Out of curiosity, I unfurled it and saw that it seemed to be some kind of mecha-shift gun that would also turn into a sword. With a shrug, I looked through another and found a folder holding designs for some kind of car. This one looked significantly more frayed around the edges, showing its age. I think this is one of the first models of cars they developed that uses dust as a propulsion system instead. It looked similar to a combustion engine, except with dust instead of gasoline. Aha. Found them, kiddo. Roman declared triumphantly, holding some files up in the air. Oh. What did you find? We all paused and looked towards the source. Ashbin was standing at the door, casually leaning on his cane. His personal time was distorted, which is why I didn't notice him until he made his presence known. I could see it reaffirming itself into the normal timeline around the edges. Magic. No, I didn't sense any magical energy. Semblance. It was a rather rough method from the looks of it, but I suppose it doesn't matter in the end. Slowly, I backed up and knelt down behind one of the tables out of sight. Like a ninja. Completely disappeared from sight. Mr. Schweinorg, I can see the top of your head. Ashbin called out. I have no idea who you're talking about. Apologies, should I call you Watermelon Torchwick? God damn it, Roman. How'd you know it was me? I peeked over the top of the table. Don't admit it. Roman facepalmed. I'm well aware that it's also you, Mr. Torchwick, and Miss Neapolitan. He calmly replied despite the awkwardness of this meeting. I had a chat with the wonderful woman at the front desk, you see. I looked at Roman, and he looked away. The illusions around us shattered. Fancy meeting you here, headmaster. I played it casual, standing back up and leaning on the table. Quite, he deadpanned. And why, may I ask, are you and your friends here, Mr. Schweinorg? I should emphasize that this place is off-limits to the general populace. Why are you here? I shot back at him, raising an eyebrow. Because I'm on the board of history conservation and have the authority to come and go from the archives as I please. And as Beacon is hosting the Vital Festival, which is supposed to celebrate the culture and history of the hosting kingdom, I had come here to decide which historical artifacts would be on display for our visitors this year. That's a very good reason. I admitted. Thank you. He smiled politely. Would you believe me if I said that Neo here is also a member of your history thingy? I would be stretching the limits of my faith to accept that assertion, Mr. Schweinorg. For one, the board is relatively small, and I've known all the members for years. And I have, likewise, never seen Miss Neapolitan at the meetings before. Oh, I see how it is. Because she's short and mute, that means she's gone beyond your notice. I put my hands on my hips. Is that how the headmaster of Beacon is supposed to behave? Shame. Neo, to her credit, actually began to cry, full on, not an illusion. I was impressed with how quickly she could do that on a whim. I'm appalled by your behavior. Roman huffed, tucking the folder under his arm. I will not stand to have my associate further undignified by your words. Good day, sir. Roman tried to march with Neo out the door, but Ashbin raised his cane to block them. Did you think that would work? He gave a very dry look. I was hoping. I admitted it again. You'd be surprised how often bullshit like that works. Roman agreed. Documents. Ashbin held out his hand. Roman hesitantly handed them over to Ashbin, who opened the folder and silently read the contents. The patents on scrolls. Yes. Mr. Schweinorg, are you telling me that you broke into the archives, disregarded all of the, frankly, priceless historical artifacts and literal gold and jewels, to steal these documents? Yes. Ashbin let out a long sigh, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Mr. Torchwick, Miss Neapolitan, please vacate the premises. If I see you committing a crime again, I will be arresting you. Oi, what about my son? Roman held up his cane. Mr. Schweinorg will be joining you shortly. I simply wish to have words with him, Ashbin stated. Roman shot him a look, then at me, and nodded. Come along, Neo. Little Watermelon here is going to get a scolding. The two of them quickly skedaddled. You know, the fact that he actually stopped and was concerned about me, well, I guess that's why I think of them as friends. Mr. Schweinorg, he punctuated. Why are you stealing this? He waved the folder. Ah, it's a long story. I scratched the back of my head. It's for back home. I didn't actually plan on doing anything bad with it. It's highly unlikely you could do anything bad with it, as you say. Other than being some proprietary and sensitive information from a business perspective, it's utterly worthless to the vast majority of people. I had plans of setting up a CCTS back home, and knowing how Scroll's interfaces with it would have been beneficial, I admitted. Ashbin raised an eyebrow. That's it. I nodded. You are aware that you could have simply asked me, yes. Really? Mr. Schweinorg, General Ironwood would probably hand over one of his ships to you if it meant making sure you didn't become our enemy and a threat to the world. Really? I asked again, a bit in disbelief. He didn't seem to like me very much. James is a career military man. He would willingly cut off his arm if it meant protecting Remnant, Mr. Schweinorg. I opened my mouth a little and closed it, feeling a bit of respect for him. If you were trying to make me feel bad, you succeeded. Maybe I underestimated the value they see in me. He had a slight smile as he said that. Is this all you were after? I already have the CCT schematics, but I also wanted the documents and blueprints regarding the robots Atlas uses too. I don't care about the weapons portion, but for the labor aspect. Well, may as well be honest. Roman said that part would be easy, but we may as well not bother stealing it in this case. That's easy enough to arrange. I can have the information sent to your scroll within the hour. Huh. This is awkward. I owe you a favor. I took out one of my special talismans and handed it to him. If you tear that in half, I'll be alerted and come to you as fast as I can. Ashbin inspected the talisman keenly, looking very interested in it. Then I shall accept it boldly, Mr. Schweinorg. Now, please leave the archives before the actual authorities are alerted. I looked at him, took my hat out, and put it on my head before I ran out the door. Line break. A/N. Roman, I'm a professional. Also Roman, fuck, I messed up. Anyways, doing some MCU stuff and some DXD stuff, then I suppose it wouldn't hurt to do an arc of the New World a bit earlier than I teased not long ago since people were excited for it. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 685, Non-Canon Make, The Little Spider, Chapter. The drive didn't take long. As the gas station attendant said, the place they were looking for was just up the road. The big glowing sign on the roof was a rather obvious giveaway. Auntie M's Gnome Emporium. They pulled up to the front as Arachne turned the car off, and all five of them got out with a hint of caution as they surveyed the surroundings. Even at a glance, for the less experienced like Percy, they could see how thick the mists were around this place. But that only made Arachne confused because that may as well be a big neon sign saying that something sketchy was happening here. That whoever was living here didn't make the effort to use all the mist power here to hide themselves. Either they were exceedingly arrogant, or there was something wrong. Dang, that's a lot of statues. Percy whistled. Look, there's a satyr like Grover. He pointed to one of the statues near the front entrance. Percy. I don't think that's a normal statue. Annabeth said slowly, her special glasses on her eyes as she scanned everything. 'Tis an ominous feeling coming from the building. The huntress also added. Arachne walked up to one of the statues, inspecting it. She poked it a few times before frowning. She checked out several more that were all lined up. Mo. You're right, Mr. Blueberry. Arachne nodded. Your insight is the best as always. For real. Percy looked at him too. Man, that's pretty messed up. What? Annabeth looked at them. Translation for us that don't speak fish. Mo. Mr. Blueberry. Arachne squeaked. You don't know that about her. But I can see it. Did he just say something about me? Annabeth had the distinct feeling that she had been insulted. Well, you called him a fish in a mean way. Arachne huffed, crossing her arms. What did he say? Annabeth demanded, looking at Arachne and then at Percy. Percy scratched his cheek. My mom would slap me if I repeated that. Annabeth gaped. Stop thy foolishness. Zoe scowled. We must be prepared for any threat. Hate to agree, but focus please. Luke whispered, sneaking up to one of the windows and peeking inside. Arachne rolled her eyes. Ain't no one here. Zoe snapped her head. Thou dost not know this. Arachne just rolled her eyes again, even harder this time. Already swept my perception over the building, ain't feel anything important inside. Thy words are nonsense, Zoe scoffed. And if you were half the huntress you like to pretend you were, you would have seen the fresh tire tracks over there. Arachne jerked her thumb to the side of the building. You can even see where someone knocked over a statue in a hurry. Parts O, the statue are buried in the dirt cause it just happened. Zoe furrowed her brow as she looked towards what Arachne was talking about and noticed the peculiarities as well. The damp ground indicated a recent rainfall, the fresh tire tracks indicated that it was the first time someone drove through the moist dirt since the recent weather. Noting the downed statue, it shows haste considering that all the other statues were meticulously placed around the building. You got all that from just some tire tracks? Percy asked. It's a store that sells statues. No one would leave a broken statue lying around, it makes for bad business. And that's where the owner parks their car, they'd have cleaned it up anyways, cause a piece of broken statue might pop their tire. Arachne clarified. So it shows someone left in a hurry. Annabeth stared at her half-sister silently because it was far too logical and well thought out in contrast to how she normally acts. The smug and confident look on her face did help reconcile it with the girl, though. Oh, and most of the statues here were living people. Arachne threw out, and all of them stilled. The thought no doubt crossed their minds after everything, but to hear it confirmed was rather startling for them. Well, Mr. Blueberry also confirmed it as well, but Percy and Arachne were the only ones who understood them. Likewise, Percy didn't react the same way as them after hearing it the second time. We have to save them. Annabeth was the first to respond. If they turn to stone, then that means they're still alive, right? Right. We can save them. Luke's eyes lit up. How do we undo the curse? Petrification. Zoe was silent because she knew the truth. Arachne was much more blunt about it. They're all dead. What? Annabeth asked once more. It started to become a trend for her to be confused every time Arachne opened her mouth. They're dead. Arachne said just as plainly. Normal people can't survive being turned to stone for too long. Maybe a couple days. Not normal people, longer, but there's still a limit, you know. She knocked on the closest statue, a man wearing armor that wouldn't look out of place some 2,000 years ago. It ain't like they're just turned into stone, inside out. If you can't guess who owns the place, then you know who is responsible. Is it Medusa? Percy asked. I remember my mom reading me some Greek books when I was younger, and she was pretty famous. Yeah, it was Medusa. Arachne nodded. Don't say her name. Zoe hissed. Doth thou know nothing? Medusa, 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 Medusa. Arachne put her hands on her hips, repeating it over and over in a petty way. Zoe fumed. Thou art putting all of us in danger. Oh no, the monster we're chasing might hear us and come after us. Arachne said sarcastically. Stop being an idiot. Don't call me an idiot. Zoe stomped her foot. As quest leader, I proclaim you a idiot. That's not a thing. As quest leader, I proclaim it a thing. Why, you petulant child. Zoe was infuriated into silence. She had never dealt with a child so utterly uncaring and arrogant. Arachne just flipped her hair back proudly. She didn't care to be nice towards the stupid girl. Arachne walked towards the door to the building. Well, all dead, except one. She stopped in front of an inconspicuous garden gnome. Considering the store was called the Gnome Emporium, no one would have given it a second look. Especially since not all of the statues in the place were made from living beings. Many of them were actually just mundane statues. Oi, wake up, or I'm gonna punt you across the road. She nudged the little gnome statue with her foot. It didn't respond. She reeled her foot back, and her magical energy wrapped around her in a very obvious manner. Suddenly, the gnome statue shook, and it quickly came to life. I'm awake, don't kick me, you demon girl. The gnome quickly cried out. Is it another leprechaun? Percy was quick to inspect. A leprechaun. I'm a gnome, you daft lad. The gnome said indignantly. Sorry, he's Greek. Arachne apologized on his behalf. The gnome harumphed, but seemingly took that as an excuse, much to everyone's chagrin. By my beautiful beard, all ye are Greeks. Why is everyone so weird about us being Greek? Annabeth couldn't help but ask in annoyance. Everyone hates the Greeks. Arachne responded with a deadpan. 'Tis not true. Zoe crossed her arms. No, it's pretty accurate. The gnome backed her up. No one like you Greeks. Zoe's mouth hung open, having it thrown in her face again. She wanted to argue, but gradually, over the time she's met Arachne, her worldview had been gradually broken down, and she genuinely didn't know if they were telling the truth. What's the difference between a leprechaun and a gnome? Luke asked, taking it in stride. Leprechauns like to hoard gold and are stingy and greedy. Gnomes be working for honest coin. The gnome said proudly. Arachne nodded. You can trust a gnome to do a job they are paid to do, but if you don't pay, you're gonna have a bad time. The gnome perked up at her praise. Neat. Percy added. Arachne poked the gnome. You be sleepin' here, you know the owner of the place? The snake lady. Yeah. Know her, lass. It's a good place to hide when old Grubble heroes a bit too much gold to the wrong people. Arachne took out the gold coin she got from the leprechaun. Tell me what you know and it's yours. He snatched it from her hand, bit into it, and nodded. A right, you got a deal, what ya want to know, demon girl? She left in a hurry, yeah. The gnome nodded. She ran out of here like her daddy, bout to give her the spanking of a lifetime. Do you know why? Felt something scary and I went in hiding. Felt like lightning, really scary, didn't check. Heard her on one of those human talky things, talking to someone far away. Said she was going to another garden out west. The insinuation there was very clear, they didn't need to be explicitly told what the lightning was referring to there. Arachne furrowed her brow. Garden out west. Percy shrugged. Don't ask me, I know less than you do. Garden out west, that could mean many things. Annabeth put a hand on her chin. I could try making a sacrifice and asking one of our parents. Luke offered. But, where would Medusa of all people go if she had the thing? Zoe's eyes widened as if she had a realization. No. Line break. Far off on the other side of the country in San Francisco, there was a garden. It was renowned the world over, spoken of in myths and legends. It was home to the infamous golden apples of immortality, the personal property of Hera, the queen of gods. It was also known as the Garden of the Hesperides, named after the Hesperides, the nature nymphs that tended to the garden and looked after the tree on behalf of the goddess. Not only the nymphs, but there was also the famous 100-headed dragon that guarded the tree. Legend said that no one ever managed to beat it, that even the legendary Hercules didn't even dare to try and fight it. There was also one last legendary and mythological significance to the garden. It was also the place where Atlas, the titan of strength and endurance, held up the sky for eternity. The Hesperides were known for their singing and dancing. They would often force any intruders to sing and dance until they died as punishment for trespassing. Unless, of course, they took a fancy to a man that entered uninvited. But they still disallowed anyone to steal from the garden. Yet, at this moment, there was no singing or dancing to be had. If anything, it was eerily quiet. If one entered the garden, they would see stone statues that looked very similar to the Hesperides. Ladin still stood protectively around the apple tree, uncaring about what happened anywhere else as it closed its eyes. But the disturbance didn't end with this Hesperides. "So, your name is Medusa." A gruff and strong voice spoke softly, yet it reverberated through the surroundings. Atlas stood there, specifically no longer holding the sky up. He rotated his arm before stretching various parts of his body. "Why yes." A woman in sunglasses and a turban wrapped around her head nodded timidly. "I think I've heard your name before. Something about turning people to stone after being cursed." The Titan mused. "For your sake, I hope my daughters are okay." I can undo it," she quickly said. They left me no choice." Atlas studied her for a moment before nodding. "Well, they wouldn't let just anyone inside the garden, so I can't fault you. As long as they're fine." Medusa let out a sigh of relief. "I'm confused though, how?" He gestured to himself and her. "I believe the mortal saying is, not to look a gift horse in the mouth. But I certainly didn't expect to suddenly get freed from my punishment. I asked an acquaintance for help after someone dumped those on me, and they said to quickly run here, that you would know what to do." Medusa explained, still all but cowering in front of the presence of the Titan. She left out the parts where Atlas was the only Titan she knew where to find, relatively speaking. And she knew if she tried to find someone to help her find another Titan, they would definitely take the items from her and try to steal her credit. Thus, she took the risk to find the only publicly known Titan, and it ended up paying off. Atlas tilted his head back and forth. "Well, I can't say I'm upset. You did good, I'll make sure you're properly rewarded." He grinned. "You have my nephew's distinct aura all over you. Did you use that helmet of his?" "Yes, Lord Atlas." Medusa nodded. "I was running here as soon as I could, but I was scared, so I thought I could hide by using that helmet. When I put it on, I realized that I could travel through the earth much faster than driving." Atlas nodded. "I remember that little trinket well." He grinned before straightening his back. "Oh, that feels good after so many centuries. Do you want me to go remove the petrification on the Hesperides now, Lord Atlas?" Medusa asked, not daring to presume anything in front of the legendary Titan. Atlas waved it off. "They should be fine for a while, leave them for now. I love my daughters, but my trust is in short supply at the moment. I need about a week to recover my full strength. It's best to keep everything quiet for the moment, don't you think?" "Of course. Whatever you say." She understood his implication and knew she wasn't going anywhere for the time being. Who knew that my nephew's annoying weapons would help free me? I believe this is what they call irony. He chuckled. Behind him, the sky hadn't fallen, because if you looked closely, it was being held up by two divine armaments. Zeus's lightning bolt and Hades' helm of darkness. After I recover, then I can call to my siblings, and the real fun begins. Line break. A/N. Ares, I have a brilliant plan. Also Ares, fuck. Yeah, things may have escalated just a tad as the train derailed. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 686, Chapter. It's always nice coming back home after being away for a bit. Unfortunately, I was only here for a moment just to grab some things. Stepping into the library, everything was right where it should be, not a single speck of dust to be seen. Understandably, because this place basically belonged to someone else. I held my arms open, and Jin threw herself into them with a big smile. I don't think I'll ever get tired of how cool she feels to the touch. It was a pleasant difference compared to everyone else. It wasn't an offensive difference at all, but her body was just noticeably a tad cooler to the touch than everyone else's due to her nature. And she made the best hugging pillow during the summer. Look at you, when was the last time you slept? Your hair is a mess too. I gave her a once-over. You better be taking care of yourself. She looked up at me, her nose scrunched, before sticking her tongue out. You're one to talk. Besides, I don't need to sleep, I'm not tired. I rolled my eyes and guided her to one of the couches in the library before holding my hand out. Brush. She took out her favorite brush and plopped it in my hand as she nestled onto the cushion next to me, back facing. Are you busy with anything right now? I began to gently brush her hair. I don't really know how it started, but I was doing it with Yusaka, and then it sort of just cascaded to everyone. They all seemed to like it when I brushed their hair sometimes. I was just making sure the house was all charged up. She relaxed, and I could all but feel the contentment radiate off her. And organizing some new stuff I got. It's easy to forget that she's actually the core of the house, so to speak. Her existence is what charges it and all its defenses and ties everything together. Well, it's not like it really matters. The house remains charged for long periods since it's never had to deploy its defenses yet. And hopefully, it won't have to in the future, but it's good to always be prepared. Though I suppose the specific should be noted that it's tied to her lamp, albeit it's a specification that makes no difference in this case. Regardless. I kissed her cheek. Want to come with me then? I continued to brush her hair. I wanted help setting the house down in a new place. And I was going to ask Salem if she wanted a quick way to come over now. I think it's at the point where she would be more comfortable with it. And she technically has a job now, which connects it all together. Having Salem have a quick hop over from her castle, well, it sort of felt like asking her to move in with me. I didn't want to rush anything like that. Salem had her own hang-ups, and I wanted to be careful and patient with them just as I was with everyone else. Sure. She said happily. Actually, I had been playing around with something. I have it in a drawer at my desk. It's a doorknob that basically does what you did at Grandpa's home, and connects a door to the front door here. Though, I could only do everything up to you needing to use your own magic. The calculations should all be prepared. Smart girl. I playfully pulled her cheek. I visited the Vale Royal Library while I was in Remnant. I could see the corners of her eyes widen. You did. I love that library. It's my favorite in all of Remnant. I'll go with you next time to see it in person. She practically vibrated on the spot. Do you think Ojben would help me get a job as a librarian there? I could help so much with cataloging everything. Oh, and there are so many little things that annoyed me that I can fix. Do you feel ready to go back to Remnant? I asked her. She suddenly went quiet before letting out a hum. I was scared for a while. I visited Salem a few times. I stopped brushing her hair and instead wrapped my arms around her. You know I will never abandon you, right? You're mine, now and forever. Not even your brother gods can change that. She relaxed a little bit, giving me a warm smile as she turned her head. I know. You would beat them up, right? Of course. I puffed up my chest. You know they're my parents, right? She said with a little amused twinkle in her eye. You're going to beat up my parents? What's a little fist throwing between family? I chuckled. I was just being facetious. Honestly, I don't care what they think anymore. They didn't care about me one bit when they made me. She pouted cutely. But I'd love for you to meet my brother. The relic of creation, Ambrosius. He's the only one out of the other three like me, as you know. Having a spirit and all that. You mentioned him before. I went back to brushing her hair. You said he's being used to keep Atlas City suspended in the air? She nodded. Yup. Ojben and his team were smart about that. Ambrosius also likes when people use him creatively, so he gave them a little help there. Don't tell anyone, but he cheats a tiny bit if they use him to do interesting things. Do you think he'd like to leave too? Jin thought about it for only a brief moment before shaking her head. Even if he's a cheater and stretches the rules, he's too boring to want to do that. I don't think he really cares about our creators, but he still treats his job as his duty. Well, if that's his choice, then so be it. At the very least, we can go see him and visit whenever you want. I'm on decent terms with Ojben and his cohort at this point. So I doubt they would raise an objection. Though, they didn't know about Jin. That's going to be awkward. Awkwarder. Hey Ojben, you know how I'm banging your ex-wife? Well, I'm also banging the spirit of knowledge that you kept locked away that I may or may not have stolen. I told Pyrrha I would get everyone to come cheer her on for the Vital Festival. Jin turned around mid-brush with the biggest smile on her face. The Vital Festival. Yes. I want to go see it too. She threw her arms around me excitedly. It'll be great, I can show everyone my home. I'm sure everyone will love it. It should be a fun little vacation for everyone too. Not all of them had even been to Remnant before. Come on, let's go bother Salem. She all but shot to her feet. What all do you need to bring? Line break. Salem's castle was Salem's castle. I would be surprised if there were any changes over the course of a century, let alone days, weeks, or months. Still, I walked in like I owned the place. There wasn't really anyone to stop me. I knew that a few people were living here, mostly Salem subordinates. But at this point, I'm fairly sure they knew who I was and my relationship with Salem. I think they mostly stayed out of my way on purpose. I know Salem can be intense, so they may be intimidated by association and not want to accidentally do something that may make me angry. At least, according to the logic from their minds, if they did something to anger me, it may be even worse than if they angered Salem. Or one of the many other infinite reasons, who knows? Jin all but skipped down the hall, seeing as we just popped right into the middle of her castle. She should be aware we're here by now, considering Squidward came floating over. Jin patted its squishy head like a drum, but the Grim didn't seem to mind or even notice. It simply turned around as if leading us, and it was towards Salem's room. Salem, Jin knocked, calling out to her before the door opened and she stood at the threshold. She shot a look at Jin and then at me with a strange expression on her face. Well, it was her normal vacant look, the one that came from years of not outwardly expressing emotion. But there was something just ever so slightly off. Salem's room. Jin ran inside and jumped onto Salem's bed with a belly flop. Salem looked like she wanted to sigh at Jin's antics, but she willingly put up with them. To what do I owe the sudden intrusion? She drawled, looking at Jin sprawled out on her bed. We were going over to see Carlson and set the house up over there. I took Salem's hand, looking at her. But before all that, what's wrong? Salem frowned. Nothing is wrong. Jin looked up curiously, furrowing her brow. Jin was good at most things, but when it came to reading people, I think I was still better than her despite the wide breadth of knowledge crammed in her head. Is it about the thing you talked about before? I asked. From after the train? I don't want to talk about it right now. She pulled her hand away. That's fine. But I'm always here when you're ready. Despite her attitude, I knew she wasn't intentionally being distant out of malice. Salem crossed her arms, but her expression shifted. I think she genuinely appreciated me not pushing her on it. I could use a distraction as well. I can do a distraction. Jin perked up. How about sex? Salem's pale face flushed a little as she quickly got flustered, probably by the combination of surprise and sheer bluntness. Is your mind filled with nothing but lewd thoughts? She grabbed something off her dress and threw it at Jin. Jin giggled, dodging it as she rolled off the bed. Let's see what Salem has in here. Jin opened up the top drawer of her dresser. Oh, this is new. She held up a very tiny thong. Salem's eyes widened, and her already faint flush grew redder. Get out of my undergarments. This is definitely new because I don't remember you having something this small. I don't know if it would even fit around your fat ass. She stretched it with her fingers. Salem let out a rather indignant cry, clearly not used to being so openly teased like this. Jin just stared at her with a mischievous expression, then put it around her legs and pulled it up under her dress. That's a snug fit. She playfully smacked her own butt. But it's keeping my lamp from falling out. Why you? Salem raised her finger, pointing at her, seemingly having trouble finding the right words before turning to me. This is your fault. You corrupted her into some deviant. I did, didn't I? Don't be proud about it. She poked my chest with a huff before turning back to Jin. And give me my panties back. You can take them back if you want. Jin held her arms open. Salem scowled with another huff before turning away. Credit where it was due. Jin definitely helped distract Salem from her previous melancholy. Though, it was quickly replaced by indignation and exasperation. I kissed her cheek, which seemed to placate her slightly. Jin does so love to annoy Salem. Line break. I opened a portal where Salem told me, and we stepped out into a decently large office. But it seemed empty. Or unlived in, as it were. Is this your office, Salem? I asked curiously. Salem just let out a short grunt. They seemed insistent on giving me one when I said I would appear and disappear periodically. As they said, it would be appreciated if I did so within my office rather than out in the open. Makes sense. Well, I was going to get her up on her desk with her dress off at some point, that was for sure. Salem went behind her desk, taking her seat. She looked at her phone set up for a few moments before slowly pressing a button on it. Quickly it rang, and a familiar voice picked up. Miss Salem. I assume you have returned. That is correct, Salem said plainly. With company. Hey Carlson. I greeted him too. Mr. Schweinorg, he returned. I'm in the building, I'll head on over. The call ended just as quickly. This is weird, seeing Salem with a job and a desk. Jin looked around, poking at things, empty drawers, and empty storage space. I do not have a job. Salem scowled. I offer my expertise out of pity. Truthfully, I think she likes that they come seeking her expertise and it gives her a sense of pride. She doesn't really get to use her magical prowess back on Remnant beyond her little corner of the world. Here. They seek her out, need her help, and let her show off her years and years of study and research. It didn't take long for someone to come over, a polite knock on the door before it opened. Good evening. Agent Coulson greeted us. He looked around, then his eyes landed on Jin. And someone I don't recognize. Jin shot to her feet, her mischievousness seemed to disappear as she looked much more kept and polite. You must be Agent Coulson. Wilhelm mentioned you. I'm sorry for dropping in without announcing myself. I'm Jin, goddess of magic, knowledge, and the homestead. She held her hand out. He blinked once before taking her hand. Agent Phil Coulson, welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. He took it in stride, though, admittedly, Jin did seem amused by his lack of reaction at her status. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Jin. He returned the polite tone. I apologize, I wasn't expecting you, or I would have prepared better accommodations. Oh, it's all right, I'm not one for all that sort of nonsense. I haven't even been a goddess very long, so I don't have all that built-up arrogance. She giggled, waving it off. Besides, I dropped in rudely. Sorry for not telling you beforehand. I didn't realize I was coming with Salem right into an office in the middle of your headquarters. I said as well. Salem seemed unfazed and uncaring, but I understood that it might grind a bit on their secret agency sensibilities. Let's just chalk it up to miscommunication. Coulson smiled. We hadn't even had the new magical division up and running yet, so we have not yet established protocols. However, I'm glad you've arrived. We found a good place to set up for the new subdivision. An old manor in the upstate. That was for both Salem and myself, especially if she were going to be working out from it from now on when she felt like it. It's currently being refurbished, but it should be prepared soon. He added. I nodded. We'll happily take a look at it and see if we can't do anything to help. If it's going to be a magic division under your organization, it's going to need various magical defenses. A manor, huh? I'm sure Salem will appreciate that kind of setup more than random government building number 75587 or whatever they would have normally done in a more mundane situation. I clapped my hands. So, it's not just a social call that I dropped in for, I have a few things I need to talk about if you don't mind. I have free time. He said casually. First, well, I suppose I should ask for proper government ID. Did you finish that cup? I'll have it sent over in a few minutes. Easy. Second, I paused to consider how to word this. I need a spot to, set my house down. He raised an eyebrow. Your choice of words is specific. I presume you don't mean to buy a house or have one built. Quite literally set a house down in an empty space. It's superimposed in various places, existing at different points simultaneously. I gave a very brief description of how it existed. It'll make it easier for you to reach me too. Coulson seemed utterly unfazed. An easy enough request. I'm sure they would also appreciate being able to keep track of me easier. Having an actual location to designate my home would be enough of a benefit that they wouldn't even ask me to pay any money. Jin here is going to help me with the logistics of that. I gestured to her as she gave a little wave. I appreciate you keeping me in the loop. Coulson replied. Is there anything else? I also have something I would like your expertise with. Yes, but tell me what you need first. I leaned against the desk. Considering how much I'm taking advantage of you, I'd be more than happy to help with anything. Far be it for me to keep throwing things onto his lap without offering to help him with anything he needs. I'm in no rush, I can bring up the other stuff after I lend him a hand. Salem also looked on curiously. She was here to get her mind off other things, so anything that needs her assistance, she would probably welcome right about now. We, of course, have a few more recruits that we would like both your assessments on. But other than that, we've run into a situation. Weird or dangerous? I asked. The first, possibly the second. He replied. While we were trying to recruit a gentleman, or at least make him an offer, I believe one of our men got possessed. Possessed, I repeat. By what exactly? Off the top of my head, I can think of 10 different things that can technically possess someone. We think a demon. Coulson didn't sound too sure. So, you can understand my coming to you in particular for assistance. Right. He wasn't oblivious to the fact that Thor kept calling me a demon all that time. And basically, everything that followed. I suppose I would technically be uniquely qualified here. Which is probably why he's directing it towards me rather than the staff, which would be Salem. I'm intrigued, I admitted. I would be happy to help as well. I've never dealt with a possession before. Line break. A/N. Stepping over to MCU for a bit before returning to DXD for raiding game and a couple other things, then we'll do the new world. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 687, Chapter. I really don't ride in cars often. Well, technically, I'm inside a van, but all the same. When you can move faster than airplanes and casually teleport across the world, the necessity for a vehicle drops significantly. And apparently that old cliché where the government uses fake vans like a plumber's or an electrician's is true. This one in particular was for a roofing service. It even had a ladder and various odds and ends on the outside to look the part. The inside was surprisingly cozy, though. Salem, Jin, Carlson, and I fit into the back comfortably even with all the electronics and surveillance equipment without issue. Not surprising considering that they probably need to have people camped out inside for days at a time when watching places. The car ride didn't take long before we came to a stop. Nor did Carlson tell us to extend the whole secrecy aspect as we hopped out of the car. I looked around to see the building we were parked out in front of. It was a warehouse with the view blocked at almost every angle. A black site, he called it. Just as Carlson stepped out, another agent was walking over, folder in hand, handing it over to him, and then he handed it to me. I flipped it open to see the information. Anthony Johnson, age 32. I blinked for a moment. Shouldn't this be secret information? Carlson adjusted a belt he put on around his waist, complete with a gun holster and other things. You're working with us, it's all the same at this point. If there's something you need to know, it's blacked out. Couldn't argue with that. Military career, picked up by SHIELD at the end of an Afghanistan tour. Completed training in good time. Near spotless record as an agent, only a few failed missions. I continued to flip through things. Anything important I should know? I didn't know what you would need, so I brought his file just in case. I'm in the dark here, this is your area of expertise. True. Better safe than sorry. I pointed to one of the agents holding a rifle. Can I borrow that? The agent looked at Carlson, then Carlson gave him a nod, and he lifted the sling of it over his head and handed me his gun. I checked the chamber, then I dropped the cartridge and started to take out the bullets, picking one up and eyeing it. I took out a dust round and compared them. Jin, what do you think? Jin peeked over my shoulder. It's the same size bullet, but the stopping power is different. It may cause damage to the gun over prolonged use. Goddess of knowledge is very handy. She's not just knowledgeable about magical things. She literally has the cumulative knowledge of Remnant in her head, that includes science and technology. I originally had the idea to have her help with Yasaka's present, but she didn't have the same breadth of knowledge of Earth stuff. And the biggest thing was tweaking the technology to make it usable without dust. Regardless, I took out more bullets and filled up the cartridge and handed it back to the agent. Magic bullets. It's more complicated than that, but you can just consider that what they are for now. I set down a bucket and filled it with more of the same type of bullet, considering they were all using the same type of gun. Feel free to make use of them. I gestured openly. They might have a little bit more of a kick, but other than that, they're basically the same. Was this necessary? No. But I was also trying to show off a little bit for Carlson, considering I wanted to trade. I already knew that the bullets were generally the same size. They just weren't labeled the same, considering they came from different worlds. It was already convenient enough with how much overlap there was, I wasn't going to complain that I had to do a manual comparison. You heard him. Everyone, switch out your ammo and be ready in 10. Carlson hollered out, and they all moved. About a dozen agents when all was said and done. One more person came walking over. I wouldn't have given it a second glance, except he was wearing much different gear. That, and he had a bow and a quiver of arrows on his back. Carlson, he greeted. Clint. He nodded back. How's the situation? Same as before. He tilted his head, then looked at me. And are these our experts? Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. I held my hand out. Clint, codename Hawkeye. He grabbed it. You are a magic man. I dabble. I pointed to his quiver and bow. Are you a good shot? I'm all right. He said the same casual response that I did. I found myself smiling. This wonderful woman is Jin. I playfully pulled Jin to my side. Hello. She waved. Hello to you too, Miss Blue Lady. He said jokingly. And this is Salem. I gestured to Salem, who was, of course, a bit more standoffish. She probably didn't care to be here other than out of mild curiosity. I could tell that she too was curious about the supposed possession. She had Grimm, who could do possession, so maybe that was where the curiosity stemmed from. Salem glanced his way and didn't verbally acknowledge him, but Clint gave her a silent nod. From the way things were, I could tell that Clint here was a much higher level than the normal agents. especially if he got away with using a bow compared to guns. That and he had a codename that meant he was important. So, any chance you got some magic arrows too? He eyed the bullets. I'm feeling a little jealous here. Ask and ye shall receive. I had a bunch left over from the yokai stuff anyways. I got ones with more stopping power. Ones that explode in an area of ice. Ones that magically burn whatever they hit. Oh, and these explode. I showed him the variety I had. He swallowed. I was joking, but I'll gladly accept. He took a few of each. Thankfully they're color-coded. Well, that was more a necessity for the yokai. The yokai are many things, but, politely, they aren't always the most intelligent. Coulson, you guys are pretty armed, huh? I turned his way. We aren't taking any chances. He said simply. The target has been secured after some effort, but this is new territory for us. Clint, could you please give Mr. Schweinorg a debrief from the beginning? You can skip the unnecessary details. Right. Clint seemingly unconsciously shifted his posture, like a superior was calling on him and he was about to respond. It spoke a lot about the military discipline they're put under. 4 days ago, we were assigned to make contact with a potential recruit for the, new branch. Drew the short end of the stick, huh? I mused because he also seemed a bit out of his depth. He let out a short sigh. Owed a favor. He shook his head. Standard meet and greet. I had Johnson with me and 2 more waiting in a car on the street. Johnson and I approached the door, no answer, but I smelled something dead. We took a chance, and I kicked the door open and found the dead body of the person we were supposed to meet. Next thing I know, Johnson walked in this weird circle on the ground, and something shot out of a nearby mirror at him. I barely caught it out of the corner of my eye. Sounds like some kind of ritual circle, then. Or maybe a spell circle meant to trap something, considering whatever it is hadn't escaped until that point. Why didn't you send any of the people from before? I asked Coulson. Wouldn't they have been a better choice? Unfortunately, we aren't quite fully set up yet. Paperwork was still going through, and we were working on contracts, and due to the unique nature of what we're dealing with, it's been a slow process. Coulson replied. Bureaucracy, thou givest and thou takest away. Let me guess, immediate aggression. I asked Agent Hawkeye. He nodded, his face looking dark. Eyes turned weird, jumped at me, tried to bite my neck. I stabbed him through the stomach with one of my arrows to put him down, then tossed him. I rubbed my chin. And after that, we tied him up onto a table because he managed to leverage himself out of a chair and almost escaped. He's much stronger and faster now. And whatever is inside of him seems to be fighting for control. Every so often, Johnson talks back and tells us what's going on. Clink elaborated a bit more. I raised an eyebrow. Johnson talks back. That's right. I shared a look with Jin, and she shared a similar expression as I did. When he gets too aggressive, we've been splashing him with holy water. That seems to hurt whatever it is and stops it from freaking out. He added. It has purifying properties, so that tracks. Holy water wasn't only anti-church evil stuff either. So that didn't quite narrow it down. I wouldn't be surprised if Clint here had all but bathed in holy water since coming into contact with the so-called possession. But even so. Want me to give you a once-over just in case? I offered. I only need to see your hand. Clint looked pensive for a moment before extending it. Without giving him a second to register, I slapped a talisman onto his skin. You're good. And keep that on you. I took out more, a large stack of talismans. Coulson, one for you too. I handed him one. What is it? He asked curiously. Evil warding talisman. In the presence of evil things, ghosts, demons, or even really nasty mystical human stuff, it'll start to burn. It won't hurt, the burning part, if it touches you. The stronger the evil thing, the faster it burns. While holding it, it should protect against things like possession or other similar effects. I gave him a brief description. It's a fairly common talisman out east, one of the first things an Onmyoji learns when getting taught. Ironically, as a devil, they don't burn in my presence. It wasn't really an objective dark creature scanner or anything like that. It really had to cross over the threshold of being something kind of nasty. But even that has a wide breadth when it comes to indication. Can it help Johnson? Coulson asked. No. I shook my head. Unfortunately, it's a preventative measure rather than a reactive one. Also, they're not omnipotent, like any tool, they can fail or be overcome. If something is strong enough, they can hide or completely ignore it. But those cases, well, you shouldn't run into many of them. In which case, you have way bigger problems than one of these talismans not working. Interacting with mundane authorities, I'm not used to overly explaining everything to people who come from a place of ignorance. Was I missing anything? Make sure everyone keeps one on them. I handed Coulson the stack. More than one won't do anything. Coulson nodded and started handing them out to his agents. They were very receptive to this, which is surprising considering how different things like this probably are from what they trained for. I mean, they were normal agents, albeit handling odd things, maybe even aliens and such. But suddenly, they're now dealing with a demon possession. Actually, I think I recognized some of them from the thing that happened with Thor. Were these the same agents that were there during the fight with the frost giants? That explains a lot of things. They were far more trusting in their mannerisms. As each one grabbed a talisman, they didn't even look perturbed or skeptical, just accepting it and moving on. Well, I think I showed off enough for now. Making a good impression here was important. Well, Salem was looking impatient, so I won't hold them up anymore. Ready when you are, Coulson. He nodded. All right everyone, we're going inside. Wait for any orders before shooting, and keep an open mind and steady finger. It may get strange before the day is over, but don't let anything you see disturb you. I glanced at Clint, who had his bow in his hand. He really was using a bow, that's neat. Respect. For a regular human, in a world of guns, to be using a bow. That had nothing but respect from me. I didn't interrupt them and followed behind. This was their mission after all. I wasn't going to be here to watch over them every time they had to interact with something like this. It was best for them to learn how to do things from their side. The inside was about what one would expect. It wasn't a wide-open warehouse, there were plenty of rooms and such. And as we went in deeper, at a slow pace as they advanced with weapons drawn, I started to notice something that almost made me chuckle. They practically littered the walls with holy symbols. Crosses were common, really common. But it wasn't just those, there were plenty of stars and crescents from their Muslim cousins. There were stars of David in various places as well. And even things that are divorced from the Abrahamic religions. I noticed Thor's symbol in a few places, and some other Asgardian gods. Hinduism, Shintoism, Buddhism, and Taoism. They really did just slap everything on the walls as a precaution, didn't they? No one can say that they aren't thorough. I suppose it's my fault. I did tell Coulson that holy symbols are good across every faith for vampires, and he seemed to take that to heart here too. Which wasn't exactly wrong either. Things demonic tended to be antithetical to divine. It wasn't the simple case of holy power-burning demons. But that they were two separate sides that were counter to one another in their state of existence. Obviously I was a bit of an anomaly in that area. But then again, the so-called rules are only rules until they're broken. We entered the main room, which was rather spacious. Except, in the middle was a table with a man tied up on it. His arms and legs pulled taut, looking uncomfortable. I looked at a sprinkler spraying a faint mist over him the entire time. I dabbed it with my finger, noting that it was holy water. Clever. We've had to get a little bit creative. Coulson said casually, gesturing to his agents as they all took up positions around the edges of the rooms, with their weapons ready. You could try getting a few fire trucks and getting some tanks filled with holy water on them for future operations. Finding a group of vampires and hitting them with the pressure of a fire hose with holy water would be debilitating for them. I mused out loud. An interesting thought. He smiled lightly. The floor is yours, Mr. Schweinorg, Miss Salem, and Miss Jin. Coulson gestured to us. The three of us stood over him. He was unconscious. Around his face, his skin was charred and cracked. Around his hands, the same thing, looking rather demonic, jokes aside. Oh. Jin looked at him curiously. Salem nodded. Right. I followed along. That's. Yup, I agreed. It's fairly obvious. Salem added. We were in agreement. I poked the man's face, the demonic parts of it, out of curiosity before taking a picture for later reference. The man stirred, and I gestured to Jin, who turned off the holy water mist. He opened his eyes, and they were discolored. Like a mix between orange and red, very unnerving. I glanced at Coulson, who was holding his talisman, and the corner of it was burning, showing that it was detecting the evil present here. Salem, do you want to wake him up? I asked. With pleasure. She smiled for the first time since coming here. A little bit of magic gathered at her fingertip, and she pressed it against his forehead. The man jolted under his restraints. Who are you? Mr. Johnson, calm down. Coulson spoke up. They're experts we brought in to help. Coulson. He breathed out. Experts. You guys can help. He turned to us. Please, I can't hold on for much longer. It keeps trying to pull me back down, and it feels like it's getting harder and harder to get control back again. He pleaded. I walked around the other side of the table between him and Coulson. I made a few gestures with my hand behind my back, then turned around and gave Coulson a wink as the possessed man's attention was drawn to Salem as if to inspect her, then turned to Jin. It was ever so brief, but his eyes lingered on Jin and showed a hint of concern. "So, Johnson, was it?" I clapped my hands. His attention snapped to me. Yes, sir." "Right." I nodded. "So, here's the deal. Unfortunately, it's too late. Sorry to say, but I hope you have your will written." What? "You're giving the ultimate sacrifice, soldier." I pat his arm. "You know the drill, take the enemy down with you, and tell your family you love them. Heroic death, and you're remembered in the hearts of your friends and family forever. And every year, they visit your grave, putting fresh flowers on it. They'll get a big reward from S.H.I.E.L.D., I think." "Coulson. What's the policy on heroic sacrifices for the greater good? All our agents have good life insurance for their next of kin or spouses." Coulson spoke up. "Don't worry, John, they'll be well taken care of. I'll personally make sure that your children also have their colleges paid for and plenty of doors open for them. See? Well taken care of. Nothing to worry about, soldier." I pat his arm again. "So, any last words?" The man's face looked frozen. "But sir, I can still fight. I'm not out yet." "No need, Johnson." Coulson stepped forward. "You just said you couldn't hang on much longer, no need to risk it. Mr. Schweinorg, what's your suggestion?" "I'm a big fan of immolation. Mix some oil and holy water, and make a holy fire. It's a good way to send him off, right? I think we can manage." "Sir." "I'm not finished yet." Johnson's voice changed a little deeper. "Trust me. Don't worry, Johnson. I'll send your last words to your family personally." Coulson kept a polite smile. "Just tell me what you want to say." Johnson was struggling in place. "I can feel it, sir, it's getting pushed back." "You don't have to worry, I think I can keep control." I shared a look with Coulson, and he nodded to me. Salem let out a sigh. "It's rather pathetic." Yeah." Jin propped herself up with her elbow on the table. "He didn't even once mention his family. He didn't even react to it." John's face twisted around, looking at all of us. "Sorry, Coulson, but the owner of this body, his consciousness, had been suppressed since the very beginning. I just ripped the band-aid right off and flicked the head of the person." "That's unfortunate," Coulson said calmly. "What? No. Coulson, you know me." His head looked around. "Clint, come on." He focused on presumably his friend or someone he'd worked with for a long time. "It's me. You know." Clint clicked his tongue. Johnson could never stop talking about his kids. I hadn't heard him mention them once since what happened. Johnson's face slowly twisted, and he let out a distorted roar, ripping the bindings off like they were made of paper, and he leapt up off the table, grabbing one of the scaffolds up top. The agents raised their guns, but Coulson quickly grabbed the nearest, pulling it down. "Don't shoot, Wilhelm." The thing inside of the man let out a very angry roar. Seeing how I was the one who seemingly ruined its plan, he focused on me and came at me rather aggressively. Salem let out a snort, and a large grim hand, easily the size of a car, reached out of her shadow and slapped him away. The possessed man hit the wall, blowing a hole right through it and bouncing across the concrete outside. The demon looked like it had decided that running was the best course of action, but right before it could make a move, a certain arrow landed right at its feet, planting itself firmly into the hard ground. It was one of those ice arrows I gave to Clint, and it exploded outwards, freezing it in place. I glanced at Clint. He was a good shot. "Let me show you my secret technique." I waved my hands around and I dropped my boat on him. My ship just appeared in the sky about a dozen feet above him and fell down right on top of him. Jin and Salem, surprisingly, gave me the exact same flat look. But I didn't care, I was very proud of myself. "Mr. Schweinorg." Coulson looked at it, then at me. "Will Johnson be okay?" "Oh yeah, don't worry." I waved it off. I measured his durability before I did something silly like that. The possession bleeds through, the demon's physical abilities are superhuman enough to easily survive something like that. He relaxed. I walked over to it and returned my boat. The demon was prone on the ground, in a hole, where my boat used to be. I squat down next to him as he trembled, like he was trying to get up. I gently pushed down on his back. "Hey buddy, you don't seem to be having a good day, huh?" A low growl came from its mouth. "I'm curious." Salem walked over. "What happens if I use my geists to possess an already possessed person? Can I force out this demon?" "Huh. That's an interesting train of thought. I was about to respond, but the world around us quickly distorted, and I noticed the space around us fracture and change. It wasn't the first time I experienced this either. It was like mirrors shattering all over, and everything twisted and elongated, forming a weird mirrored version of the world. Greetings. A man stepped towards us. If you would be so kind, that belongs to me, I would like it back. What did the Ancient One call this, the mirror dimension? It was rather neat. Salem and Jin looked rather intrigued as well. I took my hat out, putting it on my head. Well, hello there. And who might you be? I asked. You don't look like a sorcerer of Kamartaj other than the clothes. But you have a distinct air of, I'm kind of an asshole, about you. He tilted his head. So you know of Kamartaj, this makes things easier then. Regardless, yes, you should say I'm no longer affiliated with them. However, all of that is meaningless, I would like you to hand that over now. I'm busy right now, so I will be willing to let you go should you comply. So demanding, without even introducing yourself. I was uncaring about his threat. He furrowed his brow. If you know of Kamartaj, then you should know my name. He slowly grinned. I'm Kaisilius. It's like he was waiting for a reaction. Never heard of you. But hey, have you ever seen a flying boat before? I pointed up to the sky. He looked up, and my boat came falling down on top of him. It crashed into the ground, shattering the pavement. Or, the fake pavement. Either way, that's 2 for 2. A swirling orange portal split open space a few feet in front of where my ship was now parked, and the men walked through it, looking completely nonplussed. Did you expect such a trick to work on someone such as myself? Yes, but did you expect the second boat? I pointed up. He looked up, but nothing came. Only to look back at me as a brick hit him square in the face, knocking him off his feet. No one ever expects the brick. But it's the perfect answer to some asshole who was most likely doing to do some shitty monologue. Line break. A/N. Wilhelm meets Kaisilius. Wilhelm casts brick, it's super effective. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Here's a note. There haven't been many chapters this month in the last expect a mass release in the future to make up for it. Chapter 688, Non-Canon Make, The Little Spider, Chapter. The drive across the country was without much excitement. There were a few monsters along the way, but Arachne hadn't even bothered to get involved, letting the others handle them. However, there was a tension that hung over them. Perhaps, not just them. Arachne felt something strange in the air as well. Something is not quite right. She couldn't exactly put her finger on it. Other than the strange rolling clouds that appeared above, there wasn't anything else that particularly stood out. However, her instincts were telling her that something was most certainly wrong right now. Besides her, Zoe also appeared the most anxious. She was the one who directed them to her former home, the Garden of the Hesperides. While there wasn't a 100% guarantee that's where they were supposed to go, it was a very likely guess considering the evidence. A garden out west left very few destinations in mind. But what made Zoe even more worried was the lack of a response from her goddess. She had tried many times in the past couple days to receive a response, but the goddess of the hunt never did. It wasn't a strange thing. Most gods didn't want to interfere in a quest in such a way. While gods were technically allowed some leeway when a quest was in process, they were also limited in how and when they could interfere. It was a trade-off. Some of the old rules didn't apply, but new ones came into effect due to the nature of a quest. It let gods do things they normally couldn't do, but the number of times they could interfere was likewise limited. If the goddess of the hunt had answered the prayer, it might limit her from doing something she wants to do later on. It was one of the reasons that the gods observed quests like this much more seriously. Even if the looming threat of a fight between Zeus and Poseidon wasn't in the cards, they would have observed it just the same. That was, of course, a very narrow explanation of a vast array of rules and laws that they were forced to adhere to. Every action on their part, despite how selfish or whimsical it may appear to mortals, had to be measured. Even as the group arrived across the country after several days of near non-stop driving, they had not received a single godly response or acknowledgement. Either the gods were unwilling to answer, or they couldn't answer. Zoe wasn't sure which was worse right now. They had arrived at the mountain where the garden was hidden, Mount Tamalpay. It was usually a very popular destination for people in the area, but when they got there, there was no one around. The others barely paid it any heed, but Arachne merely frowned as Zoe all but shot out of the car. It was her former home, she knew the way rather easily. The others had to quickly grab their gear to keep up, but once they started to scale the mountain, Zoe had slowed down just a tad for them. Despite the fact that the garden had moved to this spot in the west from where it used to be, it was like she had an instinctive understanding of where everything was. They scaled the mountain, established footpaths made it easy. The foliage and wildlife seemed to become more vibrant as Zoe passed it, like it was welcoming home its own child. The mists slowly began to gather with every step up the mountain they took. Eventually, the mists gathered enough that it seemed to part off the normal upwards path, splitting to the side. An archway of stone and marble, intertwined with vines and plants, had appeared before them, and Zoe wasted no time running inside. Arachne was the last to enter it, giving it a cursory look but not hesitating nonetheless. When she stepped inside, it was like a new world opened up. They were on a mountain before, but now, it was like a vast garden without any sign of the mountain beforehand. Arachne found herself squatting down next to Percy as they both looked at a flower they had never seen before. She almost called it a mini sunflower, but it also sort of looked like a rose, albeit purple in color. Percy picked it from the stem and held it to her. Arachne accepted it happily, hiding the tiniest blush as she put it into the side of her hair. Silently, she looked to Percy to ask, "How did it look?" Percy's smile was all the answer she needed. Despite the situation, the two of them got very easily distracted. Percy wasn't stressing because he trusted Arachne. And looking at Arache, she didn't show any tension, so Percy was fully relaxed. Instead, they were all but pressing their heads to the ground to look at a strange insect walking across the dirt. It was a praying mantis but had the body of a fat caterpillar. It was enough to amaze the two kids. Percy noticed out of the corner of his eye something else. He excitedly ran towards it, holding it up for Arachne to see. It was a large rhinoceros beetle about the size of his palm, but its horns were much more impressive. Arachne's eyes all but sparkled in delight, and she threw her hands up as she ran to it as well, finding another one on a tree nearby. They both set the two down in front of one another, and the two beetles began to fight by ramming one another with their horns. It was like the two of them completely forgot what they were there for. It was only when they heard Zoe scream that they seemed to come back to their senses. Arachne shot to her feet, spinning around until she found the direction of the noise, and Percy followed after her as she bolted further into the gardens. They pushed through some wildly grown plant life until it opened up and they saw the other three standing around. Sisters. No. Zoe stood in front of a stone statue, 4 of them in fact, all of them looking a bit like her. Arachne could guess they were the other Hesperides. And considering what monster they were presumably chasing, it wasn't hard to put 2 and 2 together. They're still alive. Arachne felt the need to repeat this, even though they went over this back at Medusa's house. You just need to remove the curse, and they'll be fine after. Zoe turned to her. How do we remove the curse? Isn't her curse infamous for how powerful it is? Annabeth chimed in. Can it really be removed so easily? Despite the bluntness of her words, it wasn't an entirely wrong question to ask. Arachne just huffed, putting her hands on her hips. Don't you get a reward after you finish the quest? Just ask one of those gods to undo the curse, it isn't very hard. That made them go silent as they considered that alternative. It made Arachne roll her eyes. She further believed that her extended family in these parts was a bit stupid. Isn't there also a legend that Medusa's blood can heal any wound too? Luke spoke up. Something like, blood from one side is poison, and the other side is healing. Annabeth's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Like how you can distill an antidote if you have the source of a venom or poison from the same creature. Either or. Arachne just shrugged. Zoe composed herself, wiping away some tears. We must find that despicable monster. So, question. Percy raised his hand. I got a crash course on this place on the way here, and some other things. She can turn almost anything to stone, does that include the dragon as well? Zoe's eyes widened. No, Layden is. I mean, mayhaps. She seemed unsure as well. No one ever thought to stress test Medusa's cursed gaze against one of the most formidable creatures in the Greek world. Layden was notorious to the point where even Hercules decided not to fight it. I hope not, I didn't come here to miss out on fighting it. Arachne pouted. Thou art not fighting Layden. Zoe all but growled. As long as you do not go after the apples, he can be apathetic. I will ask him to cease hostilities and promise not to touch the apples, he will listen, considering my origin. Arachne rolled her eyes again. She made no promises. I find it highly unlikely she would have come here for the apples in the first place. All they do is make you immortal, right? As a monster, she already is kind of immortal. She doesn't age, so they're pointless to her. In which case, why did she come here? Annabeth voiced a thought that perhaps several of them had at this point in time. Zoe's face darkened. I shall lead thee to the other one who resides within this domain, my father. And thou should pray to the gods that nothing has happened. Zoe already had her weapons drawn cautiously. The others followed her away from the main path, the path that Arachne guessed had led towards the golden apple tree. Instead, there was another path off the proverbial beaten road. The air became heavier as they trod it. Arachne could compare it to climbing a mountain, the elevation making it harder to breathe until you acclimated to the climate. Be cautious, Zoe spoke up. My father is, not a dumb brute. 'Tis likely that the monster sought refuge from his ilk and bartered the lightning bolt. If she met with my father, he would have told her where to find others. We must convince him to reveal her location if she has already left. The vegetation began to slowly recede as they got further. And the dirt turned to stone under their feet. Columns and pillars littered either side, and a large, albeit dilapidated, building sat up ahead. Part of the roof was missing, but it wouldn't look out of place in an ancient Greek city. The courtyard behind it was missing its walls, but there was very little greenery around it. Zoe hesitated for a beat before crossing the entrance threshold. The interior had all but disappeared. It wasn't even right to call it a building from the inside, as the walls had mostly fallen down, leaving it like an open courtyard. She took a deep breath. "Father, I've come to visit." The words died in her mouth because where her father should have been, he wasn't. The sky should have been upon his shoulders, pressing down on him. Yet, instead, two very iconic pieces of equipment held it up. The weapon of the Sky Father, Zeus, and the helmet of the god of the underworld, Hades. The weapon of the sky had the authority to hold it up, while the symbol of the underworld repelled the sky, stopping it from falling. Everyone was silent until they heard loud, albeit controlled, laughter. "Daughter, so nice of you to visit." They turned to look at the Titan of Endurance, casually sitting down, leaning against what remained of a back wall. His large stature dwarfed it, making it look paltry in comparison. "No," Zoe whispered. He stood up, and he towered over everyone. "It's been so good to be able to stretch and lie down." He rolled his shoulder. "Who are your friends?" Before Zoe could answer, a spear shot past her head and aimed at the shadows. Atlas's eyes flashed, and he lowered his hand to block it as a startled gasp was heard. They could then see Medusa, who was hiding in the corner behind him. Arachne clicked her tongue, pulling on an almost invisible thread, and her spear was pulled back to her hand after being deflected. "Father, what is the meaning of this?" Zoe demanded. "Why?" Atlas, the Titan of Endurance, looked down, frowning, before letting out a sigh. "I can forgive the others for how they live, but you are truly a traitorous daughter of mine. You've allied yourself with my enemies, become a dog for one of their gods. And instead of being excited to see me freed, you demand to know why I'm no longer confined within my cage." Atlas waved his hand, almost like a slap, or a half-hearted dismissal. The remains of the build were torn apart. Arachne grabbed Percy and pulled Zoe by the collar as she threw the two of them to the side. Luke, to his credit, had grabbed Annabeth and dived to the side as well. The wave of his hand had sent tremors across the ground. It would have been enough to severely hurt any of them had it hit. "I can't have you ruining my plans. You're no longer a daughter of mine. Zoe, focus." Annabeth shouted as both she and Luke quickly climbed to their feet. Arachne also pulled Percy up, and the two of them looked ready to fight. "You must run. Tell my goddess, tell anyone that my father is free, you must." Arachne kicked her. "Would you shut up?" Arachne huffed. "Percy, you and the others focus on Medusa, I will fight the Titan." Atlas let out a loud laugh. It reverberated through the air. They looked at her incredulously. "Are you mad?" "He is a Titan," Zoe exclaimed. "Listen to my traitorous daughter, girl," Atlas said with clear amusement. "Though I suppose it's a better option than you all dying like frightened children." Arachne could see her half-sister gulp nervously, and even Luke looked scared. Percy seemed intimidated by his presence as well. Arachne couldn't fault them there. Just his presence was enough that it would make lesser people fall to their knees. His divine might radiated off him, and he did nothing to hide it. It was an instinctual act to drop to one's knees and bow one's head. "Nah, I'd win," Arachne retorted. Atlas's amused smile slowly faded. He went from finding the humor in it to gradually becoming offended and insulted. "Has it been so long that even mere demigods look down on me?" Atlas questioned. Arachne looked at Percy. "All right, you handle the big guy." Percy nodded and ran to the others to get out of her way. "Handle me." "Kid, you," before Atlas could finish, a red flash of light shot through the air. He flicked his hand again, knocking away the thrown spear, but he failed to notice the very thin, almost translucent threads wrapped around his arm. Arachne used them to launch herself forward, her knee collided with the Titan's face. The Titan let out a noise of surprise, and he took a step back. She landed back on the ground gracefully, pulling her spear back to her. The Titan rubbed his nose, and his expression changed. "Okay," he said pointedly. "You have my attention." The Titan of Endurance was known for his immense strength as well. He clenched his fist and pulled back his arm, his muscles bulging. Arachne had no time to worry about anyone else now. She was being cocky, but truthfully, she knew that she couldn't get distracted for even a second. This was an opponent that was far above her. And the power he gathered around his fist proved that point. He threw a single punch, not even directly at her, but towards her general direction. The ground ruptured, the stone tiles turned to dust, and everything in between them was eviscerated from the sheer force. Arachne took out another of her spears. The spear her sister had given her just before she left. Boost. She cried out and used both Ki Balg and the boosted spear to block. Her strength doubled, but she still gritted her teeth, and her body still wailed as the force hit her. Her heels dug into the ground as it sent her flying back. She had to stab her spears into the ground to keep herself from being blown away. But even still, she had been knocked out of what remained of the building's stones, hitting the forestry area quite a distance back. She let out a few pants as she reoriented herself, wiping away a bit of blood from her face after a few coughs. Her head snapped up, and a massive figure descended from the sky, cratering the earth and sending rocks and debris everywhere. That was just a little greeting, demigod. The Titan Atlas cracked his neck, waving away all the dust in the air from his landing. Humph. Arachne grinned despite the odds stacked against her. Now I don't have to hold back since the others are out of the way. Atlas raised an eyebrow. You really are an arrogant little ant, aren't you? I am not an ant, she declared. I am a spider. She threw her hand up, all her spears, every single one she treasured and carried with her, shot upwards before descending down, impaling themselves into the ground around them both. Hundreds of different spears, some of godly might, some holding elemental power. Each one of them is a treasure that anyone would find themselves ecstatic to possess. The world around them vibrated, and Atlas paused, confused. What? He reached out, and like water, the air rippled. That's when symbols appeared, a language he didn't recognize. Primordial runes, mixed with modern runes. Did you seal off the space around us? He asked incredulously. That's when he also noticed, all around them, wrapped between each spear, up to the sealed space, and throughout every inch of this area, almost invisible threads were present. Arachne just grinned. She pointed upwards and finalized the casting of the spell. Lion and Damhanalade era Scapid Lusligan. From the runes glowing in the air, thousands upon thousands of threads shot out. Magical threads that wrapped around all the spears, up towards the air, down towards the ground, and every which way. It well and truly looked like a web now. She held Ki Balg up, pointing at the Titan. It was her strongest technique. The spider says to the fly, welcome to my web. Line break. A/N. Zoe, stop, he's a Titan, he's too strong. Arachne, stop, I can only get so hard. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 689, Chapter 609 plus Little Dragons. Clint Barton, Hawkeye, POV. The world was upside down. There were buildings in the sky. Said buildings had to be hundreds of stories tall. And they also bent at 90-degree angles without falling over. I'm pretty sure there was a tree that sprouted four of itself in a circle casually floating through the sky too. Alright, not in Kansas anymore. Magic stuff. Magic. Keep an open mind, Coulson said. Why did I have to draw the damn short straw with Natasha? She's much better at just keeping an open mind. The moment she heard magic, her face changed, and I really should have been more concerned about that. Now that I think about it, she definitely cheated when we drew straws. It's safe to say that I'm a bit out of my depth here. Hello. The blue girl was squatting next to me, I didn't even notice her sneak up. Hello. She smiled in amusement. You look a little concerned. I looked up at the twisted eldritch buildings that branched off to the sky. Just a little bit. This must be overwhelming, is it your first time? Everyone has trouble their first time, so don't worry about it. You just need to remember to breathe and pace yourself. I opened my mouth and then fizzled for a moment. Did you? Was that a sex joke? It was definitely a sex joke. Her smile widened as she realized. You looked like you were about to start having a panic attack. She poked my chest. You got dropped in the deep end. Focus on something pleasant, like your family. Wife and daughter, right? How did you know that? Oh, sorry, was I not supposed to? She looked apologetic but still. Very few people know about my family, I whispered. I would very much like to know how you know about them. I mentally measured the time it would take to draw an arrow from my quiver depending on the answer. I specifically had Fury hide any details of my family, there's not a single mention on any SHIELD databases or documents. There is no information anywhere, not even a marriage certificate buried in some hospital's filing cabinet in the basement either. I'm a goddess, one of my domains is the homestead. If you have a home in your heart, I can feel it. She put another hand on my chest, and oddly, I didn't feel threatened at all. It was weird and warm and made me think of home. Don't worry, I won't say anything. She giggled. Feeling better? Yeah, I breathed out. I felt better. Weird. A goddess. I read the reports on everything that happened in New Mexico. Hell, I wasn't far away when it happened. But even still, I don't think this is anything I'll ever get used to. She definitely had a non-human feeling, but I just chalked that up to her being, well, blue and not human. I peeked over the trash can I was hiding behind. So, where are we exactly? Well. I don't know the exact name, but... She put a finger on her lips. To put it into words you would understand, we're basically in a pocket dimension. Sort of a mirror of the real world, that's why everything looks twisted and wrong. Okay. I understand some of the words. Second question. I'd be happy to answer. She perked up. Why did, Wilhelm, was his name? Yeah, why did Wilhelm throw a brick at that guy's face? I was, I think, understandably distracted for the past couple minutes, so I feel like I was missing context. She scrunched her nose. Wilhelm tends to do that to people he doesn't respect when they do their cliché monologues. Cliché monologue. Arrogant and some inflated thoughts of self-importance. I asked. She nodded. Yeah, I understood. I do the same, but with arrows, honestly. Granted, none of mine were ever, well, this. But I've run into the types far too many times when on missions. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Glad to see that even people doing magic are still stupid and predictable. Should I be worried? Shouldn't you be helping him? I asked again. She shook her head. If Wilhelm is being silly, then it's fine. Well, he does it sometimes when he's annoyed too. But not when other people are involved. She gestured to us. And he's not really a threat. Forgive me if I feel unconfident in that considering where I am. He somehow pulled me into another, pocket dimension. Oh, let me clarify. He might be good at magic and whatnot, but he's not actually here. That's some kind of clone or projection that he cast from far away. Any of us could very easily handle that thing, so no need to worry. Right. I am very far out of my depth. And, did he say why he was here? Apparently he came for the demon. The blue girl didn't sound too sure. His motivations were rather vague. I looked to where Johnson was still prone after he had a boat dropped on him. The other lady was standing next to him, looking very unconcerned as well. Wasn't Coulson next to him? I immediately started looking around. Coulson had good instincts. He noticed something happening and jumped out of the area just in time. Though, if he knew what was happening, he probably would have stayed inside. Yeah. I nodded. Coulson isn't the type to run away. How would you know you're getting pulled to this place, instead of whatever wacky weird thing someone was trying to do to you? Your friend is fine too. She spoke up. Wilhelm isn't so callous as to hurt the person underneath. The demon took the brunt of the hit, as it were. And there won't be any lingering pain or damage to your friend after we pull the demon out. It sounds oddly reassuring coming from her. Well, this is going to be fun to write a report about when it's all done. If you want, you can shoot him with arrows. Bonus points if you hit him between the legs. She offered it like some kind of consolation prize. I was honestly surprised she made that kind of offer. I really shouldn't. It was unprofessional. I took the taser arrow out of my quiver and took aim as her eyes sparkled in delight. Line break. Wilhelm POV. I miss my first brick. But each successive generation of brick lives up to the original status. I vaguely recall the ancient one talking about this asshole, so I had no qualms about bricking him in the face. Even without that, he was definitely the type that needed to take a brick to the face. I could already guess that his motivations were very stupid without even hearing them. Thus, he has been blessed by the holy brick. He got up quickly, clutching his nose that looked a little bloody. Did you throw a brick at me? He asked incredulously. Nope. Must have been someone else. I responded casually. Probably someone else who finds you disagreeable. I would suggest making a list, but I'm sure it would be vast. You would be surprised. He wiped away the blood from his nose. My enemies don't live to develop grudges. Oh. He's not real. I could immediately feel that he's off. Some kind of clone or spiritual projection, maybe. Astral projection. I have some vague knowledge of that subject. Just from my spiritual power, I'm much more sensitive to the souls of others, and he felt empty. An avatar. That might be closer to home. I want to analyze it a bit further. Credit where it was due, he wasn't throwing a tantrum. That at least spoke of having some manner of caution and forward-thinking skills. Well, that or he's not strong enough to say fuck it and start throwing hands. Salem is protecting the unconscious guy, and Jin is sitting next to Clint, who got swept up into the mirror dimension, so they should be fine. So, Kamachillis, what's your whole big evil plan? You have one, right? You look positively exuberant at the idea of waxing poetically about how you were never taken to prom, so the world has to suffer. Second time in the mirror dimension, I wonder if I can break through it this time without resorting to the kaleidoscope. If he starts altering the surroundings, though, I may just need to abandon that thought. Don't want to risk the normal people from getting swept up into something just because I'm curious. Caecilius. He corrected. Kelpalius. He didn't correct me again. You misunderstand. I am not here to make the world suffer. I am here to save it. Oh. It clicked. You're one of those. One of those? He questioned. Yeah, the ones who think they're the good guys, you know. While their elbows deep in the bodies of innocent people. I nodded. It's always the same shit, isn't it? Whatever, I didn't really care about it that much. If he were here properly, I probably would have just cut his head off and been done with it. But since he's hiding off somewhere else, we may as well let him blabber on. He frowned a little. You don't know what you're standing in front of. Looks middle-aged and balding if I had to guess. I rolled my eyes. But go ahead, try to convince me. He tilted his head. Why do you think I should convince you of anything? You stand in my way, it's inconsequential whether you understand my plight or not. Huh. You get 1 point for not taking the edgy path, I suppose. Damn, this usually works. Am I losing my touch? So why do you need the demon? I pointed over my shoulder at Johnson still on the ground. Do you believe I would reveal all my plans to someone I just met? He furrowed his brow. I'm sorry to say, but I'm not that naive. Well. Color me shocked. Now I'm curious. Damn him. Okay, but answer me one thing. He looked at me curiously. What are you stalling for? Was he waiting for his real body to come on over after realizing that it wouldn't be an easy grab of the demon, or whatever? His expression shifted slightly, as if given the go-ahead, and his hands moved quickly and with practiced competency. Sparks flew through the air as sigils ignored around him. I flicked my hand, my wand appeared between my fingers, and between us, there was a collision of spells, resulting in an explosion of energy. I haven't really looked into the sorcery here. It was something I planned on doing, I just hadn't had the time yet. But having a second look at his orange sparks, I think I understood the basic principle. The way it sort of sparks in the air, like something was being ignited, it's because something was. They're basically using energy from a different dimension to ignite the mana in the air, which is what causes the visual phenomena. Rather than me, who has magic circuits that intertwine internal OD and external mana, they combined other dimensional energies and the world's mana in the air rather than internally. Same result, but different process. He worked quickly. A whip made of orange light came at me from the side. I batted it away with a quick greater ward cast from my wand. I followed up with a bolt of lightning erupting from the tip of my wand right at him. He twisted his glowing sigils until they formed a shield that my lightning splashed again. With a few movements of his arms, the shield distorted and reformed, showing new sigils and runes as he held it between his arms. It glowed and released a bright beam of light. Finite. I cast a counterspell that dispelled it. I summoned the winds of Watum. He shouted, and it was like a small hurricane erupted around me. Winds dense enough that I couldn't see through them. I scoffed. Hanuman. It was like an invisible hand descended, pressing his wings to the ground and forcing them to disperse outwards, nearly knocking him off his feet. He slid backwards a few steps but caught himself. Impressive. I am confused as to why I have not heard of you before. You are most certainly not a sorcerer of Camartage. Where did you learn? How do you know I didn't learn at Camartage? I asked him, twirling my wand in my hand. Maybe you were just a bad student and didn't learn. I was the best student. I could have been the next ancient one. He said proudly. I'm sensing some sort of unresolved tension between you and the ancient one. Is it sexual? I hope it's not sexual, because I flirted with her, a lot, and it would make things awkward. His mouth snapped shut as if he was trying to process what I just said. Has anyone ever told you that you have a uniquely gifted way of angering people? More than once. Damn, hit a nerve there, but that still didn't get much out of him. Competent assholes are annoying to deal with. He looked at me flatly. We have no enmity. I simply seek to retrieve the demon inside that man. I will even do so without harming him. And then, we can leave without any further provocations. Ah, the bargaining stage. All right, I'll make a deal with you. I'll let you do just as you ask, as long as you do something for me. Yes. He perked up. You see that light post there? Despite it being the mirror dimension, it did reflect the street. I see it. Take that, and use it to go fuck yourself. A bit of my real thoughts coming through. I just genuinely hate people like this. He didn't intend to respond to that. It seems we will not reach a compromise. I will stop holding back. Ooh. I waved my hands in a faux terrified manner. Should I stop playing around then? I think I almost figured out the mirror dimension now. Give me a few more minutes, and I should be able to pull it down the normal way they do. Well, let him keep talking. I'm curious to see what tricks he has. Being a sort of avatar, there were limitations to what he could do. If the Ancient One was having problems with him, then he must have some tricks up his sleeve. In that case, why not see them when he's limited ahead of time? I have measured your ability. I am confident. I sense the subtle fluctuations of space, the mirror dimension's edges began to twist. That's a big nope, time to stop playing, I suppose. I waved my hands, about 100 runic circles floated in the air, each holding a ball of lightning that immediately discharged on his person. Shield of the Seraphim. His shield surprisingly held. Did he call it the Shield of the Seraphim? How cute. Ironically though, it looked like a very strong shield. I think. I detected a hint of holiness from it. Not like actual holy power, but like the faint echo. I wonder if the spell isn't just named that for the sake of it. Something I'll need to look into. I held my palm up facing him, and my spiritual power was released. Heido number 88, Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. The world around us was filled with lightning, and a significant chunk of the mirrored world around us utterly shattered. His shield nearly withstood it. Nearly. Was it his prowess or that of the spell itself? I would have to look into it. But about half of it still stood, cracked and noticeably falling apart. The other half, well. His left arm was gone. And his left leg, for that matter, a good portion of the left side of his body had seen better days. He fell to his knees, and the spell eventually faded. He looked to be on his last leg. Heh. Though as I got close, he waved his hand, producing another of his magic circles, about to cast something, but I saw an arrow fly past me and hit him square between the legs. It wasn't a normal arrow either, it looked blunt. His eyes widened as the arrowhead latched onto him and released a surge of electricity. A taser arrow. I quickly cast a Stupefy, followed by several binding spells, and then I threw a talisman at him to bring it all home. He wasn't going anywhere, nor was he going to be a danger from now on. I looked back at the source. I saw Jin peeking over a trash can with Clint next to her. She held a thumbs up to me with the biggest grin on her face. I gave a thumbs up back. I'm proud of her. His body was twitching. Manages to nearly shield against my spell but gets shot in the balls, and that's what has him on the ground twitching. I should maybe feel offended, but I was oddly accepting of it. Fascinating. I nudged him with my foot. So you can feel pain through the projection. It feels sort of like astral projection, but with a fake body wrapped around it. He looked up at me like, how did you know? You probably want to ask me a question like, how did you know? I would answer with something witty and then say something like, it's rather obvious. But I digress. Blood. Your fake projection can bleed. That's neat. I grabbed his collar and dragged him back to the other. Victory. The arrow stuck to his groin was still letting out jolts. It must have been painful. And I'm like 70% sure the pain was being returned to his original body, whenever that was. Salem rolled her eyes. Are you done playing? Yes, I nodded. I was just curious about his magic, so I let him have a go at it. I was hoping to get him angry enough that he would do something a bit flashier, but what can you do? I dropped him down. Well, it usually works. Run my mouth a bit, insult them, and they spill their diabolical plan. It costs me nothing normally, and it often, to a surprising degree, gets me notable information. So, evil magicman. Clint came over next to Jin. I shrugged. More or less. I can give you a better rundown if you need it for your records later. He nodded, thankful. I was actually not entirely clear on his motivations, but he most definitely wasn't on the up and up. And he had caused trouble for the Ancient One, and I trusted her a lot more than this random mook. Though, credit where it's due, it's a neat spell he's using to project himself over distances like this. That's something I'll need to learn myself. I could see a wide array of uses for it. What was he stalling for? Was he trying to waste time until his real body came over? Was he delayed by something somewhere else? And if these guesses weren't right, then what? So many questions. Though, I admit my intrigue wasn't to the point where I couldn't live without an answer. As I pondered the infinite mysteries, I flicked my wand, casting a wide assortment of various binding spells on him. He wasn't going anywhere, nor could he conceivably cast any magic in that state. I was keeping him alive just so I could hand him over to the Ancient One. I believed with her skill, she could track his real body down by using this. At the moment, I was doing my best to account for ways he may try to dismiss it or cancel the spell and taking preventative measures. Should we do something about him? Clint gestured to Kelmanos. His real body is getting the feedback. Huh. Clink stared at the taser arrow still shocking him between the legs. I'm starting to feel bad. Should we deal with this now? Salem was, of course, talking about the possessed men. May as well. I'm curious as to why he wanted the demon inside in the first place. Normal exorcism then. I tapped my chin, thinking of the best way to do this without harming the men. I can force it out myself without harming him. Salem crossed her arms, and the shadow under her moved. Several geists emerged and delved into the unconscious men. Clint's eyes widened, but he didn't voice discomfort despite the scary nature of it. Personally, I'm bouncing between being terrified and wanting to carry her off to the bedroom myself. Rather quickly, his body started to shake, and many grim hands emerged, as if pulling something out with them. There were many strange sounds, something fighting back, but it was hopeless. The entity was eventually revealed too. It looked like some kind of earth elemental at first glance, as if made of rock, but it wasn't. It was something particularly nasty. Something that pricked at my "this is wrong" meter. That's coming from a half-devil. Whatever this thing was, it came from a place that was really the bad sort. Its one eye looked around as it struggled. Ha ha ha. I looked at Kymanius, who was laughing, despite the pained look on his face. Why are you laughing? My stupefy wore off. He was trying to break through my other spells. He has awoken. Jin nodded sagely. I believe the term is masochist. Clint nearly choked. First time meeting Jin. One side, pure and vibrant, maybe even a hint of innocence about her. Then she opens her mouth and says things like that, and it's sort of a whiplash. But I love her all the same. Despite her joke, she already had magic dancing between her fingers, watching him carefully. I still had my wand in my hand as well, my other bindings still in effect. You asked me what I wanted it for. He continued to chuckle. It was supposed to be a Trojan horse, a gift from the master. A master, I repeated. That sounds rather ominous. However, he didn't react in the slightest. Yes, unfortunately that plan is foiled. But would you like to meet him? He smiled, and the skin around his eyes peeled away, looking burned and discolored. Not unlike how the possessed man looked before, and somewhat similar to the demon. I felt something was wrong. My eyes turned to the demon, and its body twitched, cracked, and then expanded in the blink of an eye. The energy swell-up was hard to miss in that single instant. I used my authority of Hanuman to blow Jin, Salem, and Clint away just as the first crack began to leak. Out of my sleeve flew several talismans that floated around the demon's body, linking together to form the 5 elements. I quickly drew several runes in the air to contain whatever it is that was happening. I felt a foreign dimension encroaching onto the world aggressively. This thing was acting like a bridge. I'd never seen anything like this before. Full serious mode was immediate. My swords all flew out and stabbed into the ground around it, forming a pentagram that lined up with the one above, linked by the talismans. Jin and Salem began casting their own shields, seeing the seriousness of the situation, so I focused entirely back on the issue at hand. Its bloated body was starting to leak, like a balloon on the verge of popping. I threw out several more talismans onto its body, trying to contain the foreign dimensional energy. But gradually they were getting worn away by it, some kind of corrosive effect. Several of my magic circles shattered instantly too. The dimensional energy intensified by several magnitudes and knocked my hat off from the force released. I pulled on the kaleidoscope just to shunt some of the dimensional incursion out of the immediate vicinity, but that was just a band-aid on a gunshot wound. I braced myself and slammed my staff of Magnus down, casting a shield of Asgard over everything around me. Now just to carefully grab the unconscious. I looked down and saw Clint grab the leg of the possessed man and throw him back. He looked up at me with an awkward smile. Well, shit. I grabbed Clint instead and used my body to protect him as my aura flared up. The body exploded, like a black hole, sucking us into it. Line break. My back hit something solid. Ground. The area around me felt cold. I realized I had Clint in my arms. Least romantic rescue of something I had ever been a part of. Ow, Clint groaned, rolling out of my grasp. Ow, I repeated, wobbling a little as I stood up. A quick look around, and I realized we seemed to be on a floating rock in the middle of a vast, distorted space. I could see various cosmic phenomena that really shouldn't be existing simultaneously all together like this. There seemed to be a frozen sun not far away, giving off some semblance of heat, but no actual warmth. There was an aurora weaving through the void, but it lacked the real brightness it should have. And there was a wide array of strange growths the size of planetoids that jutted all over the place. I let out a sigh. You know I would have grabbed your friend, right? Clint let out a long sigh too. I panicked and reacted out of habit. I pat his shoulder. You're a good guy. Thanks. He accepted it. I think he was happy I wasn't blaming him. Any idea where we are? Nope. I didn't like it though. But we shouldn't stay here long, this place is giving me very big danger vibes. Which was rare at this point in my life. I felt very uncomfortable here. A prickling sensation down my neck was constant. Thankfully my stuff was dragged over too, so I could just collect it all easily. Sorry. He apologized. I waved it off. I should have noticed something sooner. It's not your fault, you had no idea what was going on. I found it hard to give him any kind of fault when, on the outside, it looked like shit had hit the fan and he was more concerned about his friend's safety. It's not like he could read my mind and know I was going to keep his friend safe as well. We're practically strangers, it would be odd if he did trust me that fully. A Trojan horse, he called it. Was the demon's purpose supposed to be to open a portal between Earth and this place? Did he just say, fuck it, and have it explode on us to be petty? That's what I would do. I read your file. He sat up, looking just as uncomfortable as I was. You can make magic portals, right? Can you get us back home? I took out Mirage. Need a bit to calculate it. I can't just snap my fingers and boom, magic portal. It's like trying to drive in a snowstorm without any vision. If I can't see the roads or the signs, I have no idea where I'm going, and that could be bad. Especially in an eerie place like this. He nodded, understanding my comparison. It shouldn't take like. There was a brief connection with Earth, so I should be able to trace that back. A couple of hours, I would say, at most. Clint relaxed when I said that. Should I be surprised that I can breathe? I feel like we're in space. We're in another dimension, actually. I stabbed Mirage into the ground and began my calculations. As for what dimension this is, I have no idea. Hey, question. Yeah. I really hope that I have a concussion because I think I saw those stars blink. Clint pointed to the distance. I followed his extended finger, and a shiver went down my spine as I looked at something that my mortal mind had to nearly crash to process. Something massive, it seemed to be reflected across hundreds of different spacetimes simultaneously, vaguely humanoid in shape. Some kind of huge entity that would put Surtur to shame in just size alone. Danger. Absolute danger. At least on the same level as Ophis and Great Red. At least. I couldn't judge more than that. Then it looked our way. No, it saw us. A hand that could probably grip the moon for leverage reached out across the void. Time to go. I grabbed Clint and used Mirage to cut a hole through the dimension using the kaleidoscope. Having no idea where this would deposit us in this world line, I jumped through. Line break. Non-canon make, The Little Dragons, chapter. Morgan stomped out of her room, her workshop. Basically a closet that the twins gave her to do her thing in private. She glared at both her sister's children and threw the object she was holding towards Gwerd. There, I made it. Now, explain what you meant. Gwerd caught it, a bracelet mystic code. This little thing will work. Morgan scoffed. Who do you think I am, child? Creating a mystic code that fools a master's perception into thinking you're another servant. That is easy. I'm sure this idiot could have done the same thing. She jabbed her thumb at Gyneth. Rude. But not untrue. About being a fool or making one yourself. Her brother asked. Oi, don't be a prat. She picked up a piece of broken rubble and tossed it at her brother. Children. Morgan's tone carried the very definition of annoyance. I have been patient. I am not a patient woman. What did you want explained again? Gyneth asked, unfazed. The explanation on your father. She all but hissed. Oh, that, Gyneth hummed. I don't know what's hard to understand about what I said. Morgan looked towards Gwerd, who looked away. It's complicated. Morgan narrowed her eyes. I have the distinct feeling you both are going to be difficult. Have you ever considered, Gyneth was about to say something, but Morgan interrupted her. Tell me what I want to know and I'll lift my dress up. The witch said very bluntly. It took both the little dragons off guard, but where Gwerd went silent in confusion and surprise, Gyneth shot to her feet. Deal. Damn it, Gyneth. Her brother let out a sigh and smacked his hand to his face. Morgan had a smug look as she crossed her arms. You couldn't hold on for even a second. I can't help it, she discovered my weakness, Gyneth said defensively. It wasn't very hard to discover. Morgan drawled with a deadpan. You've been staring at my derriere since I arrived. Damn it, Gyneth, she's our aunt. Gwerd grabbed a rock and threw it at her sister. Umo. Her brother threw up her hands in exasperation. Don't blame her, my behind is divine. Morgan smiled smugly again. Now, tell me what I want to know. Gwerd let out a sigh. It's not a big secret, it's just not something we usually talk about with people we don't know. Gwyneth, as playful as she was being, did share the same sentiment. Rather not have a crusade called on us from the church. Morgan acquiesced that it was something they shouldn't just blurt out randomly. It's not even the real Lucifer. The real one died in our birth world, it's his, replacement. More like a king title than anything. Dad's his bastard. Gwyneth explained. Half human, Grandma sighed. Obviously. Morgan furrowed her brow. Not because she didn't understand what she said, but because it sounded kind of ridiculous. But she also was able to glean that they were telling the truth. Oh, there was a lot more information she wanted to ask, but the way they were hesitant to talk about it, she decided not to push for now. Except for one thing. How did your father and my sister? She trailed off, but the twins understood what they wanted to say. My mom or his mom? Gwyneth asked. Morgan let out a sigh. Two of my sisters. Two. She threw her hands up. Whoever was first. That'd be my mom. Gwyneth spoke up. It's honestly kind of boring. Dad was adopted by Grandpa Zelretch. The Kaleidoscope. Yaha. Morgan blinked. That's concerning. Even she knew about the Kaleidoscope. Someone who was even older than she was. Hell, she had met him once in her youth, but she wasn't anyone important at the time, so he barely spared her a glance. Well, Aunt Rin summoned Mom during the Fifth Grail War, they went on to win. Aunt Rin got taken in as Grandpa's student and Mom and Dad met at the clock tower. Dad said that Mom was being stupid, saying things like how she wasn't pretty and no feminine appeal or whatever. Dad then asked her out on a date and got her to accept and, well, things just happened from there. In all truth, it wasn't very exciting. That is significantly more mundane than I expected. Morgan clicked her tongue. But knowing my sister, that's exactly what would win her over. She let out a scoff. No, feminine appeal. We look almost identical, I'm just more rounded. If she's calling herself ugly, doesn't that mean she's calling me ugly? I'll smack her the next time I see her. Oi, time to pay up. Gwyneth gestured with her hand. Seriously, Gwyneth? Don't actually tell our aunt to flash you. Gwerd felt like he should be used to it at this point. I am owed a debt. I will call Mom. Gwyneth knew that it wasn't an empty threat. I am not a liar. Morgan let out a huff. I said I would lift up my dress, and I will. Just as she said that, Morgan held her hand out, and it seemed like all light around them was pulled towards her palm, creating near absolute darkness. There was a very brief moment of rustling fabric before the light returned. Morgan stood there, looking very pleased with herself. There, I lifted my dress up. I hope you enjoyed the view. She wasn't someone so quick to reveal herself to others. She was Morgan Le Fay, not some common harlot. It's not fair. Gwyneth fell to the ground, hitting her hands on the floor. Why does the world hate me? Morgan rolled her eyes. Must you be so dramatic? I swear, I don't know how my sister raised you to be like this. Such a voraciously lewd girl. Why can't you be more like your brother? Gwyneth began to cry. I want to be like him. He can see in the dark. Morgan blinked as she processed what her niece just said. She then turned to look at Gwerd on the other side of the room, who turned red under her gaze and looked away. It's not fair. God, why didn't you let my semblance let me see in the dark like Gwerd? For the first time since arriving, Morgan, ever so slightly, flushed in embarrassment. That was a miscalculation on her part. She didn't even think that her nephew could, apparently, see in total darkness. It also didn't help that she was wearing something particularly delicate right now. You have mystic eyes? She awkwardly asked her nephew. No. Gwerd shook his head. It's my semblance. Your what? Morgan's embarrassment disappeared because she now was interested in a word she didn't recognize. In another world, humans are able to actualize their souls in a way that produces a sort of barrier around them. It's called the light of the soul, and it's an energy similar to chi or tuki or chi or whatever you want to call it. Gwerd intentionally flared his aura up. It was a faint red, perhaps with a tinge of black in there. It can be used as a shield, or in other ways like to envelop myself with to make me stronger and such. Morgan didn't interrupt his explanation because just from a few moments of analyzing the way the energy acted, she could more or less understand its implications. And, people who awaken their aura also awaken a semblance. It's an expression of their soul, a semblance of magic, as many call it. Mine lets me see through illusions, darkness, or anything that tries to obstruct my vision or things like that. And, when I focus, I can see movements easier, which helps in a fight. Dad called it a mind's eye knockoff. Gwerd scratched his head, still feeling embarrassed. Morgan clicked her tongue. So it helps you act like a knight, does it? Not tricked by illusions or deceptions of the eyes. Gwerd just nodded. Mom said something similar. Morgan looked down at the crying Gyneth. Does she have one of those semblances too? Yeah. Dare I ask? Gwerd let out a sigh. It has to do with explosions. Of course. Morgan responded dryly. Do you? Gyneth shot to her feet, her whining and crying completely disappeared. Gwerd, it's time. The other servants appeared. Yeah, it's just like Mom said. Ryder just rode up into the sky and announced himself to get the other servants to appear. She grabbed her staff, swinging it around. Everything's ready, let's get to work. Morgan wasn't really sure about this plan, but at the very least, she wanted to see her sister's children's full potential. Though, she was taken aback by how quickly her niece seemed to recover. Strangely, the girl looked completely different now, the jester replaced with the face of a proper magus. I'll meet you down there, I'm going to set a few things up. Gyneth told him before jumping out the window. If Morgan didn't at least know her niece had the competence to figure out some form of flight, she would have felt even more exasperated. I suppose me saying that this is foolish for the 100th time would not dissuade you. She crossed her arms, looking at her master. I am the servant, you are the master. It's supposed to be me that goes into battle. Gwerd scratched his cheek, still feeling awkward from before, but he took a breath and settled himself. You're a caster servant. Morgan raised an eyebrow. If you're about to insult my ability just because of my vessel, I will be annoyed. Gwerd cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, it's just, you're not the type to fight in a melee with someone. And if Mom were to see you, she may use her sword without a second thought. And then there's Sir Lancelot as a berserker too. I do not believe he would allow you reprieve in his madness. Morgan let out a small chuckle. And you, little knight, are you going to protect me? Yes. Gwerd said without hesitation. Morgan blinked, surprised by how quickly he confirmed it. Against your mother and Lancelot. If need be. Gwerd puffed up his chest. It is my duty, I shall protect you even from them. It matters not if they are servants or a family. I will not allow harm to come to you, that is my oath. Morgan was silent for a long moment. Her mouth slightly opened to say something, but the sincerity in which he said it made it difficult for her to mock him. Very well then, my little knight. I will leave my safety in your hands should it come to it. Morgan's lips curled up. You can consider the view from earlier as your payment for services. Admittedly, Morgan found the way he went red at the teasing to be cute. Line break. Not much had been changed by the twins' arrival to this world line. Even Gyneth's earlier bombardment, it simply ruined a plan constructed by two masters. The others were almost entirely unaffected, and a similar scene played out. Ryder, standing upon his chariot, pulled by two divine bulls, announced his presence to the world. His name, his legend. He declared himself as Condor, the king of conquerors, and challenged any others hiding to come out and face him openly. His beckoning and shouts were heard throughout the area. Is there no one that is not a coward among you? Servant or master, who dares show themselves in front of this king? Morgan had hidden nearby. She could hear his blustering and couldn't help but roll her eyes. She wondered which fool would reveal himself so openly at his provocations. Something that would have to be more foolish than that big oaf was. I'm not a coward. Well, there were fools he knew who would throw caution and subtlety to the wind and do so. She just hoped that she would be mistaken. Gyneth wasted no time flying over. Sup. Even Ryder was taken by surprise but let out a hearty laugh. Someone answered my call. A master, from the looks of it. Look, boy, he smacked the shoulder of his master, a younger man, the younger version of Waver Velvet. Your fellow master brazenly appeared, this is courage. It's stupidity. I don't even see her servant anywhere. Waver flinched under his shoulder smack, letting out a huff. Gyneth sat on her staff, using it as a broom in her hovering only a few feet away. Her purple hood was pulled up over her head, so her face was barely visible, doing enough to hide her features. Hey there, big and tall and muscular. Hello to you too, young lady. Ryder smiled good-naturedly. Which master are you? Caster's master. She said offhandedly. Waver nearly did a spit take. The master of Caster. Why are you just flying around openly? To him, it was insane. Casters were known for creating a workshop to establish a territory where their strength increased to the highest possible point. They were weak, but once a caster servant had their territory established, they became one of the strongest and most annoying servants to handle. Should I be concerned? Are you both going to take advantage of little defenseless me? Gyneth responded. Don't worry, I can take you both on. Are you insane? You think you can fight my servant? Gyneth smirked. I never said that in a fight. It took a moment, but Waver's face went beet red. What? Ryder let out another boisterous laugh. Learn from this girl, boy. She has the confidence that you want for yourself. This is a woman. He turned to Gyneth. How about joining my army? I plan to take the Grail and incarnate myself. Then, I will restart my conquest across the world. Will there be women? What? Waver blurted out. Of course. Tempting. Gyneth bit her lip. Can I ride your chariot? Of course not. Sure. Ryder immediately overrode him. Awesome. She floated over and slid off her staff, standing between both Waver, who freaked out, nearly falling off, and Ryder, who reached over and steadied him. This is neat, more spacious than I thought. Indeed, a chariot needs room to maneuver, both you and a weapon. Many overlook the skill and training one needs for chariot combat. It's a different beast than riding on a horse. Ryder nodded. Don't chat with her, he's an enemy master. Just kill her already. Rude. Gyneth turned her nose up. I'm a guest. Is this how you treat guests, Waver? You're not, he paused. You know me. Duh. She rolled her eyes. Have we met before? In a manner of speaking. Waver furrowed his brow because he was trying to remember who this girl was because he was drawing a blank. He couldn't see her face, mostly just her mouth and nose, but her voice and mannerisms shouldn't have been enough. Wonderful, acquaintances then. There's nothing better than a friendly fight. Ryder proudly declared. This is a war, not a friendly spar. Waver immediately cried out in reprimand. Same thing really. Gyneth shrugged. At this point, technically, all servants have met one another at some point since they exist out of time and space. Across all possibilities, across parallel worlds, they have met before. Waver just blinked. Ryder understood about half of that, but he just nodded along. Do you have a name, girl? You can call me Gyneth. If I said my last names, Waver would probably have a heart attack and fall to his death. Then I thank you in advance. Ryder chuckled, taking the joke graciously. Waver didn't know what to say even as he silently fumed. Did Gyneth hate Waver? Actually, the opposite, she admired him for his talent and skill. In her own world line she was a student of his, one of many, and had taken plenty of his classes. However, she was also holding a grudge where he rejected one of her requests for funding for an experiment. It was completely valid. There was merit in finding out if tantric rituals produced better results if the partner was a MILF or not, it was something worth testing. But that was besides the point. One courageous master, how about you others hiding in the shadows reveal yourself? Or are you not as brave as this girl here? Ryder's voice echoed out. It seems the other masters are nothing but cowards. I won't get angry if you insult me, Ryder. But if you insult my master, I will defend his honor. A voice called out as someone stepped out of the shadows. Ho, a spear, then, you must be Lancer. Ryder rubbed his chin. God damn, he's pretty, Gyneth spoke. Waver nearly choked. Though, Ryder let out a bark of laughter. Well said. A handsome man indeed. What's your name, Lancer? Lancer actually appeared slightly sheepish at his comment, not expecting such a blunt compliment. I'm afraid my master forbid my. He's D'Armouid Ua Dubni, Gyneth said casually. Name. They all sort of went silent and stared at Gyneth. What? She looked at them. He has a face that's basically begging me to lick peanut butter off his fingers. Do you think a mystic face is common? What is it again, D'Armouid of the love spot? I see, a magical face. One that affects women, no wonder. Ryder nodded. Lancer let out a sigh. I suppose it's not important now. I am D'Armouid Ua Dubni, as the lady said. I would prefer if you don't draw attention to that aspect of my person. It's not a pleasant feature, more of a curse. Lancer twitched because he heard his master shouting in their shared link. I'll cut to the chase. Join me, Lancer. Ryder didn't waste a second. I'm afraid I'll have to decline. I have sworn myself to my master. Oh well. The Ryder seemed nonplussed, as if it were expected. Are you going to come down here and fight, Ryder? Lancer leveled his spear at him. In due time, in due time. How about we have the others come out? Or are they just opportunistic dregs that won't reveal themselves unless their foes are tired and battle-worn? Ryder hummed. The next one made their appearance, and Gyneth unconsciously pulled her hood up tighter. Your insults are misplaced, Ryder. Saber appeared with her own master in tow. To appear so bombastically without any consideration would be the height of foolishness. Something I'm sure you are accustomed to. Gwyneth, of course, recognized the voice of her own mother. Oh ho, it seems the little girl has some bark. Ryder just grinned as they both saw her. Saber's eye twitched slightly but didn't rise to the insult. And you must be Saber's master. White hair, red eyes, she must be one of the Einsburn homunculi, Waver whispered. God damn, she's pretty, Gyneth whispered. Is that all you have to say? Waver groaned. What? Do you want me to name Saber too? Can you? Of course I can, Gyneth scoffed. Excuse me. Saber interrupted. How could you possibly? King Arthur. Know my name. They all went silent again, staring at her. Saber didn't deny it, which all but confirmed it. Saber, how did she guess your identity? The Einsburn homunculi, Irisfiel von Einsburn, asked Saber. I am not sure. She was utterly confused. Ryder let out another laugh. Who would have thought that King Arthur was a little girl? Saber was about to open her mouth and respond in kind, but someone beat her to it. Oi, what's wrong with being a girl, huh? Gyneth kicked the muscled servant. You got something against girls? Peace, girl. Ryder held his arms up in defeat. I take back my words. Humph. Saber looked at the girl up in the chariot and felt confused about something. Have we met before? There is something familiar about you. Gyneth pulled her hood. Nope, never met you before in my life. Saber for some reason felt those words weren't entirely truthful, but she also couldn't fathom having met this young girl before considering her origin. How did you know she was King Arthur? Waver asked in confusion. I can read minds. Gyneth wiggled her fingers mythically. That's bullshit. Waver declared without hesitation. Then what am I thinking about right now? Gyneth covered her chest. Thinking about a lady's chest so intensely, how rude. Boah. Waver went red immediately. Boy, you have a lot to learn about how to interact with women. Ryder shook his head. I was not, he realized it was an effort in futility, he realized he walked right into the teasing. I came here to fight, who will fight with me? Lancer cut through the chatter, declaring his intentions. I will fight with you, Sir D'Armwood, Saber answered. A fight between fellow knights is more than I could ask. Hang on, you have to wait in line. My servant was here first, and he wants the first crack, Gyneth interrupted. Their intentions paused momentarily as Gyneth made her own declaration. Come out, my amazing servant. She snapped her fingers to make it more grand. The multitude of colors enveloped the area as Gwerd stepped out of a portal. He was wearing his normal armor, but he was almost wearing a mask that covered half his face with his own hood up over his head. It made it difficult to perceive his features. This is Castor, my servant. Gwerd declared happily. They stared silently again because the supposed Castor servant was wearing full armor, carrying a sword, and looked the part of a knight. That's not a Castor. Waver blurted out. Yes, he is. No, he's not. Watch this, Gyneth responded. Castor, cast sword. Gyneth shot forward and swung his sword at Lancer. The Lancer servant was surprised by the suddenness, raising his spear to block, and found himself pushed back several steps from the force of it. That's not how it works. Yeah. I'm about to cast a fist right into your balls. Gyneth raised her fist up at Waver, who actually unconsciously cowered under the threat. Gwerd ignored her, and similarly, the other servants were now focused on the newcomer to get his measure. Waver looked at him as well, noting he was a servant but couldn't see his parameters. Likewise, the other masters telepathically told their servants the same thing. Greetings, I'm Castor. Are you truly a Castor servant? Saber asked. Gwerd also was a bit stifled to see his mother up close like this but did his best to keep his composure. That's right. Saber frowned. Either you are lying or a fool to stand before us without a workshop or territory at your back. I just prefer to act as a knight. Gwerd said awkwardly. Truthfully, he thought this plan was a little stupid. Who would believe he was actually a Castor servant? Well, I'm not complaining. Lancer took it easily. This is to my preference rather than fighting a traditional Castor. Saber once more had a strange feeling of familiarity at this servant. She couldn't understand why. I suppose I shall step back then and allow your fight. Saber acquiesced. Far be it from her to interrupt an honorable fight between two willing knights. You have my thanks, Saber. I'll gladly fight you after I've finished Castor. Lancer spoke, partly in politeness, partly with a smidge of arrogance in his confidence with defeating Lancer. Gwerd, though, only felt excited. Line break. Elsewhere, Kiritsuguamiya, Saber's true master, was sitting on a nearby rooftop with a bird's-eye view of the battlefield. Known as the Magus Killer, he specialized in hunting other magi. He was hired by the Einsburn family as a mercenary to win the Holy Grail in this war and became Saber's master. His wife was Iris Einsburn, who was currently pretending to be Saber's master to everyone else. Kiritsugu was lying prone on a rooftop, looking through the scope of a sniper rifle. Mia, keep focused on the master of Castor for now. He spoke through his radio to his companion. Mia, a girl he rescued in the past and became almost like his shadow. She too was on another rooftop, looking through the scope of a sniper. Yes, sir. Kiritsugu was instead looking at Castor's servant, trying to glean information from him. However, all the information was coming up blank. All he could see was that the servant was in fact Castor, which made him frown unconsciously. If there were a servant that could trick a master's authority to view a servant's parameters, it would be a Castor servant. So it was hard to verify the truth in anything that was spoken. He was debating on whether to take a shot at Castor's master right away. The fact that she identified two servants so easily meant that something was going on that allowed her to do so. That kind of specialty was dangerous in a war like this. How much did she see about Saber? Just knowing her identity already ruined a lot of plans right off the bat. But if she's able to see Saber's noble phantasm, that would be just as bad. Information was always a valuable resource in a fight, and now Kiritsugu was on the back foot, and it wasn't his favorite position to be in. She appeared to be a normal magus in most regards. Her clothing was far from what a modern person would wear. And she was floating around on her staff beforehand, which is a well-known trick with brooms, which spoke of a clock tower education. Which aligned with some of the conversation he listened in on with her and Waver Velvet. Confirming those details were enough to extrapolate some more information that seemed to paint a picture. He supported Saber's decision to step back and not engage in the fight that was about to start. He of course scoffed at the notion of honor, but letting others fight and taking advantage of it was the most intelligent thing to do. If two servants wanted to fight each other to exhaustion, or possibly death, in the open and even show off their noble phantasms, he would sit back and let them. Kiritsugu. What is it, Maya? He asked through the radio. I believe I've been discovered. His eyes narrowed. Explain. The fact is, she was even further back than he was, halfway across the city, on one of the tallest buildings within her reasonable range of operations with the gun in her hands. Castor's master is looking directly at me. Are you sure? He didn't want to call her a liar, but he needed to verify. She took out a piece of paper from somewhere and is writing on it. Mia paused. She is holding it up towards me. What does it say? At this point, he believed her, which meant that Castor's master was much more dangerous than he anticipated. Was it a warning? A threat? Maybe a request to work together? The paper reads, Are you single? Mia stated. Should I respond? Should I retreat? Kiritsugu. The Magus killer clicked off his radio for a moment just so he could let out a long sigh. He had a strange feeling that it was going to be a long night. Line break. Line break. A/N. Wilhelm meets Dormammu. Dormammu is somewhere on the cosmic hierarchy and very much one of those Meridia button problems should he ever have to actually fight him. Also a little dragons, I hadn't done one in a while and someone suggested it. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 690, Interlude 49, Kunu's Hogwarts Adventures. The students of Hogwarts, and the staff as well, stared silently at the twitching body of Professor Lockhart on the ground. Dumbledore leaned over the table as if to get a better look. Frankly, none of them could believe what they just saw. A muggle taking down a prepared full-grown wizard. It was technically possible in some various situations. But this was a duel against a professor who had a reputation. It made Dumbledore requisition some reports about a certain muggle teacher running up walls. He was now confused if he had been away from the muggle world for too long, or was this an outlier. He also knew that the professor was an assassin earlier in life. Despite the misgivings considering his previous profession, Dumbledore sincerely found no fault with the man. For someone like Dumbledore who preached about second chances, there was no better example of it working than him. But even that, was it really a valid explanation for what just happened? Were muggles just capable of that too? Professor Suzuki simply walked off stage and back to the table, sitting back next to his fiancée. The only one who wasn't completely bewildered was Medea, who seemed to be gushing and swooning all over him. Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat, trying to regain control over the situation. What a wonderful display from both our teachers. It's a good lesson to never underestimate your opponent. He waved his hand, and several house elves appeared, picking up the twitching Professor Lockhart and teleporting him over to the infirmary. Since Professor Lockhart is now indisposed, Professor Flitwick, would you please take over? With pleasure, Headmaster. The smaller professor smiled happily, stepping onto the stage. Good evening, children. Unbeknownst to the students, most of the teachers suddenly brightened. Even Professor Snape perked up ever so slightly, like it was now worth his time and attention. I suppose we'll pick up where Professor Lockhart left off. For our first meeting of Duel Club, we'll do some practice matches. Just a few, we only have one dueling platform set up. It's to let everyone get a grasp on what we're going to teach and maybe get you all a bit excited to turn back up for the next one. He gave a playful wink. Me. Kunu jumped up and down, hand in the air. I want to have a turn. It was very hard to ignore her. Professor Flitwick forced a smile. Miss Schweinorg, while I appreciate the enthusiasm, I'll duel her, Professor. Draco Malfoy spoke up, putting on an innocent expression despite the anticipation in his eyes. Flitwick paused. Mr. Malfoy, you're a second year, she's a first year. Don't worry, Professor, I'll hold back. We're just here to learn, right? I don't mind helping out, I've practiced a few times. As a fellow Slytherin, I should help my juniors, right? His tone was the picture of innocence. Flitwick frowned, not oblivious to his intentions. While not the Slytherin head of house, he was a bit familiar with their situation. The teachers do talk and have discussions regarding what's happening between their houses. Not to mention, she was, well, tails and ears. And Malfoy comes from a family of hardened pureblood loyalists. It didn't need to be said that there would be tension between these two facts. He took a glance at Dumbledore, who just shrugged at him, as if to say, what's the harm? I can take him. Kunu said excitedly. Malfoy all but sneered, but it finally made the professor relent. True, Professor Flitwick acknowledged. The danger aspect was minimal under his supervision. At worst, Malfoy was a second year, how many spells did he know? And if the boy dared to cast something dark, there were much bigger concerns to be had. Very well, Miss Schweinorg, Mr. Malfoy, please take to the platform. He conceded to the two students. Flitwick just told himself that he would watch closely. Malfoy grinned as he took his spot on the stage. He could barely contain his excitement. His whole scheme wasn't particularly clever, even if he thought so. He knew she was strong. To him, she was just a beast, so of course she could hit hard. He rationalized that he was in a confined space, he was unprepared, and she attacked him without warning. Of course, it wasn't his fault. Now, there was distance, he was prepared, and she couldn't even try to hit him. It was the perfect time for him to get his revenge. Ever since he had gotten beaten up, the other Slytherins hadn't taken him seriously. When he tried to throw his weight around, everyone's responses were lackluster. Frankly, the entire Slytherin house was not so subtly scared of Kunu. It wasn't just Malfoy she had beat up. She had sent several older boys to the nurse's office too with broken bones and broken pride. Ironically, she never got in trouble. What were they going to say? They got beaten up by a little girl. Even with their pride in tatters, they couldn't find it in themselves to tell on her. Thus, every time Malfoy tried to regain some semblance of authority, it was met with a lackluster attitude, if not outright disdain. As long as Kunu was walking the halls of the Slytherin dorm, who was going to listen to Malfoy's orders? Who was going to treat him with anything more than ambivalence? Sure, his father was powerful and scary on their side of things. But his father wasn't going to protect them if the fox girl decided she wanted to throw hands again. Malfoy was very proud of himself for devising this scheme so quickly. After he beat her and humiliated her, he would take back his position in Slytherin. All right, children. Flitwick clapped his hands. Take your positions. Wands up like Professor Lockhart showed you. Kunu was oblivious to the thoughts of Malfoy and just looked happy to be there as she, a bit clumsily, copied the movements. Bow to each other. The two of them did so, but Malfoy didn't lower his head fully, keeping his eyes up. Now, take a step back, wands at the ready. Headmaster, give the signal. The headmaster flourished his wand, sending out a gunshot-like sound to signal to begin. Expelliarmus, stupefy, immobilis. Malfoy roared in quick succession. To his credit, the professors were impressed that he was able to release a slew of spells like that so quickly and in such a fluid and dynamic sequence. Kunu just stood there happily as the spells came at her. The phoenix feather bracelet on her wrist glowed, and a faint phoenix song seeped out. The spells slammed into the melody, turning inert on contact, dissipating entirely. Everyone just stared quietly, unsure of what just happened. She cheated. Malfoy pointed at her in accusation. No, you're just bad. No, you cheated. Nuha. Yes, you did. Nope. Stop cheating, brat. Medea had teleported to the platform, grabbing the little fox by the scruff of her neck. Hand it over. No. She crossed her arms. Medea reached out and pinched her cheek until Kunu let out a yelp, then she quickly pulled the bracelet off her wrist before dropping her to the ground. Sorry, Professor Flitwick. I forgot she had this on her. It's a protective magic item. Flitwick smiled politely. I see. He didn't, sort of. He had never seen a magic item like that before, and it seemingly looked to be made of phoenix feather. In fact, he didn't notice it at all until attention was focused on it, implying a very powerful notice-me-not charm on it. He was intrigued and startled all the same. Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Let's try this again, shall we? Professor Flitwick nodded, and the two kids took their spots again. Nothing to cheat with this time. Malfoy scoffed, feeling insulted and humiliated. You're the cheater. Your entire family is cheaters. My family is the height of propriety, how dare you? Then why do you look like a house elf? Kunu shot back. It took him a moment to get it, as did many of the other kids around them. His face then flushed in embarrassment even more, and the stifled giggles didn't help. He sneered and gripped his wand tightly, threatening to break it in a fit of anger. Can we start, Professor? Yes, yes. Dumbledore pretended not to hear or see their little spat. It wouldn't do good for an adult to step in when children are arguing like this. Then begin. He released another loud sound to signal the start of the fight. This time, Malfoy didn't immediately attack. He was going to embarrass her, so he was going to let her try and fail to send her own spells first, to show how poor a witch the animal really was. Go Blackie. Malfoy wanted to ask what Blackie was, but then he saw the red eyes in her shadow. Then, something stepped out. It looked like a bear, but made of blackness, bones, and nightmares. It wasn't very large, maybe the size of a not quite mature brown bear, but it roared and charged down the platform. Malfoy, understandably, panicked. Stupefy. He cried out. The spell hit the Grim, but it didn't do anything. Unfortunately for Malfoy, Stupefy only works on living beings. Technically, a Grim is more of a construct that mimics life. A facsimile at best. He crashed right into him and knocked him off the table but didn't stop. It jumped off and continued after him. Miss Schweinorg. Professor Flitwick regained his wits, flicking his wand, causing the Grim to stop in its tracks as it was about to enjoy a meal, Malfoy trembling underneath it. There was a bigger commotion this time. Professor Flitwick gestured with his wand. The Grim Bear was forced to take to the air as he held it there. Miss Schweinorg, what is this? He demanded. That's Blackie. I mean, what is it? Flitwick looked more stern than normal. Maybe because it looked rather nefarious, dark even. Professor Flitwick. Medea chimed in. Actually, that's my fault. I forgot she had that with her too. It's just her pet. Blackie, do a barrel roll. Flitwick looked up, and the bear made of nightmares was doing tricks while he kept it floating in the air. The professor opened his mouth once before closing. I do not think this is a Hogwarts-accepted familiar, Professor Medea. I'm afraid. Oh, it's not a living thing. Technically, it's not breaking any rules. More of a construct, really. Flitwick let out a long sigh. He wasn't going to argue Hogwarts rules at the moment and just accepted it. He sent it floating over to Medea, who casually grabbed it from the air and plopped it on the ground next to her chair. The Bear Grim looked downcast, like it had been scolded. Miss Schweinorg. Professor Flitwick looked at her, adopting his stern tone. This is the last time. I expect you to duel properly. Fine. Kunu huffed. Mr. Malfoy. He looked at Draco, who was still frightened, or getting over it, and he noticed a wet spot between his legs. The professor quickly and subtly flicked his wand, removing the stain from between his legs before anyone noticed. It was the least he could do, he surmised. Mr. Malfoy, would you like to continue? He hesitated as he asked. It took Malfoy a moment to regain his calm, looking at the Grim at the table. His earlier resentment and anger reignited. He told himself, if that thing was gone now, then it was fine. He would win, she wouldn't be able to cheat a third time. But his earlier bravado didn't come out in words. He simply nodded his head dumbly, and his body carried him back up onto the table. Maybe it was his pride. He felt like if he gave up now, it would be even more embarrassing. All right. He looked at Kunu. Third time is the charm, they say. Flitwick forced a smile. Remember. No physically attacking each other. No using pets. No using outside help. No magic items other than your wands. He didn't think he was forgetting anything here. Kunu nodded, indicating she understood. Flitwick let out a sigh but was hopeful it would go well this time. At least, he was getting it out this early. There were disruptive elements every year, it was important to iron things out as soon as possible. Very well, Headmaster, when you're ready. The headmaster raised his wand again and sent out the signal to begin. Malfoy immediately took a defensive stance, looking for anything strange that may happen. Seeing that nothing immediately jumped out at him, he pointed his wand at her. Serpent Sorsha. A snake shot out of his wand tip, rather, he summoned a snake, and it shot over to Kunu's side of the arena. Mr. Malfoy. Flitwick raised his voice. He was about to dispel the snake, dismiss it back with a counter-summon, but to his surprise, he was beaten. A snake. Kunu said excitedly and simply snatched it off the ground, holding it. Hello, Mr. Snake. She began to pet it right there on the platform. Flitwick wasn't sure how to respond to that. It was neither against the rules nor particularly dishonorable. It's just that no one had bothered to simply grab the snake before in a duel. He decided not to step in. Stupefy. Malfoy yelled, and Flitwick and the professors noticed how much strength he put into this spell. If it hit, it would send Kunu flying off the arena with a big smack. Kunu was barely paying attention, playing with the snake as the spell came at her. Rather than hitting her, though, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier, splashing harmlessly against her aura. Oh yeah. Kunu smiled. Is it my turn now? She pointed her wand at him. She only knew a few wand spells now, so she used what she knew best. Wingardium Leviosa. Malfoy let out a startled yelp, then a short cry as he started to get pulled up in the air, but his underwear. She was giving him a magical wedgie. It startled him enough that he dropped his wand. Up, up, up. Kunu chanted. Malfoy cried for help, but everyone just sort of stared. Technically, the duel was still happening. He just started floating higher, his underwear stretching further as he started fully crying. Eventually the fabric snapped, and he fell to the ground, outside of the platform, indicating that he had lost. It took a moment, but then the entire room erupted in laughter. Woo, Kunu. Luna's voice carried over the laughter as Kunu struck a victory pose. Professor Flitwick let out a long sigh, knowing it was going to be a long year. Line break. A/N. Kunu victory with only knowing like 4 spells. Also, expect a mass release this weekend, something like 7 to 8 chapters. I haven't counted them yet, but it should be around there. Also, if you haven't already, check out my other threads/stories. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 691, Chapter. The pain came first, before my eyes even opened. I was no stranger to pain, but it was enough that I felt myself lock up involuntarily and shudder. My mind went blank, and even as my eyes opened, everything was distorted, and I couldn't focus. Wilhelm, don't move rashly. I heard my Zanpakuto speak to me. You're not in a good state, take it slow. Listen to him, brat. Drake chimed in too. You took a beating. I could barely register what they said as the light around me slowly began to normalize. The intense throbbing at various points in my body made it still hard to focus, but things slowly came into focus. You're awake. I think that was Clint's voice, his figure was blurry, but gradually he became clearer. I wanted to say something, but I moved slightly, and all that came out was a pained groan. Do I look as bad as I feel? I finally mustered the words. He let out a snort. You're in pretty bad shape. I was able to spare a few looks at him. I was lying down and tilted my head up to see that he wasn't in great shape either. There was a nasty burn up along his arm, and parts of his body were wrapped up in bandages. They didn't look like the bandages I was familiar with. Actually, I think I'm wrapped up too. Can you help me sit up? I asked. Sure. It hurt, but with his help I managed to sit up properly even as my body screamed. But I heeded Musutingai's advice, I did it slowly. I managed to get a look around where we were and found myself frowning. I take it we're not back home. He shook his head. Yeah, we're pretty far from home, I'd say. I hesitantly touched the bandages, and then I felt something on my neck. Something small and round, about the size of a coin. Don't. Clint grabbed my hand. Don't touch that. Listen to him, don't touch that for now. My Zanpakuto warned. What is it? I felt a feeling rising up in my heart that seemed to gradually overshadow the pain I was feeling. Clint winced, showing that he had one on his neck too. Some kind of miniature device, I couldn't glean anything just from the look at first. Some kind of electric collar. He sighed again. Sorry, man, but we're prisoners right now. Shitty thing to wake up to. It was a collar. I forced myself to calm down. Can you explain everything that's happened? I'll do my best, but I'm kind of confused about a few things too. Just do your best. After we left that place and you pulled me along, I blacked out a bit until, well, we were falling down onto this planet. We crashed in a big trash pile, lots of rubble and stuff. Thanks, by the way, you protected me the entire time, and you took the brunt of it. I just nodded, he seemed like he wanted to say more, but he swallowed it down. Some people found us. Aliens, lots of different types of aliens. They immediately put these things on us, he touched the collar. I tried to do something, but it activated, and it completely knocked me on my ass and was one of the worst pains I'd ever felt in my life. And honestly, that is genuinely saying something considering my line of work. This is our cage. I looked around, trying to stay composed. Being chained in any way was something that grated on my very existence. I furrowed my brow because it was technically only 3 walls with a big opening. Before you ask, there's some kind of barrier there. He deadpanned, knowing exactly what I was going to ask. And, we weren't the only ones locked up here. There were a couple others, but they had been taken away. From what I'd been able to get, we're supposed to be some kind of gladiators. Come again. They weren't very talkative, but apparently, it's not uncommon for random people to show up on this planet. They get tagged, then thrown into an arena for entertainment. My anger spiked. If I wasn't in serious pain right now, I would have already blown a hole through this building and gone off to kill everyone responsible for making me a slave. Wilhelm, keep your composure. Come. I took a deep breath. Be intelligent, Wilhelm, right now, not rash, Wilhelm. I presume there was a method to overcome language barriers. I glanced up at this collar. That thing again. He nodded. The guards here wrapped us up too. He even gave us some medical stuff. Said that it would be a waste if we didn't even make it to the arena at least. His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. I did notice his bow and arrows were missing. And what kind of armor was he wearing before? And that's when realization dawned on me. Clint, where's my sword? Ah. I think whoever took us grabbed it too. Mirage was taken as well. That's unfortunate. I did my best to remain calm. It seems that all my buttons are being pressed simultaneously. Give me a second, I need to look over myself and see the damage. I forced myself to sit cross-legged even if my body fought me. I probably looked silly to him, but he didn't interrupt. Can you fill in the blanks, Musutingai? When you fled from those entities, it disrupted your escape. Perhaps attempting to utilize your own portal. You closed it quickly enough, but you got thrown off and found yourself being flung into a wormhole. You bore the harshness with your aura, but the turbulent space shredded it quickly, and you continuously used the Hogyoku to push your aura out. Eventually, it spat you both out above this planet, and you used the last of your aura to survive planetary re-entry with your bare body. I processed his words. My head was very jumbled right now, so I only had a vague recollection of what happened previously. You severely overexerted your aura, not to mention other things as well. You were keeping several spells up the entire time, mostly to protect Clint. Your circuits are damaged, and your soul, by extension of your aura being forcibly overexerted, also suffered substantial damage. I've been doing my best to piece everything back together, but you're not in good shape. Right, that's why everything hurt. My soul was in pain. How long have I been out? A little over a day. And I haven't recovered enough in that time. I was not normal by any means, I should have at least recovered a little. I couldn't feel my aura at all, and I had a feeling if I tried to activate my circuits, I was going to keel over. That's a little more complicated. His tone sounded strange. The thing on your neck. It's not as simple as it looks. Of course it's not. It's the first time we've run advanced technology of such a level. From what I've been able to tell, it's directly acting like a sieve to force out any metaphysical energies. I need it explained to me simply right now. Imagine you're a deflated balloon, your aura, magical energy, and demonic energy fill it up with water. You got drained by coming here, you became deflated. You would have eventually reinflated, but that thing is acting like a sieve that makes all of the water inside get drained out beyond a certain point. You can only hold the barest amount right now before it's all forcibly dissipated. How? That's not something I could understand off the top of my head. How did someone have something that could specifically target me like that by chance? I don't believe it's targeting you. I believe it's just a device meant to target people like you, or anyone that wields powers to keep them on the leash. I took another deep breath. Okay, so it's acting like a hole in my balloon. If the water rises up to a certain point, it's emptied out via the hole. How many different energies did I have in my body? And the Hogyoku? Wilhelm, your soul is in bad shape. Trying to use anything overtly right now is a bad idea. It's not that you're unable to break free, but at the moment you're not capable. At least, if you did so, you would be suffering for it. If you were not hurt like you were, it wouldn't have been such a delicate matter. You could have forcibly removed it. I found myself sighing. I wanted to get angry, but I wasn't in the position to do so right now. You haven't been sitting idle, have you? I have not. He replied. I have been siphoning off bits here and there and storing them away. It's not much, but it's been slightly accelerating your healing. I just nodded. Is the technology really that advanced? I mean, we've all heard the saying, sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Granted, it came from an author, but it wasn't wrong either. It's just. I've never actually run into technology that could become a hindrance to me like this. I suppose it's humbling in a way. I am you and I am finding it very difficult to understand how it works. I'm basically only able to see what it's doing, and it's all but drilled down to your soul. Considering that, this little gadget is connecting to people's souls, Wilhelm. I winced and understood. He was baffled, upset, and annoyed, just as I was. No wonder Clint called it the worst pain he's ever felt. It wasn't just an electric shock. I suppose it was meant as a catch-all type of collar. Anyone with anything could be figuratively collared under its effect. I was a prisoner. I was a slave. Getting pissed off won't help you. Drake had been quiet this entire time until now. You need to stay clear-headed. Recover first, and then you can take your revenge. I let out a breath I was holding. Drake would be the expert on that, wouldn't he? How long had he been trapped inside the boosted gear? How long had he been a prisoner as well, a slave to every holder of the boosted gear? I didn't have a right to complain. I was still confused about a lot of things, but I mostly had the picture now. Whining and complaining wasn't going to solve anything. I racked my brain thinking about what I should do next until I realized something that made me stop in my tracks. I reached up and felt my hair was loose. Clint, I said, opening my eyes. You wouldn't happen to have seen the binding on my hair fall somewhere, would you? Strangely, my heart started to beat faster than when I found out that Mirage was missing. You mean this? He pulled a familiar strip of fabric out of his pocket. You would be holding onto it tight. I didn't know if it was important or not. Magical or something. Immediate relief. No. I gratefully took it and bound my hair back up properly. It's just very sentimental, thank you. It was a little singed, probably from falling down through the atmosphere. But it looks like it came undone because of that when I landed. Either way, it was still usable. He gave me a firm nod. You good, relatively speaking. He eyed me. I'm fine, the dragon in my soul gave me a pep talk. He opened his mouth and then did a double take. Is that some kind of wizard code? No, I literally have a dragon in my soul, and he gives me life advice. Clint blinked, and I found myself smiling just a tad. Don't dwell on it. First things first, please tell me you still have that talisman I gave you back at the warehouse for the demon incident. Yeah, they didn't seem to care about taking it from me after they saw it was just a piece of paper. I didn't know if it would be important, so I stuffed it in my boot after. He pulled it out, a little crumpled, but still working. Good man. Okay, that's lucky. And, you wouldn't happen to have something sharp on you. I could work without something sharp, but something sharp would definitely help. He reached his hand into his pants and unclenched his fist to show an arrowhead, broken from one of his arrows. Will this work? This isn't your first time, is it? I happily took the arrowhead as well. It happens more often than you would think. Though, an alien planet is something new. I'm still trying to cope with that. He admitted it, but a slight smug smirk appeared on his face. I snapped one of my arrows and hid it when they were stealing my gear. All right, I'm only going to have one chance at this. I straighten out the talisman and place it on the hard ground, and very carefully, I use the bladed edge of the arrowhead to scrape at the ink on it, getting as much of it flaked up and into a pile as I can. Anything I can help with? Clint offered. Hold the two edges of the talisman, please, I need it to be as straight as possible. He obliged as I meticulously continued to scrape at it until I had a tiny little pile built up. The ink on the talismans was more goopy than normal ink, so it managed to work out thankfully. I took my ring off and placed it right on top of the small little pile of ink. Clint looked confused. I don't think he noticed it until now, but that was for a reason. It's magical, it dissuades perception in cases like this, so it's not stolen if I'm ever incapacitated. It's a storage, connected to it is a space that holds all my stuff. His eyes perked up. You got something that can help us? Good. In a manner of speaking. Sorry to say, but my ability to do any spellcasting right now is non-existent. I traced some lines burned into my skin up my arms, between the bandages, they were visible. This is from my internal magical organ burning itself out, almost causing irreparable damage. I need to be able to use my magic to access my ring, so we're going to cheat ever so slightly. Don't think about what I can't do right now, just focus on what I can do. Without my normal abilities and weapons. I'm still fucking Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. He nodded along at my explanation, and I think I finally got another. Only one shot at this because there's probably only enough ink left on the talisman to do this once. The ink of this was written with a drop of my blood. Blood is one of the most conductive magical materials in existence. I'm going to use a fresh drop of my blood to stimulate the speck of magical energy left in the ink from the remnants of my blood to draw it. There was no point in keeping it hidden or mysterious. We were in this together, and I would need his help. I wasn't the only one suffering either. I held the arrowhead to my finger and used a lot of force to press it, penetrating my skin until a little drop of blood slowly ran down the edge of the arrowhead. I held it over the ring and the material, watching it very carefully, and tilted it so the blood drop rolled downwards, gathering together before it fell. Just as it touched the ink around the ring, I slammed my hand down on it, then swiped at it as fast as I could. I let out an immediate cry. Fuck fuck fuck. I fell down as the pain shot through my body from how forcibly I had to do everything just then. But I was now holding a bottle between my fingers as I groaned with my face pressed against the cold ground. Rolling on the ground just made my body hurt even more. God fucking damn it. I grit my teeth and find myself wrapping my arms around myself before letting out another groan and pushing myself up from the ground. Here, drink this. I managed to grab a health potion out of my ring. Some kind of magic potion. He looked at it. At this point, it really did seem like he was trusting me a lot. He uncorked it and tilted it down to his lips. His visage began to look better as the health potion took effect. Even he noticed as well and probably felt it too. Hey. I crawled up against the edge of the cell and braced myself against the wall so I could sit up again. Hey. He got my attention. What is this? He held it up. Healing potion. His mouth hung open for a moment as he stared at me. Shouldn't you drink this then? Won't work on me, drink every drop of it. I waved it off, but my arm shook as I did so. God damn it. You didn't have anything else you could have taken out? He asked skeptically. Maybe, maybe not. What was the point in taking out one of my weapons when I wasn't capable of wielding them properly? Someone could just have shot me with a gun or something, and I probably would lose it too. As for other things, well, it was all the same. But even so. I tugged on the band in my hair. This means more to me than you realize. He stared at me for a long moment before downing the rest of the healing potion. Which one was it, blue girl or pale girl? He pointed at my hair binding. Neither. I chuckled. It was given by my teacher, actually. Huh. He crawled over to the other side of the cell, leaning up against the wall there. I thought you were with one of those two. The file was vague. I am. He blinked. I have a harem. His mouth opened again. You're fucking with me. Nope. That's bullshit, you're definitely fucking with me. I'm being completely honest. I don't believe you. You've met two of them. Jin and Salem, I pointed out. He went silent for several beats. How does that even happen in real life? I shrugged. It's not really that uncommon on my side of the fence. So, wizards just have harems of women chasing after them? He asked incredulously. What makes you think it's only men that have harems? I shot back. His eyes widened, and then he considered that question. Fair enough. But even so. I shrugged again. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I have a harem of women I care about. He seemed to flicker between wanting to ask me questions but also having trouble asking them. I'm sure this must have been rather uncommon for him. Oh my God, just ask me what you want to ask me. I rolled my eyes. He held his hands up. I didn't want to say anything. You wanted to say something. Fine, I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to offend you. Just say it. I don't know how to word it without it sounding offensive. Just spit it out, I sighed. Aren't you just taking advantage of a bunch of girls? He sort of winced as he said it. See? I didn't want it to sound mean, but that's how it came out. I snorted, then I chuckled. What's funny? I'm the youngest. What? He asked again. I'm the youngest, by a long shot. Salem and Jin, whom you met, are thousands of years old. My teacher is likewise thousands of years old. I'm like, in my mid-20s. He held up a hand, mouth open again. Really? Yeah. He rested his head against the wall, furrowing his brow. So you like older women? I held a thumbs up. Without an ounce of shame. He snorted this time. How does that even happen? Well, I suppose it helps that I'm handsome. Charming too. All around just. Yeah, okay. He cut me off, rolling his eyes. It must be exhausting. It takes all my effort to be a husband and dad to just a wife and daughter. Yeah, it takes a lot of effort to make sure I do right by all of them. But at the end of the day, I think it's worth it. I smiled. Having someone talk about their harem, I wouldn't expect it to sound wholesome. Clint stated. But also, as a man, I have to say it. Go ahead. Fuck you. I nodded, as it was expected. You got a plan, I assume. He finally asked. Some way to get us home. If I recover, I can get us home. It's just going to take a bit. But, I'm going to need my sword back. Important sword. What's important about it? You can think of it as a magical supercomputer that helps with my calculations. Again, there was no point in hiding it. Otherwise, it'll probably take me longer to get my calculations going properly. I would need to start from scratch. A few days, a week, I don't know how long it would take me otherwise. And that's considering I'm not. Well, he understood. He nodded. Before anything else could be asked, the door near our cell was opened, the grinding of metal was distinct, and we both heard several people come in. Clint was right, they were most definitely aliens. Not just one kind either. They were somewhat similar armor, with some minor differences. But they all had different builds and features. One was gray-skinned, with more oblong ears from behind a face mask. The other was much bulkier, and his shoulders were spikier, and he had pinker skin. Though they all seemed vaguely humanoidish. You two are up next. Get to your feet. One of the guards at the front pointed to us, and his companions went to a panel, and a barrier in front of us shimmered into existence before visibly dissipating, opening the cell. I'm having a bit of trouble standing. I tried to look pathetic and maybe buy us some time, but the guard didn't even bother responding. One of them grabbed me, pulling me up, and I felt my body scream in protest, but I gritted my teeth and bore with it. I would remember this. One of the other guards grabbed Clint by the arm, pulling him up too. Clint and I shared a look, and there was the silent agreement not to do anything and play along for now. I clocked their weapons. Some kind of firearm at their sides, though the leader was holding a staff-like weapon. It was all very advanced. I've never seen anything like it before. Even the alloy of their armor wasn't something I could figure out at a glance. Unfortunately, there was nothing else I could glean from the surroundings either. We passed by other cells, other alien creatures looked up at us as we passed by. All of them also had the little devices on them, mostly on their necks. We didn't head outside, instead, the exit seemed to lead to a large tunnel that took us underground. I could hear a lot of noise above, the vibrations through the ground. I think it was the supposed arena, and there must have been a few hundred people cheering and screaming above us. The next door opened up and took Clint and me by surprise. The guards pushed us inside and weren't even batting an eye at all the weapons around the room we could grab. Granted, they were basic weapons. Swords, spears, hammers, daggers, bows, and those sorts of things. Though they seemed to come in all shapes and sizes, all different culture variations, and many I had never seen before. Fighters. The guard with the staff slammed it on the ground. Fight hard, fight well. If you do well, you may even get to fight in the premier arena before the Grandmaster himself. Earn your fame and rewards, and you can discard your status as a slave. He turned and walked away, the guards following him as the door closed tight, locking behind him. We really were gladiators now, weren't we? We weren't alone in here either. There were two other people. A woman, but instead of hair on her head, it looked like feathers instead. She had elongated features, almost bird-like, suggesting an avian heritage similar to how humans had a primate heritage. And the other was a big guy, easily a few heads taller than me. Not quite Father Swole size, but not all that inferior in just stature. He had fur up and down his arms, and his pupils were sideways, with a bald head that didn't seem to be naturally producing hair, but baldness happened to be the default trait of his species. Another look at him, and it seems like he was wider than his frame should have suggested. Not fat, but from shoulder to shoulder, his frame was a bit wider than a human's. The woman's eyes widened upon seeing me. You are like me. She perked up and reached over to try to touch me. It was Clint who got between us first. He already had a weapon in hand, a blade pointing at her, making her stop. The big guy growled, stomping on the ground. His massive hammer was raised threateningly. Kumal, it's okay. The woman held her hands up. I overstepped. They are frightened, it is normal. The big guy blew air out of his nose and lowered his hammer. Clint also lowered his blade. Apologies. I was elated with joy upon finding fellow kin. Kin? I questioned. We hardly look alike. Kin here. She tapped her head. My people speak thoughts and feelings through the air to each other, not through our mouths. I tilted my head. You people are psychic. I summarized what she meant. She smiled and nodded. It seems like the little collar was doing its job. Or maybe it was my devil heritage also working. Who knows? Even if the obedience collar prevents me, I can see the bright light of your mind. So there's a name for it, and it makes me even angrier, but I swallowed it for now. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not psychic. She probably never met someone like me before, so she was mistaken. She furrowed her brow. Not kin. Huh, was the collar stopping her from using psychic powers? It really is a catch-all mechanism, isn't it? Do you mind telling us what's going on? I asked politely. She seemed saddened but still answered. We fight or we die. 3 victories, and we move to the big arena. We win 3 victories there, and they say we go free. Well, it seemed simple. In this stage, we fight in groups. We fight beasts and monsters. She added. I nodded, understanding what she meant. We weren't fighting other people at this point, they probably would find it wasteful. Using some kind of alien beasts or monsters would be more entertaining and make it so their slaves lasted longer. Clint put a hand on my shoulder. I'll protect you. I'm swooning. I quirked a smile. He playfully, if lightly, punched my shoulder. Seriously. After what you did to save me, let me help you this time. He went to grab a bow and quiver of arrows off the wall. He grabbed a couple of daggers and some throwing knives he could keep around his body. I found some stuff as well. I looked over my options, finding a few belts I could wrap around myself to hold what I needed. After a few moments, I finally made a decision and grabbed a spear off the wall, spinning it once to get a feel for it. My body didn't like that, but that was the least of my concerns at the moment. I grabbed a couple more spears and strapped them to my back as well. The front gate trembled, and it slowly began to rise. The noise from above became much more clear, the cheering, the shouting, and the rumbling. And daylight seemed to fill the room, eclipsing the artificial lighting on the ceiling. The 2 others calmly walked towards the door, going out. Hey. Clint stopped me before we went through the gate as well. I never really introduced myself properly. You know, it was just a formality before. But I'm Clint Barton, agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. He held his hand out, and I took it. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, I'm a magus. Well, here we go. Line break. A/N. Just want to say something because I know people are going to ask certain questions. First question, people are probably going to be like, why is that little thing working on Wilhelm? So, I've mentioned this before, but I'm using a mix of comics and MCU stuff to bring the MCU up to par. That being said, the Grandmaster in the comics is not a joke character. He's one of the elders of the universe, and he's rather scary. He's quite literally millions of years old and one of the oldest beings in the universe. His obedience collar is strong enough that through various media it had shackled Thor, both the MCU and other versions of genuine godhood, Beta Ray Bill, who is also godly, and even the Silver Surfer, who wielded cosmic power. Of course this isn't full comics. If Wilhelm were at full strength, he could have ripped it off or done something about it, but part of its function is to basically stop any metaphysical or special powers from working. Essentially, the Grandmaster wants everyone fighting physically, so it stops things that don't do that. Psychics, magic, and any soul-based shenanigans. It's a catch-all essentially. The reasoning for which will obviously be explained later. But that's just a brief explanation of what's happening. I'm sure people would look at that and question it, so I thought I would get ahead of it and answer straight away. If it wasn't clear, he's on Sakaar, loosely based on Thor Ragnarok, but as I said, using comics elements and such. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name.